until the complete annihilation of the entire human population. With less than an hour to go, a huge dragon that has already killed more than 30,000 people who challenged him has remained undefeated. And he will be the new herald of the apocalypse. No one hoped for salvation anymore. Everyone had lost hope and resigned themselves to the inevitable. There have been no new challengers to fight the dragon for quite some time. Suddenly, in the room the thing was in, another man showed up. The dragon didn't even understand anymore. Was this guy completely crazy? Did he want to join the mountain of corpses in this room? The young man replies that he is not sure about the corpse, but for some reason, he feels like there's no way he's going to lose today. But wait, that's not how this story started. Dad game. That's what they usually say about an interesting or unbalanced game with terrible controls. Or so you could say it if the game is too difficult. And the VR game is a tower. The trial was just in that category. As soon as it came out, a bunch of nerds were busting out of it and going to go through. They'd spend 24 hours a day in there for that. But after 3 years, people realized the challenge tower game just can't be beat. There were many reasons for that. A virtually invincible gatekeeper, polar temperatures as low as -60 degrees, which will freeze a person to death in just an hour, or a maze over 10,000 kilometers long. This game is not for fun, but for torture. And after realizing this, players started dropping it one by one and the popularity of the game began to plummet. And she would have practically died if it weren't for a couple players still coming in here to get hurt. The main character, Kang Jin-hyuk, is one of those, and he had just become the first in the world to reach the final level of the Tower of Trials. Unlike the others, he was going through the tower in a new way. He defended the same levels time after time, learning all the subtleties and get from movement to automatism. It took him 11 years of his life. And standing on the top floor, the protagonist didn't think he'd make it to the top floor today. How did he screw up so badly? I should have streamed it. Shit. At least I made a tape. I'll have to upload it to YouTube later. But suddenly his pondering is interrupted by a letter he received in the Play Mail. The developers want to show their gratitude for players stopping by their project. Therefore, a game update is scheduled to be installed in 12 hours for which the servers will need to be restarted. Really hope everyone likes the update. Jin-hyuk, he's surprised because it's been a while since there's been an update. Not even a major update. Where did the developers get the money from? Didn't they dig it up somewhere? And if you think about it logically, it's a wonder they haven't gone bankrupt already. There shouldn't be any money for upgrades. Who is he? Anyway, maybe they know better. Maybe there's a plan. Especially since Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't care about the update anymore. As of today, he stops playing the game and streaming it as well. Even though he has no one to feed, because he has no family. But living on for $150 a month, it's more like impossible. And you tell your coach he's gonna take a break from sports, too. The main character needs a break on all fronts. Yes, he was once told he could wrestle professionally. But alas, now money is more important than sport. Plugging the stream, Jin-hyuk interacts with the audience. Everyone's having fun. But then the main character pauses and says something important needs to be said. He seems to have gotten his courage. But at the last minute, he hesitates and makes a joke of it. It's still very difficult to say goodbye to the audience in person, so he'll just write a post on the page about closing the channel. After drinking more than one more bottle of beer, the protagonist begins to feel unwell. My head hurts because I still have to upload the Tower of Trials finale walkthrough video. But turning on the computer and opening YouTube, the protagonist sees something very different from what he expected to see. The broadcast with the name Tower of Trials appeared in reality has already gathered 331,000 people. How can she not understand what's going on? And, logging on to the stream, he sees literally some unrealistic footage. A huge tower appeared in the middle of the city, and people began to recognize it. It's the same one they saw in the game Towers of Trials, which came out 11 years ago. The sky turns red, just like in the prologue of the game. Suddenly, from watching the stream, the protagonist opens a notification that came to him in real life. It informs him that the installation of the first update of the Tower of Trials restart is complete. Players need to progress to the next stage of the tower within 90 days. Or else, if we fail, humanity will disappear from the planet. At first the protagonist was dumbfounded, but literally after a minute he started to gather his thoughts. If the Tower of Trials has become real, We can't just sit idle by. You need to quickly get to the place where you can get the item the protagonist needs. Yes, it is certainly possible that humanity will disappear as a result of the tower, but right now, the protagonist is more excited than ever. However, all other people do not share such a mindset. Someone is looking for a train from Bishounen right now, and someone's trying to get out of Korea. But it turns out that the Tower of Trials has appeared in all cities, so where are they going to go? Jin Hyuk doesn't join the crowd's reasoning. He hurries to the subway, because it's not a time to run away, it's a time to fight. On the Korean server, this location was chosen as the area outside the tower. There are about 30 such areas around the world, and this is the closest. A notice appears above the hero's head that he has entered a special area. It looks like everyone here has passed the initial levels of the Tower of Trials. Everyone is a competitor here, because this is where special items come in, and they will be in limited quantities. The main character is pulled out of the abyss of thoughts by some man, calling his name. It's Kong Jin Hyuk, right? He came here too, but it's not surprising. He's been playing this game all day long. This is Josu, a streamer, Paprika TV partner and YouTuber with 500,000 subscribers, simply put, a local celebrity, and also the president of the company the protagonist had a contract with. The protagonist asks, why isn't Josu streaming right now? You can get 1 million views. But no, the YouTuber is not that stupid. In this situation, he's more concerned about his life. By the way, what level did Kong Jin reach in the tower? Since they're colleagues, can't they benefit from each other? Jin Hyuk doesn't show it, but in his mind he's just cursing Yosu. Colleagues? Yeah. What about it? This scum cheated a lot of streamers, signing contracts with them that were unfavorable for them. And even with a large online and number of streamers, they were almost at a disadvantage. But because of certain conditions, they could not break such a contract either. In the end, the lives of such people simply collapse before their eyes. Josu is interrupting him. What's our main character thinking? There is nothing to think about. He plays well and his live streams are not bad either. Josu will even change the terms of his contract for him, if he helps. But the protagonist says, it's time for his dumbass manager to realize. From now on and forever, the world has changed. And taking a punch right to Yosu's nose, Jin Hyuk yells at him to speak more respectfully to him from now on. Looks like the popular YouTuber has a couple teeth knocked out and a broken nose. The protagonist was relieved. How long has he wanted to do this? But this is no time to be distracted. The items everyone came here for should be arriving right about now. That's the way it is. Powerful torrents are beginning to erupt from the water, aimed straight at the tree. It's just like in the game. The mangrove tree's fruit ripens instantly. Each one of these increases strength, agility, stamina, and magic. These are incredibly good items, but there are only 4 of them. Of course, there's going to be a very tough fight for them. Everyone starts climbing the tree, and there's a lot of fighting going on. Josu says the main character is just a fool. So they would have teamed up and split the fetus in 2. And now they're each too late. But Kong Jin tells him to shut his mouth. He knows and understands absolutely nothing. In fact, the right time hasn't even come yet. Ordinary townspeople won't even know about the fruit of the tree, and the newcomers will eat the fruit immediately. The real nerds, on the other hand, will just enjoy the brutal gameplay, and all because eating all the fruit is very dangerous. In this case, the tree wakes up and starts attacking everyone. Some players here have died 50 times and only attempted one in life, so everyone starts running away in a hurry. But not the main character. Yosu wanted to run away too, but Jin Hyuk shouts at him, does he really want to give up like the others? But the man replies that naturally, he refuses to die that way. The protagonist is very sorry to hear that. After all, the reward for this scenario in the game can only be obtained when all the fruit has been eaten. However, there is no way to do it alone. Joe doubts the veracity of those words, but Jin Hyuk wouldn't be standing here if it was a lie. What's up? Is he in? And naturally, the YouTuber is on board. He can already smell victory. Except what does he need to do? It's really quite simple. The reward is inside the tree. Only you need to get close to it. One by one they will just be scattered. So you need to move from both sides at the same time. Okay, so it's Josu who needs to divert the tree to himself, right? Alright, he'll do it. Okay. Now they're launching, and the protagonist warns. Everything must be done very quickly and clearly. because one mistake can both of them are finished. Both players scatter, and the tree immediately throws its branches into the attack. They're heading straight for the protagonist, and he's surprised. Where's his partner? He's supposed to be a distraction. He just stood there, not intending to obey. Let Jin Hughes himself be the bait instead. It would seem that because of the betrayal, the protagonist is in a very difficult position. But no, how glad he was that the rotten bastard was still the same. After all, in this battle, the tree is the one attacking the tree. Who's behind you? Josu was the bait from the beginning. The branches entangle the YouTuber and begin to squeeze his body, and the protagonist calmly strides forward. Yosu begs him for mercy and salvation, but Jin Hyuk asks, why? If he doesn't like something, let him file a complaint of his through his law firm. Josu only had time to cry, as he was immediately crushed by roots from which he could no longer escape. The protagonist, on the other hand, is getting closer to his goal, although he meets some difficulties on his way in the form of branches. But in a pattern learned in the game, he dodges like this, that the branches collide with each other and head for the trunk, where they make a hole. That's where the reward that this whole thing is about, the core of a mangrove tree. It's just like in the game. Find the path, bounce the branches. With his knowledge, he can easily pass what others can't. However, it's that simple. The tree applies the skill stock bloodsucker. The protagonist can no longer dodge so many blows at once, but he realizes it himself. That's why Kanjin redirects his attacks into the floor with the ripped wood. And even when all the branches are gathered into one for the final blow, Jin Hyuk deflects them easily, and step by step it's moving forward. He didn't get things right in the game either, but he just kept repeating and repeating his actions a million times, and now it's in his muscle memory. By now, Jin Hyuk is almost there. But suddenly he notices the dream butterflies. They instantly put the player to sleep if he inhales even a little bit of their pollen. So the surest way is to just not breathe, bursting through the attacks while holding his breath. Jin Hyuk can already see the core of the tree. With a blow of a sharpened wooden stick, the protagonist stabs him first, and then right after that, is trying to tear it away from the main part of the tree, just like he's done hundreds of times before. There's no doubt about it. He can do it. And of course, the mangrove tree of greed is first defeated in this world. Jin Hyuk had no idea that his constant analysis and practicing his existing defense techniques would help him so much. A notification comes from the system. Now he's gonna be on the honor roll, so let him put his name on it. But the protagonist is in no hurry to rejoice. If he releases his personal information now, he'll be hunted immediately. No, he's not gonna fall for that. Keep it private. And it's like the system realizes it. It decides to hide the player's data. Alright, then, he'll deal with that later. What's important now is what's left of the tree. After a little hand searching, the protagonist finds what he wanted to find. The heart of the peony tree is now at his disposal. Each raft from this tree increased strength, dexterity, and magic by threefold. But peony gives 12 bonuses, and if you count 3 bonuses as 1 level, you can go up for levels is strength at once. On all 50 floors of the tower, there's simply no better reward. Swallowing a well-deserved reward, Jin Hyuk feels an unprecedented surge of energy. It's time for him to check his status, to see if he's gotten any more stats. Yeah, even though he's a level 1, but it's already 12 points. Right now, he's the strongest first tier in the world. But he's being interrupted by the system, sending notice that a video of the tree clearing will be posted online. And within an hour, it had gone viral. There was just a huge number of comments. Some are jealous, others admire the talent of this player. Mostly everyone was surprised and just couldn't believe it. It was either luck or a cheat. That's what most people wrote, but they have no choice now. You have to accept the harsh reality. That's what their new world had become. And if some unknown player behind a censored face could defeat a tree, then that's what they need to do. But there were other comments. Some were offering huge sums of money just to meet the person in the video. The protagonist clearly didn't expect such a violent reaction. No, defeating a greed tree on the first level is impressive, but not that impressive. Although many people quit the game at the beginning or in the middle. That's why they and the person who went through the whole game are too different, but still offering a whole billion. That's a pretty big sum, especially for Kanjin, who had always had money problems. He often had no money to pay for his room, and to buy food for the stream man not look like a beggar. He sometimes had to starve for days at a time. If he'd been offered that kind of money before, he would have accepted it without hesitation. But under the current circumstances, he has no intention of sharing information with anyone, at any price. The most important thing right now is to keep it a secret, but you can't relax either. We need to head to the next location. In the game itself, the magic of the Tower of Trials has spread throughout Seoul. It didn't bring any drastic changes, except for one thing. All relics became real, even the replica swords became legendary. So Kanjin heads to where the replicas of old weapons are most plentiful. National Seoul Museum. In the current environment, this place is just a treasure trove, except there's a little problem. He's not gonna be alone. Because, for example, the treaty hit has sprung up in 7 places, but the museum is the only one in the whole city. Players will probably come from all over. And of course they'll be sweaty nerds, just like our protagonist. So he's gonna have some competition, but fear the Wolf and don't go into the forest. So Kang Jin-hyuk opens the door, but it's too quiet behind it. Of course, it's just as he thought. In front of him already lies the completely burned corpse of a man. Which means only one thing. There's already someone who came before him. The protagonist of course believed that people would change with the world. However, he did not think that it would change so much. Everyone got bold, started hunting for relics in the museum and looting. And here they are to get one of the most important things in the game, Tenninjid's map, and naturally they're going to study the administrative districts of Korea. It's simple. The ancient magic map contains information about the Tower of Trials. For example, the location of labyrinths, historical sites, monsters and objects. Obviously, everyone will want to get such a thing, even if it only has information about 10 floors, but that's enough to make it desirable. Except that these newcomers are completely out of the loop. The really important things are hidden underground, not on it. And so there's already a mass brawl in the middle of the museum. People are trying to take as many relics from each other as possible, but suddenly a scream echoes throughout this entire room. The man with the Yakuza tattoo says that whoever makes even one move from now on will die by his hand. But nobody was gonna listen to him, of course. And the guy with the hammer said that he would blow his head off if he moved even a centimeter. Well, the Yakuza thought words wouldn't be enough. He activates the skill and his hands become huge, as if they were made of stone. That's when everyone realizes they better really give way to him. And Silich needed a map, so where is it? But at that moment, the man is accosted from behind by his grandfather, who says he intends to object. The cart actually belongs to him. The Yakuza replies that he won't look at age, so let the old man sit tight. First of all, let him show some respect. He's not an old man, he's Min Yun-woo, and his name actually means living together. The man is sick of listening to this. If the grandfather doesn't shut up, he'll break his neck. Grandpa starts grumbling, "What kind of young people are you these days?" The kid's pretty tough, but what does he think? What will happen the first time? Will he break his neck, or will Minjong burn his body to the ground? Without waiting for an answer, the old man aims his fire magic straight at the big guy. In a couple seconds, there's literally nothing left but bones. At that moment, a girl named Yuri approaches the old man from the back. She looks like a schoolgirl and it turns out that they both work together. Yuri has to get the item they were after, and after that, they take off. The schoolgirl replies that she will do anything, and putting the statue on the floor, she says this thing will do all their defense work for them, so no one will interfere with their search. A powerful spirit burst out from the statuette at the same second, materializing into a huge black dog. Yuri says that whoever moves will become her personal enemy. So if they want a painful death, let them do nothing. After all, her pet really likes to start the meal with her head. So how about they all cooperate? And everyone agrees, of course. Compared to the summoned creature, they simply don't stand a chance. That's why everyone drops their weapons. Well, that's great, they have a deal. What nice people to talk to. Yes, it's a deal, all but one. The girl doesn't realize what it is. There's a guy in the middle of the hall. What's he doing? He can't hear her, but the main character is really deaf. All he does is mutter to himself that people have gone mad. They're vandals, at least the canvas didn't tear. Yuri's getting a little too pissed off already. Does that kid think she's messing with him? He'll pay for his behavior. Let her dog get rid of him. With a spear in hand, her warrior rushes at Jin-hyuk, trying to pierce him through. Except that the guy nonchalantly deflects the spear thrown at him. People just can't believe it. He did it with his bare hands. Yeah. Well, of course they'll be shocked. They don't know how many bonuses Kanjin already has. So what's a schoolgirl to do now? What's she gonna do? Her puppy's unarmed. But she's not lost for a second. She has more than one statue in her possession. It awakens for replicas of the Anubis statue at once. How's that? What's this suddenly appeared badass going to say now? Well, Jin Hyuk is impressed, controlling 5 statues at once with such a low level of magic. Looks like his opponent is far from easy. And that old man, too. Looks like there's a lot of NEWBIE players around here. Okay. Anyway, they're all something between wow and well. Yuri replies that the protagonist is just bluffing. He's a little overconfident. Overconfident? Alright, then he'll show her the difference in their levels in practice. From a scroll picked up on the floor, Jin Hyuk materializes a huge tiger. So what now? Are her chocolates going to take it easy? No what? Well then, let the great tiger destroy them. On command, the summoned creature rushes at the enemy with all its legs, and a single paw strike is enough to destroy a jackal. The other dogs wanted to do something too, but the tiger just bites them in half one by one. Yuri doesn't understand how this is even possible. She had of course heard of different ways to use relics, but this was something new. She feels like she's just being skinned alive. The exhausted schoolgirl can't stay on her feet and falls to her knees. She was sure of the statue's power, but what was it anyway? Who the hell was he anyway? But Jang Hyuk isn't going to answer all those questions. He's only here for one. Have him give him the mask of Tutankhamun. And there's no need to pretend she doesn't know what he's talking about. The main character can literally feel this artifact. The girl asks why he needs it. It's useless in Korea. The protagonist has gone into prostration. She seems to be in no position to ask him more questions. Maybe let Tiger growl at her. She's talking too much. Yeah. That kind of psychological pressure works, and Kongan got what he wanted. He is Tutankhamun's mask now. Yuri asks what Jun even wants. Did he come here for the map? That the protagonist replies that whatever he came for, it's none of her business at all. Let him stay out of it. And Tiger will make sure there's no tail behind him. All preparations are complete. Now you can go for the best abilities of the Tower of Trials. And on the second floor, an old man named Min Young Naut doesn't understand what's going on. Where is Yuri and who is this guy anyway? He just stands there looking nonchalant, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. Jun Hyuk is the first to break the silence and says that it looks like a level 1 magic passageway. Grandpa already knows that, but this is the first time Min Jung has seen such a passageway. Neither physical influence nor magic helps. Leaning her hand against the barrier, Jun Hyuk realizes it looks like the magic here is working backwards. Well, he's got good news. He knows how to destroy the passageway. There's just one condition. Grandfather must use flame magic without stopping. That way they can weaken the passage. All of this will need to be done until he collects all the necessary relics and walks back out. The old man clarifies. It turns out while the young man will be there, Minjong will need to use magic outside. Yes, that's right. And they'll split the loot. The protagonist will give the map to his grandfather. He needs another artifact. Minjung doesn't like that kind of thing. It's a lot of hassle, and there may not be any benefits at all. Alright, it's a deal. Are you sure he's gonna give him the card? Yes, of course. Kanjin says he wouldn't want to make an enemy in the form of a cyclic magic wielder. Really? No matter how much you think about it, there's only one way out. Guess we'll just have to take the old man's word for it. Okay. Then they start. Minjong gathers all the magic power and directs it straight into the passageway. Kanjin at this point utters the key phrase for entry. Karpa. 1 second. And he's already inside. The grandfather yells to the young man to hurry up. And he says he's gonna try. He will, but in his own way. Walking past the racks, the protagonist doesn't notice any traces of other players here, except for one spot. Shadow Moon Emperor's Iron Sword has already been taken by someone, and John Hawk guesses who it might be, but puts the speculation to rest. He had finally found what he was looking for. Kon is from the Li dynasty. It is the key to an ability reserved for him. He would be able to create the perfect skill with it. Only the last piece of the puzzle remains to be found. A Persian metal casting mold and the right eye of Tutankhamun's mask. If you combine these two relics, they will begin to interact. And if you add those same cones, 3 elements will enter into the synthesis, and in the end, the nearly impossible merger was a success. As a result, John Hawk receives a C rank relic, the Eye of Truth. It allows you to open another person's window of information and recognize false or true words spoken 3 times a day. Yes, it's a very powerful artifact, but the reason the main character came to the museum isn't even that. For completing such a combination of items, he has a secret mission, and he is rewarded with a new skill, the ability to copy and save various abilities, and then combine them to create more powerful skills. In Tower of Trials, it's an opportunity to become the strongest, a weapon that belongs only to the protagonist, fusion skill. In order to copy someone else's skill, he needs to complete a certain task. But if the difficulty of copying increases, some of the conditions can also be adjusted. At this point, BJJ doesn't understand what the protagonist is doing. If he's done, he should just come out, but that's fine. Jin Hyuk is going to test his new skills on this grandfather. So, what does he need to do? Oh, so that's it. So the grandfather's a hypocrite. To expose his true self. In other words, you just have to piss him off, right? That's fine. Min Jong is just sweating it out over there using magic. I should tell him. He might not be able to use that skill anymore. You don't have to try so hard. Grandpa is surprised. What's he talking about? Why did you ask him to do it earlier? That the protagonist says Carp's code word one more time, and the barrier collapses completely. The protagonist stopped the magic back in the first time. So the grandfather played no role in blocking the passage, but he did let Manu go nowhere. By the way, he was supposed to get a card there. Well, here's the thing. He knows all about the tower without it. So he doesn't need information on the first 10 floors. Except he won't give it to anyone else either. So the protagonist wasn't essentially lying. He's not going to take the map. So if Grandpa wants it, let him come and get it. Oh, it's a shame. She's already on fire. Minyoung shouts in anger that he's going to finish the little brat off. Well, just tear him to pieces. Oh, so that's how it is. Well, that's great. The conditions for copying have been met. The B rank fire element skillet has been successfully copied, and it is stored in some memories of the world. Grandpa is furious and yells that he's going to make Jin Hyuk answer for his act right now. But the protagonist replies that Minyoung seems to have misunderstood something. He's got the exact same skill now, only several times more powerful. So if the old man wants to climb the floors of the tower in peace, he needs to listen to the main character. Walking out of the museum, Jin realizes, looks like there's only for nerds here. I guess a lot of people don't want to put their lives on the line. Except it doesn't work that way in the Tower of Trials. You don't get strong without risk. And the main character has already mastered the skills and gained followers, although he still has a long way to go. You need to determine the importance of the abilities and start collecting the most essential ones. Because he only has one body, he can't possess all the skills together. You can't forget about human needs either. Jin Hyuk was really hungry. Walking into the nearest cafe, the first thing the protagonist does not go to order food, but notices the TV broadcast. It says 23 dead bodies and more than 50 wounded have been found at the National Museum. Most have severe wounds, so the number of deaths is rising. Presumably these people were hunting for relics, and it wasn't just in Korea and in the United States, Europe, China and Japan. It's all the same. Everything is just as the protagonist thought it would be. The others are not sitting still either. And he himself, by the way, is also featured in this report. It's security footage. The people in the cafe are in shock. Who is this guy? He's capable of some impossible things, but then they find out it's the same man who fought the mangrove tree. Jin Hyuk, on the other hand, is not satisfied. Everyone's already starting to recognize him. We should think about disguises. The news continues. They say the government is investigating the appearance of an unidentified tower structure, and government employees with abilities have been organized into a group called the Awakened Association. It's very strange. It seems like the government started reacting faster than Jin expected. If they've already formed a group, they're serious. And he thought they'd only be active in a couple of weeks. Next on the news will be a report from those in charge. Namely, a speech by the leader of the Awakened Association, Han Sang-jin. He claims they're collecting all the awakened ones. Depending on the level, they offer a minimum annual salary of 60 million won, and the title of 7th level civil servant. The only exception to the rule is the person shown live. As leader of the association, he guarantees, if this man joins them, the government will agree to any of his terms. The crowd watching the appeal is starting to get jealous. This guy's fate is now going to change dramatically. Except that the protagonist doesn't think so. Looks like the government is holding him up as a fool to be used. But no, whatever they're offering, he's not interested. He knows that one experienced player is more important than 100 mediocre ones. Han Sang-jin is trying to lure him in by having a trump card up his sleeve. I wonder if he's the head of the association because he has a good ability. Or did he just play Tower of Trials for a long time? But either way, I wish the ability was unremarkable, because then the protagonist would just copy her. And it was already 7 PM on the clock. When the hour hand starts pointing to the new hour on the dial, it means the Tower of Trials is opening. And of course, the main character is already there. All the guys standing next to him look a lot like rookies. The system sends out notifications to everyone. In memory, when entering the tower, everyone will receive 100 gold pieces. These can be used as currency. Players can also record videos. For 10,000 views, 100 coins are given. However, the size of the commission will depend on the level of the player. The watching a video by those outside the tower will only count when they watch it for the first time. So there is no way to farm currency in this way. But the stream function can be used only while mopping up boss monsters to get to the next floor. Appropriate action will be taken if tampering, browsing, or other illegal activities are detected. Yes, this is exactly what the protagonist has been waiting for. A bridge connecting the people in the tower and the people outside. Streaming systems. Viewers watch videos of players wanting to see the end of the tower and thus drive out views. In other words, the more famous you are, the more coins you can earn. But the newcomer crowd doesn't think much of it. Everybody goes wherever they go. They're in a big hurry and they're pushing. They must want to finish this place quickly and get ahead of everyone else. But Jin Hyuk doesn't need all that. It's easy for the main character to get the coins. After all, he knows everything. However, he's not going to upload the video first. Even if he gets some coins for views, he will share the information. And the protagonist certainly doesn't need that. Especially since he's already decided what he's going to do first. This road is a little different from the others. Once upon a time, there was a period when after clearing the 30th floor of a tower, it was simply impossible to advance any further. At that time, the protagonist was collecting hidden parts by searching the lower floors. In this way, he planned to go up to the next ones, constantly analyzing every step of the path he traveled. He was eventually able to find a solution in mere ruins. That's when Jin Hyuk finally realized his character had been worthless from the beginning. This was the result of his search of the lower floors. A character he had rocked in misery for several years turned out to be a bunch of crap, so he'll never make it past the 30th floor. It's so frustrating. I mean, he's dedicated himself to this. And now he has to delete the character. Yeah. Well, there was no other choice. Even wasting time on doubts was an unacceptable luxury for him. He's going to have to repeat all the paths in the game from the beginning. This is a situation that happened exactly 6 years ago. But now, knowing everything he needs to know, the protagonist is already standing in the right place, the labyrinth of Labyrinths. Back then, 6 years ago, the foundation for a breakthrough above the 30th floor was the accumulation of the right knowledge base. And the key to the essence of this cleanup was in the labyrinth of Labyrinths. Yeah, Jin Hyuk definitely didn't expect to have to do this again. It's like joining the army for the second time. But he still has no choice, it has to be done. So Kong Jin opens the gate to the labyrinth. Everything about him is just as he remembered it. That look and that smell, nothing has changed. The feeling is the same as before. Even the glowing moth that greeted him was exactly the same. There's just one thing. Who are they? Anyway, a smiling girl greets the protagonist and says they were just looking for a place to hunt. They saw an open labyrinth and so they came here before it closed. But really, 10 minutes ago, this group was just following Jin Hyuk. They thought he knew something because he didn't follow the crowd. But he just went straight into the maze, while all of a sudden, he opened the doors without a key. One of the girls offered to go in after him, to which the other members of the squad replied that they didn't know what kind of place it was. Maybe it's huge, they'll get stuck in there. However, the girl replies that it looks like her co-commander is doing anything but thinking with his head. This guy in front of them went in without a key, and he did it on the first level, which means this maze is pretty safe. That makes sense, since this maze itself is on the first floor. The other girl responds that this guy obviously won't want to share items with them. What will they do in this case? But there's nothing to think about, obviously. He won't share it with anyone. So they'll just make him rot in this place forever and take the artifacts for themselves. These are the thoughts behind the smile of this pleasant-looking girl, who, by the way, suggests that we all go through this labyrinth together. After all, in hard times you need to help each other. But you can't fool the protagonist. They want to overwhelm him with numbers, and the girl is their leader. The first thing to do is to check her status with the Eye of Truth skill. Yep, Pakana, 22 years old, and as she says herself, has reached the second level of the Tower of Trials. But more interestingly, she has a rather interesting ability. Her contact skill allows her to easily get close to people and get rid of her feelings of awkwardness. To copy this ability, the main character needs to move with Pakana for a minimum of 240 hours. However, it is not possible for anyone else to be with the two of them. Yeah, it's gonna be a little tricky, and the skill the protagonist really needs is to get close to one person. Everyone besides the head starts introducing themselves as well. Each of them only reached the first floor of the tower. Kanjin says his name, too, but he didn't remember the names of his new companions. And he doesn't need it. They won't be with him long anyway. Pakano, snuggling up to the protagonist, asks which floor he reached. And right at that moment, the contact skill is activated. Jin-hyuk felt it more than enough on himself. If he didn't know about the ability, he would have probably felt that they were close to her. But no, he won't allow himself to be manipulated. He pushes Hannah away from him and answers her to climb as high as he can. The girl, of course, is puzzled as to how its contact effects didn't work. What's wrong with this guy? Doesn't he like beautiful women? Okay, then maybe he can at least tell me what monsters are in the maze and what abilities they have. But Jin-hyuk can tell you that. The thing is, this maze changes once every certain hour. The group is a little dazed. What do you mean it's changing? Well, nothing. Now their misunderstanding will be dispelled in practice. And something strange is really starting to happen. Every member of the squad is in shock. It's just a first-floor dungeon. Why is it like this? Why is it so dangerous in here? Hannah is almost crushed by moving blocks. She barely manages to bounce back in time. Everyone here is beginning to realize if they stay in one place, they'll just die crushed. Barely makes it to the end of the moves. The squad's exhausted. It also looks like they lost one man. It's very strange that such a maze is on the first floor. The complexity is absurd. Kaji doesn't know what they're talking about. He thought everyone had been in a shifting maze at least once before. Hasn't he? No. It's not like that. And all they need to do now is get out of this place as soon as possible. One girl in the squad, named Human, has an ability that will help her find a way out. But alas, during the maze change, her ability deactivated. So what? There's no way out. They're trapped in here. The protagonist listening to these Tarantino dialogues is greatly impressed by their self-confidence. It turns out the whole point is that they had a navigator. And with faith in it they entered an unfamiliar dungeon without fear, thinking that it would be an easy walk. Okay, let's just say they're idiots. The protagonist will think about them later. Something's about to come up, but no one even knows about it. And Hannah thinks it's a good time to make things clear. The maze has actually changed. Why didn't Jin-hyuk warn them about it beforehand? They were dodging like crazy. A lot of people almost died here. The whole squad immediately picks up on it. Yes, it's Kanjin's fault. That bastard knew about everything and didn't tell anyone. But with only a sigh, the protagonist asks one single question. Did he ask them to follow him? They said they came from the same direction he did. So they were following him. But he didn't force them here. The blonde can't stand it anymore and doesn't want to hear such accusations against him. He didn't like the protagonist from the first second, so now he's gonna kick his ass. But he can't hurt anyone anymore, simply because it's very hard to do without a head. That was just cut off. This was done by the suddenly appearing Minotaur, who was already raring to go into battle, returning the magic to his axe hand. The creature has already chosen its next victim. At this point, Pakana realized they were all dead, but the only one who doesn't think so is the protagonist, who is already running towards the monster. But it's running and it's good. The Minotaur just swings in at this point and delivers a mighty blow. However, The protagonist easily dodges. Yes, that's exactly what he wanted. He's been given a hidden stat for evasion, the gap, that should make things easier for Kaji. But with a very strong opponent, its name changes to a power surge. This is a characteristic that, in a battle with a strong opponent, reduces the level difference if it is too great. And in a battle with a weaker opponent, it increases the difference even more. It's the only way to get stronger while remaining level 1. A way that Kajin had learned about through countless trial and error. And now the protagonist will take full advantage of it. After all, in the game, he had fallen under the attacks of this Minotaur thousands of times. His body remembers all of his attack patterns, so now all that's left to do is dodge and farm stats. He's the old man of the game for a reason. He must have some privileges. It doesn't matter how strong this Minotaur's attacks are. They're useless if they don't reach their target. And watching dozens of evasions, the remaining squad seemed to realize they were clearly going after the wrong man. There's no way they could take on a monster like that. And this guy can still fight him. And he's not only fighting, he's provoking this bull. Why is he so slow to attack? He'll never get Jin Hyuk like that. It's working. And the Minotaur is on a rampage, launching his strongest attack yet. But that's what the protagonist was counting on. After all, the way to get stronger in a short time is not just to dodge attacks, and to dodge at the risk of one's life. After all, the reward is given depending on the danger. And Kong Jin Hyuk just almost got his head blown off. He even got a scratch on his neck. That's why the stat boost has increased by 1. And the protagonist is happy with this exchange. He could have dodged 1,000 times, but you have to be careful. The slightest mistake and he could die. And that's why he should be done by now. Besides, what does he see? The squad that's been spying on him trying to sneak out while he's distracting the boss. And that's just the way it is. Slowly walking along the wall, the traitors hope to find a way out as soon as possible. But no. Where were they going? Did they want to run away? But why? Didn't they want to pump up? There's the Minotaur behind him. Can't they see it? If they dodge his attack, they'll get a hidden stat. And Kongjin wants to give them a chance to earn it. He pits the Minotaur against the already terrified players. Everyone rushes in different directions. It seems that the monster has targeted Hana for its attack, but Jin Hyuk saves her too. True. He is not at all pleased with the actions of the squad. Why are they standing with the crowd? Why don't they try to bow? It's not that hard. But aside from the bullying and taunting, the protagonist had another plan in mind. It was just about time to finish rearranging the labyrinth. Therefore, having done everything he wanted to do, Jin Hyuk simply stood behind the closing wall. And they'll see this thing a little later. As always, seeing this, out of anger, the Minotaur tried to tear the wall apart that Jin Hyuk hid behind. But alas, the protagonist knew very well that he would not have the strength to do so. Park Hana and another guy were also on the same side of the wall. They had just escaped death. But what should they do now? They don't even know if the others survived or not. But at least there's some positive news. The Minotaur will definitely not get them now. But how can it not get to you? Kong Jin Hyuk has a different opinion. He recently touched the pollen of the glowing moths. That's what the Minotaur is attracted to. So he'll definitely smell them and keep chasing them. Hana isn't interested. And why did he do it? Why? It's got to raise stats somehow. Each time the maze changes, the protagonist rests and regains his strength and stamina. And once the calf finds him again, he'll start raising his stats again. Isn't that beautiful? It's just a never-ending progression. That's when Park Hana realized she's messing with some crazy person. How long is he planning to do this? The answer shocks the players even more. A month? Exactly 1 month. No. They'll go separately. After all, if they split up, the monster won't chase them. Yeah, that's probably true. Only, which way are they going to go? Navigating a maze full of traps without a landmark is a very dangerous endeavor. Realizing that Jin Hyuk was right, the girl asked, "Does he know where the exit is?" Of course he knows. He knows everything about this maze. Park Hana realized there seems to be no way out. All right then, they're together. Whoa. 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 No. What's together? How can you get anything for free in this world? Even bus fare has to be paid for. And putting the dagger to the girl's throat. It's not like Jin Hyuk has an order, more like a friendly request. Let them empty their pockets soon as possible. He wants all their coins. Meanwhile, at the same time, A kid named Mewon was slicing through the goblins, but that's only on the video, which by the way lasts 15 hours and is trending on local YouTube. And Mewon himself is very happy. Stupid fools are eating their video. Everything worked out for their team. The video got a lot of views. They'll get at least 1,000 coins. But it's all thanks to their combined efforts. People think he took out all the goblins solo, but he was actually buffed by his comrades. And then they just edited the whole thing so it wouldn't show. Except there's a hater in the comments. He says 15 hours is a lot of time for this dungeon. Even though it's done solo, a friend of his would have cleared it in 5. But that's okay, who cares about the haters? His nickname is Bald Man. Who's gonna listen to him? He's a kid with glasses, he's paying attention to something else. Someone just posted a video that went straight to the trends and shifted them. Guys, don't believe it. They just got knocked up. How come? But when he saw the preview, he understood. It was the first time someone had ever sharpened an item to +10. What the commentators and Manhwa himself didn't realize, could such a thing even happen? 10 minutes before that, Kang Jin-hyuk was giving orders left and right. Why are they standing up? Have them gather moss, prepare a sleeping place, find some wood to make a fire. After all, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, well, good luck to them. After sending his temporary subordinates off to plow, Kanjin moved on to implement his plan. He had gotten quite a few coins after all, so it was time to open the stock exchange. Okay, he needs to buy this and this. So enchanted tarot card 70 coins. Key shard for 80, 300 coins for a piece of wooden wagon wheel, and 10 pieces of reinforcement scrolls. Yes, these items are junk that no one would buy. But the most important thing is to know how to use them, and it was all about crafting. By combining these 3 items, crafting is successful. Kanjin has crafted an unfinished Wheel of Fortune. It increases the luck value to the maximum for 10 minutes, but you can only use it once. And there are other restrictions on its use. Yes, it's limited luck, and if you rely on it too much, it can get you into trouble. But our protagonist is well aware of the limits. In the game, he has already used this item, and spinning the Wheel of Fortune, Jin-hyuk proceeds to realize his plan. The first thing you need to do is to add scrolls of amplification. Under normal circumstances, they increase the chance by only 1/10,000%. But with the maximum level of luck, the chance of successfully reinforcing Jin-hyuk's blade would become 100%. And of course, the reinforcement is successful. Now this dagger is sharpened to +10. Which is the absolute maximum in the game, and for the fact that the protagonist made such a sharpening first, he also received an achievement, for which he was given 5,000 coins, and his craft will be uploaded to the Walk of Fame. After trying out the dagger, Jin-hyuk was very satisfied with it. That's more or less what he used in the game. As for who wasn't satisfied, especially after 10 days in this maze, it was Pak Hana and her comrade. A fire made of twigs, moss sleeping bag, and the only food is mushrooms and the same moss. And on top of that, the Minotaur comes every day at a certain time, and the maze begins to change. The girl just doesn't have the energy to run anymore. That sick bastard dodges every day. How many times? No, you can't do that. They're gonna die in here. This guy's gonna use them and then throw them out. But it turns out the girl had a small fan base outside the tower all along, who supported her and watched her hidden stream. But not only that, they were also looking for information. They hacked into absolutely all of Jin-hyuk's social media accounts. But for some reason, they never found anything. And he doesn't seem to have a Twitch channel either. And all the tower-related videos are giving an error too. Looks like this guy just decided to go through the tower alone. Yeah. Her fans are useless. Alright, what about the Crow Guild? And it turns out they're a dead end, too. It would take them at least 3 weeks to get to the labyrinth. And there's no information on the labyrinth itself. 3 weeks? No. Pakana's not gonna last that long. Okay, the girl was thinking. What if they killed the fucker and then hid in a cave until the guild came for them? It's gonna be okay, right? They can survive. The only problem is, how do they get rid of this psycho? But the kid seems to have already found a solution. While he's asleep, it's time to give it a try. Putting a rock over his head, does the guy want to hit for sure? If you break the head, anyone will die. even this bastard. But Han stops his comrade. This guy's reaction time is unbelievable. He can probably react even in his sleep. And once they attack, he'll just kill them. The guy doesn't get it. So what is this? A chose without a chose. What do they do then? Well, Pakana has something in store. Her brother, a member of the Black Crow Guild, gave her something. It's the poisonous saliva of a giant bee. One drop is enough to kill 1,000 trolls. If you're going to kill, you have to kill for sure, so you don't regret it. And the next day, Jinhek was disappointed. Again. Only moss and mushrooms are on the menu. It's like he's the hero of a survivalist reality show. Well, what did he expect? There's not much edible here. You want something better? Let him go rat hunting. All right, don't let them grumble. They'll give him more, but they're happy to do it. Bon appetit. Don't let him choke on it. The mushroom that Jinhek just swallowed is poisoned. Great, they did it. Takana's stream viewers are also very excited. But suddenly, it's not our protagonist who drops the tray of food. Pakana's friend was beginning to choke. Veins were protruding all over his body and some black smoke was coming out of his mouth. And after a second, the guy stopped breathing altogether. Jin Hyuk is astonished. Are they really that stupid? Of course he knew the food was poison and changed the portions beforehand. But besides that, turning on a hidden broadcast in a tower is a violation of the rules. Hannah doesn't know what he's talking about. Does he have any proof that he hovered over the stream? Well, actually, you can turn on the broadcast when you fight a boss. And there are penalties for scoring views and other violations. That's why Jin is sending a request for verification. If he makes a mistake and the accusation is false, he will be punished. But he's 100% sure. After all, he's been streaming for years. Park Han's facial expressions sometimes just change like that. Obviously, it's because she's been reading the chat room. What a disappointment she is. Upon confirming the request, some sort of debuff is immediately placed on the girl. All the viewers from her stream start disappearing one by one. Hannah doesn't understand where everyone has disappeared to, but the system's notification set things straight. Now people who watched it will not be able to view any videos for a month. And after to such offenses, the ban will be permanent. But that's not all. The perpetrator must also be punished. She must recognize the cruelty of fate. And at the same second, there was a loud sound behind the back of our twosome. It's an angry minotaur. And he's found them again. Today he seems to be particularly angry. Taking up the acceleration, he aims for the heroes at full speed. The girl shaking with fear asks, "So, is he going to fight him this time too? Which way should she run for cover?" But Jin Hyuk is nothing more than laughing at such questions. She tried to poison him a few minutes ago, and now she thinks someone's going to help her. Yeah. Well, he's been telling her all along. Is he gonna leave her now? But he did it so he could spend 240 hours and be alone with her. Now the condition has been met. The skill has been copied. Jin Hyuk doesn't need her anymore. In tears, the girl says the kid will regret it. Her brother is a member of the Crow Guild. But dodging another attack, Jin tells her, "Let him look at it closely. Is it him or is it the Guild of Fools? Who else is it that should be afraid of whom?" Taking out his sharpened dagger, the protagonist delivers a powerful blow to the Minotaur's back. Great, even though the damage is quite small, the important thing is that it's there. That's really not how the protagonist is going to kill this thing, but that's okay. Then he'll change the plan, dodging another Minotaur attack. The main character applies the copied skill, Fire Element. The monster's resistance is too high, so the damage doesn't go through. But it was just a distraction. At this time, the protagonist got close to the creature's tendons and cut them. Finally that bull is slowing down. Jin's even a little out of breath. And now, finally, the moment for the Minotaur to reveal his final trump card. If you corner him, it activates the Berserk skill. It was as if there was no damage at all. In fact, it was obvious to the naked eye that the creature had grown much stronger. But Jinhek remembers everything perfectly. This skill buffs all of the Minotaur's stats by 30%. In addition, he has the ability to speak. And the enraged Minotaur has been wanting to say for a while now. How he wants to tear that little bastard to shreds. How much longer is he going to run from him? But Jin Hyuk will honor his request. He won't run away again. Let the monster attack. The Minotaur swings in and strikes with such force that should have crushed the kid, but Jin blocked it. It's just like he said. From now on he's not running away anymore. Time after time, he blocks every attack directed at him. Takana can't believe it. And that's his true strength. Yes, even if all the members of the Crow Guild are here, they won't be able to defeat this boss. And this madman not only fights alone, but he has that cocky smirk on his face. But Jinhek was really enjoying himself. For him, the world has been frozen for a long time now. It used to feel like he was just pacing in place, experiencing day after day. Reality or play doesn't matter. It's still a hell of a lot harder to live. But now this new world, he is finally rewarding you for your labors. With every block, with every dodge, Kenjin feels himself getting stronger. By pushing off the rocks, the protagonist threw a few more punches at the Minotaur, but it looks like it was a mistake this time. He got too excited. Turning around with a scream full of rage, the bull swung for a strike, but somehow at the last moment, right in front of the protagonist's face, his fist stopped, and Jinhek already knew perfectly well why it had happened. 5 minutes out, the berserk skill gives a creature incredible strength for a short time. But when it expires, you lose consciousness for 24 hours. Well, that's it. It's time for this bull to get some rest. The stat power surge is already at 57. With 20 more days in the maze, Jinhek hoped he could get it to 100. And the hopeful Pakana asks, is that it? Is the Minotaur dead? But no, the berserk skill just fell off of him. The maze will change again. And in about a day, they will fight again. It's gonna be like this for another 20 days. What did you think you were doing? And so the rest of the month flew by. After 20 days, Jinhek no longer had any difficulty dodging at all. And he had the attack patterns refreshed in his head by now. And he's finally got, here it is, 100 power surges. How he's had enough of this Minotaur in his time. With a powerful uppercut, the protagonist now easily defeats the monster. 20 days ago, he couldn't have left a scratch on him. Well, now it's finally time for them to say goodbye. Now it's time to decide what to do with this girl. The protagonist here has a set of trainees for the nerd squad. What's with the sluggish reaction? He's talking in such a pathetic way. She's not interested. Hena immediately realized her miscalculation and started talking about how she wanted to squad Kanjin. Oh, come on. She can do that when she wants to. The only question is, how can she be useful? The girl replies that with connections, she has a skill that ... No, Kanjin interrupts her. Not interested. Is there anything else? Well, she'd never betray and, would she? Wouldn't, really. Is there more? Anything other than that childish fairy tale? It's kind of a weak sentence. No. Now, give her time. She figure it out. What time is it? Her time is long gone. In a panic, the girl blurts out, all right. She will give him Braham's ring. Her brother wanted to trade it for Kori Dynasty ginseng, but she would give him this ring. Just let her live. The protagonist really writes such information. Is Braham's ring really in the hands of the Wurons? Is she not lying? This is one of the best artifacts of the first floor. Increase speed, magic resistance, and it will be able to block some spells. The Eye of Truth reports that Pakana is telling the truth. Okay, well, then with the internship interview, she passed. Here's the deal. 1. Interns don't get paid. 2. She has to show up anywhere. I don't care if it's Chiyo Island. Whenever Jinhya calls. And the third and most important thing is signing the contract. The girl doesn't understand why there is a lot of paperwork, that the protagonist doesn't reach for the file folder. Instead, he combines the communication skill and the fire element skill into one. And he gets the stigma of destruction. Warns you right away. It's gonna sting a little bit. What did she think they were going to do? Sign some paperwork? No. She's gonna have a real stigma attached to her. It forbids disobedience of the spell's wielder. And if she disobeys, it will burn, causing her unbearable pain. The deed is done and the maze can finally be left. In addition, each player will be awarded 5,000 coins for passing it for the first time. The girl is overjoyed. This is the reward for her torment. But it didn't. Let him give all his coins to Jinhyuk. That's great. Now he has 10,000 coins. He must be the richest player in the world right now. Oh, and by the way, have Braham's ring brought within 3 days. The girl is indignant. 3 days, that's too short. But who gave her the right to speak in the first place? If he doesn't want 3, he'll bring it for 2. At the same time, the news was going viral. In a week's time, the strongest guild in Korea called Tangan was planning to defeat the third-floor boss. This guild is not only strong in Korea, but also in the international arena. And if Tangan succeeds in defeating this boss, it will solidify them as a force to be reckoned with. Walking down the street, Jin Hyuk hesitates. Are they already planning to go after the third-floor boss? Something they're in too much of a hurry. No. It's understandable why they're taking their time. That way, they get more resources. But each floor is only given 90 days. In other words, there's no need to start that timer without reinforcing the rear. After all, the complexity will only increase in the future, and when faced with really strong creatures, they may not be able to cope, and humanity won't get a second chance. Alright, first we need to get some solid information on the events of the past month. The easiest way to avoid lies and gossip is to turn to the king. And the protagonist has them. All that's left is to write them, and after a while, they had already arranged to meet. The first one is the same guy with the nickname Bald Man who left the comment. His real name is Taman, and the girl's name is Yoonhwa. Her nickname is Firefist. These are the guys that Kang Jin played with for 2 years. But they don't look anything like their real-life characters. Scanning his friends with the Eye of Truth, Jin-Yuk discovers that Taman has gotten the Car King skill. Just like in the game, Yoon's skill is also designed for close combat. They never changed their style of play. And the level is also almost the same. Most likely they raised it together. That the conditions of copying these skills are long, you need to go to the 20th floor together. Now to teach Jin Hyuk how to introduce himself properly. His nickname is Captain Nerd, and he's a streamer for Paprika TV. Well, he used to be a streamer, but now he's not. It's no big deal, replies Amin. They've spent so much time together in the game. There's nothing to be ashamed of with your profession. I mean, really. Why is he so out of place? This change of scenery is very unfamiliar to Kanjin. After those who wanted to use it and give it to him. These two are like his outlet. It was the first time he'd felt comfortable around them in over a month. Anyway, over the conversation, Jin Hyuk learned about the development of the best guilds and trends in streamers. Also, another weird thing, some collective of coin miners showed up, who set up some sort of factory and started kidnapping people. Well, it's interesting, but the two of them don't understand. But where has Sang Jin Hyuk been for the last month? He probably hasn't even passed his aptitude test. The protagonist doesn't realize an aptitude evaluation. What's that? But they'll explain it on the way out. Jumping into the cab, Emin began his story. When the tower first appeared, there was a flood of players. But from the second floor onward, the number of deaths skyrocketed. That's why the association put restrictions. Only those who have passed the test can go up to the second floor, and after you pass, they give you a confirmation code. It's typed right on the body. But Jin Hyuk quickly realized, it's really not that simple. It seems that the association leaders are gathering people with powerful abilities under the guise of reducing the death rate. No. But since that's the case, Kang Jin is also using this system created by bureaucrats for his own purposes. In fact, a lot has changed since the association was formed. People who passed the F-rank test lost the ability to enter the second floor of the tower. The people with high ranks immediately began to receive an invitation from the top guilds in the country. Therefore, 3 types of people usually gathered at the testing site. The former are the ones who just want to go further up the tower by getting any rank other than F. The second ones are the ones who got really high ranks. And the third are those who want to show off in front of the world. One of them was a new celebrity, Park Hannah. She was the first person in the world to pass the labyrinth and is also a member of the Crow Guild. And next to her is her brother, Park Ha-jin, a rising star of the same guild. Behind them is King Ji-dae of the Father of Wrestling Guild. That's the local celebrity. He really hates that he can't go directly to the reporters. Park Ha-jin can't take them out somehow. King Ji-dae actually only came here because Park Han's brother invited him here. Does he want Ji-dae to regret accepting the invitation? We got the hint right away. The two of us would do anything. Quickly dispersing the examinees, the honored men walk forward. Except there's a problem with one group. Kang Jin doesn't want to go anywhere. He got a number and is waiting in line, so why should he move? This dialogue is overheard by Park Ha-jin, who is already pissed off by this kid. He doesn't know who the idiot is, but he's clearly mistaken. A rumor starts to spread through the crowd about who it is that dares to oppose Park Ha-jin, and the protagonist gets it right away. Park Ha-jin is that Hana's brother. After scanning his status, Jin Hyuk recognized his skills and ability. And the conditions for copying are as follows. If you raise the target's interest to the maximum, then Jin Hyuk will copy the ability. But if he raises the hostility, then one of the skills will be copy. Well, the obvious choice here is to provoke. That's what our main character does. Hana notices this whole scene, and it terrifies her. What? No. Why is her brother standing next to that bastard? To which the unsuspecting brother replies that there's some fool here who doesn't realize his position. No. Jin Hyuk understood perfectly. Grabbing the pompous idiot by the finger, he breaks it with a crunch, and he wouldn't stand for it. How dare some little brat mock him? He's going to kill him. But Kong Jin remained unfazed. Splashing water in Park Ha-jin's face, the protagonist tripped him and his opponent immediately onto the floor. Now it looks like the guy's knee is injured in addition to his finger. Watching this, Hana couldn't understand. Why? Why was she the one with such bad luck? What was that guy doing here? But this scuffle was interrupted by King Jae-tae. Seeing a new face in front of him, the protagonist immediately tried to scan him. But for the first time, he was a complete failure. The difference in their levels is too great. It's said that Jae-tae is already above the 20th level. It's fine. Jin Hyuk won't back down because of this. He didn't know that Park Ha-jin also had a huge nanny. Jae-tae replied that even though his mentee was a troubled kid, he was still useful. Yeah, and Kong Jin has an idea. They're in the business of supplying Jin Shen to the Koryu dynasty from China. And the fact that some passerby knows this clearly took the high-level player by surprise. But that's not all. The protagonist knows how to get rid of the side effects of this Jin Shen. Hearing this, Jae-tae immediately used the dungeon skill. He locked the two of them in an impenetrable barrier. After all, it looks like they have a lot to discuss. And the protagonist didn't hesitate to make demands. He'll tell everything the high-level kid wants to know. But only for the fact that he will give him 10 dungeons and guarantees that no one but him will not pass them. Well, that's nice. But wait. But now Kong Jin will tell you all about it. The Koryu dynasty Jin Shen is an item that restores health and mana. But if you just eat it, you get the poisoning debuff. That's probably their biggest problem right now. But 3 items can help with that. Kerosene juice, moonstone, and most importantly, mandrake root. They probably already know all that, but they just don't know where to find the mandrake. And Jin Hyuk can help with that. So, does he believe it now? Yeah. The man got it. Looks like the kid in front of him really isn't some dumbass. But let's say he believes him, but with a dagger to his throat, Guide says the price is too high. 10 dungeons? No. How about a bargain? Bargain. His interlocutor still didn't seem to understand. And that deal, and his life, is not completely in Jin Hyuk's hands. At this point, though, the main character's friends were in an unenviable position. They were pinned down on all sides. But after a second, the dungeon skill was removed. It's okay, let them calm down. No one's gonna be the protagonist. He didn't kidnap them. They just had a little talk and found common ground. Park Ha-jin wasn't happy about it. Though, was Gita really going to let him go just like that? This guy definitely needs revenge. The high-level player didn't think so. Climbing up by his brother Park Ha-na's neck, Guy tells him to calm down. Jin Hyuk, he's no equal. Let him forget about revenge. I got it. Well, that's great. Then they're leaving. In fact, Park Ha-jin understood nothing. Anger was tearing him up inside. He would kill the man who had put him through such humiliation. Killing. Well, that's great. Hostility increased to maximum and the stealth skill was copy. Jin Hyuk can now control his breathing and heart rate. Now it's time to take the test. Looking at the results of those who have already passed, Kanjin is surprised. Takana is in first place for today. That's amazing. I guess he's got a good intern after all. Walking inside, the local examiner explains to the protagonist. The test is simple. You hit a rock, you get a rank. You can use any skill or item. All right. Kanjin was already ready to strike, but the examiner interrupted him. He's going for the wrong rock. This is an entry-level stone. Ordinary players wouldn't be able to harm the mid-level stone that Jin Hyuk was currently standing next to. But these are simple players, and the protagonist is not one of those. Activating the power surge, it's time for Kanjin to finally find out what his month in the labyrinth was really worth. And as it turns out, the time was not wasted. he chopped the mid-level stone in half. Although most players nowadays can barely leave a couple scratches on an entry-level stone, there can't be any doubt about that. The tests show everything. 20,000 points and an S rank. It's an event that should be reported to your superiors immediately, but Jin Hyuk is against it. Where to? Couldn't the examiner report back in, say, a week? He'll let me know where he's going in a week. Going. If it doesn't work, Jin Hyuk has a saying that comes to mind. The law is far away, but his fist is right there. After scaring the examiner, the satisfied protagonist left the lab, where Pakano was already waiting for him. She brought what he asked for. Braham's ring. Now she's done it. Let her take the damn stigma off, please. But Jin Hyuk replies that he's definitely not right now, but he'll look at her behavior in the future. So he has to leave. And he goes to his friends, who are shocked, and he's an F. They thought he'd be an F. No less. But Kong Jin tells them not to worry. They told him that these are preliminary results. Here in a week he will be taking the second stage of the test, so let his friends not worrying about him, and go to the tower. If anything he will dial them in. Indeed, the test has two stages. The first determines rank based on magical power, but the second stage is practical. You need to pass one dungeon from the tower. There are no restrictions in difficulty. You can choose any opponents, even the weakest. And the protagonist has one idea. There is one place, an ancient ruin on the first floor. So, not for those 11 years that he played the game. More now in reality. No one has been able to pass this forbidden zone, but it's time to go and do it for the first time. However, there is one problem. Having rank F, the hero can't just get into the mountainous ruins of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. The reason is that the guild guarding this place will not let him through, and the best option is to go as a porter. One of the men who had also taken such a job asked Jean why he was here. The hero lies that of course, is money, because everyone needs it. The man is here for them too. He's here to feed his family. Our hero really does not understand such a deed at all, knowing how dangerous, in the place where they go, the man is more likely to die than earn. There's no machinery inside, and the ambulance won't come either. Behind the conversations reaching the right place there is an alert. The quest for the raid group has started and you can get a relic of your choice as a reward. The company of porters stops. Now the task is simple. Wait for the raid team to finish their work. Meanwhile, a notice appears in front of Jin Hyuk's face. A special reward for the first conqueror of the tower. He realizes that it seems he's the only one who sees the notice. Just like that, they got 10 points each to luck and adaptability. So also gave a perk, Cold Heart. This is able to keep calm even in a critical situation, but at the same time from now on he may have problems with showing emotions. And that's not all. Next comes the passive skill monopolization. It is enough to complete the quest alone and the reward for passing will be the highest possible. Seeing all of this, the hero was shocked at how cool the awards were. With that passive, Kanjin doesn't need to pump up his luck anymore. In the meantime, the hero reflected on his luck. The site lights up in a bright color and the raid team appears. It's immediately clear, they're not happy with the results of their passage, but at least all 50 people survived. The bearers immediately started whispering. It was the Park Guild's raid group and its young leader. A leader. Then, but now Kanjin will skin him. He seems to have good skills, but copying requires gaining the leader's trust during the raid. Jin Hyuk can't do that. He's only good at breaking fingers, but he needs to earn trust. What should he do about it? Meanwhile, the raid team went for another run and began to move deeper into the ruins. One of the mages warns us to keep up, and then activates the first level lamp. It illuminates a battlefield littered with skeletons. The bearers immediately look around and are amazed at the carnage the raid group has caused. They are very intimidated by the local atmosphere, but work is work. Kanjin, on the other hand, was worried about something else. Strange as all this, the group has slaughtered so many monsters and suffered no losses. Oh, and the guild head strategy is also weird. One might say delusional, but the reflections of the hero interrupted by a man who orders the guy to get busy at the end of the case. Let the water that will blow. Why doesn't he go and help the foreigners? Foreigners. It's true. There are a lot of people here who aren't from Korea, and judging by their badges, they're Siam warriors. Maybe we should make a connection with someone while we have the chance. Jin Hyuk holds out a mug of ice water to one of the knights, and activates a communication skill at the same time. The knight removes his helmet, and finds himself that it's a beautiful girl that Jin Hyuk knows. She is the youngest daughter of aristocrats from the Laurentian family of Europe. She's something of a paladin, the hero that saved Amsterdam, and one of the most famous players. Her name is Teresa de Laurentia, and now I can see why there are no casualties, because this girl is a pro against the undead. Just why is she here when there's a raid on the 3rd floor, boss? Why would someone like her be on the 1st floor? Kanjin tries to look at her status window, but an error pops up due to the difference in levels. It turns out that her level is higher than the 20th level, but thanks to the stats of luck and adaptability, the Eye of Truth skill rises to level 2, and now the protagonist can see all of her characteristics, her ability to patronize the heavens, and the conditions for copying that skill called the girl out of danger. The girl's characteristics are really high. No wonder everyone admires her so much. Yes, and it became clear why she went to these ruins. The quest to choose a profession, it seems to be all about him. Well, it's a chance for Jin Hyuk to get a very valuable skill for a warrior, the patronage of the heavens. It remains to be seen what kind of situation could be dangerous for a paladin of this level and how to save her. After all, the coping conditions this time are quite difficult. Meanwhile, someone calls out to John Hwan, the leader of the raid team, and things are very serious. Trouble happened. The sentries are dead, and everyone sees the alert that the ruin guardians are being watched by trespassers. And they have less than 10 minutes before they show up. This triggered the ruin security system, which calls for guards when uninvited guests appear. The players were well aware of that, but what idiot activated it? It's too late to run now, at least half the people will be dead. In 10 minutes, they can only evacuate civilians, and that's not a sure thing. But Yun Huan, he worked so hard to become the guild leader. So what? Is it all for nothing? Should he just walk away with nothing? No way. They'll continue the raid. The teammates did not like this decision. After all, by this point they hadn't even gotten halfway through. And now things will only get more complicated. To the usual monsters will be added and guards, but the guild leader won't listen. Even so, they have a chance, because Saint Teresa herself is with them. The information that the guards had awakened had already reached all the raid participants. Some players who were not in a guild, but just dropped in for one raid, began to panic. But they were quickly calmed down by the more guild-confident members of the raid. I'm sure it's all been decided from above. The important thing now is to keep quiet and listen to the leader. 100% of the guards are long dead, but the guy was talking about, cheerfulness didn't save him. He was grabbed by a huge hand and turned into mincemeat in one motion. The rest of the low-ranked ones were terrified. They would definitely be the end of them. They are becoming back-to-back, but it hardly helps against huge guards that can just crush them. Jung Hwan has been giving out orders all this time to somehow organize a defensive formation. Finally, all the buffs have been received, and people took their seats. And now the guards have arrived. Jung Hwan had just taken one of them on his shield and surprisingly stood his ground. Others have also been able to restrain the guards, except it's obvious to everyone by now. It won't be for long. The problem started almost immediately. The defense was falling apart, and the solo players had disappeared. And solo players are confused at this time. They don't know how to work cohesively and realize they've just been left for dead. All they have to do is beg for salvation. But that's when the very same paladin girl comes to their rescue. She activates the cross skill and destroys the guards one by one. It seems like nothing to her at all, but the problems don't end there. Teresa realizes the guards have gone through the raid group's positions and now the civilians are in danger. She needs to hurry over there and cover the rear. But however, it's too late, because there are already wounded there. The man, who was a porter to earn money for his family, prepared to die as he watched the guards. He was already bringing his axe down on him. However, suddenly, this pile of metal was stopped by something and stopped moving altogether. It was Jin He who sawed the armor into several pieces. He can't let such a model family man die. Except that the Guardian is already in full swing due to his magical energy, and is reaching out his hand to grab and crush the protagonist. But Jin Hai was much faster. As he dodges, he activates the fire element and expects to melt the big guy down. As a result, the one did fall apart, but didn't die, though that's also all according to plan. After all, for some reason of his own, Kanji doesn't want to level up above level 1, which means he can't kill monsters. He's got a lot on his plate now, of course. Who woke the guards and why? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Well, he had saved the man, but what would he think of next? Well, that's when Teresa came out of nowhere and dragged the porter away from Jin Hyuk. So she thought he was a good man, but the guy suddenly started threatening the porter with a knife. Could it be that he woke up the guards too? In any case, they'll figure it out later. But now Kanjin has been arrested. From this turn of events, the protagonist fell into a state of prostration. He didn't do anything wrong, but Teresa wasn't willing to listen. The second she attacked Jin Hyuk, he was lucky to dodge. After all, if he hadn't, he probably wouldn't be alive anymore. The fight was still going on, and no matter how Jin Hyuk tried to convey that it was just a misunderstanding, the girl wouldn't listen to him. He'll make his excuse when she grabs him. Tired of messing with her, our hero set it up this way so that she'd stumble and punch herself through the wall. At this point, he held a knife to Teresa's face and stated that he had not awakened any guards. If he had to kill someone, he'd do it with his own hands. And finally a porter was able to squeeze into their scuffle and explain the whole situation. Jin Hyuk saved him. Teresa realizes how stupidly she screwed up, so he immediately apologizes by bowing. Okay, enough already. It's okay. Maybe the protagonist's actions really did look suspicious. But then Teresa wonders what reason Jin Hyuk has for hiding his identity. I mean, he's clearly powerful. Yes, in fact, for the same reason she is. Teresa invited the Zion Guild to cover it up, right? All this to secretly get the Treaty of St. Peter for a profession quest. That's exactly how Kanjin needs one item that no one must know about. The girl was shocked. How did this man know about her intentions? But the protagonist continues. He knows all the strategies to pass these ruins. Teresa will help him with her skills, and the items they need are in one place. So what's up? She's willing to join forces. And of course it is, because it's profitable. But when Teresa told John Juan that she intended to go off the main route alone, he got mad. How can that be? They're supposed to go deep into the ruins together. And now she just wants to leave alone. Is she out of her mind? But Teresa is adamant. She's only 20 kilometers away. John Juan knows the strategy. Not having the girl around won't change anything. Besides, according to the treaty, before the battle with the boss, all squad leaders had the same rights, right? John Juan had nothing more to say, and he asks only to return before the raid team reaches the boss room. And of course, Teresa promises to show up before this battle begins. Oh, and one more thing, she asks for a porter to help her, to which Zheng Huan waves her off. Let her do whatever she wants as long as she fulfills her duties to the raid team. The bearers immediately covered themselves in cold sweat, hoping she hadn't picked any of them. I don't think anyone's going to the afterlife, but naturally, it's Kong Jin who raises his hand. He'll go. It's okay. The others immediately jump on him in an attempt to talk him out of it. No matter how beautiful Teresa is, it's not worth it. Life is more important. He's such a promising porter. Jin Hyuk understood. We have to get out of this protracted solo leveling exile somehow. After all, he's kind of Kong Jin Hyuk, not Soon Jin Woo. So he turns around, and he declares he has an unbelievable love for Teresa and is willing to lose his life for her. Nothing can stop him. The men immediately remembered their youth. You can't go against youthful maximalism. I guess it's time to give way to the young. Thus Teresa and Kong Jin left the main group. A couple minutes and they were already where they needed to be. The couple stepped out onto the balcony and watched the undead crowd stagger below. Teresa wonders, the Treaty of St. Peter is in a sarcophagus in the middle of the room. Yes, of course it is, and they need to take the defense down. As suddenly before the heroes there is a notice that the master of the abode of the fallen is watching them. It's a boss, but he's never been interested in players before. Now, for some reason, he decided to make himself known. Teresa was excited by the message. Jin Hyuk sees it too. Is it possible that the boss has mistaken them for enemies and might show up here? And our hero calms the girl down in a slightly peculiar way. Probably just the boss recognized in him a worthy opponent. Yes, the confidence of Jin Haku does not take, but the girl asks about something else. Since Kanjin knows the tactics of the sweep, what should she do? Well, it's simple. The Saint will sabotage the undead. and the guy will get to the sarcophagus and open it up. The plan was executed immediately. Teresa lands a nice shot to the center of the undead crowd, and immediately activates the Song of Battle skill. It increases all her stats by 3 times for 10 minutes. The monsters are already bearing down on the girl, but that won't be a problem for her. It activates the power of the Saint skill, and after that, one by one, he begins to slaughter the creatures without spending more than 1 hit on each one. The monsters only seem to see Teresa, so Jin Haku can literally go over their heads and not have to worry about that. You'll have to enter the battle and level up early. But suddenly, Jin Hyuk felt something, and a second later, there was a massive explosion. His cause was a local mini-boss, and on top of that, he also summoned an elite undead. Well, the survivor of the explosion, the protagonist, has been waiting for him. True, he'll have to deal with the rune guards in the meantime, but it's not a problem. Jin Haku just chops them down, but doesn't get them as well as before. However, the lich in front of the main character's ear is not going to give either. He uses Black Lightning, except this is exactly what Kon Jin was waiting for. He uses his opponent's attack to break through the sarcophagus defense. Of course, his plan works, and Lich freezes with the realization of what he's done. At this time, the guy is dealing with the remnants of the ruined guards and turns around to look how Teresa's doing. And she's doing great too. She's almost done. The only thing left to deal with is the mini-boss, but that's easy. 1 punch and it's done. Except it wasn't the main character who did it. Another man emerges from the darkness of the protected room. How he was looking forward to seeing Jinhyuk. All this time he had been looking for him. Pointing a sword at the protagonist, the man is overjoyed. It's been a long time since they've seen each other. Yes, says Kon Jin. A long time ago. I mean, he's ... he single quotes s ... and who is he? The guy was of course pissed off that he didn't remember him, but not wanting to continue the solo leveling reference any further, Kon Jin decided to scan the kid. Kun Yuseon is level 29. In order to copy his skill, you have to defeat him in a sword fight to break his self-confidence. Yes, Kon Jin remembered him, and actually remembered him all this time, and was just pretending to piss him off. This is the same guy who first stole the sword at the museum. When they met in the game for the first time, Yuseon lost to our protagonist in a sword fight, and that defeat was heavily imprinted on his head. He's literally been stalking him ever since and asking for a rematch. So what does he want? Does he want to lose again? But no, this time is different. Before, it was Kon Jin who was the overpumped monster, but now they're on a completely equal footing. USC will definitely have a chance to win. Jin Heck chuckles, so this weirdo wants to challenge him again, and he's sure he can handle it. Because his partner's not afraid, he'll just stand by and watch from the sidelines. Yusong was surprised. Kon Jin's partner is indeed interesting, but even so, he wouldn't let anyone interfere with their duel. Stump uses the battlefield selection skill and the two of them seem to be sucked into another dimension. But at the last minute, the protagonist manages to steal some stuff from the sarcophagus, and then he says goodbye to Teresa and promises they'll see each other again, and then disappears inside someone else's skill. Yuseon is happy that no one will interfere and he can challenge Jin Hyuk to a duel. This is another skill that increases a swordsman's stats by 10%, and also simultaneously debuffs the opponent by the same amount. To the protagonist reaches and the skill chose a battlefield and the skill duel weakened him. The situation became absolutely disadvantageous for him, except Jin Hyuk's only good for it, because the system realizes it too. His copying skill announces special conditions. After all, when the situation for copying is unfavorable, the conditions are adjusted in proportion to the difficulty of the task. Namely, in this case, you can first get the skill and then fulfill the conditions. And of course, Jin Hyuk is taking advantage of that. He copies the unique ability S rank sword song. It boosts the swordsman's skills by 200%, and the body automatically uses those very skills. Yuseon is angry. What is his opponent doing? Ignoring him again. But Jin Hyuk was actually already ready to take the fight, and with a smile on his face, he deflects every punch. This leaves the rogue stalker horrified. He doesn't understand why his opponent is only using a dagger. But Jin Hyuk doesn't care if it's a sword or a dagger. He'll beat Yuseon either way. Such phrases can't help but anger, and the stalker activates the soul of the sword skill. This is a very powerful double-ranged attack. The protagonist is dodging something and can't figure out if Yuseon is trying too hard. using superior techniques to fight a newcomer. Yeah. Who's the new guy? Don't get cocky. But how was Jin concerned about his opponent's powerful attacks for a reason? His dagger at this rate would soon fail and fall apart. But since that's the case, it's time to use your trump card, that dark ball. It's actually the soul of a demon, and by smearing it on the blade, the protagonist combines it with his Song of the Sword ability, and as a result of the synthesis, Jin gains a new unique ability, double S rank, Sword Graveyard. This increases the bearer's skills by 500%, and is also one of the abilities required to earn the Demon Swordsman title. But it's also good in words. In fact, after activating the ability, Jin Hyuk simply has no mana. He can't use such a powerful skill, it barely works even at 10%. But even that is enough to make Yusong freeze from that monstrous aura. He doesn't understand. He has created all the most favorable conditions for himself, and fights in complete comfort. So why can't he win? Even so, both in and out of the game, Yusong did everything he could to overpower this man. But how come he still can't beat that fucking bastard? No. Yusong is not willing to accept it. He uses the Sword Soul skill once more. But this time, Jin Hyuk already easily fends off the attack. Quickly finding himself behind his opponent's back, Jin Hyuk tries to finish the fight. He has already fought someone who is much stronger than this loser, and that, he quickly got bored. So it's time to call it a day. He's had enough of one punch. But surprisingly, Yuseong still managed to block the attack, although in the end, he couldn't hold back that kind of pressure. The sword flew out of the young man's hands and all that was left was recognition. Jin Hyuk won. Again. Yeah. And he doesn't even know for once. But Yuseong remembers everything. It's the 138th. Let him kill him already and be done with it. The guy doesn't have any strength or fervor left. But Jin Hyuk chuckles. What nonsense. Of course he won't kill him, because he still needs to get his 139th victory next time. Doesn't Yuseong realize that challenge towers are no joke? Even nerds die carelessly here, but they need strong players. And such stubborn ones, even more so. Jin Hyuk extends his hand to his opponent. It's too early for him to die. Humanity needs him. But not everything is so simple. In fact, to copy the ability of the same person again, you need to wait 60 days. And why would the protagonist spend effort to find a useful skill if a great target for copying is already near? But an unsuspecting Yusen says he admits defeat, that he'll definitely win next time. Yes, of course, Jin will be looking forward to it. The action of the skill in the cleaning of the battlefield disappears and does not return to the room to Teresa. Except Yusen still doesn't know the name of his nemesis. Shouldn't he tell him already? But Jin Hyuk responds with pathos that it's none of his business. Yeah. Well, it's really none of his business. He'll just call him by his old nickname, Stinky. Realizing how much he just embarrassed himself in front of a girl, the protagonist thinks, okay, I guess it's better to tell her my name after all. At the same time, one of the reed mages turns to the group leader with a question. Didn't they kill all the monsters yet? It's just that for some reason the scanning artifact picked up movement where there shouldn't be any. And besides, it's something that's heading in their direction. A few seconds later, the entire group saw a huge iron golem. On it was a man with long ears and hair. Cheng Huan immediately recognized the image, the supreme vampire in front of him. He gracefully jumped to the floor and bowed, welcoming the guests. His name is Bellis. He is here as a representative of the owner of these ruins, the Lord. He's a blood relative. Several swords were immediately pointed at the creature. Wang asked, why did he come here? It wasn't just to meet their squad. The vampire immediately realized, this guy's Reed's leader. He wants to let him know he's here with an offer. Either all the people go along with him without a fight, either. Silent for a moment, the vampire cut his finger and activated the blood plague skill. It was as if people were trapped in cocoons that sucked out their power. Here we go. The second option is that only half of them go after him, and the rest will be his lunch. Meanwhile, Teresa was absorbing the mana from the Ice Gold tier artifact. Jin Hyuk had gotten it, along with the demon soul. The main character himself got a little something too. He's increased his mana stat by 12. The artifact itself has 100 stat points at once. However, you can't absorb them all at once, because all of them can harm the player. And when the case was finally finished, the guy was pleased with the result. And Teresa, too, for being able to help her buddy. But suddenly, A window with an invitation from the master of the abode appeared before the girl's eyes. There's no difficulty, but the task itself is daunting. Rescue the members of your group. When you accept the quest, all monsters and traps are deactivated. Teresa was shocked. How could anyone take hostages? And the whole group. But it doesn't matter. She must act even if she can save even one person. Except ... can they defeat the Lord himself? Or is this all a set trap? Without the raid team alone, they're unlikely to prevail. Was it all her fault? Did it just happen because she left her group and went away? She was trying to protect everyone, and in the end, she made the wrong choice. The swordsman who had been there all this time sighed and was about to leave. It had nothing to do with him, after all, but he's going to say something to Teresa after all. Let her mean it. Jin Hyuk has no honor. He's a creepy egomaniac. That's why the guy hates him. Still, if anyone can defeat the Lord, it's only him. And to the Sun family, I bowed. Teresa smilingly thanks the swordsman for his advice and accepts the invitation. But Kanjin says she's rushing into something. His services are expensive. Can she afford it? However, the latter promises to pay as much as it takes. As a result, they both accept the quest. Soon they were standing at the gate. Teresa was covered in sweat from the sheer volume of her boss's power, but Jin Hyuk tells her not to worry. After all, this way they at least have an idea of the opponent's strength. And besides, the strongest man doesn't always win the battle. The girl realizes her ally seems to have a plan, and it really is. He really won't talk about him. But whatever happens next, she has to trust him and believe in him. The gates have opened, and the twosome was inside. The huge hall was full of vampires, Bellis included, and on the lofty throne was the vampire Lord Alice von Ataraxia. And to be honest, she was getting tired of waiting for those two to show up. The first thing Jin Hyuk wants to do before he speaks is to make sure people are safe. Well, let him see for himself. Alice snaps her fingers and a group of bound captives appear nearby. Analyzing their condition, Kanjin saw someone. It's Pahajin. What's he doing here? Did he awaken the guards to kill the protagonist? Alice interrupts his thoughts. She says she was attracted to Jin Hyuk's scent. That's why she invited him. The sweetness she felt for the first time was nothing like the smell of other people. And the main character doesn't understand why she's talking about sweet blood. He didn't hear anything like that from her in the game. Is this again some kind of script change due to circumstances? And Alice immediately sensed a change in the hero's mood. Was he troubled? Of course you are. And how can a man be calm when a vampire is talking about his blood? But the girl informs him that there is nothing to worry about. The delicious dishes she likes to stretch. So Jin Hyuk lives to be at least 60 years old as well. No. Well, thank you for caring, of course. But our hero is not going to live as an expensive lunch. But for making such statements, Alice let a beam from her finger at him, wounding the guy in the cheek. Dinner's opinion doesn't matter. After all, no one gave him the right to choose. Teresa panics to see if everything is okay with Jin Hyuk, but he calms her down. He bows to the boss, and then bends the knee. He told her all that for a reason. Because he can give her something sweeter than his own blood. That the Lord is not impressed by his words. Doesn't Jin Hyuk know that nothing is more important to her race than blood? No matter what a man offers, her opinion won't change. But is Alice so sure of that? What if she is offered her freedom? Words like that make the girl speechless. She literally stands in a stupor. But the other vampires are furious. How dare that little bug say that? He's hurting them. They're gonna tear him apart. But with a wave of the hand, the mistress of these lands is stopped by their minions. If Jin can't back up his words, he will regret it very much. Of course the guy has proof, otherwise he wouldn't have just come here. Well, let him talk while Alice is still kind. Okay. His name is Jin Hyuk, and pulling out a mask, he says that as the representative of the mains, he swears he'll free her. Mains are those who turn their backs on people because of money, revenge, or personal beliefs. They prevented players from climbing the tower and helped the monsters in labyrinths and ruins. Alice has heard of such people, but is Jin Hyuk one of them? It is, and he made a connection to the temple on the 27th floor. It was there that he was told why the vampires were trapped and how to cheat the barrier that covered the ruins. Teresa is shocked at her partner's words. Why was he called Main? Can she trust him now? Why did everyone around you get so excited when they heard about some temple? Alice realizes that a simple man cannot know about the temple. which means that the boy's words are not empty. When asked if she believes him, she answers clearly, no. The vampires have been trapped here for centuries and they know for sure. There's no way out. Everything the guy says is just idle chatter, and it doesn't matter if it's main Jin or not. She doesn't like talkers, and she doesn't believe what they say. And the protagonist will pay for his lies. Thousands of copies are already headed his way. He certainly wouldn't have survived on his own. But at the last moment, Teresa covered Jin with her shield and sync power skill. This was able to repel the Lord's attack, though it took a great deal of the girl's strength. And Alice just laughed it off. So much for a simple attack. But her laughter stops immediately. She hates holier than thou after all. Thanks to him, she'd be able to get rid of both in one fell swoop. Teresa understands she won't last long. But still, she believes Jin Hyuk. That the one she believes in just stabbed her through with his dagger. Teresa couldn't believe it. Had the boy deceived her? Even Alice was surprised by this turn of events and deactivated her attack. And the protagonist says he wants to prove that his words aren't a bluff after all. But it's just a funny moment for the boss. Betraying his comrades, who protected him. If Jin Hyuk wants to trust her, it's not enough. Let him do something else. At the same time, Teresa reaches out to the guy, not realizing what the plan was. Why would he betray her? They were going to save everyone together, but in return, the girl gets another hit. And because of him, he dies permanently. Alice laughed out loud to the whole room. This man had managed to interest her after all. Good. She had already realized that he was on her side. So that's the way it was going to be. She would give him a chance to explain. And for that, the protagonist thanks her. And so, to get through the barrier that prevents vampires, Jin prepared a special spell. If you move Alice's soul into Baraham's ring, you can cheat the shield over the ruins. Alice doesn't understand. This is the first time she's heard of such a method. But that's actually why Jin Hyuk gave up experience points and remained a nub. The soul travel skill can only be activated by remaining a level 1 player. And without giving the girl time to think about it, the guy activates the soul displacement circle, which takes a year to recharge. You can only seal one soul at a time. In addition, the triggering will only happen if the object agrees. The protagonist declares that this magic circle will disappear forever in a minute. All you have to do is give your consent, and the spell will work. Now the choice is up to Alice. All the vampires are watching in shock, and only one Bellis is calm. That's who his mistress is telepathizing with. She can't trust this man. But she doesn't want to miss this chance for freedom either. So if Jin does something suspicious, then let her relative destroy both the man and the magic circle. Now she only has one last step to take. Of course, she doesn't really want to put her life in the hands of a stranger. But still, she's lived too long in captivity. It's been over 1,000 years. There's no choice. It's now or never. Alice asks one last time if she can trust Jin Hyuk, to which the guy assures her that if she trusts, she won't regret it. And that's exactly what the guy needed, a social skill that successfully works. Well, in that case, Alice von Ataraxia, authorizes solo relocation. She is instantly drawn into this small object. Once inside the ring, Alice was pleasantly surprised. She thought she would be uncomfortable, but it was very cozy. Well, Jean is very happy that Alice likes her new home. At this moment, the heaven's patronizing ability is activated. Jin Hyuk turns around and greets the resurrected Teresa, who's already on her feet. After all, this very welcome and useful skill can bring a fallen man back to life. If the one, of course, did not die instantly, and his recharge has 240 hours left in the ring. Alice was freaking out. How dare this little man deceive her? Had Bellis kill him immediately? Teresa had a lot of questions for Jean, but she realizes now is not the time to ask them. After all, Bellis went into a frenzy and activated the blood wave that's already descended on Jin. Did the stupid humans think they could stay alive after betrayal? That the main character summoned the element of fire and repelled the attack. Immediately afterward, he asked Teresa to handle the raid team. He would handle the rest on his own. And the girl immediately set about freeing the prisoners. Chang Huan was very happy to see her and wondered what had become of the vampires. And nothing happened to them. Now this guy's all alone against them. Delis, on the other hand, could not understand how the man was able to repel his blow. But our hero is happy to make that point clear to him. The vampire's magic and his fire simply extinguished each other, he still didn't seem to understand. Once their mistress was imprisoned, they had no chance of winning. Jinhye activated the Graveyard of Swords, and Bellis responds with a dark martial art. If a vampire fails magic, he will kill a human with a sword. The entire horde of vampires immediately rushed into battle. Chonghwan looked at all this and didn't understand. Who was this guy? But it's getting to Teresa. If the hero is still wearing a mask, he clearly doesn't want to reveal his identity. So she replies that she met him by chance and doesn't know much about him. Meanwhile, Jinhye had already scattered all the opponents without difficulty and approached Teresa. She tells him that she was in a lot of pain. After all, it was the first time she had ever died, much less at the hands of an ally. But what the protagonist replies is that isn't the main thing, that they got through it in the end. It's hard to disagree with a girl on such a remark. Tears ran from her eyes and words of gratitude escaped her lips. The system immediately notified Kanjin that the coping conditions had been met. The ability of Heaven's patronage was now available to him, and our hero asks the girl not to cry, to which she turned away and wiped her tears. So, did he really know she would be resurrected? But Kanjin only replies that he's glad it worked out, so she survived. Okay, I guess it's time to take the relics and leave. However, Younghwan has become active. Actually, he's the leader of the band, and the rights to the relics belong to him. The main character didn't like that at all. He actually saved their lives. Does the leader still want all the relics for himself? Zhonghwan immediately broke into a sweat. No, the savior just misunderstood. He would give him money or something else. He certainly wasn't going to spare him. However, Jinhye doesn't like this guy's self-confidence. After all, he just lost. How dare he take a swing at him? Still, it will allow the raid leader to take the relics. Only let him not regret it if the result does not satisfy him. But Zhonghwan can't hear him anymore. His dream has come true. He's been going for it for so long. What regrets can he have? Even if half of the group was taken hostage. But he will be able to keep the post of respect if he brings a good booty. Driven by a lust for gain, he reaches for a fragment of Merlin's staff, but then he yanks it away. A strange seal appeared on his hand. But what is it? He's never seen anything like it before. But Kanjin has. It's a curse. Though Merlin's staff is a precious relic, you can't just take it. It's only safe if Alice disappears completely. But she's trapped in the ring now. None of these things the protagonist, of course, did not tell the rumor. Therefore, Zhonghwan was in a panic and didn't understand what was happening to him. After a while, people were already crowded around the entrance to the tower. Most of them were unhappy to be standing here in the middle of the night. They are all representatives of the Awakened Association. Department head Kim Dae-kun takes out a cigarette and asks all the subordinates to calm down. After all, they have received information that the raid will be over soon, so they won't leave empty-handed. However, manager John Jihan parries that the experts were talking about 3 weeks. How can it end now? The boss had nothing to say to that, but his informant Yu Seong spoke of an earlier date. Even though he wasn't a member of the Parha Guild, Dae-kun's professional instincts had kicked in, and for good reason, for in the next instant all present received notice of the cleansing of the abode of the fallen. Reporters immediately perked up, welcoming the raid. Truthfully, the Parha Guild wasn't glowing with Joe, which, however, did not embarrass the journalists. They congratulated them and peppered them with questions. What was their strategy? Who was the most valuable player? And most importantly, why did the raid leader go bald? But it's Teresa who takes the spotlight. She declares that the ruins weren't cleaned up by the Parha Guild. Of course, everyone recognizes her immediately and asks, so did the Zion Guild really do it? But again, it misses. The girl introduces an unknown masked man. He's the one who cleaned up the ruins. All by himself. Everyone else here is just an observer. All camera lenses from such a statement are immediately directed at the protagonist. A member of the Awakened Association also understands. Looks like it's time to call the leader of their organization himself. And somewhere in the crowd, Park Ha-jin was lost. He was very angry that he had almost died and his plans had been thwarted. And the very next day, Jin Hyuk was watching news reports about himself on his phone. While making doshirak, he knew what had happened would be a topic of discussion, but to make the front pages, he obviously hadn't counted on it. Good thing he was wearing a mask. Well, the meal is over, which means it's time to chat with the vampire in the ring. This one's really pissed that the guy put her in some stinking pocket. How dare he? Does he even know who she is? But instead of answering, Jin just shook the ring, and Alice felt it like an earthquake. And then he twisted it around on the chain, making the vampire dizzy. So how's she doing in there? Has she come to her senses? Barely conscious, Alice replies that vampires don't forget grudges. But that's not the answer Kang Jin wants. Hasn't she had enough? No, she's had enough. And she orders him to stop immediately. Orders. He doesn't seem to fully understand his position yet. Jin Hyuku will have to clarify things properly. It's his new trick, the merry-go-round of death. And after 3 hours of torture, Alice was willing to do anything to make it all stop. But in that case, the torturer unleashes the power of Braham's ring, and the girl appears before him sitting on the floor. Of course, she burns with a thirst for revenge, and intent on returning 1,000-fold her wrongs. But suddenly she realized something was wrong with her body. There was no limit to the girl's shock, but Kang Jin quickly cleared it up. It was because he had only released a part of her. Now she's what you might call a mini Alice, and she can only use 1% of her powers. But to himself, the guy thinks that even despite that limitation, this vampire is clearly stronger than his usual sidekick. But the girl, realizing her weakness, she just fell on her heels and started crying. Jin of course tried to reassure her. After all, what he told her in the ruins was far from empty words. But Alice didn't care anymore. It wasn't the kind of freedom she wanted. Yes, Jin Hyuk agrees, it's not what you'd call true freedom. But he'll give her what she really wants. The crying girl froze. What does he mean? It's simple. If Alice helps the protagonist, he will destroy all those who betrayed her, and eventually restore her to her position as head of the Araxio family. Meanwhile, the tally list has already uploaded a video of the ruin sweep. Commentators were gushing over how awesome the guy in the mask was. And Jin was just reading all this in front of a huge building of some guild. He doesn't really care about them or their business. But someone out there wanted to kill him, so he's not gonna forgive them. So he put on his mask and just kicked the door with his foot, standing in front of a huge pile of guards. Jin Hyuk activated the fire element. Meanwhile, on the top floor, the guild leader of the Black Crow Guild, Shingon Su, was reprimanding Park Ha-jin. Wasn't it made clear to him that this guy was supposed to die in the ruins? And he did what? He woke up the guards and got nothing. Because of him, the guild loses reputation and may not exist at all. What a worthless asshole he is. However, the stream of insults is suddenly interrupted by an explosion that blows the office door open. The culprit of this incident came in next. He wondered who the local guildmaster was, and the head immediately orders the capture of this insolent bastard, which is what Park Ha-jin wanted to do. But when he was about to strike, Jin Hyuk took off his mask and showed his face. Didn't they recognize him? Immediately afterward, the protagonist easily threw back his attacker with a single punch. Kusu recognizes him immediately. After all, it was because of Jin Hyuk that the Black Crow Guild lost their position in the association. Does he really think he can just walk around like this? But the guy grinningly sits down on the couch and declares, that's not what the head is worried about. Kusu has no intention of tolerating such a thing. Grab for your weapon. He activates the sword flash skill. That cheeky bastard shouldn't have relaxed. That's where death will catch up with him. But Kang Jin easily fights back. The sword broke off almost at the point of the hilt, and he did it with an ordinary Korean saber. It's very easy to throw. Well now, Jin Hyuk puts his feet up on the table and grins. So, Gonsu is ready to start negotiating now. He doesn't understand. The guy's here for revenge. Is that why he destroyed the whole building? But instead of answering, another checker flies into the head's forehead, and he falls on his back. And Kang Jin is ready to launch once more. Gonsu didn't realize his position. Alright, he's ready to listen and asks me to stop. But where to? No, Jin Hyuk is just getting the hang of it. The guild leader, though, tells the guy to be more objective. After all, Black Crows is full of rankers who are currently in the tower. If the head is killed, then Jin and Hyuk will be hunted down for revenge. It's a vicious circle. Until one side forgives the other, there will be no end to the bloodshed. Well, Jin Hyuk agrees. Gonsu's words sound reasonable. So it's time for them to end. He takes a bunch of checkers and he fires them up. He does exactly as he says. They'll forgive him, and he'll continue his revenge. That's his logic, right? Gonsu asked to wait, but it was too late. Under a hail of blows, he flies out of the office, tearing through the office window to the street. And now it's time to remember the still lying Pak Jin. The protagonist will let him live, but only for the sake of his sister. She did him a lot of good after all, and this is his thanks. Now, let her stay out of his sight for the rest of her life, but there's someone else playing dead. The security guy. Let him get up if he wants to live. And of course, he quickly follows orders. Yes, Kanjin promises to keep him alive if the boy is useful. So first of all, let him tell us about himself. The one who introduced himself, Kim Hyun, 26 years old. He does general work in the guild, studied IT and accounting at Stanford. And of course, he's willing to do any work assigned. Well, I'm sure Kim Hyun can see that things aren't going well. And it's a shame to disband such a big guild. So he'll be the head of the guild from now on. The guy was shocked and didn't understand anything. But Jin Hyuk clarifies, he will just be an official representative. It will truly be the protagonist himself who will be in control. So he doesn't have to worry. But Hyun replies that no one will follow him. He's just an ordinary security guard, right? And that's why Jin's gonna lend him the ring. And after a while, the members of the High Orang Guild received a mailing that they must all gather on the top floor of the building. In the end, a whole bunch of unhappy with such a gathering, and more importantly strong players, accepted the invitation. Except on the spot, they don't realize what the crowding is in front of their guild. And after pushing everyone around, the guys notice they're in their chapter's wrecked car. He's been dead for a long time, but then who gave the order? Bursting into the top floor in a high-ranking appearance, Kim Hyun sits at the head table with a stone face and faces the angry ranchers. And that's a very good thing, because they're wondering, what the fuck is going on here? And the frightened guy claims they have a new owner. Everyone's eyes settle on Alice sitting next to her. But no one believes that some little girl could tear this place apart. Except they'd better watch their language. Teddy, as far as the vampire lore is concerned, no, they'll pay for it. And within a second, Jin Hyuk was watching the explosion in the building from afar. It disappointed him greatly. But what about stupid Alice? He gave her control of the guild and she's blowing things up. But suddenly, the boys are distracted from their disappointed exclamations by a notice of a re-invitation to a strength assessment test. After all, it had been 2 months since the tower had appeared. The world was changing rapidly, and people were adapting to it. In the meantime, the news was spinning about a masked man. He's aroused a lot of interest by single-handedly going into ruins that even large units couldn't handle. And only two people know Jin Hyuk's real identity. Uncle Kim and Teresa's rapist. They both promised to keep their mouths shut. And now there's a Kanjin with a mask and a Kanjin without one. With two identities, it'll be much easier for him to act. Now all the preparations are done and there are no more restrictions. It's time for Jin Hyuk to dominate the tower. Jin Hyuk received a notice again that it would be time for him to retake the test. But he did. For a grade of F. And while he was looking at his new document, he was already being called out by his old friends Yaong and Taming. They're not sure who the two people next to them are. They said they were waiting for Jin Hyuk too. But now he's going to explain it to them. Alice, for example, is a player from Northern Europe. And Kim Hyun is the new guild manager of the Black Crow Guild. But that's just on paper. But the actual guild manager is still Kang Jin Hyuk. The friends of course marveled at how the protagonist managed to subvert an entire guild. But Jin Hyuk answered evasively, and those didn't bother to ask again either. After a little argument with Alice about the explosion in the building, Kanjin decided that there was nothing to delay. He had to go up the level, but that his handmaiden said he could do it himself. But no, this is where her skills will come in handy. There would be crowds of monsters. Though the ancient vampire didn't understand, hadn't all the dungeons been cleared already? But in fact, it is. The 3rd floor has already been cleared and the 4th floor is not yet open. Everyone thinks there's nowhere to raise the level. All except our protagonist. Because on the 1st floor of the tower, there's a place called Moon Lake. It's famous for its scenery. That's pretty much it. But unlike other people, the main character knows one secret, which is hidden in the statue in the center of the lake. It's like it has a keyhole in it, and a lot of people have tried to find it. However, no one ever guessed that it wasn't the physical object, but the moonlight, falling at the right angle. And when all conditions are met, You just have to push and voila. In front of them is a passageway to the -1st floor of the tower. Stepping inside, Alice was surprised. She had never seen such uncharted territory. And here, where she wasn't trapped under a barrier, she felt free. Look, it was Kanjina who asked with a smirk. So there's a reason she contracted with him, which I really didn't get an answer for. It's been a while, by the way, there shouldn't be any intoxication. So the protagonist decides to get some more monostats because of the chilling tear. With such a magical reserve, Alice's control became easier. By the way, I wonder what a monster like her thinks of herself. Does she consider herself part of the game? We should try asking. Did she even? Yeah, some kind of lag thing didn't work out, and it really freaked the girl out. So you can't ask anything about the tower. Alice interrupts Kanjin's musings. Something seems to be coming. But Jin Hyuk, just what I've been waiting for. He calls this floor the spawning ground, and for good reason. There's just an endless stream of monsters, and those insects that are running at him right now, he'd love to fry them. Easier said than done, though. The bugs are level 25, and there's a whole bunch of them. Therefore, we need to find a different approach. Applying the skill of Heaven's Protection, Kanjin debuffs monster defense by 30%, and then he orders Alice to deal with them. Alice wasn't too thrilled with the idea, but the reminder of a ring that could be unwound at any moment quickly changed her mind. Bloody fetters. She immobilized every monster, and all Jin Hyuk had left to do was to deliver the final blow. And now that his level had been raised many times over, he would deal with the rest of the crowd alone. Applying the sword graveyard skill, he rushed into battle, and at the same time, there was an important meeting at the Olympus Guild building. The head of the Titan Guild, Frederick, took the first floor. According to him, the 8th raid on the 4th floor had already failed. Out of 100 men divided into 15 squads, only 9 returned. Though the boss is quite ordinary, but he summons a bunch of statues, and there's just no way to defeat them. The guild leader of the China Teiwei Guild doesn't know what to do at all either. Even with the divine artifact, they lost. Well, Maria, the head of the Olympus Guild, knows the reason why. In fact, does Teresa, standing next to her. The first 3 floors they frequented too quickly. They should have waited a bit and gained experience instead of running for the kill. The head of one of the Tagon Guild squads named Bajin Ho completely agree. Also, these problems arise because Tabi and his underlings monopolize the dungeons. A lot of people just don't have the resources to level up. The Chinese, of course, did not like such charges, and a serious quarrel ensues, which almost comes to a fight. But Frederick calmed them all down. Actually, they had a bigger problem. After all, they received a message from Maine yesterday. If everyone here fulfills their conditions, they will help them in the raid. All the guild leaders immediately protested, "You can't work with these scum." At that moment, however, they are interrupted by a voice from inside the room. Who were they calling scum? The old man who came out of nowhere, the leader of the Maine, says he should be more polite. They can't exactly do this on their own. The guild leaders were furious. How dare that bastard interrupt their meeting? Does he really think he'll be spared here? However, Maine is only amused by this. When they hear his proposal, they quickly change their minds. I mean, they can take out the 3rd floor boss, with a little help. Yeah. But who's gonna believe him? Even if all the Minas got together, there'd be barely 100 of them. How's he ever gonna win? There may not be many, but you can call for more, can't we? Striking the floor with his staff, Maine activated the Dark Graveyard Guardian skill, and everywhere outside the building, crowds of skeletons started crawling out. Even Frederick was amazed. How had Maine managed to summon so many? And the answer was in the staff. It is unique and can only be created by collecting 99 items. The name of the staff is the Staff of Greed, and after hearing that, some of the guild leaders turned down their anger. It would be right to finish this old man off right now, that if the public doesn't find out about their contract, maybe it's to everyone's advantage. Besides, what choice do they have now? Watching all of this, Teresa didn't understand. Would everyone really make a deal with these traitors to humanity? No. If Jin Hyuk was here, none of this would have happened. And then suddenly, it's at this very moment that video call requests appear in front of the girl. It's Kon Jin Hyuk calling. And of course Teresa takes his call. And the guy was dialing for something else. But what's that going on in the background? The extraneous voice was immediately heard by the leader of the Mains. He orders that its owner show himself immediately, and Jin Hyuk doesn't really mind. He starts broadcasting to absolutely everyone in the room. But it's all under the identity of a masked man. This was a shock to everyone, as absolutely every guild in the world would want to get their hands on this player. And now he's walking into their hands. Everyone was speechless at this appearance. Yeah, and Main heard about this kid, too. But what's he counting on? This time, the boss is a lot tougher. That the old man himself will do it without difficulty, since he has so many summoned creatures. But Jin Hyuk isn't sure if the old man can handle that fake staff. Kon Jin knows everything. The heart of a saint, and prison uniforms anointed with oil. This geezer clearly doesn't have those two items. Hearing such accusations, Frederick asked, does the masked guy had any proof, or is he just blathering? Well, what's without them? The real Staff of Greed has a red stone under the skull. And let everyone here take a closer look at the summoned creatures. They're too weak to fight anyone. Main wanted to deceive them and abandon them at the slightest danger. He would simply run away with the loot like a common crook. Realizing he'd been figured out, the grandfather clucked, this guy's got a lot of nerve. They'd still be sorry they hadn't taken him up on his offer. With those words, Main seemed to vaporize, and with that, all of his summoned skeletons disappeared. But that's all well and good. But the problem's not solved. What about the boss? And Kanjin replies that they don't have to worry, he takes over this task. But such statements are too loud. The guild leaders doubt that he can do it alone. However, it doesn't carry significant reputational risks. Even if the guy fails, it's just another failed raid. It's no big deal. But if we win, yes, we can't let this good timing slip away. The guild leaders are beginning to offer their funding for this endeavor, but the protagonist interrupts them. He wants nothing from them, but on one condition. They must restrict entry to other players and allow him to pass alone. That's when the guild leaders began to get suspicious. Why would he take such a risk without a reward? But actually, Jin Hyuk has his own reason. He's just doing what he needs to do for his dear colleague. At least Teresa was warned by such statements. Jin Hyuk's own pathos almost made him vomit. But the other guild leaders were also impressed by this speech. They were really excited about Kanjin's enthusiasm, and that's exactly what he was counting on. After all, such a fiery speech and connections would give him much more than money, especially since he videotaped the whole call. Now he's going to cut the moment with Main, that way he doesn't make the guild look bad, and upload it all to YouTube. Basically, this way, he'll only show positive traits in public. Everything is working out just fine. I've already raised 12 levels in a day. In general, life is going uphill. Except, of course, for the pissed off Alice, who had all the work to do. Well, if she's tired, I'll buy her a couple of mana potions. However, the girl says it won't be enough. Yes, nothing can help her. She must restore mana in the traditional way for vampires, and at the same second, she lunged at the protagonist. Although the process actually only sounded formidable, it went very quickly. My neck is a little sore now, but that's okay. Okay. Now Jin Hyuk needs to go shopping. Browsing through the trading floor, Kanjin selected the items he wanted. However, Alice didn't understand. It was all some kind of garbage. Why would he want it? But she just didn't understand. She'd never been through the tower. Either way, from now on, they'll have a lot of work to do. After all, Jin Hyuk wants to clear the entire minus floor in one day. And right after saying that, he jumps right into a huge hole. The girl doesn't realize what a reckless thing this is. He doesn't even know the depths. No, he knows everything. Have him apply the reverse gravity skill now. The girl obeyed, and though exhausted, but at least there's two survivors. Just for how long? Alice senses a bunch of monsters in here. But that's the way it's supposed to be. Kanjin didn't come here for nothing. Yeah. And these insects around here aren't the main thing. Anubis, that's why the protagonist came here. He was surprised. Had the man heard of him? Of course you have. Not only that, Jin Hyuk didn't come here to talk. So let that hellhound attack already. It makes Anubis very angry. Is it too much of an honor for this little man to fight him personally? Alice was already eager to rush to Jin Hyuk's defense since Anubis is very strong. But it only made him smile. Don't let the girl worry. He's gonna prove it to her now. She didn't sign a contract with some scumbag. Meanwhile, the ancient god activated the Anubis judgment skill and asked Jin Hyuk a question. Let him answer immediately. did that vampire tell him about this place? But Jin Hyuk already knows how that skill works. He cares more about how to copy it. And this time, it's his favorite to make Anubis mad. You can answer these questions any way you want. True or false is completely irrelevant. That's why he's talking. Yeah, I got it from Alice. Well, second question. Then, did he come here for the hive? Naturally, the protagonist answers, there's a lot of money for him on the black market. And the third question, did he come here? Into Anubis territory, and he thinks he can stay alive. Of course you are. It's not like that. Why does Kanjin have to live at all? At that point, all of the court's conditions had been met, which meant that all of Jin Hyuk's stats would be reduced by 50%, and the abilities are sealed for 1 minute, and while he's that weak, the monster will choose whoever passes judgment on him. This time is a giant praying mantis named Mentis. So, does that little bug still think it's gonna survive? But Jin Hyuk doesn't really think. He doesn't even have any doubts. After all, he brought a gramophone to win. And that's because he picked the music, the rhythm of which perfectly matches the attack of the praying mantis. And after millions of auditions, he did find it. Here, let Anubis hear it for himself. Eggman, 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 Eggman. Yes, that's it. So, with this beautiful music, Kanjin was stoned for a minute. And unfortunately for Anubis, the time for the debuff was over. And with a graveyard of swords, the protagonist instantly cut that thing into pieces. But it didn't turn out to be that simple. Mentis has amazing regeneration. You can't just kill him. But Jin Hyuk already knows about that. He has his own method of dealing with it. He'll make the mantis not want to live anymore. Therefore, Kanjin continued to tear him to pieces. And when the creature was already shaking in pain, the final touch was humiliation. Jin Hyuk is just that. Set on his face. It was too much for the mantis, the realization that an ugly, mute girl had sat on his face. Pooty asshole, he couldn't take it. Just self-destructed. Although if I were him, I would have done it at the song moment. Not only did Jin Hyuk raise the level from a praying mantis, the Duchy of Palatras's ice magic folio fell off of him. It's incredibly valuable. Looks like his skill that only the best loot falls from is starting to work. After studying the folio, the protagonist also gained the ice creation skill. What are you waiting for? He'll put it into practice right away. Anubis doesn't understand. Is he serious? He wants to defeat an ancient god with a couple icicles, but I don't see the ancient god Kanjin here. This isn't his real body, is it? The real Anubis is on the 42nd floor. And in front of him right now is just a piece of this Egyptian god's consciousness. Anubis was astonished. But if the man knows all this, why defy him? And the protagonist didn't understand the reason. Why would he want it? It's just fun. Such words pissed the god off completely. He was not some kind of entertainment. So be it. He will unleash the power of the hive. Hundreds of bees soar through the air and prepare to attack Jin Hyuk. Really, it's not a problem for him. Ice and flame magic. The protagonist could be killing a bunch of them by now, but he decided to combine these two seemingly incompatible skills, and gets a new skill, A rank daylight, and with it, like a huge laser, the protagonist leaves no trace of his attackers. Anubis was beginning to realize looks like he can't win this one easily, so he activates the skill, and the chosen creature, a strong individual in the hive has also emerged, though by the looks of it, she was still just as normal, so Kanjin just shot ice at her. But it wasn't that simple. Chosen bees don't die when damaged, they multiplied. As a result, Jin Hyuk now has 4 problems instead of 1. Whatever skill he uses, it won't matter. The creatures won't die anyway. Really, this is exactly what Jin Hyuk was counting on. He takes out one of the items he bought earlier. It's an enhancement pill. It magnifies the object 10 times, throwing it right into the mouth of one of the bees. Jin Hyuk deftly saddled her, and then flew towards the hive. Of course, all the other bees rushed after him, but that was the main character's plan. Jumping off the insect at the last moment, he let it wound her, and then began activating the items he'd recently purchased. An unusual cue, an ability meter, sticky glue, cobwebs, and 2-headed ogre snot. As they came together, they reinforced the cue and restrained the insects within it. There's only one thing left to do: destroy them all with the element of fire. But here's the thing. The monsters didn't die, they multiplied endlessly, and in the same condition they were in when they were wounded. which means they had new pills in their bodies that came out of nowhere. So Jin Hyuk created a real farming machine, where he not only gets experience from monsters, but also reinforcement pills. Anubis was horrified. How could a man have calculated all this and procured all the items? Impossible. Did this guy deliberately provoke him all this time? He was clearly mistaken. Damn. I guess he'll have to destroy the hive. And Jin Hyuk was upset about it. He was hoping to get more with this act of unprecedented generosity. However, Anubis was already at the limit of his rage. His soul receptacle began to collapse. How much he hates and despises this man. He has to survive and make it to the 42nd floor, so that Anubis can crush him personally. That the monster might not bother yelling, Kanjin had planned to do that anyway. And now he can retire, especially since Jinyuk already has his skill. If you ask your opponent 3 questions, his strength will drop by 50% for a minute. And he won't be able to use his skills, but there are limitations. You can only use this skill once per person, and it is better not to abuse it. And Kanjin is already reporting to the system. Some of the Egyptian gods don't like him anymore. Looks like Anubis has already told them everything. I don't really care, though. It's all good enough as it is. He's now level 19, and he learned it so fast. We'll have to spread out the stats. I'm not sure what I'm preparing for yet, though. So we'll split it evenly between all of them. But the protagonist's narcissism is interrupted by a video call. It was swordsman stalker Yusun, and he had a proposition. There should be a martial arts tournament in the association in 24 hours. All players of A rank and above will be there. So here it is. Yusun wants Kanjin to be a part of it. And they fought. But Jin Hyuk doesn't really want to waste his time on it. However, Yusun responds that this time his opponent is definitely not going to be turned away, because he has a black market pass. Here, players can purchase items exclusively with real money, and Kanjin could use the stuff from there to raid the 3rd floor boss. Looks like we have no choice but to go. Meanwhile, everyone is already discussing the video that Jin Hyuk uploaded. It's just as he thought. The commentators were delighted with his initiative to do everything for free. Moreover, they believed in him. The video ended up getting 50 million views. With monetization, that's 500,000 coins. But the problem is that the commission for these views is 90%. Which means he'll only get 50,000 net. Yeah, 90% of it's just a ripoff, but still, even that amount isn't bad. That was what Jin Hyuk was thinking as he watched the very tournament that Yusun had invited him to. The organizers selected 24 players AA rank and above. All this was done to somehow calm people down after 8 failed raids, and to show the players are still as strong as ever. It's not about them, it's about the incredibly difficult boss. Jin Hyuk really only came here because of the black market invitation that Yusun offered him for fighting. Although Han Jin refused at first, he's the F-ranked one who can't participate, but Swordsman argued that he actually could. The winner of the tournament can personally choose a replica of anything from the National Museum, but there is a second option: challenge anyone to a fight. The stalker will challenge the protagonist once again, in front of everyone. This time it will be his triumph. That's how Han Jin found himself among the watchers of this show, where the 2 fighting men were interrupted by the now familiar statue of Anubis, and after that, they were also roasted by the fire element. Of course, it was the 2 that Jin Hyuk already knew. The girl Yuri and the old man Ming Yongwoo. The recruiters of other guilds were watching them. They already wanted to offer them contracts, but the head of the Black Luck Guild, Hoon Duk Palyo, says he's only interested in one person here. It's Yusun. He's the one who really stands out. He's really unrivaled in that area. But unfortunately, he didn't join their guild even though he was generously offered. Although a young member of the same guild, John Dahan, is convinced there's nothing wrong with this Yusun, he could handle him. The guild leader told him not to think about fighting, but about his upcoming interview. He's pouring so much money into it, and for a reason. John Doan AAA ranked, and will most likely become extra ranked in a couple years. So he's a very favorable reputational investment for Guild Black Luck. But who's the stronger of the 2, that guy or Yusun, doesn't really matter. Because I would like to have both of them in the guild, especially since Swordsman had just defeated everyone without much difficulty. There's a winner in this tournament, and it was watched by many people, not only in the arena. The live broadcast also attracted a lot of viewers, and in front of this huge crowd, The swordsman said he would take the right to choose his opponent as a reward. Pointing his sword in the right direction, the stalker waits. Come on, let him come out already. John Dahin had already started to rise, thinking he'd been chosen. But in reality, the guy almost embarrassed himself. Good thing Hondo Puyo warned me. He's not the one they're pointing at. The one row up, where Kang Jin-hyuk was sitting, praying to the end that he wouldn't have to fight. All the recruiters didn't understand. Who the hell is this guy? None of them had ever heard of this guy. A quick run through the strangers' databases didn't make the surprise go away. On the contrary, it intensified. This guy's an F rank. Why was he challenged to a fight? Does Yusun really want to publicly mock the weak? But Kang Jin Topa doesn't listen to him at all. He says that if he loses this time too, he should just give up. It's about time he learns to admit defeat. Although Jang Hyuk has to admit it, the opponent seems to be a bit stronger than him. But that praise only made Yusun matter. A little more. He didn't even get much sleep. He was just practicing. It's all about getting better. Let him not hope for an easy victory. Yusun applied the Sword Soul skill, second stance, Blazing Sword Soul. Okay, Jang Hyuk gets it. Apparently, his opponent is really serious. Well, then the main character is gonna give it his best shot. However, the fight was over very quickly. Within seconds, there was already a hole in the roof from the explosion, and the exhausted young man didn't understand how many skills Kanjin had. With those words, he fell unconscious, but our protagonist will call the doctor later. First he has to take the ticket he owns to the auction. Surprised gasps rippled through the crowd. What the hell happened? This guy just used several types of magic. And then he blew the ceiling apart with some kind of beam. And that's really F rank, yes. And this F rank is just right for their old acquaintances. It's been a long time since they've seen them. Their meeting was a little rough back then, but it's all in the past, right? Well, here's the thing. Could they give him their numbers? Well, if they don't want to, they can choose not to. Oh. Well, then the girl would probably say no. Except that Kang Jin-hyuk didn't finish his sentence. It's true, they can withhold it, only if they can deal with the consequences. I wish I could do it right away. Got another girl's number. Learn how to pick up. At that moment, a man jumps from the podium with laughter. He was greatly impressed by the protagonist's fight, but Kang Jin-hyuk scans the newcomer immediately. Dodo Hen, with the giant's power ability and the giant's hand skill. Only the skill can be copied, and that's if Kang Jin-hyuk can figure out this kid's hidden agenda. Except here's the interesting thing. How did the system even realize this guy had a hidden agenda? Isn't that beyond the capabilities of neural networks? The protagonist's musings are interrupted by Dodo Hen himself. He's not here to fight. It was likely that he and Jin-hyuk would cross paths frequently from now on. So he decided to be polite and introduce himself. However, the protagonist doesn't believe a word he says. Yes, the eye of truth is showing. Dodo Hen's words are a complete lie. It's pretty clear, though, this guy is really jealous of him. He probably wants to show off in front of the guild leader and the reporters. He has the giant's hand skill. He'll 100% try to make Kanjin look weak and turn the attention to himself. Read is cheap, and the system confirms this theory. The giant's hand skill has been copied. It allows you to lift objects the weight of which is 10 times greater than your own. Well, Jin-hyuk came out to greet guild member Black Luck himself. Yes, they are. And they'd love to have a protagonist in their ranks. That's right, so Kangjin will get a deposit, right? Dodo Hyun says this isn't the best place to discuss it, but of course they will. I see. And before they shake hands, Kanjina has one last question. Dodo Hyun, what? Does he really think he can defeat him by force alone? To which Grommel replies, of course he does, and activates the giant's hand skill. But for some reason, his jo is changed by surprise. The skill didn't work, but the Sudanubis skill did, which weakened the bow. Took away his skill for a minute. 2. The main character scoffed. What is it with him? What's with this handshake? I mean, he was supposed to be confident in his power. And now what? He's writhing in pain. Wow. Where's his pride? Said Jin-hyuk, and squeezed the Ambala's hand even harder. And when he cried out in pain, with a kick under theirs, the protagonist sent him to rest. There's no point in pretending you want to be friends if it's not really like that. However, unexpectedly, the protagonist has to dodge urgently. Because if he hadn't, he wouldn't be alive right now. It's furious, Han Deok Palyo shouted. He put so much effort into this guy's image, and Jin Hyuk ruined it. The protagonist scans him. He has an ability, blood rage energy, and in order to copy her, you have to break that guild leader's ego. Self-love it is. This is something the protagonist will start off neutral. He understands that Deok Palyo is angry, but he can be more restrained. More restrained, because Kanjin's pants are already on fire. That means that no, he just wasn't planning on defeating the guild master yet. Such words made Deok Palyo completely mad. Now he would destroy this confessed asshole. As he soared through the air, he activated the blood rage energy skill, and then immediately rushes straight for Jin Hyuk, and he retaliates with the daylight skill to blind his opponent, and then blocks his blows with a power surge. The guild leader didn't believe it. On the raid on the second floor boss, he was in the vanguard. And to have that little brat as his equal, seriously, not gonna happen. But all their skills seemed to disappear in a flash. After the insult used the referee skill, this man says that in a tournament that's broadcast nationally, they should be on their best behavior, not just fighting. It was none other than the head of the Awakened Association, Han Sang-jing. And he's just in time. Deok Palyo wanted to complain to him. That guy maimed a member of their guild. But the leader of the association doesn't seem to care at all. He says it's normal at the tournament. He didn't come here for Deok Palyo. He came here for Jin Hyuk. Until 20 minutes ago, he didn't know anything about him. But after a report from one of his employees, they quickly pulled up all the data. There were a lot of inconsistencies, and it turns out Jin Hyuk influenced the examiner. But it doesn't matter now. Han Sang-jin congratulates him on receiving his 16th S rank in Korea. The association mistakenly gave him the wrong rank, and they apologize. When they heard the news, all the journalists rushed to this new star. Deok Palyo's been forgotten, and his new rising star, too. And after all, this tournament was supposed to be a valuable domination of their guild. No, he can't let that happen, so he calls out one of the reporters. Actually, their guild is planning an attack on the third floor boss, except nobody cares. Whoever was on the horse 5 minutes ago is no longer of any use to anyone. All the lenses are only looking at Jin Hyuk, and the pride of the outgoing Deok Palyo is trampled on, which is just what they needed to copy. Han Jing now has the ability of blood rage energy. All the news immediately went viral in the newspapers and on YouTube. This is exactly the reaction the protagonist expected, so they gave him a first-class plane ticket to Las Vegas to apologize for the wrong ranking, which is where he needed to go to get on the black market. And the service here is appropriate. Jin Hyuk even let his guard down. But you can't distract Alice. She tells him to look out for the guy in the white suit. His blood just stinks to high heaven. He's clearly not an ordinary man. All right. Then Jin Hyuk will skin him. So his name is Alex Judro. But what's more interesting is the terms of copying. The protagonist needs to befriend him. However, the maximum degree of intimacy can only be obtained by joining the main association. And this guy turns out to be one himself. And just in the nick of time, Alex is filling in for our protagonist. He knows him. It's the new Korean S rank. Really? Kong Jin knew right away that kid wasn't here for a reason. He was probably assigned to recruit him into the main. But for now, it's best to pretend he doesn't know anything. So the protagonist just makes friendly conversation. Alex gives me his card. And without wasting time, he suggests a couple drinks to pass the time, but Kongjin doesn't mind. When we took out the cognac, the conversation got better. We discussed the cosmetics business and problems related to the test tower. But here finally Alex decided to get to the point. He's not just in Korea for the cosmetics business, but he wants to expand and start doing business with the Awakened. You have to keep up with the times, after all. But there's a problem. Maybe Kon Jin has heard of it, about the masked player. Of course I heard. He's been all over the world announcing a solo raid on the third floor boss. Why? Did Alex have something to do with him? Well, actually, you could say that. After all, his group wanted to raid the third floor boss too. Except this guy in a mask got in their way. And in confidence, it's not what he said in the interview. None of what he's doing is to protect his comrades. The masked guy just wants something in the third floor boss's room. So that's how it is. Kon Jin asks if Alex is a personal acquaintance of John Doe, to which he replies that it's safe to say so. Jin Hyuk's face twisted from such a brazen lie that he continued to pretend. What a bad and greedy John Doe. Yes, yeah. Well, what's Alex's point? They want to try and take out the third floor boss, too. And it'd be nice if the new S rank could help them do it. Jin Hyuk didn't understand, so John Doe was going to fight alone. Alex replies that it is, but S rank is also given the right of discretion, which means no one will mind. In addition, they will be able to get items from the third floor. Kang Jin immediately realized it looked like the mines were going to stop him from clearing the dungeon, even though the other guilds had given him the go-ahead. And they won't get the condemnation they deserve if they recruit an S ranker who hasn't been in the dark yet. What the protagonist wants to ask the question, is the request of the guy in front of him too serious? Suggesting that the new guy S rank go on a smoke break to all the guilds, to which the answer was immediate. Alex is a businessman, so everything will be fair. The service he's asking for is indeed great, but he'll reward you accordingly. Like this one. Maybe the protagonist has heard there's a drug that can cure you of any disease, even if your heart's already stopped, get you back on your feet. And that elixir of life could change hands right now. How's that for a good offer? It's really worthy. I mean, it's literally the rarest item. Jin Hyuk doesn't understand at all how it ended up at the main's place. Noticing the protagonist's surprise, Bai says he will give him this elixir in advance, assuming he signs this contract, of course. Jin Hyuk scanned it. It looks like an ordinary deal. But if it's not done, you will be cursed, and death will follow. Well, if you don't sign, then there's no need to worry. So Kang Jin politely declines, to which he gets a chuckle, and Alexa thought the protagonist was more sensible. He shouldn't have relied on him. Well, then he can forget about the elixir too. However, no, Kang Jin is judgmental. He's also incredibly greedy. If he wants something, he'll get it. He won't give it to him now. Main was only meant to be indignant, but at that second, the plane shook violently. It's all because Jin Hyuk released so much mana. The pilots immediately announced that they had encountered sudden turbulence, and everyone needs to return to their seats, which is exactly what the protagonist is in a hurry to do. And yes, he knew who was in front of him from the start. Although Kang Jin has to admit that Main is a good actor. Alex angrily said that if Jin Hyuk doesn't return the elixir, then the unknown will force him to do so. But Kang Jin has nothing to hide now. Stop lying. He knows the masked men threw them out of the Olympus Guild meeting. This surprised Main incredibly. Did the man in front of him really know the unknown? That the protagonist isn't interested in these speculations. They're about to land, so maybe they'll see each other again. Landing in Las Vegas, by the evening, Jin Hyuk was already walking the streets of Jinhyuk, and he wasn't the only one. He let Alice out, too. And this town has taken a liking to him. But because of the small mono reserve, the maximum height at materialization of the girl will be only 150 centimeters. Okay. There's something he needs to do now. By summoning the memories of the world, Jin Hyuk combines the Eye of Truth and the energy of Blood Rage. Thus he gains a new skill, Greedy Stare. He has 2 additional features: Mind Reading and Split Vision. Only if you use it too often, it can change the character of the host, and Kang Jin would really like to avoid that. Therefore, he would like to make an association with a safer skill. But there was no choice. He needed the reinforcement urgently. Alice, meanwhile, interrupted his musings. She wanted to go to the casino. Well, that's where they'll go, but not a regular casino. In a regular casino, magic is forbidden. But in a private mountain house in Tortuga, which is where they're going, it's perfectly permissible. Except Alice liked that glowing building better. It's kind of boring, but they didn't come here to have fun. They came here to make money. Except their conversation is interrupted by the screams of a guy who got kicked out of the casino. He'd lost everything, and now he wanted to accuse the dealer of cheating. But he didn't. All he got was a kick to the jaw. The people who get beaten up in this casino are fools. But after looking at this picture, Jin Hyuk and his companion went inside. It's really hers. He immediately sits down at the bar. Let him order what he wants, and don't touch anything. Alice didn't like it, but there was nothing to be done, especially since the main character himself said he'd be back soon. Right now, he just needs to make some money, and the dealer had already dealt the cards. But not just like that, but with the skill blocking the basics. Buffs on players from the outside will no longer work. The biggest one, on the other hand, will have it all the same, and his hand isn't bad at all, to Jax. But he's already lost $500,000 to this Asian guy. It's dangerous to lose more than that, and this time he's sure to win. So he bets a large sum of money. But the protagonist was not impressed by such a thing. He goes all in. They bet a total of $5 million, and he asks if everything is okay, right? Will they be able to pay? It's a lot of money. To which the croupier replies that everything is fine. But then the protagonist wonders, what guild controls this place? To which he gets the answer that it's a guild of purifiers. But the dealer thought to himself that it was strange. The guy was silent, and then he started asking a lot of questions. And then John Hyuk asks, is it even possible to ask so many questions? The dealer was in a hurry, but he said, of course you can, it's okay. Except he seems to have figured it out. This guy can read minds, but none of that matters. With sleight of hand, he's about to change his cards. However, when opened up, for some reason he still had the same pair of waltzes, and he hardly knew it was all because of Anubis' judgment. And the protagonist was asking questions for a reason. He's got a couple kings, by the way, so he wins this time. So he takes the chips. Or rather, he wanted to take them, but Jong Hyuk was immediately surrounded by a crowd of thugs. He's won a lot of things. It's interesting what skills. That's what they're about to find out. Because the floor manager is ordering that Kanjin be taken to the staff room and give him lessons. In a second, however, the muzzies themselves started toward the room, but not on their own. John Hyuk remembered something. Their guard at the entrance said something like that. Those who get beaten up like that are just fools. Except the guys at the casino aren't easy. They have guns. Not that it would help them much against Kanjin's tremendous speed. The guards have zero chance. In the meantime, Alice was just enjoying her drinks. There's absolutely nothing out of the ordinary going on in the back. That's when the manager started to get it. Even though it's not in a crime-ridden neighborhood. But something about this kid's skills are too strong. And then everything falls into place at once. His subordinate found it. It's the new Korean S rank. Obviously, if he's not contained here, he's gonna destroy their casino any minute now. So across the room a man yells at them all to stop. Kneeling down he apologizes profusely. However, John Hyuk was not satisfied. He was just getting warmed up. Did they already know he was S-ranked and backed off? Why is that? Wasn't this place like this in the first place? It's just the way they act, isn't it? It's the principle of this casino. Whoever gets it is a fool. All right, Jang Hyuk will forgive them. But if we measure his winnings and moral damages, it's 10 million. Yes, $10 million and forget about this conflict. And if they don't, they're gonna have to shut down their shithouse. And of course, after a short time, 10 million was already in the protagonist's account. That's probably enough to buy out everything at the auction. That's where they came for him, by the way. That's the car that was supposed to take him where he needed to go. This place must be highly classified, because you can't see anything from the car. But 15 minutes, and there it is. The underground trading place for the rich. Of course Alice wanted to see them too. That's why John Hyuk drafted her out of the ring again. But it's all on the condition that she doesn't attract a lot of attention. There's too many prying eyes in here. This auction existed long before the tower. A lot of people had been here 100 times. But this time the focus will probably be on items from there. However, among the visitors there was one who stank like a monster. The girl is so respectful. And that was Julius Cedric, Alex's teacher. And from the looks of it, he was properly attacked for the loss of an important artifact. John Hyuk decides to investigate this Julius' abilities, and as expected, they are excellent, and they also combine very well with each other. And they allow you to summon crowds of soldiers almost without wasting mana. It's not easy to copy them, though. You have to learn dark magic from this old man, and get an A+ grade. Of course the protagonist won't do that just yet. Well, then talk to him for a while. Thanks to his student, he got an incredibly interesting subject. But Julius is very happy if that's the case. He's just come to get something in return. He wants information that Jong Hyuk knows and unknown. But the guy won't talk about it. We'll talk about it next time. Right now, Kong Jin is declining. Except, no, there may not be another time. The old man stops him, and we need to deal with the unsub now. That's how it is. Only John Hyuk missed the point. And when it became his problem, with those words, he turns around and walks away. But Julius tells his student not to worry. There are other ways to get this man to cooperate. Meanwhile, the double has already arrived at the main venue. The auction is about to begin. The first item will be a meteorite fell on Arizona, USA, and the bidding starts at $100,000. The price goes straight up to $200,000, but it's actually cheap. There are no people in the world who know how to process meteorites right now, so you can get it for free. That's what Kong Jin thought when he bet $300,000. However, $1 million. Such a bet was heard from another participant. And it was Julius, Alex's teacher. Next up was a sealed catalog of mental hospitals. The bidding was also proceeding normally. Suddenly, it's $1 million again. Again, Julius bets a large sum. Even the local rich were surprised. It's barbaric to raise the stakes like this. And Kong Jin realized it. It looks like that old man decided to stop him and take whatever lot the protagonist bids on. He decided to test this theory, and without finishing the description of the next item, he bet 500 grand on it. That's $1 million bet from Julius. It came immediately, but Kong Jin continued. 1.5, 3 in return. And that's where the protagonist stopped. That was his new tactic. He was betting on every unnecessary item and tried to get all his money out of this old man. Alex was even starting to get a little worried. Maybe they should stop. But no, they won't give that bastard a chance to get what he wants, despite the losses. And then trade those things for information about the unknown. And the next lot was the first chessboard. Nobody really wanted to bet on it. It doesn't even come with figures. But Kong Jin bet 50,000. In response, as always, the stakes flew. But this time they went even to 8 million. And in an uncertain voice, Kong Jin voiced his final bet, 10 million. That's when Main realized it was his turn to shine. 30 million. That's his bet. He doesn't know why the young man needs that chessboard at all. But that's clearly why the protagonist came here in the first place. And Ian will never give it to him, so if Jin wants it, he'll have to agree to the old man's terms. And it looks like there's really no choice. The protagonist's tactics have completely failed. I can't believe that Main has so much money. Shit, he really needed that chessboard. But the auctioneer was about to count to 3. Hope had completely faded. However, the figure of 100 million. Suddenly the hall erupted, said her standing up Alice. That bet knocked Main out of the loop. And everyone else, too. Who's the little one? But Julius decided to keep going. He's already spent $70 million on junk. We can't give up. 110 million is his rate. 200, immediately the girl pronounces. But this old man couldn't take it anymore. Who'd believe she had $200 million? Yes, the auctioneer also asks for confirmation of such funds. It's a very large amount of money. Oh. Well, let them admire it. Opening the portal, Alice dumps thousands of gold coins out from under the space. Not only that, the appraisers quickly come to the conclusion that even the individual artifacts here are worth at least $500,000. That's when Julius realized he lost because of some little girl. She can't be an ordinary person. No, I don't think so. But Jin Hyuk is more dangerous, the one who keeps her close to him. That guy could be even more problematic than John Doe. The old man stands up abruptly and says that things have changed. Now they're going to go to Plan B. And Alex seemed to be waiting for just those words. Meanwhile, our twosome is already giving away the item they need. But the protagonist was surprised. Wasn't the vampire too much of a splurge? In fact, she wanted to take all this junk apart anyway. More importantly, she's not gonna let anyone look down on her contractor. Well, Jin Hyuk was greatly pleased by such words, which is more than can be said for the explosion, which immediately followed. The ceiling started collapsing right on top of people. Everyone was immediately asked to quickly run for cover, which the rich people immediately did. But that's just where they were going. The most hasty ones, Andro had already cut their throats. He needs them as raw material. He uses a skill, melting magic. At that very second, people get a hell of a headache. Almost everyone collapses unconscious. Even Jin Hyuk felt it. No, this guy is out of line. He's a fucking psychopath. So he summoned monsters from the corpses. It's so disgusting. Gross. Well, Alex doesn't think so. I mean, these big guys are beautiful. Jin Hyuk surprised him though. He's still standing on his feet, even with such powerful magic. It's okay. Alex will make him pay for the insults on the airplane, because after the order to kill everyone here, he doesn't have to hold back anymore. And so all the monsters at once rush at the protagonist. But even under the influence of such powerful magic, it's not a problem, he just ducked. Too bad Alice had to be dematerialized. It takes too much mana to keep her alive. It's also similar, the longer that maniac's spell lasts, the worse Jin Hyuk gets. That means we have to finish him quickly. Rushing out of his seat, Kon Jin shreds the summoned creatures with his sword graveyard skill. They immediately burst like a balloon, and there's no trace of them left. That's Alex impressing. However, he can call for more. It's so nice having a lot of consumables around. Jin Hyuk is beginning to realize it's useless to kill the creatures, otherwise, sooner or later, he'll run out of mana and Alex will win. And the monsters are just trying to do just that, but Kon Jin hurriedly dodges. He's got one trump card up his sleeve. 2. Kills them all with one punch, or ray of daylight. However, the necromancer was prepared for this. He watched the recording of the fights from the tournament. We should just attack Jin Hyuk while the beam is still gathering energy, and it's a done deal. Except the flash didn't make the kid notice. All of his monsters have frozen feet, thanks to the protagonist's ice magic. Now it's just like he said, he's gonna take them all out in one fell swoop. And that attack could be heard far beyond this mansion. Waking up, Alex realized all of his summoned creatures were gone. Yes, he is. And soon he'll be gone forever, said Jin Hyuk standing behind him. But no, the guy's not gonna die for nothing. Tossing aside some object to block the attack, Alex ran for the hills. Hell, he had such a huge advantage. I've got to tell the man in charge, but he won't report it to anyone. I mean, with his chest pierced through, it's kind of hard to do that. Where's he going? He makes a mess, so what? He thinks he's gonna get away with it. No, Kanji's gonna tell us a different scenario. For the next half hour, blood will pool in his lungs, and then he'll slowly start to suffocate. Although it'll probably burn up faster than that in a fire, it's gonna be painful. That the protagonist can make sure the kid doesn't suffer for long. He's got Alexei here. That's the one. All the guy has to do is tell him about the main association. The young man immediately cheered up. This is his chance to survive. Except he can't string a word together. He's just choking on his own blood. But Den will try to use it to write, but Jin Hyuk just steps on his hand. Well, if he doesn't want to talk, it's his right. That's when Alex realized Jin Hyuk didn't want the information in the first place. He just wanted to make fun of him. Yes, it was. By the way, here's Alex's card. He can keep it. Kangen doesn't need it now. I let him do one last favor. How about dying as long as possible, and more painful? Because that's all Edgar's deserves. Having disposed of his adversary, Kanjinu was about to leave when he noticed the abandoned auction items, a safe designed by Michelangelo, and an ichthyosaur heart. These are the items needed to create subspace. By combining them, the protagonist gained a huge subspace, as much as 5,000 kilograms, except someone saw him steal it. It was the auctioneer, who wanted to thank him. He came with a baby. By the way, Jin Hyuk immediately started making excuses. He'll pay for everything. But no, it's okay. He's the one who saved their lives, right? Before he passed out. The anchor saw Jin Hyuk standing up for the people. Among them was his son. Of course, no one would denounce him after that. Hearing such words, Kanjin thought for a moment. This is a first for him, although it's quite a good feeling too. And after a while, on the third floor of the Tower of Trials, in the Cathedral of Hatred, the two tried to get in. Only, there were too many traps, and a girl named Melina resented them. Why did they have to go through all this every time? But the guy was telling her to calm down. He was already in a bad mood because of Alex. The girl, however, only gave a shit once. Why should she give a shit about his mood? But their quarrel is interrupted by another man. On its platform, there is an inverted cross and the Roman numeral 7. And he can't even believe that these two have survived together for over 10 years. They're like cat and dog. Either way, the reason he called them in is because there's a new figure on the horizon who's causing trouble for them. Of course he was talking about Kon Jin Hyuk. But Melina says, there's nothing to worry about. The kid's probably just been playing around before, too. That's all. Doesn't mean he's stronger than the others. To which the masked man says, that maybe this guy went higher up the tower than they did. But the girl wasn't convinced. Few people had ever been above the 20th floor. That's what the kid thinks. They're the ones who played the game man got this high. Just to hide from the international police and do all their business up there. Exactly. And why would the average person sit around and play this fucking game? It's something only someone with a sick mind would do. The masked guy doesn't see it that way, though. Kan Jin is a real threat, therefore, she must be eliminated immediately. Have these to go after Kedrick. In the meantime, Yuyan and Tomino were practicing hard. But with the girl's powerful blows, the boy could hardly stand on his feet. Between sparring sessions, the young man decided to look at the news. And there, of course, everything was full of headlines about the unknown, especially since today, just in time for the promised raid. Taemin thinks this guy isn't that simple. He's hardly bluffing like the others. There's something special about him. By the way, there's a live broadcast with him right now. He's in the Temple of the Tree of Man, in the 3rd floor boss room. No wonder he decided to go there, because if he answers 3 questions from the Tree Man, he'll reward him with a skill item. But the problem is that the complexity of the questions the tree asks are too complex. Looking at their new visitor, the tree says they haven't had a visitor in a while. He's what to solve the riddles, to which the protagonist says yes. Let him solve the most interesting ones. Alright, if he answers 3 questions, then he'll give him the paper he chooses. However, if this guy makes a mistake anywhere, the statues behind him won't leave a trace of him. And so the first question, what is the optimal depth and temperature for Kelgarn life in seawater? Calling your friend Junhook, I don't think you can count on it, because they have no idea what these questions are. But Kanjin knows the answer for himself. The depth is 175 meters. And the temperature is 1.5 degrees Celsius. So, what's the next question? The tree was in shock. It didn't know if the guy in the mask was right or wrong. So why are we dragging our feet? Jinhyuk already knows the right answer. The tree was pissed off. Well, then the next question's gonna be a tough one. The method of application of the sponge body. Well, though the matter has not been perfected yet, the protagonist interrupted the tree and gave an accurate early answer to it. And one last question, when giant eagles mate. Junhook also answers confidently, when the first snow falls in the tower. And thus, to the shock of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, we have our first winner. It's true there's not $1 million here, but there are 3 leaves, red, green and yellow. Timon watching the broadcast heard something like that. Red is a fire modifier, yellow is defense enhancement, and green is speed. I'd take the green one. The speed of travel would definitely not be unreasonable, but Junhook isn't interested in any of that. He wants the black leaf, which this tree hides. It terrifies the monster. How did he know about the black leaf? No, it can't give him away, but in return, it will give him an extra green leaf if he chooses red. But Junhook is not satisfied. He was told the prize would be any leaf he wanted. And now he's being talked down to. Less talk, get the wood to hand over the black sheet, and fast. Or it wants to be seen as a dishonorable liar. I wonder what the property managers have to say about this. The spirit has no choice. It agrees. He hands over the black sheet, but he begins to fall apart after that. The effect of this item is really not bad. When attacking an enemy, a decomposition effect will be applied, which will drain 1% of your maximum health every 3 minutes. That was the final element that the protagonist had been sorely lacking. But now it's time to begin. He'll just have to deal with those statues first. At this time, the guards of the portal to the boss room were discussing. The unknown person had already started raiding the 3rd floor, and it all happened rather quickly. It's just a shame that they have to stand guard over this place, and can't watch it. I don't even know why they're doing it. What kind of idiot would even come here? But someone did show up. The first guards have already disappeared, and seconds later, and these 2 guys are bound together. The main suck their energy. They're dragging them underground. Julius says they can't wait. John Doe looks like he's already started. Yes, it's true. There's no trace of those statues anymore. But the opinion of viewers on the stream is divided. Some think that John Doe will win and some are sure of the opposite. However, reading these messages, Kanjin says he doesn't care whether people believe in him or not. He's already got his hands full. Don't let them write nonsense. The audience was shocked. Is that what he's telling them? They're his subscribers. You can't treat your audience like that. They're just gonna leave. No, they won't. That's exactly what Jin Heck is telling them. If they don't like something, they can just walk out of the stream and that's it. He doesn't give a shit. Yes, many streamers purposely create an image to please their subscribers more. However, if you tell it like it is from the beginning, and pushing the concept of my channel, I do what I want, this approach can also gather its audience. That's the way it is here. Some people liked it, some people didn't. However, Kanjin's thoughts were interrupted by a powerful burst of magic. He realized immediately, there's someone else here. Looks like it's time to shut down the stream. It was the Minas, of course, dozens of mages who had already begun to confront the statues. And if you're grading, this battle was about equal, or not, and the Minas and their summoned creatures, even a little stronger, you could say they're winning. But suddenly ice shards fly at them from far away. The mages quickly tried to deploy their shields, and see where the attack was coming from. And here he is, this man, there's only one. They'll be able to eliminate him quickly. The skeleton archers strike at him, but the guy easily hides behind the statue's huge bodies. Then activates the Heaven's Protection skill. Mages' powers are debuffed because of this, and they lose control of summoned creatures, which immediately afterward, attacking them themselves. Finally, Julius gets a report that the third team has been destroyed, but he can see that for himself. Looks like the Unsub messed up their plans. They created for teams to effectively control the undead. One of them was just destroyed, and if we break up the first team right now, then control of the dead will be completely lost. But what Kanjin's been doing so far, making smiley face mobs of himself, and then he tries to lead them to a huge crowd of mains. They were just about to bolt, which is not surprising, but Jin Hyuk doesn't want to let them go. The show has just started, and the first performance, it's like a 10-ton boulder bouncing a bomb into a crowd of skeletons. It's fun. Don't just stand there stone-faced. Julius is immediately reported again. The first team was trampled by an emoji-shaped rock. What do? He can't help but be pissed off about it. Of course, it activates the Pyramid Keeper skill, but the subordinates don't understand. Why? Because if he uses it now, there won't be any mana left to attack the boss. But Julius doesn't care. His main target right now, it's that pathetic man. So let the Guardians of Egypt wake up. After the summoning of the mummies, the old man was exhausted. In fact, he couldn't even stand up. So he asks the young man to come along, to come close to him and help him. However, this help will cost the guy his life. It dries out his body, takes away his soul. At the end of the day, there's not even a corpse left of the guy. But now, the old man's back on the job. But how's the John Doe? How long has he been waiting? Now would be a good time to start the fun. And the whole lot of them rush to the attack. And they're not just some weak zombies. They're free to use steel tough bandages, stronger than the undead. Literally, they exist in the wild. The old man certainly didn't plan to use this skill to attack the boss, but if he can take out the Unsub, it would be worth the gamble. So let the masked bastard do him a favor and die sooner. The two mains watching the action were surprised. They didn't remember the old man putting in so much effort. It's true, they may not even have to get involved, except something's weird. Why this kid just jumped into the middle of a battle? That's how it happened. All because Jin Hyuk remembered that time and the experience he had already had. Once upon a time, a bearded man gave him a lecture. The protagonist's sword was certainly sharp, but he was exerting himself too much. In fact, he was just wasting his strength. Let him look at that rope. A true master, capable of striking a blow using minimal force. All you have to do is imagine it's moving freely in your body like the wind. But at the right moment, it's capable of doing tremendous damage. How so? He already wants to learn his spiritual art of Mechachuan Gomu. And the protagonist of course wanted to then, and now recovered some of that skill, in my mind in real life, and chopping up every opponent in his path. Jin Hyuk's understanding of this skill grew exponentially. So little more than that, from Jin Hyuk's spiritual art, he started attracting all the enemies. And the guy was moving so fast, he was covered in a sphere of wind. This is his new skill. The fifth type of sword dance, soul destruction. Instantly all attracted enemies, just slices them apart in a huge explosion. Those mummies Julius was so proud of, Now they're just lying on the ground. But you can't hurt the wizard himself. It activates the double shield skill, but maintaining such a powerful barrier costs mana. And Main honestly doesn't understand how that bastard became so powerful in just half a year. Because in the end, even that shield wasn't enough. And the skill of the protagonist destroyed the staff the old man was so proud of. And when the dust settled, all that was visible was Julius lying helpless on the ground. He knew he had to run now. There was no way he could win this fight. But shit, where is everybody? I need someone to stop this psychopath and protect him. That's an order. However, no one will come to think of it, apple of the apple. He's just as insignificant, like his apprentice. First he brags about his advantage. And when he realizes he can't win, he just takes off. Julius wanted to say something back, but he suddenly realized, how does this guy know about his student? Isn't he famous? And Kanjin Hyuk is the same person. Yes, it is. And let him say hello to his apprentice. In the next world, with these words, Kanjin burns this main to the ground. An entire army of summoned creatures because of it. It's just starting to fall apart. And of course the statues won't slow down and chop those lowly necromancers to pieces. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself has moved on. Destroying a soul on this level was a very difficult task. He was exhausted. That's why he's buying a couple recovery potions. Because if he doesn't go fight the boss right now, it's only to his detriment. You can't give in to a moment of weakness. By the way, in the heat of battle, one of the shields flew so far off that it ended up on this peak. Well, Jin Hyuk could use it. He used to like shields after all, but fighting giant statues, not so much. But it can't be helped, because the temple guards, the lords of the Forbeginnings, are blocking his path. And they're not going to hesitate. They're going to attack immediately. And Jin Hyuk is a blocking punch, really like silent enemies like this. But even if they were talking, they'd be silent in a second. After all, Kon Jin had a couple of punches, almost crushed those stone freaks. How's it going in there? He's got a long way to go. Let them spit out the key. That'll be the end of it. However, they weren't going to do that. In addition, the monsters began to move in a different pattern than the one the protagonist had memorized. The ones the protagonist had memorized. One of the statues took out the key and pointed it in the direction of the temple, the pagoda of knowledge. And the key leading to the main hall reacted. It gave the statue unprecedented power, and a flower began to grow on her head. This was something Jin Hyuk definitely hadn't encountered before. What's more, when this flower opened, a multi-armed Buddha statue was born, and it can talk. It's been a long time the four great heavenly kings have not summoned him. He didn't think that among the visitors, there would be someone who could pose a sufficient threat. No, the protagonist replies that it's no big deal. He'll just take out the boss of this floor and move on. Oh, well, he's got a lot of nerve. The Buddha statue recognizes his courage. It's what he can defeat that the monster is not sure of. But Jin Hyuk is sick of it all. He's tired as hell. Maybe he should finish it soon. Talking to statues, it's kind of fun. To which Buddha changes his expression. He says that when he dies, the kid will regret it. That he didn't enjoy this last moment of his life properly. But Buddha didn't use his fists. The first thing Jin Hyuk did was sound attacks. And they're really not easy. Every time the protagonist blocks them, it feels like the body's crumbling. And if it doesn't, it's gonna die. But he has no choice. He has to be patient and wait for his chance. And Buddha is tired of being limited to sound attacks. So be it. He'll kill that bug with a sword. But of course, it didn't work out that easily. Jin Hyuk blocked his punch with an ice block. And when it was crumbled, the protagonist threw a shield at the monster. Except he caught it easily. It's nothing more than a cheap trick. However, that was not the plan. For undercover, a dagger charged with bloody energy was flying at the statue. When hit, it carries continuous periodic damage. But that's the only thing that doesn't matter. Okay, Buddha will tear off one of his arms. But it's a trick, twice within, and it will pass. And you don't really need to do it twice anymore, because like Jin just got exactly what he wanted, the gem from his hand, which he will combine with the ice grimoire. And thus, Kanjin will receive an S-rank artifact, the Golden Dawn of Limonton. It allows you to unleash your magical abilities to the limit, and that will definitely be enough. Scanning the Buddha with a greedy gaze, Jin Hyuk recognizes the conditions for copying his ability. In 5 minutes, he needs to piss off his opponent using ice magic, because it seems his opponent hates Western magic. He also needs to make a beautiful statue out of it. One more thing, all of this has to be done to the right music and in a costume. Such conditions put the hero in a stupor. And the song, and the statue, and the outfit. What kind of conditions are these? All right, lucky he can do them all. He doesn't have much of a choice, he needs Buddha's ability badly. So he puts on the familiar gramophone, from which lovely music begins to play again. And Jin Hyuk himself asks, let his opponent ask him nothing from now on. I mean, the main character himself, he's not happy about it either. His hair has turned white for some reason, and it's grown noticeably, and it's in a braid. The Buddha statue didn't understand what kind of circus was being put on in front of him. In a fit of anger, he activates the mandala skill. Its copy begins to be energized, and right after that, the monster attacks. But Jin Hyuk isn't so simple either. Now his ice magic, it's much stronger now, and he's easily blocking all the blows, creating another wall. And of course Jin Hyuk does not forget to praise his glorious ice magic, because it is incredibly good and he likes it very much. Anything to piss off that oriental statue. And the main twosome watching couldn't understand. What's this guy doing? Fighting with his music on. And in a wake, what's with the clowning? Still, you can't exactly write him off. He defeated Julius. And to fight even on equal footing with that statue, you need to get to at least the 10th floor. Also, the ice magic of the unknown exceeds all their possible expectations. It's unlikely they could even beat him with just the two of them. And so the girl comes to a conclusion and says, there's nothing for them to do here. However, the guy is of a different opinion. If they don't fail this mission, the higher-ups will be disappointed in them. And moreover, pulling out a mysterious coin, the guy says they have a method here. And that ominous aura was sensed by Jin Hyuk in the midst of the battle. Did the main send someone else? That there was no need for Jin Hyuk to renounce. He immediately misses an attack that shatters his linen defense. This little man better concentrate. Yeah, that's what Jin Hyuk wanted. He's just like that, fixing his hair. But now he's going to try it again. Creating a pile of shrapnel, the guy is neutralized by the new statue attack. But the Buddha had already found his way to victory. He activates the barrier trap skill and locks Jin Hyuk in it. Since the kid thinks he can win just by defending himself, the protagonist will have to defend himself forever. With those words, the multi-armed man unleashes dozens of projectiles. They all push off the barrier, and now Jin Hyuk can't track their trajectory. But then there's no choice. To protect Jin, he will surround himself with ice. But the statue didn't appreciate the idea. Resistance is futile. Swinging a huge swastika, at the last moment the Buddha removes the barrier. And immediately afterward, he strikes a powerful blow. In the shards, he can see Jin Hyuk's head is already clearly separated from his body. It's a sure thing now, he's won. Except it was unexpected. The sound died away and a voice came out. What was he saying? The same attacks won't work twice. Well, it seems to be working fine. Jin Hyuk creates a wall of ice around Buddha, essentially imprisoning him. And he doesn't like ice magic so much. Jin Hyuk is really hurt. So why is someone who according to mythology has achieved everything through self-improvements so prejudiced? What is he? A compulsive psychotic disorder? Well, the best treatment for that is shock therapy. And a huge faka of ice is exactly what the Buddha needs right now. Of course, this can't help but anger the statue. It will send the hero into endless suffering in the last circles of hell, and make him reincarnate into an insect 1,000 times. Of course, after saying that, it's obvious. The conditions for copying have been met. The mandala ability has been copied. It allows you to endow weapons with special powers and direct them into attacks with your mind. But now the Buddha may not waste his energy unnecessarily. Kanjin will make sure that the potential of this wonderful skill is not wasted. Now, let it finally disappear. Jin Hyuk sends his huge middle finger right into the chest of this statue, and it's breaking her into little pieces. For killing such a monster, Kanjin gains 2 whole levels at once, and the main key that can be used to summon the boss of this floor. The battle certainly wore the protagonist out a lot. It's also revealed his weaknesses. It seems like experience points are best allocated to Mana. I can't get enough of her all the time. Now, it's time for him to finally get down to business. And you'd better hurry, because at night the Tower of Trials is not the same as during the day. The temperature drops quickly, and the aggressiveness and strength of the monsters increases. That's why most players leave the tower at such a time. But the main character, alas, has no such option. So after building a fire, Jin Hyuk was already cooking the giant shrimp he caught at the temple. It's delicious, by the way. There are no such delicacies outside the tower, except that the hero's rush is interrupted by some noise. A young boy and girl came from the forest to smell it. It's a little cold. They'd like to join Jin Hyuk. They didn't get out of the tower before dark. And now they can't. The monsters are stronger at night. It's okay with the main character. Let them sit down. What are their names, by the way? The twosome introduces themselves. The girl's name is Melina, and the guy's name is Li Chao. Well, we've met. Are they hungry? The girl would already like to agree and take the food from you, except Li Chao was pointless. Against, they don't eat what strangers offer, especially people who hide their face. So that's how it is. No, if it bothers them so much, the protagonist can take off the mask. The twosome is, of course, fine with it, except that Kenjin has one condition. Just revealing his identity like that isn't interesting. So why don't they play the same game? It's a good time to get to know each other. Ask each other 3 questions. If they answer all of them, he will immediately take off his mask. Li Chao doesn't understand. What's the point? There's no benefit to Jin Hyuk. They could be lying. Well, of course they accept the offer and decide who will answer first with a coin. The girl here chooses the eagle, and he's falling out. By the way, it turns out they are the first to ask the question, and Jin Hyuk notices this coin is not an ordinary coin. It's the coin of Caligula. If you choose a target and pour magic into the coin for 5 minutes, you can influence the mind of your opponent. Melina had already thought of a question. Is Jin Hyuk here alone or with his comrades? Well, he came here alone, and now it's his turn to ask. These two are the ones who came to kill the boss. So why didn't they help the protagonist? Because they saw him fighting. They were just waiting for the moment to enter the temple. After all, a lot of people have already died here. Why take any unnecessary risks? Now it's Melina's turn. Why did the masked man decide to go on this raid in the first place? Money? Fame? Or something else? Jin Hyuk immediately realized if their goals matched, the two would probably try to recruit him. Okay, but if he said what he wanted here, would they be able to help? Of course, if their interests coincide. Why not? Moreover, you can't tell from them, but they are capable of a lot. Then Jin Hyuk has one last question. If they answer, he'll take off the mask as promised. The last thing he's interested in. Main association how? Really thinks 2 of them will be enough. This wasn't news to Melina and Li Chao. They already knew that the unknown person had figured them out. But how will he fight them? He must be exhausted from the battle. He's certainly no match for them now, and they'll handle him with that coin. However, of course, nothing happens. Too panicked. Was their artifact broken? But no, Kaliwa's coins are perfectly fine. They just can't use it. That's all. Of course, Kajin won't say why. Though, the guy and girl wanted to move on to direct confrontation already, but none of their skills just worked. And Jin Hyuk was having fun. His opponents are in such disarray. He put an offering here, by the way, to the local gods of the temple, and they're very pleased. And now Jin Hyuk can choose these 2 totems as the ones who will carry out the judgment of Anubis. Melina and Li Chao froze in horror. They had never heard of anything like this. Are these wooden things really going to attack them? Did the unknown person plan this from the beginning? Yeah, that's what happened. And he's tired, by the way. Anyway, he's gonna lie down here and rest. Those assholes ain't gonna get away yet. Anyway, after all, one of the totems activates the skill barring exit. Li Chao was shocked by this guy's insolence. Why is he lying around? He would kill him without any skills and that would be the end of it. But Kajin had told him he'd better keep his head down, or some other totem will inadvertently crush you with his wooden hand. Melina realizes they should have run away. Now they'll die for sure. However, Jin Hyuk stopped his guards. Now they can talk. With a greedy gaze, he tries to scan the girl, but it doesn't work. The difference in levels is too great. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Let him answer the questions honestly. Kajin has heard about the menace, but he can't understand their motives. If the monsters win, humanity will disappear. The girl wanted to make a reply, but a half-deadly Chow yells at her to shut up. You can't say that information for anything, except that John Hyuk would have to have a show execution for saying that. Being true to an idea is cool, but not when you're already in the clutches of death. And the girl might end up the same way if she doesn't say anything. So what's she gonna say? Information isn't as precious as her own life, after all, and it's really like that. And then Melina begins her story. She doesn't know the real names of those who sent them to kill Jang Hyuk, but they called them Lancelots. She's not sure of the name, of course, but there seem to be 12 of them in total, but she only knows one. They say that if they collect the 12 cursed relics of the towers, even if humanity disappears, they can survive and get a big reward. She doesn't know anything else about it, that's all. And Jae Hyuk's greedy trace confirms it. It's true. Lancelot, then. And the 12 cursed relics, they're crazy. Even worse than Kanjin's wildest guess, because in fact, these 12 relics, when gathered together, summon the devil. And who survives his summoning is known only to the creature himself. Okay, well, he's grateful to Melina for the information, except he won't just let her go. And no, he wasn't fooling her. Just by contract of subordination will bring in some collectives. And the next day, Jang Hyuk posted an alert that there would be no stream. He'll upload a video of the floor sweep later, if anyone wants to watch. Of course the audience will be dissatisfied, but there's nothing you can do about it now. And now, finally, we can begin. Jin Hyuk inserts the stone key into the right place in the air, and instantly, that's where the huge gate appears, which immediately swings open, because the boss of the third floor answered Kanjin's call. First came the stone statues, but then the outline of a man appeared on the head of one of them. Kanjin immediately scanned him. That was the boss of this area, Muhin. Only it's impossible to copy his skill due to the difference in levels. And Muhin himself relaxedly asks, already many had tried to fight against his army, but only Kanjin summoned him using the key. Except, where's his army? Or how is he going to stand up to 100,000 of his warriors? The protagonist's army. Hot. Alright. He'll show you. Calling for the world's first chessboard, Kanjin increases her size, and then summons 2,851 magic chess pieces. That's impressive to the boss. Except, aren't these figures a little too small? But Jin Hyuk isn't done yet. It's about time to use those reinforcement pills. And now his once tiny army, it's not so small anymore. Even Muhin himself admits it. Looks like his new visitor isn't so simple. And the chess pieces themselves were prepared for Jin Hyuk and Parkan. And they weren't even given an end goal. They were just told to make chess pieces without interruption. Yuri, on the other hand, was in the business of giving them some sort of soul. They don't have much shows. If their slave master doesn't like it, they're finished. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself was already using these figures at full speed. Did Muhin just say something? Is he admitting it? Yes, the confession of someone who just sits and hides behind his servants. Jin Hyuk doesn't need it. It's neither hot nor cold for him. The floor boss didn't understand why these provocations, but Kong Jin continued. He just defeated a couple of weak players and now he's showing off. That's why that guy is sitting on the third floor. He doesn't have the strength to go higher. The thing is that the monsters of the Tower of Trials guard their floors. But that doesn't mean they can't change their apartments, becoming stronger. They use the energy of their floor, and the higher it is, the more energy. Naturally, no monster would turn that down. But Muhin only laughed. Did the guy really think that he was sitting here because of his lack of strength? But yeah, that's exactly what Jin Hyuk thinks, that the boss from the third floor doesn't care about his opinion. He already understood his opponent's plan to piss off his opponent, but the difference in their army size and tactics is obvious. It's impossible to defeat Jin Hyuk's forces. And with these words, Muhin sends his first battalion into the attack. There are 1,000 statues in the vanguard. It looks like he just wants to see what the protagonist's reaction to it will be. And it's going to be very simple. The first chessboard increases the attack and defense of chess pieces by 30%. And now let the outermost pawns make 3 steps forward. And of course no one will pay attention to the fact that pawns at most go to 2 squares. And the first row of infantrymen are already preparing for defense. They have created a wall of shields and will maintain such a battle formation. Jin Hyuk orders them to stand to the death, no matter how many of them are put down. And waiting for the moment, The young talent of the chess world orders the rooks to fire their crossbows. The statues had no choice but to cover themselves with shields. But that was the idea. Now elephants, or officers, if someone doesn't know the chess terminology, apply the wave of fire skill. And it's not like the statues of the avant-garde. Any chance at all of defending against that magic? Muhan was shocked too. Of course, that's certainly not what he agreed to when Jin Hyuk asked him to play another game. Because in chess, the update came out. Alright, then he'll send to battalions to attack at once. However, Kanjin had his own plan for that as well. Hundreds of horses attacked the flank of an army with a statue. And they would also deal 200% more damage in a wedge formation. And this time, the general will personally lead his army. The statue battalions were not prepared for this at all, and to the fact that they'll be blown to bits at speed, even more so. And Muhan saw it all too. Looks like he underestimated the hero. He gives out precise, timely orders. Only thing is, what's the hole in the formation? It looks too appetizing to pass up. Except it's probably a trap. Muhan is activating his weakness detection skill. It gives him the following: if you destroy the crown, Jin Hyuk's figures will stop moving. Only a king or queen can be a crown, and a king or queen without a crown while in battle will increase all their stats by 100%. It turns out all the boss has to do is find the figure with the crown, and it just so happens that he already sees her. There it is. The crown on Alice. She thinks Jin Hyuk is so daring, so that empty space was just the queen's field. Well, Ben, there's no need to delay. Let's go on the attack. And as Jin was well aware of his weaknesses and strengths, it was obvious that his opponent would make a breakthrough in the center. But that means that he now has 3,000 fewer warriors in his defense, which means we can go on the attack, except Muhan doesn't see it that way. Doesn't the protagonist understand? The army of statues is much larger, and so it won't be a couple moments before there are no chess pieces left around Alice. All of the queen's defenses fell. This seems to be the end of their party. Yet, sure, Jin Hyuk ended up almost getting him with a bunch of warriors. What's the use? He gave the crown to this little girl. Yeah, if he's hoping for that last attack of his, Muhan has to disappoint him. Thanks to the Bodhisattva statue and the David statue, they will end up here and now. Except that's why, even with all of this, even after these giants have been drafted, is Jin Hyuk still laughing? And the thing is, even before the attack began, Kanjin had discussed tactics with Alice. She was worried that something would go wrong, but Jin Hyuk assured me would be fine. She'd be able to protect her flank. But of course, even in her current state, the girl would do it without much difficulty. And these were not idle words. Alice activates the blood spear skill that fly off in different directions, shattering statues. And even if there is someone left, she's bound to kill them with a bloody explosion. All that remains is to stand proudly on the bodies of defeated enemies. Muhan almost started tearing his hair out in anger. How could such a fragile girl have such strength? But that was Kanjin's original plan. Looks like the boss of the third floor, this queen, isn't quite up to it. Now, the protagonist is infusing his spear with blood rage energy and the power of the black tree leaf. By doing so, it gains a new effect, mind decay. It deals lasting decay damage. And the affected target stops distinguishing between allies and opponents. And now it's time to launch this spear high into the air, so that his energy would begin to seep into the bodies of the statues. And it works for even the strongest specimens, that the pride of this 100,000 strong army. That common soldiers, absolutely everyone started fighting amongst themselves, and all Muhan had to do was watch his army crumble before his eyes, all because of one man. But Jin Hyuk will gladly interrupt his despair. Why is he so nervous? He looks so pathetic. Is he going to run away? No way. The wall, because of the Kanjin ice, is blocking his escape route. Muhan can already smell death. He needs to do something right away. He commands his largest statue to hit Kanjin's location as a matter of urgency. From such a powerful attack, all the horses lose their balance and fall down, except that the protagonist had prepared in advance and jumped into the air. From this position, of course, it's impossible to hit Muhan. But if you apply the mandala skill, with which you can set the flight path, then it's a real possibility. It's time to put a step and checkmate on that shot. The arrow circled the giant's body without much difficulty and pierced the boss's chest with precision. A bright stream of light began to ooze out of his body, which later turned into an all-consuming explosion. Muhyun, the boss of the 3rd floor, was defeated, and now passageway to the 4th floor opens up. Such notice was given to everyone outside the tower, not only ordinary people, but also the leaders of the top guilds. Everyone was very happy that the 3rd floor of the tower had finally been successfully passed. Jin Hyuk got a lot of money for this victory. By the way, what about loot? And it's usually divided into ranks by color. Red is the worst, but purple is the most desirable. Only red items usually fall to the 10th floor. However, for some reason, Jin Hyuk sees an orange-colored chest in front of him. It seems to be all because of the monopolization skill. Greedily losing his hands, Jin Hyuk regarded his prey. To think of so many things and all very useful. And yet it's not over. Some kind of strange object in the shape of a sun. But Jin Hyuk obviously knows what it is. With this, even the 4th floor can be closed easily. And the guild leaders were at a regular meeting at the time. They just couldn't believe it. The guy really did it. And he did it alone. Yeah. Now they'll have another 90 days to prepare for the next floor. That's lucky. Except guild leader China doesn't like that. Lucky? Lucky? What are they? Idiots. The success of a raid like this is to their detriment. This guy got loot, views, everything. Teresa's shocked by that statement. I mean, he was cleaning up their mess. There's no way they could have taken down the boss without the main's help. At least now they have a new 90 days, and that's a serious thank you to them. Well, why isn't anyone else saying anything? Why doesn't anyone say anything? No way. Are they serious? Everyone thinks like that greedy bastard Teng Wei. Why? Why aren't they talking? It all made sense to her. Then there's nothing to be done. Teresa hereby declares her immediate resignation from the association. Maria asks, is she serious? Their association is not a passing yard, and if he gets out, he'll never come back. After all, this is where the world's elite come together. Would she really trust her future to some stranger? To which Teresa, who opens the door, replies, yes, she will. Just like she once trusted her life. Meanwhile, Kanjin was strolling carefree on the beach. Until he suddenly got a call from Yu, and the conversation was serious. Her grandfather stopped opening his eyes altogether. Obviously, Jin Hyuk goes to her immediately, especially since her grandfather is not such a simple man. He's a martial arts master named Yu Kunyang, and upon arriving, there was certainly nothing Kanjin expected to see. Her ever so cheerful friend so tearful. Now she's going to tell me everything that happened. While Jin Hyuk was in the maze, one incident occurred. The monsters broke out of the tower, and her grandfather was there. He defeated the creatures, but he was badly wounded and never recovered. And now he's even worse. Jin Hyuk understands, and this old man, in fact, was once the strongest man in Korea. He didn't even go into the tower, but his stats are amazing. And the conditions for coping skills, obviously, we need to save his life. At this time, Jin Hyuk's analysis was interrupted by a voice from behind. Did Yu Young bring a visitor? The doctor has heard of him. S rank, yes. But he doesn't know anything about medicine, so he's useless. Unlike the ranked Hilla himself, Ho Jin Soo, and Jin Hyuk is just here because of his dear friend. Can't you do that? No. We can. There's just nothing this guy can do to help. Yu Young asks aggressively. Then what can he do? These are the best specialists in the field. Why isn't her grandfather getting better? But Jinsu replies that he's doing his best. Except that even with the help of modern equipment, they don't have time to study the diseases associated with the tower. They're doing their best, but that, alas, is not enough. Yu Young realized she was wrong to accuse them. She apologizes. Would they then leave the room and not interfere with the doctor's work? However, the Jin Hyuk who activated the greedy gaze did not think of leaving. He read all of their minds. They're not even treating them. They're just pumping out money. And they're saying all kinds of bullshit, like it was a conflict of energy between this man's tech and the tower's magic. That's obviously what put him in the coma. But if they try a new method of treatment, which is very expensive, then of course there will be hope. More importantly, his girlfriend is falling for it and wants to sell the last of her belongings, anything to make her grandfather well. But no, that's enough. Is he a doctor or an extortionist? He's just a fucking crook. The other doctors immediately interceded. How dare this S-ranker? Yeah. Jinsu picked it up too. Why is that guy talking such nonsense? Except he's got something else on his mind. They got it all covered. The money's in cryptocurrency wallets under fake names. And no matter how much S-rank digs, he's not gonna find it. Except that Jin Hyuk immediately asks, "Fake accounts? Cryptocurrency? Is that doctor over there out of his mind?" But Jinsu immediately refused. Where's the proof? Anyone can accuse anyone. Only in his thoughts was total panic. But Kanjin was able to pick out one important one among them. The Black Luck Guild has been in contact with a certain resident. What's that supposed to mean? The tower dweller is communicating with humans. It's also Han Diok Poyo. I wonder why the people in the tower would want to communicate with him. Humanity is a threat to them. But Jin Hyuk's musings were interrupted by Grandpa Yu Young's critical condition. He was obviously bleeding internally. Seeing this, the grief-stricken doctor wanted to rush out, but the girl blocked his exit with her foot. If her grandfather dies, let her not even expect to get out of here alive. But Jin Hyuk asks her to calm down. The most important thing right now is treatment. Yes, that's right. And Jinsu was just about to go get the medicine he needed. Did they just block his way? Kangjin just sighs at that. He should stop talking nonsense. Okay. Let Yuan give him one punch. And you don't have to ask a girl twice. She's not just gonna hit, she's gonna knock his jaw out. And Jin Hyuk is analyzing. Looks like man overflow, and the case is severe. A normal person would have thrown up a long time ago. You can't leave him to die. Which means it's time to make use of that very elixir. And the doctor seems to have a clue what it is. Doesn't he? There's probably no better way. After all, this dear person is his best friends. But the most important thing, of course, is being able to copy her grandfather's skill. The elixir is instantly absorbed into his body, and he felt instantly better. Yu Yun cried from the same thing, and Ganjin was glad too. After all, he had copied the heavenly flower cultivation technique. It allows you to absorb mana from the atmosphere. The mana recovery rate also increases passively. And most importantly, people with this technique look young even in their old age. The grief-stricken doctor, meanwhile, did not conceal his amazement. How did this old man recover? Damn it, he needs to run away soon. Why is he so slow? A kick in the ass from Kangen will make him go faster. I think it's probably best if they go for a walk together. But let the helpers get the hell out of here. And within minutes, the doctor was being beaten in the back room. Jin Hyuk won't kill him, but he should return the money. The doctor was shocked. They're really going to let him go? Just like that? Kangen replied, well, yeah, it's that simple. Why? Did he really want it any other way? Obviously he didn't want to, and after some time on the account of the main character's girlfriend returned a large sum. About $28 million, and the grief-stricken doctor ran out of the clinic. The important thing is that he's alive. Jin Hyuk and his companion, on the other hand, were quietly watching. Alice was surprised. Is he really just going to let that kid go? That's clearly not the main character's style, and she had the right idea. Let the girl follow this guy and find out where he is in such a hurry. You can't get much information even if you push the sixes, but they can lead to much bigger fish. That's it. Now let him go. And the main thing is not to shine out there. And the protagonist himself returned to the ward and asked his girlfriend to go for a walk, while he checks to make sure the elixir is absorbed. Only that's not really what it was all about. He knows too. Chunyan has been conscious for a long time. Though the main character doesn't judge the fact that he was faking it at all. He understands his wariness. He was cured by someone he didn't know. It's weird. Grandfather only laughed at that, to think that's exactly what he wanted to say. He seems to be a friend of his granddaughter's. Yeah, that's right. And Jin Hyuk is now critically recognizing what happened then, during the tower breach. And in gratitude, Chunyan decided to tell. He was on his way to a conference when it all started, but suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a portal appeared in front of the car. Swarms of creatures immediately emerged from it, who started attacking defenseless people. Well, of course Chunyan couldn't let that happen and immediately rushed to help. Have everyone else evacuate the sector. He'll deal with the monsters himself. However, the monster or human who suddenly appeared said similar among the human race, there are worthy fighters. Well, he doesn't mind giving someone a good beating, except that in the next second, that unknown man disappeared like a flash. He reached Chunyange in 1 second and left him with that very wound, from which he now has a scar. That was the last thing the old man remembered. He had never seen anyone move so fast with a sword. And Jin-hyuk had already guessed from this story who it was. Muram residents living on the 21st floor. Even when the protagonists passed the tower, they were not easy to deal with. But what do they want once they get out into the outside world? After talking some more with the old man, the topics change one by one. So much for marrying his granddaughter. Why? Jin-hyuk is a decent guy. Chun-young realized that right away. He's good at it. You can tell he's a man of experience. Yeah. And that grandpa hasn't seen the time of the playable protagonist in the Tower of Trials yet. Well, Kang-jin is a master of his craft. The old man wants to repay such a good man. Let him ask him whatever he wants. Smiling, the protagonist asked, "What's the all clear?" "Well, yes, of course," the grandfather answered in his own head. When the protagonist left the chamber, Chun-young didn't know how to thank him. He saved someone so dear to her, but there was no need to give thanks. She and her grandfather found common ground. I guess you could say he's paid his dues. But after a while, Kang-jin considered his new apartments. Money's a good thing after all. And now he's living in a fancy place. Just made a phone call. And they served a buffet right away. You can eat it all you want. That's wealth. By the way, what's on TV? And they're just discussing the test tower. This interview is conducted by Jang In-seok, the strongest rank in Korea. In the Tagan Guild, he tells us that there are two methods of becoming strong: killing monsters and using coins. Coins have become the main currency now, after all, and replace the dollar. You can buy anything with it, and that included very powerful items. The topic quickly changed to the new 4th floor of the tower, except that no one had entered it yet. The 3rd floor is undergoing a complete cleanup. Everyone wants to be fully armed. This is because the 4th floor is a special dungeon. In it, you have to survive 100 attack waves. The key to the suite is to capture and hold the base. The problem is that if the player who entered fails, the 4th floor will close for 20 days, and it will be impossible to enter. That's why nobody goes there. The risks are too great. Even John Doe wouldn't risk it. I mean, a scenario where all of humanity disappears could very well happen. Having already finished the interview, In-seok was walking hand in hand with the very same journalist. They still had a whole month before their first attempt to enter the 4th floor. There's really nothing on the 3rd one for a long time, so they can have a lot of fun. But at least that's what this guy thought until he got in the car, where a notice was already waiting for him. An unknown person announced the start of the 4th floor, and it starts in 8 hours. In-seok tried to contact all the members of the guild in a panic. They have an emergency situation here. What the hell is that guy in the mask thinking? I mean, they're completely unprepared. And John Doe wasn't thinking about anything. He was sleeping soundly. There was only a little over an hour and a half left before the first wave began. These waves are made up of regular and special zombies. Players can mop them up into ways, prepare various kinds of defense towers, or pick a base where you can hold your defenses effectively. Well, that's usually what you do. Everyone except Jin-hyuk, he's the first one to enter the 4th floor. The other players won't be able to enter until 20 minutes later, which means it's time to hurry. Looking at the abandoned stadium, Jin-hyuk decides to set up base here, and that's just the beginning. After that, Jin-hyuk decided to start farming, and started planting different seeds and watering them. That's the end of his cooking. We have to go back. And there were already a lot of people standing there. All the known guilds had sent their players, his friends, along with Teresa Tuffer. By the way, they're here. But that's just because Jin-hyuk himself called them. Spotting such company, the other players were shocked. Teresa and the new S-ranked Hanjin. What kind of star-studded lineup is this? Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk asked, "How are you guys ready?" But to be honest, they don't share his enthusiasm at all. The zombies here are very strong, but it's also more interesting. And to make it more interesting, Jin-hyuk chose the stadium as his base. Hearing this, the two coincided in despair. Why did he do it? It would take 100 men at least to hold such a territory. Doesn't he realize he's not having fun here? If he dies, there's no respawning. What the hell was Kang-jin thinking? And Teresa interrupted their argument and asked. She had heard that you needed at least 5 people to protect the base. Who is the 5th? Oh, well, don't worry about that. The 5th will be here soon. There he is. Yusun came running at full speed. And the first thing he said out of anger, that he would kill that bastard named Kang Jin-hyuk. And it went like this. Yusun had been practicing hard. Suddenly, his idol is disturbed by the main character's invitation. But Yusun didn't care about that. Well, of course, until Jin Hyuk offered to fight him without his left arm and right leg. And then he added that with his eyes closed. And no matter how much Stalker tried to concentrate and ignore it, Kanjin still continued to provoke the guy with insistent messages. And here he is at the end of the day. Jin Hyuk immediately saw his new sword. It's an attribute blade. It conducts elemental magic. Except he drew it. Is he really going to fight with that unfinished blade? An annoyed Yusun asks, what the hell is he talking about? Yeah, about the attribute sword might be a good thing, but only when it's complete. And here's a coincidence. The random drop of this floor just might contain an item to complement the sword. It needs the fire attribute, right? But Yusun replies that it's time for the protagonist to call his bluff. A random drop is just that, a random drop. You never know what's going to come up. Well, of course it is. But Kanjin promises, if he joins them, he'll give him the item he needs. He'll upgrade his sword and then they'll fight. How does he like it? Alright, then, the swordsman will take his word for it. The 5-man team is assembled. Teresa's not sure, but she's fine. Yusun's not exactly on their side, but Jin Hyuk assures me, as long as the treaty is still in force, he won't betray. He's a man of honor. Oh, and by the way, their dialogue is interrupted by Yu Young. She forgot to tell him. These are the dragon's paired swords. Her grandfather asked me to give it to him, but he treasures those blades so much. How did Jin Hyuk get them? To which Kanjin replied that they were just on good terms with him. Except there was a sticker on the swords. It's a dowry. Let him marry Yu Young. Okay. Never mind. Here they are at the base. In fact, Jin Hyuk had a plan all along. He chose the stadium for a reason. Except they don't let him finish. They're interrupted by some group. Jin Hyuk immediately notices a symbol one of them has on the hilt of his sword. This is clearly a member of the Murim world from the 21st floor. First the Dark Fortune Guild, and now this. So the tower's inhabitants are really getting out. And that man asked if he was Kanjin Hyuk. When I got the answer, I decided to introduce myself. His name is Namgung Hyun. Except Jin Hyuk doesn't care. He doesn't want to hear it. He already knows how crazy the Namgun family is. That's the phrase guy gets stunned. And Teresa didn't realize. Did they know each other? Well, you could say that. Murim's clan of world masters. Residents of the 21st floor. The Namgung family. They are elite warriors with an incredible ego. Yeah. And Gokun just wanted to say he did. What he's trying to say. Let Jin Hyuk guess. He must be a lowlife. Do you even know who I am? How dare you insult my Namgung family? I'll destroy you and your family for this. Blah, 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 blah. Maybe they'll skip this part. And Jin Hyuk is sick of hearing those cliched phrases. Does the Namgung clan have any pride left to defend? All they have is a name. Gunhan's teeth were gritting at this. How dare that asshole insult their family? Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk scanned him. The conditions for copying this guy's skills are as follows. There are other Murim members in the Triad Guild. If Jin Hyuk detects all of them, he can copy one of their skills. And Jin Hyuk was surprised. So there's someone else from Murim here. What difference does it make? Anyway, it'll just copy their skill. That's all. It's time for them to prepare for battle. The entire squad immediately begins preparations by applying their skills. Temin urges the mechanisms, the skills of a car king. And Yuyan applies the skill not a step backward, reducing incoming damage. Teresa will try to cover the rear in the meantime. And Jin Hyuk tells Yusun he needs 3 minutes. Is he okay? Can he stall for a while? To which the stalker replies that he won't even need 3 minutes. He'll take care of everyone here without his help, especially since they were also strengthened by Teresa's battle song skill. Now this fight is going the right way. Somebody's firing on the enemy with tanks. Some prefer the older methods. No matter how you look at it, there's only one conclusion. Jin Hyuk and company are winning so far. And Yusun doesn't even give his opponents a chance. But it looks like there are some strong guys here. That's the one that's attacking the guy. The stalker seemed to have blocked the blow. For some reason, however, a cut appeared on his shoulder. Well, I'm not surprised. He doesn't even know the base. Now Gunghan will personally show him what the swordsmanship of a true master means. He applies the skill Imperial Blade, and he's about to unleash a hail of attacks on Yusun. He realizes right away this guy's a lot stronger than the others. You can't block it for long. And it's true. A second's hesitation and Yusuf is one step away from saying goodbye to life forever. But that punch is blocked by Teresa. And it's about time, because Jin Hyuk is just about ready to start fighting. The protagonist activates the flame element skill and makes the light swirl around Gunhen, except that such weak magic won't hurt him. What's this? Jin Hyuk flew into the air. There's no way he could dodge his sword attack in that position. That's what he thought. Except his leg. The ice was chained to his leg, preventing him from lunging. Why? The kid thought there was still a fire. Well, he should have double-checked. Now Jin Hyuk will finish him off quickly using the daylight skill. The guy was already preparing to die. But suddenly, with a sudden cross-to-cross blow, some unknown was able to repel the main character's attack. He says it exceeded his expectations. He didn't think anyone outside the tower would have so much internal energy. And the girl behind the big guy is surprised too. But our protagonist is not surprised at all. All the residents of the tower have shown up. And that means the skill Infinite Step is copy. And all of this is for a reason. Infinite Step and the Graveyard of Swords come together. A new skill called Demonic Sword King Steps is obtained. When used, it increases movement speed by 70%. And if you concentrate mana and stops, the skill can be used for attacking. These meanwhile, the inhabitants of the tower mock their defeated comrade. And here he is making excuses. He didn't need help, he could have done it alone. He did it, alright, only they were ordered not to kill everyone here, but to reach an agreement. That's right, if Gun Hyun wants to continue working with him as a team, then they don't need any more fights. He already knows that, except this guy. He knows they came from the tower. Of course the people of Murim were taken by surprise. And naturally Gun Hyuk wants to use that as an excuse to kill Jin Hyuk. Except it won't, actually. The zombies are coming. And we need to clean them up. And Jin Hyuk is telling their group to get the hell out of here. They were about to. Their base is somewhere else. Much better than this huge outdoor stadium. Good luck to them. Because their band will visit them again. And the battered squad moves into position. And Gun Hyuk finally says that Jin Hyuk was just lucky. Next time it won't be like that. Although our guys were pretty banged up, too. They took a lot of heat, and now we have to prepare for defense. But Jin Hyuk didn't pay attention to these complaints. He was looking at the base that the triad had chosen. It's a supermarket, solid walls, plenty of groceries, the perfect place, it would seem. But it does have one drawback. Alright, then. It's time for them to defend themselves. Taman's drone scouting is picking up a sighting. The zombie horde is on its way. What should they do? But don't let him worry. Jin Hyuk has a plan. They see these plants, well, there you go. They're healthier than they look. Now to the point, the purpose of base defense. To prevent the capture of the enemy flag, their flag will be in the center of the stadium. The stadium itself has 4 exits, one on each side of the world. Plants the protagonist planted in front of each one. They'll help with the cleanup, and because of the size of their base. After all the waves have passed, they can expect a special reward for maximizing the number of kills. Well, here's the thing, the plants do most of the work for them, but they need a rest every once in a while. For about a minute. In the meantime, the 5 of them will have to fight. The team understood. But then it's divided up like this. Yusun will be west. Damin will be at the center, and will try to help those who are not doing well. Yu Young will go north, and Tereso will go south, and Jin Hyuk will be heading east. Finally get to try out his new paired blades. And within moments, the zombies came pouring down on our group. But like Jin Hyuk said, the plants are really useful. They sizzle zombies with huge fireballs. Except after that, they go right into hibernation. And there's plenty more zombies. But right now, and the fun begins, they need to hold on for a minute. And Jin Hyuk believes everyone can handle it. Teresa was so encouraged, she realized she'd done everything right in her life, and being around good people, and for them, she give it her all. The first wave is over very quickly, but the start of the second wave will begin only in 3 hours. Though many even these zombies have already been rattled by these zombies. However, the head of the Tangan Guild, Sun Chun Huan, although he's gotten thinner after the curse, but he's not discouraged. He can still cosplay One Punch Man now. Oh, and by the way, there's going to be a vote for the best moments of the first wave, you should check it out. So the triads at the supermarket. What's up with that? It's a good tactic, they're good fighters, too. But let Baldy take a look at it. There's a team that's defending the stadium, and they're doing it in a paternoster. Sun Yon Hwan immediately rushed over to look. What is this? And so the plants do half the work for them. Well, the lineup itself is strong, too. All the big-name rookies, and most importantly, there's a Teresa among them. Sun Yon Hwan had a crush on her since the last raid. No. Well, now everyone has to vote for this video. It's his executive order. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was collecting solar energy from the zombies. The guys along with him didn't understand. What the hell is this? Haven't they ever played Plants vs. Zombies? You can use that energy to buy more flowers or upgrade old ones. Here are their seeds. Let them put one cannon of their own. In the center, let it be ice. And to the west, stone. But Jin Hyuk won't plant his own flower just yet. By the way, don't let them think their flowers will just sprout. They need a special fertilizer. He's already made it, by the way. But the most important thing is to feed them with care and love. After seeing this picture, friends began to worrying about the moral state of the protagonist. But what else would you expect from a man who's played 50,000 hours of Tower? Anyway, he gave them the fertilizer. Told them everything. Let them take care of the plants. But Teresa asked, what's Jin Hyuk going to do? Well, he's just gonna clean up a little bit. Stepping outside, the protagonist noticed everyone is preparing for a long battle. Except it's all for nothing. Only simpletons do that. While entering some abandoned building, Jin Hyuk got nostalgic. There are as many cobwebs as before. Oh, and the view from the window is still the same. And most importantly, that thing didn't go anywhere. And of course this mini portal can be used, especially since it leads directly to the supermarket where the triad has taken up residence. And Gun Hyun is really angry. He wants to kill that insolent Jin Hyuk so badly. And for once, his sister has to agree with him. This kid's the first one who's ever figured them out. It's not safe to let him live. Except their discussion is interrupted by a violent jolt. Panic breaks out throughout the building, because out of nowhere in the warehouse, a huge plant monster has appeared. That's right, that Jin Hyuk took them a housewarming gift. Who knew that red flour was such a gourmet? To think he ate all the food in the warehouse. Seeing this picture, the squad members didn't understand why Jin Hyuk is doing this. Does he even know what he's doing right now? No. Of course he understands. It's about the queen. The people of Miram were immediately shocked. This guy knows about the queen, but regular people haven't heard anything about it. What the hell is this? But Jin Hyuk explained, if the base defended by more than 200 people falls before the third wave, then there's the fourth floor mistress of the womb of the dead, nicknamed the queen. And Jin Hyuk kept thinking, how can he fulfill these conditions? And they've picked such a good place to set up base here. The girl still doesn't understand though, why Jin Hyuk would do that, even if they all join forces. The queen can't be defeated, but the protagonist doesn't think so, not even close. He's too lazy to clean up 100 fucking zombies. Well, he's gone. Good luck keeping them here. It's likely, though, they'll have to move out of the supermarket soon. Right into the grave, and right after that, the flower began to grow, destroying the base of the supermarket. The shaking was felt even in the stadium, and Timon immediately from the drone saw a huge flower as the culprit. It was immediately obvious to everyone who was involved in this whole thing that they better worrying about something else. After all, the conditions were met, and the unique event began. The queen has arrived with her reinforced zombie army. Fourth floor boss Pendariel joins this battle. Yuna and everyone else were shocked. How is that even possible? What the hell? It was an extremely simple task. There's no need to complicate things. What did Jin Hyuk want to accomplish? But that wasn't the end of it. It was time to put the finishing touches on it. The very object that the protagonist got from the third floor boss, the solar eclipse stone. It weakens light skills by 50% and enhances darkness skills by 100%. And Hanjin immediately applies it. All the zombies instantly intensified, but that's not all. Teresa felt it. It was like she was weakened in half now. Why does everything happen to her like this? Well, the goal was something else. The queen has been affected by this buff as well. Now she's basically twice as strong as she was, and she realizes just that some pathetic man has challenged her. And she knows exactly where that asshole is. That's why she's heading to the stadium. This is exactly what Jin Hyuk wanted. You can upload videos now. At the same time, people from other guilds wanted to get out of the tower quickly. They don't care anymore that the floor will be closed for 20 days. The important thing now is to survive. Damn it. This is all because of the Triad's failure, and Jin Hyuk in his video just wanted to stir up hatred for this guild, but that's secondary. The most important thing right now is to defeat the queen, so he's going to talk about an idea to his squad. The truth in this plan. Yusun's role is very important this time, don't let him fail. And after a while, the zombie mob finally made it to the stadium. The queen feels those weak people inside. She take the strongest one, and her kids can have fun with the others. And the team at this point comes to realize the first stage of the plan. As soon as they see the monsters, they shoot at them with all their guns. It hardly helps, though. Monsters survive the blows easily, and the queen sends the attacking blossoms into a knockout. Just what is it? An ice block in the middle of the stadium, and her opponents are frozen in it, and there's a purple pebble slowly rolling down the slope. I doubt the zombie queen knew that it was a trap, which was created 5 minutes ago with Yusun's money. That was his big role. Now, they're all going to have to take the bait and just let this miracle stone do all the work. After all, it is a magical ice crystal of immense power, which when activated, is blanketing the entire stadium area with ice, creating a giant ice prison. All the zombies and the queen herself were frozen, except she can't be taken like that. By activating the plague skill, she can easily get out of the crystal. Do those damn people think ice will save them? I mean, she just, whoa, 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 no, she felt something. Somebody is flying at full steam using any available skills to get to her fortress. And there's no way she's gonna let that happen. Yes, Jin Hyuk knew the 4th floor boss Penderel is incredibly strong. Her only weakness is her intelligence, but she more than covers it with everything else, especially with her deadly poison attacks. That the point of passing the 4th floor is to protect the base, and it's not just about the players. There's a base, and the zombies themselves. And now the queen is in the stadium, which means her base defenses have been severely weakened. In the distance, Jin Hyuk can already see. Looks like the silly girl has already figured out his plan and is coming here as fast as she can. Except it's too late. There's no way she's gonna make it. Using the Graveyard of Heaven's patronage sorts, jumping off the roof, Kajin is already cutting off all the zombies in her path. And there it is. He finally sees the flag. He's rushing towards him, but he already knows it won't be that easy. Therefore, the attack that almost blew his head off was no surprise to the protagonist. He ducked easily because he was expecting it. Before him stood the guard protecting the queen's flag, Butcher, and wondering what would be the best way for him to deal with that vile creature this time. But first, Jin Hyuk should both think how he's going to dodge those giant scissors that are going to cut him in half. But why dodge when you can just put swords on the block? These aren't cardboard, they're legendary blades. This thing can't just chop them up like that. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk himself had already activated the fire element skill by jumping into the air, and with it, he fried the butcher's head to a crisp. Except there's still a long way to go to win. This monster just has incredible regeneration. The fire attack was more to limit the view. Now we can finally start normal attacks. Kangjin's punch after punch left many wounds on the monster's body. Except you can't kill him with one of those either. At least that's what the butcher thought. Jin Hyuk, on the other hand, would love to argue with him. After all, by activating the mandala skill, it leaves literally nothing left of the monster, except, of course, for his weapon, a scissors with a vengeful soul. That was Jin Hyuk's 31st victory over that thing, but the first in the real world. And now it's finally time to call it a day. Kangjin is already coming up to tear down the flag. However, suddenly a notification pops up in front of him. The Black Hound makes his presence known. The representative of the Egyptian gods makes them his business proposal. Jin Hyuk didn't understand. Black Goncha. Could it be Anubis? I wonder why he chose to address the protagonist. All right, let him talk. He's listening. And the Black Hound lets out a long howl. Kangjin doesn't get it. Is the Egyptian god unhappy about something? Should he just tear down the flag? No. 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 Let Jin Hyuk take it easy. Anubis wanted to convey that the Egyptian gods wanted to see a logical conclusion to the battle. And the protagonist realized, it seems that the bosses of the floors above don't want this floor to be credited without a battle with the owner of that area. I guess so, why should Jin Hyuk accept their offer? He might just win, but the Egyptian gods have a decent deal. Kanjin even smiled, some kind of suspicious generosity, and the queen herself, in the meantime, had already arrived on the scene. What is it? Is the flag still there? Why is it there? She's late. Yeah. Jin Hyuk, who's welding on the side, says she's a little late. But she got lucky. Someone made her not take the flag and gave her a good deposit. So don't take offense, but it's up to first grade welder Gunjin Hyuk, with a piece of scissors, to show that zombie where she belongs, that she's not going to slow down either. Pulling out her sword, the girl says he'll be sorry, and Jin Hyuk decides to activate the heavenly protection first. But it only works 50% of the time, though a stat-based power surge will work for all 100. However, stats alone are not enough to win, especially since the queen is incredibly fast. She is already behind the protagonist's back. It would seem that such a powerful blow should leave no trace of any man, but Jin Hyuk managed to block this attack with a solid scissor kick. The woman was furious at this and immediately decided to attack to the fullest. Her hair is also a weapon and she attacks with it on all fronts. It's only because of his speed that Jin Hyuk is able to dodge it all, and not only that, but also go on the counterattack using the ice creation skill. Putting the queen in an icy prison, Kanjin soars it into the air. And when it lands, it leaves the woman with a very nasty wound. Only it's still not enough to kill her. But it's enough to get you excited, because the queen immediately speeds up and tries to deliver a devastating blow. But if you can't see where you're hitting, you can't hit it well. And Jin Hyuk made sure of that by creating ice right in front of that thing. Now cut this ice with a piece of scissors. Jin Hyuk hoped to permanently damage her eyes. Except he made a mistake. He set himself up for a punch. And even though he was able to block it, but flew vertically into the air, now the protagonist is completely defenseless, and the queen's funeral march skill is about to get him. And Anubis was overjoyed. At last this little man would die. But Kanjin already knew the approximate outcome of this battle even before him, so I told Anubis that the reward was a bit small. The Jackal's Fang he offers is certainly not bad, but he needs something else. Among Baron's items, there's a white branch. That's exactly what Jin Hyuk needs. The item is the most common and is often found after the 10th floor, but you can't find it before that. And for Anubis, who was on the 42nd floor, such a request was quite common. He accepted the offer and didn't even realize that by doing so, he had given Jin Hyuk a chance. After all, the Jackal's Fang, the White Branch, and the Butcher's Scissors may be combining something new. A side that tears through space, it can even kill what can't be killed. And it can cut what can't be cut. With this weapon, Jin Hyuk will win easily. Except the system interferes. This relic does not match the 4th floor. Because of this, the item can only be used once. But once will be enough. The boss realizes that. 2. There's no way for her to duck, but then she tried to attack back with her sword. But the queen's efforts were in vain. That her sword was shattered to the ground. That her body would be cut in half. And before she dies, she remembers, it wasn't like that in the beginning. She was just a regular crying girl. So maybe, it's all for the best. With tears in my eyes, Indariel was defeated and falling apart. Jin Hyuk raised 3 levels from this boss and successfully defended his base. Each of his group members was given a random rank box. And Teresa was happy. Jin Hyuk did well, just like that time. And later that night, the news was reporting on the cleanup. It was expected. 100 waves would take about 20 days, but somehow, the players managed it in just 1 day. Kong Jin Hyuk, who did it all. Looks like it's not an easy S ranking, but simple or not simple, the protagonist doesn't care. He's here to celebrate the occasion, at a cafe with friends. Yu Yong and Taman are already here and Kong Jin himself materialized Alice. Teresa said she'd be late, but surprisingly, even Yuzin came. And he says he's here exclusively for the promised drop for his sword. Oh, Kong Jin will give him everything. Don't let him spoil the atmosphere. But by the way, all of the main characters' minions, they're here. 2. Boeing. They congratulate him on his successful sweep, but they're not like family. Let them sit down and order what they want, especially since it's all on Alice tonight. Filling my belly to the brim and drinking beer. Jin was very happy. Yes, and an ancient vampire, one of the strongest creatures in the tower, too. It's only a few coins, it's delicious. She was unrecognizable. I wonder, was Alice always like this? The Taman found some company too. He started asking about Yusun's life. Turns out this swordsman used to be a medical student, but their discussion was interrupted by Teresa entering the room. Everyone was very happy to see her. And some of Jin Hyuk's companions even asked for an autograph. Watching this, the protagonist thought, until a couple months ago, he was sitting all alone. And now, just think about it, how things have changed. Alice noticed immediately the change in her contractor's mood. Something had happened. No, Jin replied. It just got a little mosey. After the group celebrated the sweep of the 4th floor, Jin Hyuk returned to his room. In the end, he climbed 3 levels, that's pretty fast. All in all, his progress couldn't be better. Well, now it's time to finally touch the reward for passing the 4th floor, a high-quality scroll of reinforcement. It is used on the skill of creating ice. He uses it most often. So another reward, the rank random box. Of course, it's random. And Jin Hyuk pulls the gun by the handle. You have to confirm use by pressing the red button. And there's a limited time for that. Except it's a cheap trick to make players panic. Most break down and press the button. Except when Jin Hyuk was looking for bugs in the game, he found a trick here. If you spin the roulette wheel over and don't press the button, then on the 37th time, the roulette speed decreases by 99%. And when you see on site, he was incredibly surprised. It's just not fair. He was able to get the exact item he wanted. Yes. Except Jin Hyuk didn't say that the item obtained by using this shoe disappears after a week. I'll have to meet that guy after that period of time and see how he reacts. And from his random chest, Jin Hyuk will choose the 3-colored medicine. Considering you have to pick something that'll be gone within a week, it's better to get a useful consumable. And now finally, the last thing. What Jin Hyuk needs on the 5th floor, and most importantly, a pass to the Great Library of Magic. Using it, Jin is immediately transported to another space. And it's about time he paid a visit to an old man who was just sitting at his desk, and suddenly he felt something. A visitor. Really, he'd heard the 4th floor had been cleared, but he didn't think he'd have a visitor so soon. Well, welcome, he's the head of the library, Rick Hennessy. Jin already knew about him. He's an influential middle-ranking person of the tower manager, and also in charge of the library. And Jin Hyuk is happy to be introduced to him. Finally, a chance to talk to someone in charge in person. Yes, Rick is happy to see him too. However, he is overwhelmed. This library is a labyrinth. How did the guy find it? To which Jin replies that he's just lucky. But be that as it may, a library guest can borrow and look at any book he wants. But it is unlikely that he will be able to read any of them. They're written in the runic language. Except that Jin Hyuk already knows it. This is, like, a recommendation to get into the 6th round, right? Rick was surprised. The man understands the runic language. Of course he does, because he's inquisitive. But then the manager has another question. Clearly, Jin Hyuk is different from other players, but he feels like he has some special support. Smiling, Jin replies that yes, he is one. He blatantly lies that the Egyptian gods are behind him, and to prove it, he shows off his skills. The manager was incredibly surprised. Had even they begun to show their interest in the players? Well then, Rick begs to be excused for his manners. He seems to have misjudged an important guest, and Jin Hyuk is already imagining how angry Anubis would be if he saw this scene. After all, everything the guy said was a complete lie. Rick says that since Jin Hyuk is such an important person, he can have any of these books as a gift. So, which one will he pick? Well, since the offer is so generous, Jin Hyuk will take this one. Rick wondered why the grimoire seems go, but to read it, you need to know a very ancient language. But the protagonist knows it too. What's more, it was a book he had already read. Hearing this, the manager laughed outright. He was wrong to doubt the man the gods had chosen. And Rick himself liked the main character, so he'll be watching him. And of course he's looking forward to their next meeting. At this point, the protagonist leaves the library. Well, you can get information not only from books, but also from television. And right now there, one of the first visitors to the 5th floor told about the horror he had experienced. The 5th floor is a world of dead civilization, except this whole world is populated by some bigots, who are literally waiting for blood for their sacrifices. It feels like an asylum in there. And you'd think there'd be some fanatics out there. What difference does it make? You can just kill them. But no, the problem is that you can't use skills on the 5th floor. This guy couldn't even call up the inventory window, and was only able to survive because of the stone of return he had in his pocket. By the way, we'll tell you in confidence, everyone can buy this stone at 20% off for only 5,000 coins. This broadcast was watched by Teresa along with Jin Hyuk, and the girl insists that the guy take her to the 5th floor with him, because it's very dangerous. She's worried, but Jin Hyuk refuses. He'll be easier on his own. He's more likely to be overlooked that way. Okay, but then taking Jin Hyuk's hand, Teresa asks him to make a promise that he won't jump over his head. And remembering those words, Jin Hyuk was already riding towards the tower, except that his musing was interrupted by the notification of a gift from the Kingdom of Caladium. Kanjin has heard of them. They are the eternal enemies of the Miram world, and the ability Jin Hyuk got was odor concealment. You can completely conceal your presence for a few seconds 3 times a day. But after that, the skill will take a while to recharge. It seems that the inhabitants of Caladium have also decided to contact the players, just like the people of Miram do now. Well, that's a skill Jin Hyuk will definitely put to good use. And after a while, the main character entered the 5th floor of the tower. He was teleported to a random location. Skills are blocked here, but he will be given a random F rank item. The rule here is 1. Survive and escape. Except there's an exception for Jin Hyuk. As the owner of an ancient grimoire he borrowed from the library, he can use one of his skills, and it's a greedy look. That's exactly why Jin Hyuk picked up this book, although he'll need it in the future too. Other players were teleported too, by the way. But it's pitch black on the floor, can't see a damn thing. The players were clearly disoriented. Alright, Jin Hyuk doesn't care about them. He'll just leave then, and go. That's what he thought. But suddenly, the tracking bracelet activated. Jin Hyuk got it right away. Teresa tracked him down. She didn't just touch his hand for no reason, she was stubborn. And now she used teleportation directly to Kanjin. After all, she's sure he won't keep his promises, so she decided to be safe. But Jin Hyuk, of course, didn't like it, so they got into a very loud argument. In the end, they never came to anything, and the protagonist now has to adjust to the situation. By the way, they were also given F rank items at the entrance. Teresa, for example, has a flashlight. What does Jin Hyuk have? A pen. Well, it's not that useful. Although Jin Hyuk, to be honest, is of a completely different opinion. They were interrupted by a guy with a lighter. Well, at least now we can see something. And Teresa immediately thought, okay, they have a flashlight, that's even better. But Jin Hyuk wouldn't let her turn it on. He knew that a fire would only draw the attention of these psychotic assholes. And, of course, they won't miss the opportunity to put a couple more victims on the altar. Immediately afterward, the players of course put out the lights, only it's too late. All they can do is run away. But Jin Hyuk, along with Teresa, had been hiding all this time to avoid being seen by the patrol. The girl asked, "So what? There's no way they can help the others?" To which I got a very clear answer. If they came here, they're going to act according to Jin Hyuk's tactics and nothing else. They need to avoid unnecessary risk of exposing themselves. They are not ready for direct combat right now. To which Teresa replied that actually she had prepared and bought those comeback rocks that were on TV. Jin Hyuk's reaction to such a purchase was obvious. After all, it was all a marketing ploy. Those who rely very heavily on this stone are simply fools. I mean, he doesn't work here. In the end, a lot of people got trapped because they were overconfident, and now they're going to die. Yeah, a lot of people were fooled. Teresa's kind of sad, except she'd better think about the current situation. After all, she was attacked from behind by a rope-toting fanatic. But she's not some weakling. She should have no problem throwing this idiot over herself. The problem is, there's a lot of them, and they did find them, and they've got them in a ring, all chanting as one. God demands more sacrifices. Well then, pulling out a pen, Jin Hyuk says they'll be the first, slitting the throats of a huge number of bigots. The main character notes that he just hates being preached at. The fanatics were really scared, except there's no turning back. At the back stands a huge deputy of their cult, and he will crush anyone who dares to question his actions even a little. Even the two of us are gonna have trouble with a big guy like that. Looks like they're gonna have to play a little hide and seek, and it has to start now, if they want to live, of course. Meanwhile, one of the cultists was reporting to a superior. They had successfully captured the outsiders. And that's a good thing. Now that the tower is open, so many fools are starting to wander in. It was finally time for the Great Lord to return to this world. Yeah. Except it's not all smooth sailing. Cult members have been found to have been victimized. And the culprit is these two men on the screen. Yeah. It's weird. It's the first time the head's ever seen a deputy take so long to kill someone. And there's an unidentified male nearby. Recognizes one of these two. It's Kong Jin-hyo. The head asks, does the man really know him? And yes, holding Lancelot's mask behind his back replies that this guy could be a big pain in their ass. Meanwhile, our twosome continues to run away from this bully. Such speed with this physique seems impossible to them. They're definitely not going to do well in a fight against one of these. We need to stay relaxed and keep our distance. Oh, and, Jin-hook needs Teresa's flashlight. Upon receiving it, in one of the passages, the protagonist immediately used it. It blinded the bulky man, though not for long. After all, just a couple seconds later, he had just cracked it open with a huge hammer. But it's not really that bad. I mean, the important thing is that they got away. Now, have Teresa listen to Kanjin carefully. He's gonna get this big guy in the right place. And we're gonna have to face him anyway, so we better do it now. And while he's at it, have him find other people and evacuate. There's a lot of people stuck here because of the Stone of Return. We can't just leave them to die. Meanwhile, Kanjin himself would try to finish the 5th floor as soon as possible. Although, to be honest, it's become much more difficult. Teresa became visibly sad because of that phrase. It got harder, obviously. This was all her fault. And she meant well, but her thought was interrupted. And one more thing. Let the girl be sure to remember one thing. In the meantime, the Ambo was already on the prowl for more victims, but it didn't take long to find it. Jin-hik himself threw a rock at his head. Now, of course, we have to run away. Watching this, Teresa recalled Jin-hik's words. He gave her some object and told her to use it at the right time. But the girl didn't understand what it was for. However, the protagonist knew that she would definitely know immediately, and it was coming. Digging through the ruins, white-haired girl found a club, a weapon of some sort, but still a weapon. Well, now we have to rescue people right away. Jin-hik, on the other hand, had little interest in people. Especially when he was being chased by a big guy like that. The protagonist wanted to scan it, except he was getting out in a warning. His action violates the rules of the 5th floor. Because of this, a rotting heart takes an interest in him. A change of occupation is suggested to him. The rotting heart offers Jin-hik to be his sword. Upon accepting this offer, the guy will become a black apostle. The rotting heart is one of the perfect beings from the upper floors of the tower. Just like Alice, he's also called the Demon King or the Devil himself, and this floor is partially under his control. So if you break the rules here, it's bound to attract the Demon King's attention. And the offer is generous. The title of Black Apostle gives you tremendous power. But there's a downside. You'll live your whole life under the devil. The minds would probably be jumping for joy at such an offer by now. Except Kanjin doesn't want to be the servant of some bald dog. That's an offer he rejects. And the devil was just furious about it. And so much so that even the Thunderer felt it and fell face first into the floor. And the devil's curse fell on Jin-hik right now, all because he refused his offer. Now he's the #1 target for all demons, and that's the way it's going to be for the rest of his life. And on top of that, Kanjin got really sick. The pain in my chest wouldn't go away, and some black liquid was pouring from my mouth. It's just a terrible feeling. Except, why are these cultists surrounding him and standing in a pillar? Are they afraid of him? Come on, let them come. Meanwhile, on the other end of the floor, the adherents of the cult prepared the captured people for sacrifice, except that Teresa catching up with them won't let them. After knocking out one cultist, the girl shouts to one of the victims to help her save the others. Except Talia doesn't seem to hear her. She's incredibly panicked. The cult guy tried to use this moment to attack, except Teresa's not letting her guard down. Yes, let them be surrounded, but it's not the time to give up. They can definitely get out, especially since her comrade is already clearing the 5th floor. Except Teresa had no idea that the friend she was referring to is now hanging powerlessly on the shoulder of Ambal, who is dragging him to an unknown destination. And he brought it to prison, where there are many more like him. They were even forbidden to speak on pain of torture. Both the head of the cultists and one of those Melina called Lancelots are considering these prisoners. The one who interested the two was of course Jin Hyuk. They had never seen such a strong awakened person before. Khan Jin himself was surprised by the man opposite. This force definitely prevented him from being killed. It looked strange, and since he was with the boss of the 5th floor, it was definitely Main. The protagonist tries to skin this man with a cross around his neck, but fails miserably. That one has a high-level mental barrier, and it looks like there's no choice. Jin Hyuk doesn't want to spend it now, but I guess she has to. The white pill he's been stocking up on doubles one of the 2 slots for 10 minutes. The choice falls on adaptation. And now you can scan it. The man's name is Hosenbolt, and his profession lists him as a Knight of the Round Table. It turns out he's a big shot among the Main. They'd love to get their hands on his mental barrier. It would come in handy in the future against the gods. Here are just the conditions for copying. Make the target say his knight name. Until Jin Hyuk recognizes it, he'll have to act like a schoolboy with 8th grade syndrome. The protagonist didn't understand at all what kind of sick person prescribes these goals. Okay if Jin Hyuk had a beer on hand, but sober, really. And Hosenbolt interrupts Jin Hyuk's thoughts. Doesn't he even want to say anything to him? Well, Jin Hyuk apologizes. He was just suppressing the great darkness, and so he was a little busy. Such a cringe made not only the twosome freeze, but also the protagonist himself. The cult leader even wanted to clarify, was this definitely the guy he had been told about? He's the strong one. He's more like the crazy one. Even Alice inside the ring couldn't contain her laughter. But Jin Hyuk mentally begs her to calm down. He's ready to fall under the ground as it is. And Hosenbolt asked again, S-rank there how? Does he understand the situation? He was caught to be sacrificed, to which the Knight of the Round Table receives an equally stunning speech in response. Does he really think this wretched cage can contain his bursting madness? How stupid and naive of them. Main even stopped feeling cringe at that. I mean, that's just crazy. Maybe this player is just hiding something from him. Overcome with shame, the man says that Jin Hyuk is strong, but he can't use his skills here. He must hear another victim screaming from torture somewhere behind the wall. A slow, agonizing death, impossible to endure in one's right mind. But if Jin Hyuk tells about the unknown, Mayan will give him that key. The protagonist laughed. If he was so eager to know the name of the unknown person, let him introduce himself first, according to the old tradition. After thinking for a while, Mayan decides to answer. Jin Hyuk is already dead anyway, so his name is Hosenbolt, but some people call him Lancelot. Well, that's good. The skill that protects against mental attacks has been copied. And an unsuspecting Hosenbolt asks, so what is John Doe's real name? Alright, Jin Hyuk will tell you, but only once, so let him listen carefully. John Doe, this is, shit, it's interference. I can't hear anything. Well, Main overheard everything and threw the guy a key. He kept his promise, and before he goes, he wishes him an easy death. Survivor next to Jin Hyuk immediately grabbed the key and tried to open the lock, but there was nothing to open. There's no lock, but Jin Hyuk already knew that. But it doesn't matter at all, because right now, Teresa's in jail. 2. She'd beaten 20 people before she got here, but it was no use. She ended up behind bars anyway. And it would seem that the girl had just arrived in prison, but she had already witnessed some kind of hazing. Another girl was kicking a child, and of course Teresa stood up for her. What is that fool doing? That the African-American woman replies that Teresa herself is the fool. After all, the girl she's protecting is just a resident of the tower. If it wasn't for people like this scum, there wouldn't be a tower, and there wouldn't be a problem. Everyone else picks up on it. Yeah, it's because of people like that little scumbag. If she dies soon, it'll be better for everyone. One Teresa decides to stop the bullying. It doesn't matter if it's a resident of the tower or not. Right now, they're all the same, all going to execution. So why the prejudice? Decides, it's not like she's the one who's suffering. So why the racism? Realizing that the BLM movement didn't seem to work here, the African-American woman backed off. a blonde girl, on the other hand, started asking questions, like, "What's this girl's name?" Turns out her name was Andrea, and she ended up like this. Cultists showed up at their village and told them that if they were given one resident to sacrifice, they would leave them alone. When the villagers heard this, they all made a decision at once. Since she had no parents, she would be sent away. This is a good and important cause after all, dying for the rest of us would be a real heroine. Listening to this, Teresa understood. Even though this girl was a resident of the tower, she was no different from ordinary people. Meanwhile, the cultists began to whisper, "We need to take one more person from the sacrifice chambers." And then they switched to a louder tone. Yes, let these victims listen. They'll all be taken away one by one. Sooner or later, then let them decide who goes first. People started to panic, of course. No one wanted to die. And lo and behold, there's the perfect candidate. They'll give the little one off the tower, and that's the end of it. Teresa rushed to her defense, which only made her cellmates even angrier. And the cultists were happy about it all. Those fucked up fanatics loved to see it. And in the other cell, no such action occurred. For the first time ever, someone decided to go to the sacrifice themselves. No one minds if Kong Janyuk goes, of course not. That's why Janyuk was tied up and taken to the torture chamber with the others. But naturally, the protagonist had a plan. Hiding one of the pills in his mouth beforehand, he spit it out into the local gutter. The cultist didn't notice anything. It was a good thing, because now all the preparations had been successfully completed. Teresa's probably already been caught, and given her temperament, she'd be the first to go. Everything is going according to plan so far. And Janyuk has finally gotten the hidden quest. Fanatics take people's lives and become villains. When each villain is eliminated, the adaptation stat increases by 1/10, and destroying a cult leader will give you 30+ to that stat. That's incredibly lucky. The stats for this quest are randomized. This is the adaptation Janyuk needs. But the protagonist's musings were interrupted by the numerous screams of the cultists. The thing is, they've already been brought into the arena for execution. And it's about to take the lives of the next victims. And that's talking about our captive group, which includes Janyuk. Nudging them with spears, they try to bring them to the stage. But something else caught Kong Jin's attention. The host of this circus of idiots says his god is only interested in worthy victims, and they found the most worthy one. This hanging girl sacrificed herself to protect the girl she was seeing for the first time. Such a sacrifice, their god would be incredibly pleased. Teresa's blood will be the centerpiece of this ritual, except that Janyuk had a different opinion. At first, he just wanted to get the stats and be done with this floor. But pulling out the ancient grimoire, Kong Jin now has very different plans. All his skills are printed for 10 minutes. After all, he's already been on the receiving end of fanatics for centuries. Applying the element of fire, Janyuk points the table of flames at the pill he spit out earlier. It was a red fire pill, and when activated, it gives the cultists hell on earth. As they scatter in panic, they don't understand how anyone can use magic on this floor. And the protagonist himself, materializing a dagger, frees Teresa, and she falls into his arms. Checking the girl's pulse, Janyuk made sure, still alive. Now, he doesn't care about stats, achievements, or quests. He's just gonna kill every last one of them. By activating the dark pill, the protagonist causes a smoke screen. None of the hundreds of cultivators can see anything now, but is perfectly visible to Janyuk himself, who summons his new blades and activates the sword graveyard skill. In a panic, the devil's adherents began to pray for his coming, and then they felt something. Did it really work? A truly powerful devilish aura is heading towards them. Yeah, because Janyuk has gotten so much stronger in the meantime that he's more like a demon now. Cutting down the cultists one by one, Kanjin systematically increased his adaptation skill, until soon there is no one left but him and Teresa lying in the middle of the arena. In her dream, she remembered all the survivors wanted to give this girl away, but Teresa easily threw them back. Even without skills, she's far stronger than those three. Angry players asked, "Then what? That blonde wants to pick the next victim herself." But it turns out she's not such a saint, that the girl had no evil intentions. After stroking Andrea's head, Teresa said she would be back soon, and immediately afterward, she volunteered. To the indescribable ecstasy of her parole officer, a disgusted smile appeared on his face. That stayed with him for the rest of his life. After all, Jin Hyuk has given every nut job in this arena a quick death. Approaching the waking girl, the protagonist said that it looks like she's the one who decided to jump over her head. But that one, to be honest, was just hoping in the back of her mind that Jin Hyuk would still come. The protagonist himself was considering the results of his massacre. He had raised his adaptation stat to 23, and now he needed to eliminate the cult leader as well, and it would be 53. Except the girl says she's got somewhere she needs to be right away. Naturally, Teresa was talking about Andrea. Getting to the girl, she was very happy to see her safe and sound, and Jin Hyuk didn't understand at all. Who is this and what's going on here? And after it was explained to him, the protagonist was furious. He had wasted his precious 10 minutes with magic on this girl, and there was no way it could have been done later. Oh, wait, if Andrea is a resident of the tower, then Jin Hyuk has an idea for her. He asks, why didn't she become a believer? After all the locals believe fiercely in their god. To which the girl replied that she just didn't want to believe that such a god existed, sacrificing people, especially the weakest and most defenseless. People like her, who don't even have parents. If this same god is the creator of this present hell in the earth, it is not a god at all, but a complete scumbag. Noticing that the girl was crying, Jin Hyuk began to comfort her and said that he actually had a similar story. He grew up without parents. He was abandoned and put in an orphanage. So all his life he survived on his own. And of course, it was hard to live without parents. But at the end of the day, no matter how you do it, you have to move on. Nothing is going to change just because you're just bowling with hate. But Andrea wanted to object, as long as the cult leader lived. No, she belonged in this world. But that's exactly what Jin Hyuk is talking about. The cult leader's here, so here's what they're gonna do. He's gonna kill this asshole, and she can live in a world free of that bastard's oppression. But in return, Andrea will become his comrade. With those words, Jin Hyuk branded the girl. Now, it's time to try harder. Destroy that cultist bastard. There's just one problem. Time is up, and Jin Hyuk can no longer use the skills. Besides, their opponent is much stronger than ordinary fanatics. And it's not just physical data, although they are also impressive. The relic this fucker possesses is very, very dangerous. A pot that consumes evil, this artifact can be commanded to instantly kill any target. Teresa's in a panic. What kind of artifact is this? Is it even fair that such a thing exists? Well, maybe not fair, but this relic has its weakness, too. It's a very long rollback, so Teresa's roll this time was incredibly important. While the relic is on cooldown, she have to take it away. Well, here they are. Now, when they open the door, Jin Hyuk will say some important words in their ears. And if they remember them, they'll be victorious. Walking inside, the company notices their opponent, and the cultist leader, surprised, did the one who caused all this commotion come here himself? Yet, and Kangina has a question, where's his buddy Vanisalot? And he already got what he wanted and left quickly. And that made the protagonist very upset. He wanted to eliminate him here. That the cultist takes the floor again. He certainly doesn't know how this guy was able to apply the skills here. But that won't help him at all. In the end, he'll still be a victim to their great god. Teresa notices, in the guild leader's hands, is the very relic Jin Hyuk told her about. That means they're already starting. The protagonist runs around the cultist from the side, and the girl herself will attack from the center. Kanjin tries to shift the bastard's attention to himself, while Teresa tries to throw him off balance. Part of it works, and it's time to move on to phase 2. Teresa is trying to shut the fucker up. At the same moment, Jin Hyuk rushed in for the final blow. But the cultist was far from that simple. He flung the girl away in a rage, and immediately switched to the main character. Jin Hyuk immediately realized their plan had failed, but he won't be attacked either. On the contrary, he's gonna punch the big guy in the jaw. He used those hands to kill monsters that were dozens of times bigger. Naturally, he can handle it too, even without skills. To which the already insane boss Deja was very pleased. Jin Hyuk would make a good victim. Saying some words in an unknown language, the cultist activates the relic, and her energy is immediately channeled to Jin Hyuk. There's nothing he can do about it, and he only gives one last shout out to Teresa. Let her remember to roll back that artifact. As soon as his eyes light up again, he will work. He assures her of the rest. That after a second, the main character's cheerful speech was interrupted in front of her friends. Jin Hyuk dropped dead, And it's not a hoax, he is really dead, and so the curse of the devil is gone from him. And how pleased Boss Tejas was to see it. A worthy sacrifice for his god. What's that little girl up to? Is she still hoping he'll wake up? She better get ready. After all, she's next. With a powerful leg kick, he throws Teresa to the floor. All she can do is lie there powerlessly. And now for the final victim. Andrea, don't let him be afraid. It won't hurt, but it will hurt. But it will hurt the cultist himself. Clutching his head. A waking Teresa throws him over herself. Andriano will never be harmed. However, the upstart boss is only glad that his victim has staying power. It's also much more interesting that way. And indeed, no matter how much the blonde try, she could not defeat the big man in a head-on fight, so Teresa did nothing but dodge. But it looks like she's got some kind of plan. With shards from broken pots, the girl smashed the hanging chandeliers. Only the boss doesn't think it'll do any good anyway. And the tactic was simple. Reduce the bastard's view, then ambush him. But somehow the ambo had already found her. This fucker's enjoying this hide and seek. After all, if he gets her just once, she'd be finished. And her shiny white hair is a pleasure to search for in the dark. And then he sees them again. First he knocks out the blonde. Then he goes looking for the little one. And when Teresa wakes up, we'll watch Andrea become the perfect new victim. The impact sent the girl flying a couple of meters away, but by grouping herself in time, she was able to keep her balance and begin her escape. The shoulder is traumatized, but it can't be helped. Something has to be done right away. She can't just waste the time Jinhyuk has given her. Looking at another clay shard, though, Teresa thinks she might have an idea. Meanwhile, the big man walked down the rows between the cabinets in search. And there it is. It's a color he'll never mistake for anything else. But before he does, he'll give her a chance. If she becomes a believer, he will keep her alive. She will be their symbol, their virgin saint. So let her come out now, otherwise he'll find her himself. Except that what he saw was just Teresa's severed hair. The girl herself ran at full speed to snatch the relic. Compared to Jin Hyuk's sacrifice, her severed strand of hair is nothing. But the problem is that her plan was a failure from the start. A cultist has amazing reaction time. And turning around, he was ready to strike with a fist, from which the girl could not dodge. But suddenly, out of the blue, a clay pop flies into his head, through him a hitherto hidden Andrea. And it was that moment that was enough for Teresa to snatch the ill-fated artifact. Now the advantage is on her side, except the floor boss didn't think so. What is she going to do with this relic? She doesn't even know how it works. Except maybe he does, because even before this battle began, Jinhyuk had asked them to memorize a phrase. Tetradi miras, an order in a dead language, is what activates this artifact. Yes, Jinhyuk anticipated what would happen. And now Teresa will sacrifice the cultist herself. Dark energy builds up inside the relic, and it's just like it was with Jinhyuk. Her threads pierce through the floor boss's body and soul. All is well now, they can exhale. But for some reason, Jinhyuk is still not breathing. Teresa can't believe it. There's no way this nerd doesn't have some kind of plan in his pocket. Come on. Why won't he wake up? Well, there really was a plan. Without the boss of this floor, the skills were back on track. And the main character had one very useful one, the patronage of heaven, which he copied from Teresa. It is what brings him back to life, restoring his body. And the first thing Jinhyuk thought was that dying was a little painful. He doesn't plan on doing that anymore. And don't let Teresa cry. It's all good. After a while, after telling everything that happened while Kon Jin was out, Teresa asked, "The boss of the 5th floor has been defeated. Why isn't there a message to open the next one?" That the whole point is that the condition for clearing the 5th floor is to escape from it. And that condition will be fulfilled when they go out that door behind the protagonist. Except that looking at Andrea, Jinhyuk says that this floor has another feature. Boss status is transferable. Whoever picks up this pot will become the new master of the 5th floor. And that ruler seat Jinhyuk would really like to give to Andrea. He had, after all, made her a promise that she could live in a world without the cultists and their leader. So now she can live the life she wants to live. And no one and nothing can stop her or hurt her. The system immediately announces that the floor master's seat has been transferred, and so the girl's body will be rebuilt. From a very young girl, Andrea instantly transformed into an adult girl. And after receiving this power, the first thing she did was to kneel down and say, from now on and forever, She and her subjects will inherit Jin Hyuk's will unconditionally. The system immediately scanned it. Kon Jin is now the first player that the boss has sworn allegiance to. And this achievement will be enshrined in the Hall of Fame. Well, the first order of the main character will be: let Andrea live freely, happily and smile at every new day. And of course, the girl sees no point in not obeying this order. Assuming Teresa visits her more often. After saying goodbye to Andrea, the two went to the exit. And now the 5th floor was declared cleared, and now a new 6th floor opened up. People all over Korea and beyond started discussing. Who the hell is Jin Hyuk? He's done so much. Shouldn't we give him a medal? The guy who advertised the very same non-working stones ended up getting beaten up and sue. All in all, a happy ending, and that's certainly a reason to celebrate. That's exactly what the many people who were saved from imminent sacrifice by Artusam did. The only one not happy with the situation was Yusin. To think that asshole had beaten him again. Only, what's that sound at his door? But a second later there was no need to worrying about him, for the door was gone, and behind her stood a masked man who introduced himself as Gawain. Only thing is, for a John Doe, this house is a little small. Guy was expecting something bigger, and Yusin didn't understand at all. Unknown, what was he talking about? And it was all Jin Hyuk who told Lancelot that it was Yusin who was the unknown. And now this stalker is going to have a lot of problems. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is shopping with Alice, who goes out of her way to buy up literally every item in the boutique. She's got plenty of money. The protagonist was already even beginning to worrying about her causing inflation with her actions. Previously, he had forbidden his handmaiden from using her wealth. However, in exchange for her training Andrea, Jin Hyuk made concessions, and the training was in full swing, because Andrea should be the real mistress of the floor. Jin Hyuk is doing well too. His adaptation skill has already increased to 78. Considering the stat jump in strength, he is now by far the strongest player in the world. Oh, and besides, the reward for passing the 5th floor gave an amazing reward. A barrier-breaking mirror. It connects a person to a chosen location on the first 10 floors of the tower for half an hour. These conditions are not final and may change with owner development. It is also allowed to take one companion with you. Anyway, Jin Hyuk has a lot to prepare, and so, by taking out his cell phone, he calls the very guard who is temporarily acting as the guild leader. He has a favor to ask, but before he does, let him tell me, anything strange happened lately? No. It's the opposite of good. It's too good. People somehow started to find out that Jin Hyuk is the real leader of the Black Crow Guild, and now they have tons of people wanting to join. But that's just a small thing. How can he help? Jin Hyuk has a list here. Have his assistant book it. And one more thing. Have him organize a meeting with one of the guilds. And speaking of the meeting, after a while, it was already happening. Kin Guide of the Wrestling Fathers Guild had been waiting for a message from the protagonist for a long time. Yeah, it's really been a long time. By the way, Jin Hyuk noticed that authority is a good thing. Guide used to be so cocky, and now look at him. But anyway, Jin Hyuk apologizes for not helping them with Mandragora. He was too busy in the tower. Yes, gritting his teeth. The man says he understands, but Kanjin says he's not angry. As an apology, he offers them to change the terms of the contract. And the guild seems to own 10 ranked dungeons on the 3rd floor, right? Well, let them give him one of those dungeons. Kito was even more infuriated by this. So instead of 10 dungeons on the 1st floor, 1 dungeon on the 3rd floor. Did he get it right? Jin Hyuk still didn't give the antidote recipe, but he wants to get paid even more. Everyone knows that even 1 dungeon on the 3rd floor is more valuable. Jin Hyuk replies that yes, that's right. The man got it right. Well, okay, can he at least give reasons for this change? And the protagonist is not confused. Everything is obvious here. Rising prices, inflation. Yes, a lot of things, but they're not really charities. If the protagonist didn't do anything, he won't get anything. Turning around and heading towards the exit, an angry guide says he'll pretend this conversation never happened. Yeah. If he wants to go, let him go. But Jin Hyuk heard. What's up? The Grey Temple. Huh. The 3rd floor labyrinth that they own but have never gotten through. They have monopolized, but then what? Because they can't mop it up. Their reputation as a guild goes down. And that puts Gaita in a precarious position as a leader. Isn't that right? And Jin Hyuk would love to help him with that. He'll walk this maze for them. And that same evening, the protagonist was already in Austria. At a music concert, Alice was thrilled, but Jin Hyuk got something out of it. 2. He fulfilled the assignment of attending 7 concerts, and thus he developed the skill of absolute musical hearing and understanding of music. Immediately afterward, he embarked on a quest with restaurants, and he was almost finished, and Alice was only too happy to be entertained. But all this is needed for a reason. The 6th floor of the tower is an elven forest. It is inhabited by chauvinist elves, and to get to the next floor, you have to live there for 90 days. Most players focus on leveling up, and just after checking in on the 6th floor, once a day they move to another floor to level up. However, Jin Hyuk knows very well that there is room to pump up the 6th floor as well. The key is to know how. Except that the temple that Kon Jin had arranged with Gito would have to be dealt with first, and the next day, Jin Hyuk used teleportation. Arrived at the right place, the Temple of Career Chos is located on the 3rd floor. Of course there are a lot of people here, but what's most amazing is that they don't even realize there's a horrible maze right underneath them. Kite, by the way, along with his guild, had already arrived as well. I will now introduce the squad leaders. This is Lin Young-won, captain of the 2nd squad, and he's a huge fan of Jin Hyuk. He's not the only one. In general, all members of the Guild Fathers of Struggle start asking for the main character's autograph. Now it's more like a fan meeting rather than a raid, but Guide interrupts these enthusiastic cheers. Lin Young will technically be in charge of the raid, but the real role goes to Jin Hyuk. For this, the hero is everything he likes from the booty. It's the winning that counts. Alright, Jin Hyuk is fine with that. Besides, it doesn't look like he's being tricked. Anyway, they have half an hour to prepare, and Jin Hyuk will spend it choosing a profession. Approaching the rector of the temple, Jin Hyuk takes a look at what's available here. The most popular professions he had already tried, and therefore, sorting by popularity from the end, Kenjina decides to choose barrier mastery. When you think back on it that way, Yusun is downright proud of his hurdles. That'll be just the thing to rub his nose in it. Coming out of the temple, the protagonist notices some commotion. The crowd has grown considerably larger, all because the Samurai Guild came to this place. And Gide's not happy about it. He told Jim last time, tell them to fuck off. But this time, they're not going to get away with it. They've had enough. The Fathers of Combat have already failed enough raids. Wouldn't it be better for the good of mankind to unite? Though Gaite realized that all these good intentions were just idle chatter, he still couldn't say anything against them, because everyone was talking about it. It's the same Samurai Guild. They've been growing at a tremendous rate lately. Unlike the Wrestling Fathers, they're sure to handle the Grey Temple, but that's where the main character comes in. Gaite seems to be popular, doesn't he? Of course, the S-ranker is immediately recognized by those around him. Yes, and the leader of the Samurai Guild wonders, is such an important figure really related to the Fathers of Wrestling? Yes, and Jin Hyuk listens to him and still can't understand. They are touting here that Guild Gith are using weak tactics to pass. Except how are they different themselves? The Samurai Bows wanted to be indignant, but you can't go against S-rank. And Jin Hyuk continued, they're still a long way from normal standards. It's true that this defense upset the Fathers of the Struggle themselves. Kanjin said they were the same. But with the Samurai, it makes no difference what anyone says about them. They have a power that sets them apart from everyone else. This is a veteran who has climbed to the 30th floor of the tower, an absolute connoisseur and master. Of course, this information couldn't help but interest Jin Hyuk. And the samurai continued. They have information about territories no one has even reached yet, and all the traps here. Using this knowledge, they will become the first heroes to save humanity from the tower. And of course, it would be nice to get richer in the process. Jin Hyuk applied the greedy gaze skill, and I found out this guy's words are true. At least he believes them. But Kanjin himself is no stranger to it, and he'll quickly find out who's spreading this nonsense. Well, here he is, Amamoto Takeshi. His ability is partial foresight. Depending on one's experience, one can really get to know what's on the higher floors with this skill. And the protagonist already likes it. What an interesting turn of events. And Jin Hyuk got it right. Takeshi was just using predictions to bypass traps. His ability is a flawed vision of the future, but by disguising it as something else, the guy wanted to get treated better. That's why he's telling the whole story. And besides, if no one finds out, it's not a lie at all. Except the guy walking towards him is like clearly knows something. Grinning, Jinhyuk says astonishingly, he doesn't know who this veteran is of course, but getting to the 30th floor is an impressive result. Exactly, replied the guild leader. Information is the most important advantage right now, so what does Gete have to say? He wanted to angrily refuse, as always, but Jinhyuk suddenly stopped him. Why didn't they say something about their tower veteran in the first place? Of course they're going together. What's to think? The samurai was surprised at first, but immediately assumed a haughty posture. There. The S rank appreciated their power at face value. Don't let Gete get mad. Once they were done here, their sagging reputation would finally return to normal. That the guild leader of the Fathers of Struggle Guild was still dissatisfied. What the hell is this? Why the hell had Jinhyuk invited them? They've been saying no for so long and for what? But Kongjin says they can't do that. They really want to be the heroes of mankind. They should at least be able to help them with that. We need to give them a chance to test the difficulty of the passage on their own skin. And Gete immediately realized something was amiss, that there was nothing to do and both guilds entered the Grey Temple. There they are greeted by a horrifying sight. A bunch of players who've been turned to stone. And there's no getting them back to the way they were, that there will be no more casualties. After all, the head of the Samurai Guild has the Perseus shield. It's a powerful artifact and they spent a lot of money on it. And Jinhyuk looks at it and realizes it. Most likely these newbies don't even have a clue how to apply it properly. However, his musings are interrupted by a notice. A new task for the first person to pass the tower. The protagonist got it. Such a notification would not come out of the blue. Most likely, it has something to do with the start of the quest to change profession. Indeed, the protagonist receives the Moon Seal skill. It will take effect after completing the first part of the profession quest. It reduces the time to activate barriers by 25% and increases their effectiveness by 30%. But another thing is important. If Jinhyuk is fluent in all the forgotten languages of the tower, he will be able to illuminate unnamed barriers. The places where the protagonist can learn these languages will be indicated in the course of the quest. And it struck Kanjin. Forgotten languages, are these the same power ones he'd seen but couldn't decipher? Are there still things here in the tower that the protagonist doesn't know about? In the meantime, Takeshi concentrated. Then he whispered something in the ear of the head of the Samurai Guild, and he immediately announced, "We must prepare for battle." And for good reason, because a few moments later, out of nowhere, a huge cobra appeared. But that's not much of a problem for them. It's all about keeping in line. The mages unleash fiery attacks on the thing. And then already the guild leader, Shield Persian her on his arm, rushed into battle. Absolutely no trouble at all. He cut off the snake's head and that was the end of the skirmish. Watching this, Lion realized the samurai really are strong. Probably stronger than they are. NEWBIE, on the other hand, didn't feel that way at all. He didn't understand why the boy was so upset. There was nothing unusual about this murder. Alice would have killed everyone here in a minute. The truth is, right now, she's busy. That he's teaching Andrew how to talk pathetic. Meanwhile, the joint raid had reached a fork in the road. The guild leader is already waiting for instructions from the tower veteran, and the veteran is pondering. The bright side seems safe. There's a dark one across the street, probably just waiting for an ambush. The problem is that he doesn't know the exact answer, because he has not seen such a thing in the future. Okay. He'll say we should go left. I mean, it's not so murky after all. And Jinhyuk immediately began to marvel. Bravo, as expected from a veteran. He didn't fall for the trap based on reverse psychology. He chose the safe road. He's so good. Jinhyuk will trust him completely. That was the end of the circus, and everyone went left. And Jinhyuk was thinking, looks like this kid's accuracy of foresight isn't that great. Chose that direction, although the truth is, it makes no difference which to choose. Both of these passageways, they both lead to hell. And so they met him, face to face. Lasers, and it looks like they're heading right for them. The guild leader asks, what should they do? Well, I said it's a simple trap. Don't worry about it. Except there's more than one laser. The number has increased dramatically. And we need to do something right now. Mages activate mana ejection for the block, but it doesn't work at all. One of them gets his arm chopped off right away. The guild leader screams in panic for them to try harder and pour in more mana. In the meantime, He'll cover them with Perseus' shield. Takeshi realized they were trapped, and it's all because of that bastard Janhik. That's okay. Now that S-Ranker is in danger himself, but that's not the case. The protagonist is just passing the first stage of the quest, a profession. Folding the seal, Janhik applies an imperfect physical barrier, and that fulfills a first condition of the quest. This barrier completely protects all members of the Fathers of Struggle Guild, and this is not yet the final form. The protagonist hasn't gotten a profession yet. The barriers will be better from here. And now, let those who want to live stay behind the barrier. But Jenk himself went to get the items. If you dodge the laser 300 times, you get the gear, and he won't miss it. Those who want to try it too, let them come out. It's not that hard, really. Here, now he's going to show them by example. Dodging all the deadly rays, the protagonist is confident. It could have been more complicated. Lion was incredibly surprised. The Samurai Guild is out there fighting for their lives, and this guy dodges lasers with a smile on his face. What's wrong with him? Even before the raid, Lion asked, "Are the powers not given to Jenkik too much power?" To which guild leader Gait replied, "The guy seems to be just too young and doesn't understand. Sometimes to survive, you just have to shut your mouth and give way to someone stronger." And it looks like now the guy realized what he meant. This man is literally on another level. And after some time, the protagonist has finally completed the secret quest, a stone called Burning Flame. This is his reward. Now it's time to see how the samurai are doing. And it's disgusting out there. A huge number of people have died, but there's a lot of wounded, too. The hilltoppers just can't keep up with the treatment. And Jenhek, with a face full of sympathy, walks up to them and asks, "So many wounded. What do we do?" He's only got 30 seats under the barrier. That's all he can do. This of course can't help but anger the samurai. Why are the people from the other guild all unharmed? Did Jenhik know about the trap from the beginning? But the man replies in a calm tone, "Yes, he did. So what's next?" Samurai speaks in despair. "But people died because of him. Because of him. I don't think he's the one who was talking nonsense about the handyman going up to the 30th floor. They offered to go together, and now it's his fault. Who asked these pathetic assholes to interfere and offer to clean up the dungeon?" The head of the samurai immediately says that their guild will never forget what Jenhik did, and will never forgive him. So, Kangjin doesn't think this guy can say that. He's in no position to do that. After all, special conditions had just been met. More than half of the raiding party died because of the traps. And in addition, the Burning Flame artifact was obtained. It awakened the guardian of the Grey Temple, a huge fire snake. And there's no way the emaciated samurai could handle that. But Jenhek tells them not to relax. Now the fun is just beginning. But if their guild leader has something to say, he'll say it after he survives. Because this huge snake, it's the pet of a jellyfish. And it's immune to physical attacks. And the wounded samurai haven't had time to regroup yet. What should they do? Well, then there's one option for them. If the leader gives Yannick the Perseus shield, he'll protect them. He can't use it properly anyway. What's he needed for? Well, of course the answer is no. What kind of fool would give up an artifact for nothing? It can't be helped. If that's the case, then the protagonist will only ice-gatize guild and himself. And he'll get the Perseus shield later. But from this kid's corpse, the samurai realized his mistake. Except to ask for protection, it was too late. The snake released a huge pillar of flame directly in their direction. And there's no way to dodge it. It's a narrow passage. But if the head of them saves someone, Takeshi, get behind him. This boy is the hope of mankind. He must survive, but not all the others. After that attack, the corpses were countless. And even the guild leader himself. He dropped the Perseus shield, turned to charcoal, but Kang Jin-hyuk said that the shield should be used differently. "Oh, that's okay. Cool him down and he'll be fine." The Perseus shield has powers in direct proportion to its user's potential, which means in Kanjin's hands, he'll be very powerful. Look, Takeshi doesn't understand. Who is this guy? It's like he knows everything. Ooh, he got curious. What is it? Could it be that his skill of foresight can't answer that question? Takeshi was stunned. How? How did this guy know about his skill? What connects this man to the tower in the first place? And his future is impossible to see. And Jong Hyuk was about to answer, but from behind him, A fiery snake was already attacking him. However, the protagonist easily blocked this attack. A wall of ice. They're actually talking here. Maybe this thing won't bother them. With those words, Kanjin locks that snake in the ice prison in one fell swoop. Of course, it had an unprecedented effect on the kid. So it's about time you told me. He asked me what Kanjin had to do with the tower. Well, here it is. He's a god of the tower. He's in exile. And the young man believed all this nonsense. It put everything in perspective for him at once. He fell down and started apologizing for not realizing who was in front of him in the first place. Looking at such squalor, Jinyu couldn't help but laugh. He'd come up with such nonsense. Well, here it is. He's now exiled in a human body. That's why I'm standing in front of him like this. But when he goes to conquer the upper floors, God's gonna need this guy's strength. And of course, Takeshi is only too happy about it. God has held him in such high esteem. Yeah. Well, that's the way it is. He's going to climb the tower with the deity. When he heard that question, Takeshi realized this was his chance. Of course he'll try. But then Jinhyuk will give him a mark. It'll be proof of their pact. And if he chooses to betray it, he will burn to the ground. Well, that's great. Just one thing. Don't tell anyone that Jinhyuk is a deity. It's a secret. Well, now we can remove the barrier from Jita's guild team. When they came out, they were shocked. The monster that took down the entire samurai guild destroyed only one man. Of course they should thank their protector. It's a little disappointing, though, that they're no help at all. To which Jinhyuk replies, that gratitude is a good thing, except it's not over yet. Medusa's not gonna sit back and watch her favorite pet get killed. And Kong Jin was right. The mythical creature was already heading towards the squad. And even though they knew it, the Medusa still managed to catch one of the players off guard. When he looked at her, the guy was immediately petrified. And Medusa immediately smashed his body afterward. She was incredibly angry. Not only had her temple been broken into, and they killed her favorite pet. The entire squad closed their eyes in a flash. They had practiced for this moment, applying the general command skill, which buffs the squad. Leon orders everyone to attack. Easier said than done. Magicians don't hit with spells at all, and the swordsmen can only navigate by sound, and the Medusa easily throws them off. Do they really think we have a weakling who can only turn to stone? Of course it's not. Half the squad of these naive nitwits are already wounded, but they can't even understand what's going on, because their eyes are closed. But then Medusa won't hesitate. He'll finish them off quickly. But she was interrupted by Perseus' shield, which flew right into her face. Unlike the others, Jinhyuk isn't afraid of her at all. Activating the shield, the protagonist is telling everyone to get out of here. He'll take her on. The recovering Medusa didn't understand why the guy was staring into her eyes but not stiffening. It was all about the greedy stare. It gives Kanjin immunity. Although he himself says that maybe Medusa's just too weak. That kind of provocation works. And Medusa activates the Gorgon territory skill. It reduces the speed of spellcasting and reduces movement speed. And the fitting death for the protagonist would be acid burn and saved by a snake. But that wasn't the case. Activating the steps of the demonic sword king, Jinhyuk has no problem dodging. And from direct hits, Kanjin is protected by Perseus' shield, which gives him a 300% increase in physical and magical defense. Now, after putting a mark on this boss's forehead, Jinhyuk will try her sealed coffin skill. This is the final prerequisite for getting the profession, seal the boss. Except it's the last one. It's not easy to fulfill. Jellyfish is easily freed from its shackles, and naturally the attempt to seal her up is infuriating, so she is immediately bombarded with a new wave of attacks. It's like the main character really doesn't care. She's too slow for him, yet he likes rocks in general. But then with the help of the giant's hand, Jinhyuk gives her a couple. Even though it's a bit of a nuisance, but still attacks with some stones can't damage the boss. So Jinhyuk, in Gargona's opinion, is doing nonsense right now. Except it's weird why she doesn't feel any hostility all in those throws. He seems to be actively attacking, but it doesn't seem to be the target. But she's taking a long time to realize something. Kanjin's already finished. and using the ashes of the burned bodies, he drew runes on the floor, and the throws were just distractions, and now he was able to apply the sealed coffin of the 3rd level already. There's definitely no way for Medusa to escape. Let him take his word for it. He did his best this time. Well, now you can get the reward for the profession change quest. Actually, shackling a living boss is quite a difficult thing to do. Therefore, this task is usually performed on a goblin boss from the 1st floor, but I wonder what happens if you sharpen a higher level boss, especially since Medusa is the strongest boss currently available on all 5 floors. And indeed, there is a special reward for such a thing. Kanjin received the highest grade of Barrier Installer, Interpreter of Runes. With this class, Kanjin will be able to create barriers not even existing before. You just need to find the right combination of characters, and for the first time ever, Jin Hyuk as a fucked up asshole is actually happy. Turns out even after playing for so many hours, he still hasn't learned everything about the game. He also got a boost just for being the first to pass the tower. With those skills, he'll be able to mess with Yusen properly, but Jin Hyuk's jubilation is interrupted by Gargan. What will he do to her? Kill her? Scoffing, he replies that it would be a good idea to skin her. But in fact, although usually the bosses are killed to get the loot, Medusa is different. There's no reward for killing it. You can't even sell it for parts, because outside the temple, her head loses the ability to turn anything into stone. You can't use its scales as armor either, because they're poisonous. But still, here's an idea. After purchasing the necessary ingredients, Kanjin began to grind them, and then the resulting mixture he outlined the runes that connected him to the secret temple. The library was theirs and Rick is greatly surprised. How could a mere man know about this communication channel? Jin Hyuk replied that it was just an accident, but the tower manager doesn't believe in such coincidences. He didn't even share this contact with the deities. So he has to find out how the protagonist found out about it. But Kanjin himself is trying to change the subject. He's a little busy here. There's that Medusa over there. Of course he does. The librarian's really taking my breath away. Yeah. Jin Hyuk knew this guy was obsessed with Greek mythology. So now that Rick is here, he's going to watch Jin Hyuk take care of that thing. Activating the Graveyard of Swords, the protagonist prepared to attack. Of course the manager begs him to stop. There's no way to kill such a jewel, so he found out about the communication channel and it's no big deal, right? Jellyfish is more important. They need to discuss this privately right away. Now he'll suddenly open a doorway for Kanjin, but there's a twist. Rick thinks this meeting could end in a very interesting way. The protagonist didn't really understand what this librarian was talking about, but there's nothing to do. The portal's open. So the guy just walks into it, and it hit him right away. That's what the manager meant. They're not in the library. This is the 42nd floor of a tower, the abode of the Egyptian gods, called the White Oasis. This is something Jin Hyuk didn't expect. He's never been here before. And before he reached level 100, he asks, "And Rick is here like on vacation?" "No." The man answers, "It's work. It's just a place where the gods of Egypt dwell." That Jin Hyuk said he knew. And they're very much. They'd like to see him. From his tone, the protagonist immediately understood. It looks like his deception has been exposed, but it's no big deal. Rick really interrupts the guy's musings. Maybe Jin Hyuk heard. There used to be a sphinx here, but now it's just a crater. It appeared after the S-ranker lie under the name of Anubis. Well, it can't be helped. It's a shame, though. It was a beautiful statue. However, Rick wonders, isn't the guy scared at all? Gods are very powerful after all. But Jin Hyuk says there's nothing to be afraid of. It's not even the 50th floor. Rick laughed in surprise. It looked like the protagonist had no intention of disappointing him. After a while, the two of us stood before the Egyptian gods, and Anubis was very angry. This impudent man had insulted his name and now he dares to come here. Well, sort of. It's not that the main character really wanted it. He was just brought here by the manager. Well, as if an ancient god would care. Now he's just gonna crush this bug. Except the manager didn't think so. Putting up a barrier, he says that Mr. Genyuk is actually his dear guest. Or gods what? What? Deliberately breaking the rules of the tower in front of one of its governors. Naturally, the Black Hound realized his mistake. Oh well, if he can't kill him personally, he'll do it according to the tower's rules. Anubis summons his warrior. the guide of the departed. This is the strongest warrior you can put up against a player who has reached the 6th floor. The librarian believes that there's no way the protagonist with his current strength can win. But then what will he do? And Anubis continues, if this brazen man stands against this warrior for even 5 seconds, he will grant him the right to take any treasure of this temple of his choice. So how will the man accept his challenge? Oh, sure. 5 seconds, that's easy. Just checking out the trading floor first. Here he has to buy a very expensive item, royal blood. Genyuk has spent all his savings on it, 2 million coins. Now with the help of heaven's patronage, Kanjin creates a holy royal bloodline out of her. Now that we're done cooking, we can accept a challenge. After all, his Genyuk was finished in just 1 hit. Thanks to the huge gap in parameters, the damage of the protagonist in the moment went up by 1,500%. 5 seconds to survive. How about to win in a second? Anubis jaw was understandably slack, but he wasn't going to just accept defeat. Obviously, Genyuk cheated. He attacked right after accepting the duel. That's not fair. Nobody does that. But he was cooled by another Egyptian god. Horus, the sun god. He says he's made a promise. And he can't break it now, so the Black Hound will have to accept defeat, no matter how angry he gets. And Horus himself will show our to mend the treasury. Let them follow him. It did indeed contain untold riches, so let this worthy one choose whatever treasure he chooses. But before that, this god has a suggestion, obviously, Genyuk. And so we'll get to this place sooner or later. So how about picking one of them as a patron and becoming the viceroy of this floor? Then he will get absolutely all these treasures as well as immense power. Rick, hearing this, was surprised. What Horus offers is the so-called patron's choice, and it can only be done once. Does he really want to offer this to the man on the 6th floor? But even more surprising is Genyuk's response. He's not interested at all. He's going to go much higher than the 42nd floor. Then why would he do that? And as a reward, he will take this item. Such defiant behavior greatly displeased God, but it couldn't be helped. Finished with his business, he went out to Anubis. His impulsiveness caused them to have problems again. Besides, the kid picked a black ancient egg. Not the fact, of course, that this person could even know what it is, but depending on what he does to him, it could affect all of humanity. And back home, Kanjin discussed the acquisition with Alice. She wasn't very pleased. Does he even know? If the incubation isn't done properly, there's trouble. And if this egg causes the whole city to collapse, where's she gonna shop? Huh. The main character got sick of such lectures and just shoved his handmaiden back into the ring. He already knows about the complexity, but it's just as interesting. For the first time in a long time, he would have to concentrate properly. In fact, all Genyuk knows about the ancients are the words spoken by the strange adventurer Fessus. The key to everything is delicious mana, and Genyuk was just beginning to infuse his into the atmosphere. Fire, ice, dark, light, he let the egg absorb all of it, and it didn't take long to see the result. From this egg, a mini dragon hatched, and it looks like he wants more mana, but then Genyuk materializes her in a small ball, and will give his new pet a taste. Tom liked it a lot, and now it's official, Genyuk has tamed the dragon. This achievement has even been inducted into the Hall of Fame. We should really give it a name. How about Yams? It's a cute pet, although the protagonist has no idea how to feed it. Suddenly, the protagonist's musings were interrupted by a notification. Manager Rick had subscribed to his YouTube channel, and now the commission for views from the tower will not be 90%, but 80%. And the next day, Genhyuk was chatting with the manager of a popular TV channel, Kang Byung-chan. Toth wanted Genhyuk to participate in their broadcast. If Genhyuk shares some tips on passing, then surely their ratings will skyrocket. Yes, with the advent of the Tower of Trials, modern TV channels, in their usual sense, have almost disappeared. The only popular program is the one based on interviews with strong players. But the weird thing is, does that Kang Byung guy have a memory problem? He doesn't remember Jonghyuk at all. I guess that's true, but let's talk about the reward first. Kanjin would like to be paid in magic stones. What about the price? How about as much as possible? Well, what Kang Byung said is that they actually have a standard interview fee, but Genyuk is such a star that they'll make concessions for him. They have an unlimited offer for him. literally no limits, but on the condition that he shoots with one person who has been wanting to chat with the protagonist for a while now. Of course Jenyuk agrees. So who's the man? And he turned out to be Han Dokpalyo, who had already arrived at the channel's studio on the day of filming. And he didn't come alone. With him were two S-rankers from the China Guild, Tencha and Shewa. Journalists were already anticipating this program is sure to have great ratings, especially since here comes the main star Jenyuk. A less than friendly conversation immediately ensues between him and Dokpalyo. But this time, the guild leader of the Black Luck Guild decided to call his friends to negotiate. Probably to make himself look more authoritative, but in fact, Kanjin has a couple of not-so-famous acquaintances as well. And here they are. The incredibly popular paladin Tereso, Korea's most famous martial artist, Yu Jong-young, and sword master Yoon Yu-seong. The last one had become a bone to pick with Dokpalyo. After all, that guy refused to join his guild, but he joined Jenyuk's guild. The S-rankers from the China Guild standing behind him were also assessing the situation. Well, it looked like this guy had put together quite a strong team, and the two just turn around and walk away. Dokpalyo, screaming in panic. Where are they going? The contract was different. They have to finish filming, but the S-rankers didn't care. They had achieved some goal of their own, and now there was no need for them to stay here. Dokpalyo didn't understand at all. What kind of nonsense is this? What purpose? What are they talking about? And our hero didn't miss the opportunity to laugh. The man should have been better prepared. Otherwise, he embarrassed himself again. And all the reporters, just like last time, went after Kong Jin. And no matter how the guild leader and Black Luck persuaded them to stop, those would run away from him, even if they had to sacrifice their pants to do so. And Jenyuk sat very contented, so much so that Yusun's smile even started to make him nauseous. He had his house trashed because of that creepy bastard. Kong Jin immediately remembered. That's right. He was the one who sixed the main on that fool. Well, he's gonna deny it. He doesn't know what the stalker's talking about. But Yusun can't be fooled. If you analyze John Doe's movement and Jong Hyuk's movement, it's obvious. They're the same person, so it's obvious who's responsible for this accident. But Kong Jin was worried about something else. Is he seriously watching videos with him? That much? He's so creepy, but whatever. So how's he like this guy the main sent to him? Strong. Yusun replied that his name was Gawain. And he is strong, of course. But if you compare it to Jenyuk, not at all. But Grandpa Yuyeon had a conversation with Teresa. He asked her what she thought of Kong Jin. She spoke very warmly of him, as a comrade who could always be counted on. And the grandfather immediately realized that it looked like his granddaughter was going to have some serious competition. Well, everyone has finally arrived at the venue. We can start recording. And the first question for Jenyuk. He's gaining popularity because of his tremendous passing rate. Does he have any advice for others? Yes, there is one. Just try again and again, and you will definitely succeed. But that's not exactly what the audience wants to hear. What about the third floor? On that, you just have to dodge well. And, by the way, the same thing on the fourth. All in all, Jenyuk didn't give any useful information. After a while, Kong Byung reprimanded him for it. This issue was really bad. So now Jeonyuk is here and dares to demand payment for it. Yeah. Well, actually, he did what he was contracted to do. He just answered the questions that were asked. It didn't say exactly how to answer them. Kong Byung is so annoying. Does he think that if he plays dumb, he'll get away with it? But he shouldn't have said that. Taking the manager by the shirt, Jenyuk asks, does he remember Jeonsu? Yeah. That popular YouTuber from Paprika TV and his partner. They both had streamers doing broadcasts on Arab contracts, and one day the streamers went to a protest to get their way. Jenyuk was there, too. And because of that, I realized a lot about this life. They had to suffer because of unclear conditions. What did Kong Byung and his buddy say to him in the end? There's no problem with the contract, it's fair, this is what he said. Well, since that's the case, Jenyuk doesn't see any problem with the contract, so where's his payment? Realizing he was pinned against the wall, the manager had no choice. He and the protagonist headed to their canal stone warehouse. And there were actually quite a few of them. Well, according to the contract, Jenyuk is given the opportunity to use them without limit, but only for 2 hours. And don't let them look at it that way. It's all spelled out in the contract, albeit in the fine print. These stones have theft protection on them, so he won't put them in his inventory either. That's when the main character another attempt at deception from that bastard. It'll take about 5 minutes even to drain the small stone's energy. The bottom line is that, no matter how you look at it, Jenyuk won't be able to use up much. Their staff will make sure the protagonist doesn't take anything out of here. That's go. There's no time limit, but Kanjin will still take advantage of this offer. Great, then they'll meet in 2 hours. The doors close and the protagonist is left riding with the 2 girls, who immediately says he's about to show something amazing. 2 hours later, the manager was on his way back. All he could think about was how he could get Jenyuk out of the way. Maybe some articles to tarnish his reputation. But he'll think about that later, when he's escorted that asshole out of here. Rubbing his hands together, Kanbyeon walks into the vault, except it's empty. There's nothing left at all. All the magic stones were eaten by that little dragon. To be honest, Jenyuk would have liked to ask for more for him. Kanbyeon, seeing this, collapsed in mute shock. But Jenyuk wouldn't leave him like this either. Since he tried to deceive him again, Kanjin will be a stickler for him for the rest of his life. That the protagonist has his own problems. In order to make his new beast fight properly, he will need a lot of mana to sustain it. Right now, he'd last about 5 minutes at best. Apparently, he's going to have to evolve faster than he planned. Except that his musings are interrupted by an incoming call. And at the same time, a rank twin from the China Guild were video tweeting their boss about Kanjin's entourage. It was originally speculated that he was feuding with Isun, but that's probably not the case. So they will add him to the red list as well. Those who are not with them will automatically become enemies and new targets of Guild China. In the meantime, Kanjin himself met with Yusan and showed him his find, a mirror that can be used to connect between floors. But this guy understood. But why did they call him here? I'm sure Jin Hyuk can handle it on his own. By yourself, no. There's no way Kanjin would have gotten out of here by himself. That's right, he needs Yusan's help, and he could pump himself up. Of course, the stalker didn't believe a word he said, but opening the portal, the protagonist is already waiting for his friend. It's time for them to head to the 10th floor, straight to the boss's room. He himself sits in the center, and the warriors who defend it are only 21. So what does Yusan think? Can he beat them? The one replies that if this thud doesn't wake him up, definitely. Alright, then Jin Hyuk has a deal. If he can handle all the wars and hold out against the boss for 1 minute, they'll have another duel. And without any tricks, this time it's serious. Hearing this, the stalker instantly rushed into battle. All he shouted was for Jin Hyuk to remember to keep his promise later. At the same time, Teresa was busy going to the beauty parlor, where she met the balding guild leader Song Yun-hwa. Hair restoration is so easy. You apply the coupon and you're done. Except it doesn't work on the dent. The guy's hair immediately disappeared back, and he's very sad about it, of course. But he's learned his lesson. That curse only fell on him because he was too greedy. So much so that he even put people at risk for his own ambition. Teresa says that, yes, what he did was wrong. But if he wanted something so badly that he even went through with it, that's fine in its own way. That's the kind of thing that makes a guy lose his mind. There's a reason he's the founder of that saintly girls fan club. At the same time, on the 10th floor, Yosun has already chopped down the boss's last defender. There was only one thing left to do, hold out for just a minute. And if he holds out, that scumbag will finally fight him fair. And for a guy, that's what it's all about. That would be worth risking your life for. Except the stalker woke up, already in the hospital. He didn't even realize it at first. I thought he was just fighting. Sitting next to him, that's Jin Hyuk's maid. Han is saddened and replies that servant is an understatement. In fact, she is treated no better than a slave. Anyway, it went like this. She got a call from Jin Hyuk in the woods. He ordered her to take Yoseon to the hospital immediately. His condition was terrible, but it seems like they were able to fix him. Oh, and one more thing. Her slave owner asked me to give him this. It's some kind of weird rock. And looking at him, Yosun remembered everything, right? He was fighting the boss, but then he used the invulnerability skill. He just stopped taking any incoming damage at all. In the end, the guy couldn't land a single blow. Neither physical nor magical attacks could reach the target. Moreover, even the sword broke against the body of this stone monster. And damn, Jin Hyuk mocked me. It's only 21 seconds. Well, That's not bad. It's going to take a lot of effort to catch up to him, because the protagonist himself plans not just to hold out, but to win. Thanks to the demonic Sword King's steps, Kanjin dodged all the attacks with simply incredible ease. Realizing that all his blows were failing to reach their target, the Stone Ambo applied the Sanctuary skill. It increases gravity in the selected area by 500%. Even Yosen, who was already lying down, felt as if he had been pressed into the ground. Jin Hyuk won't be able to dodge now, that's for sure. How is he going to defeat this huge thing? And that's really all he was waiting for, because now he can use a magic-enhancing barrier. It increases the power of spells in its area of effect every second. It was time for this rockhead to turn into a tiny pebble. Jin Hyuk amplifies his magic and directs it to the center of the barrier. Because of this, the creature's body begins to compress. The damage doesn't go away as before, but the body is irreversibly changed, and shrinking the barrier more and more. In the end, all that was left was a small rock. Of course, Jin Hyuk knew many other ways to win. He used the barriers just to show off, and Kanjin himself was pleased. He raised 5 levels, and the 11th floor opened up to them. He also copied the skill, because all he had to do was to defeat the boss. After ordering Pakana to take the swordsman to the hospital, the protagonist decided to take a walk around the 6th floor. Looking at his new loot, and this is the giant sword and his shield, Jin Hyuk decided to post a recording of this fight on YouTube. All under the pseudonym of John Doe. It'll make a lot of money off the views. Except Alice is reporting. Does her contractor know or not? Someone's following them. Yeah, Jin Hyuk noticed it a long time ago, that the place they're going to doesn't accept outsiders. And a fight with some John Doe will only make his reputation worse, so let them watch all they want. And this spy was from China, and he's already reported to his superiors. And the guild leader was tearing up. Even S-rank player Lik Chan's apology didn't help to him for his miscalculations, cut off an ear. Guild leader Namgung Chon couldn't believe that his subordinates had allowed the 10th floor to be cleared. It seemed that unless he took over, the work would not move forward. Let Lee Ka-chen remember this spoon forever. Next time, if she fails again, the consequences will be much worse. Now let them listen up. They have information that Jin Hyuk is now on the 6th floor. And whatever he's doing there, and it's for the best. Have Lee Ka-chen take 2 more S-rankers, Shou and Teng Chao, and head over there. Their task is simple to the point of pain. Burn the entire elven forest along with Kanjin and leave no witnesses. Just because of this order, the surveillance of the protagonist was in full swing, until suddenly she was interrupted by some elven woman. The thing is, this elven forest is one of the tower's best vacation spots, especially since there's nothing to do. The next floor won't open until 90 days later anyway. There's just one thing. Elves are chauvinistic and don't like outsiders. So if they see one in their territory, they try to exterminate it immediately. That's exactly what happened to the intelligence guy. But the elfess wondered who this man walking down the road was, that he was being followed. I mean, it's not like he's oriented at all. Except she was wrong. Jin Hyuk knew the ins and outs, and how to tell where to go by smell, and how to remove the elf's secret barrier. But who the hell wrote these runes? It's so illiterate. It's like a second grader scribbled it. And this was exactly the girl who was following the protagonist. And he knew that very well. He was just saying that to get me excited. And now for the final touch. He's getting hungry. We should probably cook something. And the MasterChef show is immediately on. The pixie even drooled from such cooking, but only up to one point. Angry. Jumping up, she asks, "How dare this stranger cook beast meat in the sacred forest of the elves? Is he trying to insult the traditions of their forest?" That actually, the main character didn't cook any of this. It's not meat, it's soy. If he doesn't believe it, he can walk over and make sure. And really legumes. Cooking like this couldn't help but interest the girl. After all elves love is music and cooking. But there's one problem. They don't eat animal meat at all. Jin Hyuk is taking advantage of that. He made a dish that tastes as much like meat as possible, but without using meat. Expectedly, the elves just can't contain their curiosity. When she tasted it, she was stunned. Is it really possible to achieve such a wonderful flavor? Quickly devouring it all, the pixie introduced herself. Her name is Sylvia. She's a ranger of this forest, and she feels very guilty for just accusing Jin Hyuk like that. so she can do him any favor in return. And that's exactly what Kanjin needed. Could she take him to their village? But a promise is a promise. She brought the protagonist. Except Jin Hyuk's Mai isn't happy at all, though he seemed to be introduced to the local head right away. Pinheim's name. And he's not happy because there are dozens of bows pointed at him right now. And that's what they call hospitality. But the elf behind Kanjin named Tessin is surprised. How could a stranger even ask for respect? They, humans, have no right to be in the sacred forest at all. And the conditions for copying the skill of this brat is to beat him in archery marksmanship. Jin Hyuk remembers him. That guy hated people a lot in the game too. But actually, the main character got an invitation from Sylvia. But no sooner had he said that than an arrow was immediately shot at him. Thanks to his monstrous reaction, Jin Hyuk fought it off. But that's a bit much. Isn't Tessin a little rough on the guests? Huh? Or maybe the protagonist should have brought a gift so the elf wouldn't be offended. Yeah. And Sylvia's on the protagonist's side, too. Especially since she invited him for a reason. He's a talented cook and is able to prepare dishes they have never tasted in their lives. Tessin doesn't care much about that anyway. He's ready to put another arrow between the insolent man's eyes. But the head of the village stops him. He's of a different opinion. He's really looking forward to trying this stuff. Especially since they have a festival coming up. The thing is that on the territory of the forest grows a magic fig, which gives mana no worse than magic potions. And the harvest day of this fig tree, celebrated every year. It's called the Moonlight Festival. And this time it's special, because the elves have a beautiful new chef, which they are, frankly, just thrilled about. Perhaps even Tessin would be thrilled. But no one will let him try. Kanji won't feed someone who wanted to shoot him. But the others, being in high spirits, listen to Pinheim's speech, which announces the start of the festival. Immediately, music resounded throughout the village. And the elves began to perform traditional rituals. The noise was such that it could be heard even outside the village. People wondered what the long-eared ones were up to. You can't even look at them. They're so aggressive that the white-haired guy says they may not have a festival. But it's cool too. What do his buddies think? And his comrades, apparently, have already participated in local contests. But they don't seem to be having much fun. And whether the guy wants it or not, and out of nowhere, an army of black suits will force him to join. It was the China Guild, and Lai Kachin, who stood at the head, reminded everyone of the cardinal rule, never leave any witnesses alive. The elves, however, were unaware of these events. The festival was in full swing. Jin Hyuk was talking to the guild leader Pinheim at this time. It turns out that elves aren't as chauvinistic as they say they are. It's just that more and more outsiders have been raiding their figs lately. So they are forced to take retaliatory measures. And so, all in all, elves are just regular folk who also like to eat and dance. But most of all, they love peace and quiet. Jin Hyuk was even heartened by such a speech, only to have her lively rebuttal appear behind his back. Tessin says that a person should not dare to condemn or approve of their people's philosophy at all. Even his very presence already desecrates the holy forest. But Jin Hyuk doesn't have to be so hard on himself either. Did that jerk get his head blown off because he didn't get to eat? But the protagonist has a great idea. End their conflict quickly, an archery contest. Whoever loses will leave this place. Tessin laughed. A shooting contest? Was he serious? Could show this man how to shoot the elves' best archer. All the gawkers immediately rushed to watch, because what a holiday without conflict. Our twosome were issued guns and targets were hung. Too bad. Only Jin Hyuk has almost no support among the elves. Well then, he'll get his own fans. Summoning the bot from underneath the space, the protagonist is apparently very happy to see him. But it doesn't matter. There's their target. Let Jin Hyuk shoot first. And even though the protagonist got caught, but it's far from perfect. Seeing this, Tessin said, "Not bad for a human being, except he's a long way from his skills." But at the moment of the elf's shot, the bot who appeared out of nowhere used the fear skill. It worked on both the archer and everyone around him. And naturally, his arrow didn't even hit the target. So what? Winning is winning. It's not like they agreed to any prohibitions. So the conditions are met and the skill is copy. Jin Hyuk pretends to scold the bot for the act, but the elf understands. Don't let him pretend to be an innocent sheep. He has no honor at all. To which Kanjin replied that yes, not a bit. After all, he is a sneaky little man. And after all, skills don't smell. especially not like that. Increases bow skill by 90% and 100% accuracy with concentration. The elf screams that he doesn't recognize that kind of victory. But Kanjin says they can have a rematch if they want to. This time it will be fair and Tessen will shoot first. And of course he hits the bull's eye. Sylvia, fearing for the defeat of the protagonist, tells him to apologize rather, and then he wouldn't have to get involved and leave the forest. Tessen is the best of them, after all, and man can't beat him. But Jin Hyuk is only getting excited about it. With the eye's creation skill, he throws the target in the air. And then combining the bullseye skill with blood rage energy, Kanjin gains a new skill. Scarlet Magic Projectile. Kanjin Hyuk's bow skill was now increased by 145%. And it was as if Tessen sensed it. Something had clearly changed in a very short period of time. And it is, because by shooting a target in the air, Jin Hyuk hits it right down the middle, and splits it into exactly two halves. All the spectators were shocked. The target was made of fig wood, which is very strong. But how did it break? And Jin Hyuk gloatingly asks, so how does an elf lose to an insolent human? To which he accepted defeat with honor. Without further ado, he said he would leave the village, he would never return. Everyone immediately became sad. Kangjin noticed it too. He yells for the guy to wait. Of course he realizes he's keeping his word here. But it's a festival, I don't want to spoil the atmosphere. So how about they change the terms of the contract? At first, Tessen agreed, but when I realized what I'd gotten myself into, I regretted my decision. But Jin Hyuk tells him not to get angry. Only really strong spirits carry that in humans. They call it a veteran's outfit. What's the matter with him? He's handsome. The elves couldn't contain their laughter. Tessen himself, on the other hand, was furious. Jin Hyuk even thought that maybe he might have overreacted a bit. However, the village head didn't think so. This guy could use a taste of defeat, because he was too arrogant before, and it will definitely fix him to some extent. And besides, the elf himself likes the idea that the general merriment is interrupted by a shout that reverberates throughout the village. It was a member of the outer garrison who came running, and his arm was blown off. He yells with throaty authority that they are being attacked by invaders. It's an invasion. Masked men appeared out of nowhere and started slaughtering everyone. The village rangers could do nothing to counter them. The attackers were very strong, and to think that all this happened during the festival. But Kava had no choice. He orders everyone to prepare for battle. Have them open the armory and get their weapons. I'm sure the village is already surrounded, but whatever it is, they have to defend the forest. The holiday atmosphere was wiped out in an instant, and it looks like Jin Hyuk didn't like it very much either. Meanwhile, not only elves were dying, but humans as well. The members of the Whale Guild have been made clear, no witnesses are to be left behind. That's why everyone will die in this forest. But countermeasures were on their way. One of the groups of killing elves was destroyed by a couple of accurate shots, but this small victory brought no joy to anyone. Everyone was amazed. Did such cruelty even exist in their world? It doesn't matter women or children, they killed everyone. Tessen was filled with rage, but he decided to act coolly. Have them listen to his orders. If they encounter survivors, have them evacuate them to the center of the village. There will be enough forces there to hold the defenses, but if they meet the enemy, let them kill without mercy or hesitation. In the name of the forest, they will avenge their brothers and sisters. And Kanjin, who heard them, said that revenge is a great idea. He's got a plan right here. And after a while, the China Guild started receiving lost notifications. Looks like the elves are starting to respond. But then it's time for them to switch to their primary target, which is Ganjinyuk. They've sealed off the entire forest with a jamming barrier. There's no way this guy's gonna get any backup. There are about 150 players involved in this attack, and several of them are S rank. They will surround the village and begin to slowly narrow the ring, and so on until they find Jin Hyuk. Right after that, absolutely every player will rush to him. And no matter how strong this guy is, you can overwhelm anyone with numbers. Even more so, they have as many as 3 S ranks. Pretty soon, the world won't even remember who Kang Jin Hyuk is. But the very next second, the girl's musing is interrupted by a hand, which abruptly removes her mask. Jin Hyuk kept wondering who had set this up. That's the China Guild that was hanging around that TV station. He recognized her, Shiwaya's name, right? What's up? She's ready to answer for interfering with S-rank player Kon Jin-hyuk. And the girl, if truth be told, was even glad that she had gotten her hands on this insolent man. She immediately reports to the other squad. They found Jin-hyuk, that's good. Then they should move out. Only they were prevented from doing so by an incoming arrow. Where are these strangers going? They'll fight elves and no one else. And while the elves were holding back Tanchao's squad, Jin-hyuk was easily dispatching his opponents. Not that they had any chance at all, and most of them have already started to turn to flight, but the protagonist won't let anyone escape. He easily pierces the attackers with ice shards. Shiwa realized it looked a lot stronger than it did in the video. If this kept up, they'd all be down before help arrived. We've got to stall for time. And she turns to the main character. The girl doesn't know the reason why Kon Jin came here. But it must be to get something valuable, right? Jin-hyuk, however, didn't react to her trick at all. Why is she stalling for time? Just let her attack. But no, the girl continues, surely this valuable item is in the center of the village right now. The problem is that their assault squad is heading there right now. They will burn his precious village, and with it the artifacts in it. That's right. If she were really guessed Kon Jin-hyuk's target, he'll rush to the village right away and they'll nail him there. But the protagonist says he would hate to see anything happen to the village, but he has a rough idea of what they're planning. And frankly, they're ridiculous. After all, the squad that goes to the center of the village will meet Alice. And she doesn't like it when someone interferes with her contractor's plans. That's reason enough for her to impale everyone here with bloody spears. So let them do us a favor and disappear from this planet. Within a minute, the entire squad had been killed without exception. I mean, the girl's not even warmed up. When will there ever be a worthy opponent? Well, since she's here and she saved the elves, they should tell her, what's it like in here? Any alcohol? And Shewa stared at the notifications in horror. She couldn't reach a single player from the main force. Have they been destroyed? But Jin-hyuk is here. How did this happen? There seems to be no choice. She gives the general order to create a circle of blood demon. And immediately, as members of the China Guild they did, Shewa used an injection of psychotropic poison on them. Because of this, absolutely all players on the effective skill stopped feeling fear. Now they didn't hold back at all and immediately rushed to attack Jin-hyuk. Well, under that onslaught, Kajin didn't falter on defense one bit. Looks like his opponents have gone completely insane. They don't spare their lives at all. And Shewa realized this couldn't go on much longer. They needed reinforcements, and they needed them now, whereas Tanchao and he and his squad are not being allowed to leave so easily by the elves. The skill of the marksman, they shower them with a hail of arrows, and Sylvia so generally uses a skill that braids their roots. They manage to restrain not only the other members of Guild Chaya, but also Tanchao himself. Tessin takes advantage of this, of course, and fires arrows at the bastard, but the one simply applies Key's defense barrier and easily repels the attack. But he can't delay. Shewa spams him to come quickly. He realized, it seems the elf's goal isn't to defeat him at all. The goal is to delay it. But in that case, he's going to have to make the effort, breaking the wooden shackles, to guy source through the air, activating the skill-saturated chessword. Sylvia would definitely not be able to dodge such a blow in time. And the attack itself was so devastating that it tore down half the forest. The girl was extremely lucky that Tessin was able to save her in time. But now is definitely not the time to be distracted, because this guy is very, very powerful. At the same time, Jin-hyuk had already slaughtered all the attackers. All that's left is Shewa. Maybe he'll finally show his face. Yeah. I guess there's really no point in hiding any longer. So the girl comes out, and Jin-hyuk, of course, scans her right away. She's a player who uses powerful poisons, and if Kanjin wants to copy her skill, you'll have to defeat her by being poisoned. Yeah. It's not an easy task. It doesn't give the protagonist much time to think. Shewa rushes to attack, activating the spiritual poison skill. The poisonous liquid that coated the tree ate him up in a second. Dodging the blows, Jin-hyuk thinks that it looks like poisoning himself with such a thing would be painful. But he still needs at least one skill. A skill like this. What's he gonna do? Anyway, stop attacking him. He's making a big decision here. With those words, he hits the girl with a knee under her breath, and none of the shields she tried to use would help her. Well, let it lie there while the protagonist thinks. Naturally, Shoujo will not obey such a thing. Jumping up, she rushes in with another venomous attack, but flipping her off in a rage, Jin Hyuk tells her to stop already and lay still. Except he didn't even notice. During this attack, the girl stuck a poisonous needle into the protagonist. Did he really think she would obediently take the blows? Here she was finally able to catch him. The vessels on Jin Hyuk's arm began to swell, and his mana circulation was disrupted, and the S rank from China was very pleased with herself. Her poison would flow through the entire magic circuit and destroy all of his organs. It works through mana, which meant there was simply no antidote, so let him prepare for a horrible and slow death. But Jin Hyuk would probably hold off on that. Using Yo-Yeon's father's cultivation technique, he increases the mana recovery rate. It was as if power was building up in the poison hand. The antidote, who told her he needed one anyway. You could just suppress the poisoning with your own mana. It's definitely not going to be easy to get to the girl. And the very next moment, she was already getting a good look on her face. And as much as their Tanchao rushed to her aid, she'd be good and beaten first. And it's not just hands, ice comes into play too. And a man who had already come running witnessed. As Kanjin raised his blade for the final blow, he immediately rushed to the rescue. And when he was behind me, Tanchao delivered a powerful sword strike. The girl was saved thanks to this, that the protagonist himself wasn't really affected. However, if this guy's here, then it looks like Tessen's squad has already fallen. And the conditions for copying this man's skill are as follows. Tanchao is secretly in love with Showa, and in order to copy it, you must defeat him without getting hurt, and his skills would come in handy. Key's sword may not be that strong, but Jin Hyuk definitely needs to identify the source. It's just weird. What is the system all about? How does it even know if a player is in love with someone? Suddenly, after that thought, Jin Hyuk seemed to glitch. His face began to shatter into pixels. The twosome noticed it too. It was something strange with the kid, but that's not what worries the girl. Where's everyone else? Well, it looks like there's no one left. Everyone else is long dead. But in that case, let Tanchao listen to her carefully. While she was fighting, she realized, even if they went all in on this guy, they'd still lose. That the trouble is, if they fail this mission, they won't be able to return to the guild. So all they can do is try to accomplish the mission at all costs. With those words, the girl kissed Tanchao. Even Jin Hyuk came out of his lag. What are they doing? And it turns out it was no ordinary kiss. And the skill is poison injection. Thanks to this, Deng Chao no longer feels fear. Jin Hyuk realizes the fight will be serious. But then he will have to fight at full strength for the first time in a long time. S rank using their unique sword skills is eager to fight, but the protagonist had something to stop them, Soul Sword Dance skill. The 8th form in the Dark Spirit's Vengeance. With this technique, Jin Hyuk ended the fight in an instant. The barrier around the forest began to crumble. The swords that the two were so proud of were broken and their bodies were torn to shreds. Jin Hyuk copied their 1000 poison skills and source identification. Now he can get the knowledge he needs about toxins and create an antidote. In addition, if Jin Hyuk marks some target and it's 10 kilometers away, the main character will immediately be shown the shortest route. And in truth, it was not an easy fight. With these stats, the 8th form of the sword is still a bit difficult. Tomorrow, the protagonist's whole body would probably be sore. I wonder what Kanjin would come up with a guild of these fools. The aftermath of the raid was not the most pleasant. A quarter of the forest was destroyed in the fire, and many lost their lives. Tessen lost the battle and was seriously wounded. He survived only thanks to Sylvia. The head of the village was probably in shock because he no longer came out of his house and gave out commands from there. Alice, on the other hand, became an idol among the elves and greatly popularized the wine. To prevent the situation from happening again, the entire Kanjina forest was fenced off with a strong barrier. And there's no way the Chinese bastards are getting through now. And the members of Guild China themselves were discussing what had happened. After all, Guild leader Lao Yu was shocked by 150 people, and all of them died. Was Jin Hyuk really that powerful? Their S ranks had an average estimate of 10,000 might, to which the girl replied that their grading system was far from perfect. Obviously, Jin Hyuk is stronger than a lot of S ranks. Well then how about we send assassins to his house with 20,000 relics? But Lao Yu realized it wouldn't help them. It seems that Jin Hyuk already has more than 50 million power. All because he chose the Vikings first and they have a starting bonus. Yeah, whatever. But suddenly, the ponderings of the gathered players were interrupted by a resident of Murim, a resident of the 21st floor of the tower, the head of the Suyong clan, Mo Yun-soo. He said that strength should not be judged by PowerPoints, but by CI. That's the foundation, that's the base. They'll take care of Kong Jin Hyuk's elimination. He will personally explain everything to Gon Jun, the head of their guild. Lao Yu wanted to object, but Yun-soo ordered him to shut his mouth. They fail. So that was enough excuses. And the very technique that this guy used, he got on the tapes. It was definitely the 8th form of a martial art, and those who can use it can be counted on their fingers, even in Marima. But still, for sure they still have a chance. Meanwhile, in the elf village, Gula still found the strength to come out to the people. He stated that although the invasion has brought them a lot of pain, they still need to move forward. And the first step is the continuation of the Moonlight Festival. This is how they conduct the souls of the deceased. And that same evening, the festivities played out with renewed vigor. Jin Hook was cooking again, and all seemed to be well. Only one elf had no appetite. Oh, and the others were sad too. Many of them had not yet departed from the shock, as suddenly, the attention of all the participants of the festival was attracted by the sudden appearance of Tessin. All because he showed up in that very suit. Jin Hike began to scoff. Did he really like those clothes that much? Of course he didn't. Seriously. Though, he hated strangers all his life because he was sure they wanted to steal their figs. Though when the invasion actually happened, it was like a massacre for the sake of massacre. And the most that was done to stop it was not the elves. And another outsider, Jin Hook. So today, Tessin wore this outfit of his own free will and honors the promise made to this man. But all the pathos of this speech is interrupted by Alice, who just bursts into laughter. What kind of species is this? She didn't know there were clowns among elves. Despite this mirth, even the saddest of elves slowly began to smile. Even though it was laughter through tears, I still have to move on somehow. After a while, Jin Hook was called out by the village leader. He would like the protagonist to walk with him somewhere, namely to the ancient warehouse that holds their treasure. There's no way to get in here without his permission. Anyway, he wanted to give Jin Hook a dakarten. It's a musical instrument of the elves. Playing it enhances the effects that are applied. But Kanjin replies that if the elf wanted to show his gratitude, those items over there would fit much better. Tentagris Fangbearer legendary artifacts. It is the legacy of their ancestors, passed down from generation to generation. They got them for curing one very powerful being. But no. Unfortunately, the village head can't give one of those away. So here's Jin Hyuku harp and that's it. Especially since the prediction is that these artifacts should pass into the hands of someone who is worthy. Returning to the banquet, the protagonist found a wasted Alice. The main character returned to the banquet and found a drunk Alice. She liked the place so much that if she ever took it over, she would be sure to keep them alive. But while she's pushing this speech, Jin Hook has slipped something into the wine barrel. And they all drank it at once, including the head of the village. True, he smiled oddly before taking a sip. It even made Jin Hook feel a little uncomfortable. And that's because he wasn't finished. After drugging everyone present with sleeping pills, he wanted to enter the treasury by breaking the barrier. But surprisingly, there was no more barrier there. And taking both of the elves' artifacts, Jin Hyuk walked away from the village with a slow gait. Obviously, the head knew about these plans of the protagonist. But he didn't interfere. On the contrary, he helped him. It is for this that the protagonist says thank you to him in the end. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor in the Temple of Hate, the main were cringing. Because of their unknown Jin Hook, all their plans went down the drain. But can it really be that bad because of just 2 people? When Melina heard this, she stood up abruptly and headed out of the room. She said she was tired and was going to rest. To think what idiots they are. They can't understand that you're not 2 people, you're 1. She can't talk about it herself. The stigma starts to burn right away. Only her musings are suddenly interrupted by a strange twosome. And they didn't seem to be calling for guests. What are these hooded men doing here? And they expected to be more welcome here. In just a moment, all those guards were lying bloody and tasting them. One of the arriving vampires says that their blood tastes dreary. Melina didn't understand how they could be so fast. They didn't even have time to see them move. And the vampire wasn't about to give the girl time to think. Maybe her blood would taste better, too. However, A suddenly appearing Lancelot warded off Melina from danger. He bows his head and apologizes for the inappropriate reception. How can they help the noble family of Night? And taking off her hoe, the girl says, now that's a different conversation. Meanwhile, for everyone else, life went on as usual. 90 days after the opening of the Elven Forest, the 7th floor on the 6th floor also opened. Everyone's preparations had begun. Sitting in her school's gym class, Yuri thought, it's only a year away from graduation, what should she do next? But for now, it's up to Kan Jin-hyuk to decide for her. She needs to report to the Moon Lake like the rest of his subordinates, and if they don't show up, they'll be brought there in person. And after a while, Kanjin was overjoyed. Everyone arrived on time, except his slaves weren't so positive. He'd used them enough already. Would he finally let them go? Well, if they don't want to quit, of course they can. And everybody's all buzz, of course they do. Alright, fine. According to their company rules, in case of death of an employee, compensation is due. So please let them tell me the bank account of their relatives. Of course, everyone backed off. Well, the firing was just that. They were joking. Of course they're happy to serve their country. Anyway, why did the protagonist gather them all here? There are more of them. So let them introduce themselves and tell us what has happened to them lately. Yuri's just doing his director's bidding for now. If you can call it that, of course. So there's nothing to tell her. But Kim Hyun, who is managing the Black Crows in place of Jin Hyuk, did find out something. There's a report that Yoon Seok from Taegan Guild has started a sweep of the 7th floor with his raid team. And his goal is to get his hands on some kind of feather. But Jin Hyuk knows what it's about. The 7th floor is an icy tundra. It's almost impossible to survive in it and not freeze to death. But here, the phoenix feather can make the cold stop affecting you. By the way, Hannah remembered something too. Yoseon had already checked out, but he was really angry. Next in line is Takeshi. From the Samurai Guild, he stole items from the Temple of Medusa that Kanjin had requested. This is Kusanagi Natsurugi's sword. It's a good one, but Jin Hyuk already has an elven weapon that's stronger. But that's okay, he'll just sell it to someone else. Next up is the 5th floor boss, Andrea. She has finalized the distribution of power and increased the number of soldiers. Now there are almost no players in her territory. It took a while for the rest of us to realize it. The boss of the 5th floor. What's a raid boss doing here? Has Jin Hyuk lost his mind? Why did he bring her here? But he tells them not to get emotional over nothing. Especially since the next member of the mains, Melina, is next in line. And she's got a story to tell. More recently, a faction from the upper floors came to them. They were members of the Decasus vampire family. And they have a suggestion. The mains need a relic from the 11th floor, don't they? Lancelot replied that they did. What do these creatures want in return? And the thing was, they had an escaped prisoner they had imprisoned in the ruins of the 1st floor, and they could use some help finding him. What about the relics? The girl was sure it was about the traitor's bracelet. Jin Hyuk had heard about it, but his thoughts were interrupted. Ellie was twitching violently. Therefore, Jin Hyuk ended the meeting, and the vampire came right out of the ring and started circling around. Bloody Decasus that betrayed her nothingness. She will find every one of them and tear them apart. And her contractor kind of promised to help her with that. And now he's getting his chance. Yes, Jin Hyuk has indeed promised such a thing and will definitely keep his word. But it won't be now. They need to be more judicious now. He simply doesn't have the mana to materialize it completely. And under these circumstances, they don't stand a chance. So, let her just keep her head down and trust her contractor. The girl wanted to object, but it was like she had no ground under her feet. She just didn't have the strength. But then at least let her order all her money's worth of food at the Poppy. And after a while on the 7th floor, the players were barely fighting the cold. There were a lot of difficulties. And In Seok, the head of the guild, didn't even know how to fix them all. But instead of rational solutions, all he did was yell at his subordinates to look for a way out for him. But they've got another problem here. Let Seok take a look at it himself. And coming out of the tent, Kan Jin Hyuk appeared before him. And he's here, of course, to get through the 7th floor. But the guy was against it. They didn't need help, they could do it themselves. But that's not how Jin Hyuk intended to help anyone. He's only interested in the phoenix feather. He was just passing by. He was just passing by. No. 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 This path is controlled by their guild. He has no right to come this way. Is he going to invade their territory? Jin Hyuk makes me laugh. Is that him making a joke like that? If so, it came out really funny. Their guild doesn't own the 7th floor. Let him think what he wants, but it's fair competition, that if Insok is not happy with something, he can always defend his position with his fists. Of course, doesn't happen. And the guy silently swallowed his resentment, and Jin Hyuk had already reached that guild's border checkpoint. They wanted to stop him there, but they recognized it right away. They're his fans, and that's exactly why they won't let him go any farther. It's very dangerous out there in the woods. For his own safety, don't let him go in there. No. Of course, Kanjin thanks them for their concern, but he'll still go. And the twosome was amazed at how he goes so easily in the snow. Is this some sort of S-rank ability? Amazing. But what's even more striking is that Insok immediately ordered a follow-up. Their job is to find out how Jin Hyuk is going to get the phoenix feather. That's the guild leader's order. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk had reached the numerous blood trails, but there were no bodies at all. There's also a symbol carved into the rock. Jin Hyuk recognized it, but his musings were interrupted by a trio behind him. They say they were just really worried and couldn't leave him alone. But while they were walking, they got cold. Kanjin has to create a yurt on the fly and warm them up. After scanning their main guild, the hero realized it had nothing of interest. Anyway, he'll get right to the point. Let them not try to hide it. Kanjin already knows they're not following him to find out information about the Phoenix Pen. It's clear that they're probably just following orders, so no questions for them. Except now they have a worse problem. Maybe they saw the symbol on the rock outside. Well, it's the sign of the ice trolls. These are the strongest monsters on the 7th floor. Specifically that emblem. It's the mark of the strongest of their kind. The Blades of Inya. Well, here's what's weird. This isn't their territory at all. The very presence of this tribe here is strange. That's something Jin Hyuk won't tell him anymore, but to himself, he thinks, this place is the only road that leads to the island where the phoenix feather is. The question is this: why would the strongest clan of trolls, who are invulnerable to cold, even need it? There are too many strange coink, and suddenly, there's more of them. Because the main character felt something. These are huge spears flying straight into the yurt. There was no problem with the block, of course, but who started them? Have everyone else disperse immediately. Jenny Hawk will handle this on her own, except he's got a couple more shells coming at him from afar. No matter how you look at it, Kongjin's cold-bloodedness is still intact. Their spears won't do any good here, so let them come out. And the attackers turned out to be two vampires and a squad of ice trolls behind them. As soon as Jenny Hawk saw them, Alice immediately became furious. Well, the guy decided to scan his opponents. The man's name is Bershin. Only it's a little hard for Kongjin to maintain a greedy gaze on him for long. Because of the level difference, it requires a lot of mana. And the coping conditions are difficult too. Every assignment is a challenge. Kongjin's thought was interrupted by the fatty who had been sent to follow him. But Jenny Hawk told him to take his companions and leave as soon as possible. And when he gets out of here, he'll ask the guild for support. The protagonist will sort it all out. And he'll be treated to a drink afterward, of course. He promises he'll be fine. Well, actually, right after that, the guys run away. And Jin Hyuk remembers the conditions for copying vampire skills. Save for cliched phrases after which the character usually dies and survive. There's just one thing. After each one of these, he will have one skill blocked. And now he had done just that, so the spiritual poison was blocked. However, that doesn't stop Jenny Hawk from massacring trolls at all, and the vampires were very surprised by that. Of course, they had heard it was strong enough for a human, but this exceeds all their expectations. The man introduces himself as Laird Berthian. He represents the Decasis family. And the girl's name is Ophelia. She's also from the family. Jong Hyuk doesn't care about that. Let them tell me. Is it their doing that the trolls are here now? Vampires like that kind of directness. Yeah. He's right, you could say it's a trap. And it is designed for someone who can notice unusual changes in the tundra, that is, not the simplest person. The Minas had informed them. Many strong players survived in the abode of the fallen on the 1st floor, including the much talked about John Doe, but there was also someone who served there as a common porter. And then showed incredible abilities. That's what they're saying about Kongjin. Apparently, he was the one who helped escape to von Ataraxia. Can't count on outside help, By the way, the main should have wiped out all the humans in the area by now. Now the vampires are gonna ask him their own questions, like where's Alice? Exhaling, the protagonist answers, Alice, he hadn't heard of her. Well, since he's decided to pretend he doesn't understand, there's no way out. They'll make him talk. Getting off the ground, Bershin finds himself behind the protagonist's back and uses the dark martial spirit skill. His whips head straight for Jinyuk, but he's blocking them somehow. Afaria yells to his brother, tell him not to kill the man. They still have to interrogate him. He might be okay with it, but it looks like this guy's a lot stronger than they thought. But in that case, it'll just play dirty. With the blood blockade skill, the vampire blindsides Kanjin for 30 seconds, and at the same time activates the blood spike skill, which was supposed to do a lot of damage. But the main character just burned both the blood in front of his eyes and the blood around him. That's when Afaria realized, this guy is clearly no weaker in battle than her brother. Was he the one who helped Alice escape? Bershin says the man is holding up well, like a rat cornered, and Yanahek likes the comparison, except it doesn't quite capture the situation. Well, as long as they told him a story, he would tell something interesting. He already knew in advance that they would want to make contact with him. He has so many sources of information, too, and so the attack that the mains were supposed to launch on Yunsoka's guild wouldn't go exactly according to plan. I mean, it's completely random. Teresa will be nearby and will apply the Holy Blessing skill. It will strengthen everyone around her by as much as 20%. She helped them all, if they'll only get behind her. But she won't be the only one to win. Taemin and Yuyang are here too. Also here is the owner of a new sword that Yanahek didn't know who to sell to, Yusin. And to be honest, he even felt sorry to mar his weapons from such lowlifes. That's how it works. Yanahek has done his homework. How's that working out for them? I like the taste of defeat. His friends rattle their opponents, and the aide reports to Lancelot on the operational situation. Looks like he better back off. The vampire sends something wrong, too. There's someone out there fighting with holy power. Ophelia shouts this out to Bershin, but he's a little busy. You need to disarm Kanjin first, and he will try to do so with the blood orb skill. And he locks him in a miniature prison. Now is the time to step back and rethink their plan. Except that in burning this bloody barrier to the ground, Yanahek wonders. He'd already told them it wouldn't work. Have vampires lost their minds? But their goal was something else. They tried to make a quick getaway. And lastly, Bershin shouts that next time he'll be sure to kill that upstart. But the protagonist has no intention of letting them escape so easily. Charging the daylight skill, he says he's a little hard of hearing. Could the vampire repeat what he was saying? And right after that, with a powerful beam, the protagonist splits half of the forest. The hole from this attack is huge. And now it's time to say the cliched line before he dies. Okay, I think he's won. Such a phrase also counts, and the main character's fire element skill is sealed. Meanwhile, the Tangan Guild along with the reinforcements had also won their battle. Guild members are already thanking Teresa for this, and here's In Sok himself. At the same time he found some strange symbol on the ground. Teresa distracts him by suggesting that he retreat outside the tower under Yanahek's cover. And here he comes. His friends greet him cheerfully, and Yanahek says to him, "Thank you for your help." Still, he's surprised that Yusin came too. Teresa, on the other hand, believes that although they have successfully repelled the attack, they should not relax. They still don't know who's behind it all. The mines have never openly attacked major guilds before, but Yanahek makes it clear, it's all about the highborn vampires from the higher floors. They need something in the tundra and they're helping the mains. And if Kanjin's hunch is correct, their goal is to breach the tower. Everyone was shocked, but how do they implement this? Well, actually, there is one way. The trolls guard the phoenix feather, which is known for giving resistance to cold. But if you combine it with one item, a portal can come out. A fat plus to this theory is the mass disappearances of players. They are 100% utilized for this purpose. Teresa's hands shook. No, not another breakthrough. She didn't want to relive what had happened in Amsterdam again, but Yusin reassured her. If that asshole was telling them about it, he must have a plan, so let her not get on their nerves anymore and tell them. Smiling, Jinhyuk tells his interlocutor to stop stalking. He already knows him like an open book. Meanwhile, in some remote cave, the two vampires stood before the superior. He was very disappointed. Jin Hyuk is obviously not that strong. They have nothing to say for themselves, they can only apologize. This man was not inferior to them in battle, but there was still some good news. The energy of Alice von Ataraxio was barely perceptible in this guy's body, and the superior vampire was overjoyed at the news. At last they would catch the fugitive. Kanjin, meanwhile, was telling the plan. Tomin and Yoyin would stay in the forest. The drones are to distract the main. Teresa and the stalker, on the other hand, will have to separate from the main group and complete their task. The Tangan Guild will leave the camp this time and head towards the tower exit, and so did everyone except the leader of their second squad, Insok. He had followed Kanjin for some reason. He has no intention of backing down. This is his guild's turf and he's responsible for it. He's not going anywhere. All right. Well, it can't be helped. The two of them are going to have to head for Clearwater Lake. This is the area of the 7th floor with the highest concentration of mana. If a troll tribe is in trouble, they come here to stock up on mana. In this way, they turn even defeat into their victories. And coming to the troll tribe, Jin Hyuk ordered Insuk to carry a white flag. Trolls don't attack them. And that's because they're not exactly savages. They have a very high regard for honor, so they would never attack a man who's already surrendered. As a result, the twosome were able to walk quietly right into the yurt of the ringleader named Colical. And he's heard a lot about them. This guy before him had defeated his tribesmen with his bare hands. So why did he decide to give up now? But throwing out the white flag, Jin Hyuk says that he wasn't actually going to give up, just pretended to get through without wasting too much time. Of course, the trolls were pissed off by this. Is the honor of war nothing to them? How dare they be here, having disgraced themselves so badly? He will do them a favor and wash away this shame with their blood. The tribal leader challenges Jin Hyuk to a duel, but this is exactly what the protagonist has been waiting for, and Insuk can just watch for now. At the same time in the Guild of China, Namgun Chan was smashing everything around him. How could so many people have died in the first place? To which old man Yunsu replied that he better not challenge Jin Hyuk again. He simply couldn't handle him. Gonjang begged Master to give him another chance, but the man was adamant. His pupil could not win. The realization of his helplessness made the boy almost go into a frenzy. He would surely get that wretched man, but he wasn't the only one willing. Walking down Yusen Street, and he would have loved to kill that hypocritical bastard himself. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Jin Hyuk had already engaged in a battle with a troll, and as he puts up the barrier, he marvels for the umpteenth time how strong the chief of these savages is. But not for Jin Hyuk himself. By creating ice, the protagonist pushes this monster into the ground. Then bouncing with a graveyard of swords delivers the final blow. The troll fell helplessly onto his back from this. The whole tribe was stunned. It hadn't even been 5 minutes, and the troll himself recognizes his opponent is strong. So let him do him one last honor, and kill him. But Kanjin doesn't know the concept of honor. But he knows something about their traditions. If a troll loses a duel, he must submit to the winner. Except when Kanjin won, he thought. Colical is strong enough to bestow both main and vampires, but then why does he serve them? To which the ringleader replies that he really wouldn't lose to Ophelia and Bershin, but he lost to someone far more powerful, and so now he's forced to obey the vampires. His name is Michael, and he's one of the elders of the Decasis family. In a confrontation with him, the troll didn't stand a chance, so let Jin Hyuk at least let him die with dignity. And the protagonist really didn't know that someone else was behind Bershin and Ophelia, but his plans still haven't changed. So let the troll get up. They've got a couple more things to do. They'll find him another way for his kind. You don't have to be a doormat for vampires. And as proof of his word, the protagonist will leave them collateral. His very close friend Ansok, although that sub is far from thrilled with the idea. The main were in the middle of shooting down the drones. But here's the strange thing. They found them too easily. Lancelot asks Michael what he thinks about it. And he thinks he's human. Lancelot's pretty damn smart. He orders Ophelia to go to the Lake of Clearwater. I haven't heard from the trolls. Jinghik must have lured them to his side. And the drones are just a distraction. But for Bershin, another task. In the meantime, have him prepare a certain item. Michael himself, spreading his wings, says he's going to get busy getting rid of those scouts for now. The vampire activates the weather modification skill, and she instantly deteriorates. A squall wind blows the drones away, and they stop working. Tomen immediately realized it looked like the vampires were getting into action. Well then Yuyan, activating the Tailor and Soul technique, replies that it looks like it's time for them to take the fight. Tomen has also prepared in advance and summons an entire army of mechanisms, so will the approaching mines face tangible resistance. Ophelia at this time flew to the lake, where she notices the trolls have already fully sided with the protagonist. But that's okay, the troll camp is here for a reason. It's full of magical energy. Therefore, activating the storm of magic, Ophelia would finish them off with a single attack right now. And it really was devastating. So much so that it even changed the landscape. There was definitely no way anyone could have survived here. She's sorry, though, not getting to taste Jinhek's blood. The release of power was so huge that even Yuan felt it. She wasn't sure if they would suddenly be fine after something like that. But Kanjin, who has appeared behind their backs, says of course, or he wouldn't be here. Tu couldn't believe her eyes. When did he get back? It can't be. But if he's here now, then who's out there by the lake? And there's just an illusion created by the barrier. And of course, no Jinhik. And all of a sudden, a holy energy wielder appears behind the vampire's back. Teresa says that if Ophelia surrenders, she will surely be spared. Of course he's not going to give up. Vampires just hate the energy of saints. Well, since Teresa had already started, it was time for their squad to get into action as well. Yuan snaps out of it and runs straight at Mainoff. However, they are not confused. Lancelot orders them to hit her with everything they can. With the skill of darkness projection, the girl is pelted with shadow bombs, but she dodges them all. But their side can also shell. Timon discharges all the guns at Mainoff, but it had no effect. Lancelot protected his subordinates with a shield of mana. But all this was just to raise smoke. And now under its cover, Yuan is taking to the air and is about to strike. And so did Teresa, with his most powerful attacks against Ophelia. At this time, a troop of trolls are also rushing somewhere. Looks like a big war is brewing with huge stakes, and they better be on the winning side. Teresa's battle, on the other hand, was going pretty well. Strikes of charged holy energy work well against vampires. Ophelia hates paladins as it is, but this is the girl he despises the most. She tells her that while this righteous one is here fighting, Mene is attacking her friends. They're probably hoping she come to their rescue. To which Teresa smilingly replies that it's unlikely. Her friends are far from weak. And indeed, a posse of these traitors to humanity are already getting slapped around. Yuyan single-handedly crowds a huge squad. This can't help but surprise Lancelot. That girl is a beast. Only this time, Teresa's not seen with them, which means they have a chance to win. He orders the girl to be put in a ring. That way she can't get through. Yeah. It's really not easy being surrounded. Yuan even misses Teresa's buffs. But that doesn't mean she doesn't have a chance. They've got one trick up their sleeve. Anti-tank mines begin to fall from the sky. And activating them, Tommy saturates the battlefield with numerous explosions. Yuan escapes the encirclement at this point. Mines immediately wanted to rush after her. At that moment, however, Michael's voice was heard in Lancelot's mind. He told the man to think twice. After all, this is a trap. Eventually, squad leader Mainoff manages to give them the order to stop pursuing them. And it's ruining all of our squad's plans. Yuan wanted to lure them into more mines, but what should they do now? They've been preparing for so long, but the enemies have figured out it's a trap. But the squad's musings were interrupted by a strange feeling. John Hyuk orders everyone to immediately move back to the crest of the mountain. And for good reason. For the next second a dark gravity well activated. Because of this skill that Taman's technique was ripped to shreds. And the fleeing band of heroes were already being pursued at their heels by the menace. None of this is according to plan at all. And a panting Taman can't keep up this pace. In the end, Lancelot's troop almost caught up with them, except that there was an indescribable anger on the face of the leader of the mines. John Hyuk and company reached the masked man, the same John Doe who had thwarted the plans of the monster's accomplices so many times before. Of course, it was Yusen. It wasn't the first time he had appeared as the John Doe. Even more recently, the first victims of his new sort were Guild China. Gonshin was just about to report an incident at the entrance. The door to his room was kicked in with a bang. Not exactly the real John Doe had come for their souls. And taking out a piece of paper, Yusen began to recite the pathos phrases that John Hyuk would say in such a situation. Gonshin didn't understand what the fucker was talking about, but he kept reading. He The unknown takes the sign of their guild. So henceforth and forever, let them not dare even show themselves before his eyes. And if they've had enough, let them go up to the 7th floor of the tower. Not only the unknown himself, but also the majestic, unique Han Jin-hyuk will be waiting for them there. In this way, they will resolve all their differences at once. On Gonshin, such pathos speeches, read from a leaf, pissed off more than a little, and Yusen, still with style, disappeared beneath the dust of the explosion. And of course, guild leader China came to the 7th floor to defend his honor, except the mines got it all wrong. Had the unknown man joined up with some guild? What's that huge army behind him? And the unknown man himself said to Gonshin at that time. Jin-hyuk's army, standing in front of him. If he wants to fight, they'll fight wall to wall. Of course, guild leader China was easily led. He really believed that the mine standing behind him were on his opponent's side. The deception succeeded, and the only one who's not happy about it is Yusen himself, because he had to say all that nonsense he was counting off a worksheet. Yeah. Well, Kang Jin says he'll discuss it later. Right now, we need to finish their provocation. Jin-hyuk is throwing himself at the Chinese, and Yusen's wearing a mask on the main off. Each side believed that it was not just for men against them, but a whole huge army. That's why he sat down. That we were ordered to attack Gonshin. That's how a few misunderstandings led to a clash between the two strongest sides. Now the Mains and the China Guild will simply destroy each other without even realizing the reasons for what is happening. And while they were viciously punching each other, Jin-hyuk, with his trademark smile on his face, was already running towards his next target. Now they've come to a place called Frozen Yar, here to discuss their strategy. They should meet him, by the way. This is their new ally, troll leader Colical. And don't let his friends worry, he has an agreement with these trolls, so it's fine. Yusen was even surprised. His nemesis finds simply amazing allies. Enso's here, too, by the way, but he's just a hostage, so ignore him. And Teresa's back, too. Only, alas, she has bad news. She's lost Ophelia. But that's okay. The main character says she's still good. Well, praise is praise. But what do they do next? Things have gotten a lot more complicated than they were before. But really? No, Jin-hyuk doesn't think so. The opponents, in order to get out, will want to seize the Phoenix Feather. And they've already taken over the place, so they're in a better position. But still, it's true. They'll have to prepare properly. My friends asked, what exactly for? But the answer was simple, to whatever they were strong enough to do. And for that, labor will come to their aid. Meanwhile, Colical was transmitting some sort of mysterious orb. He says it's the energy they were gathering to gift Michael. It is the essence of souls. The mana and it can be used for 2 hours after activation. They have sacrificed a lot to accumulate this power. So the fact that the chief is giving it to Jin-hyuk is the greatest degree of trust. And Kang Jin had heard of this item before, but in the game, it was given after mopping up a different tribe. But now it was clear how he was getting on. And the chief continued, this is war, and in combat, there is no room for regret or doubt. So standing up in front of his tribe, he shouts, we will not be slaves. Jin-hyuk himself, meanwhile, was trampling out some kind of circle in the middle of the forest. But he was interrupted by Michael suddenly appearing. He said it was quite a courageous act to reveal his position first. Yet, and he's generally impressed with the man. He's put Manhwa and other people in trouble. I lured the leader of the Ice Tribe to my side. Why would you do such a stupid thing? Jin-hyuk ignores his question and activates the orb the troll gave him. It increases his mana level by almost 3 times, but even after using it, scanning is still impossible due to the huge difference in levels. But then the protagonist asks, this Michael, is he going to use a feather to get out of the tower? And that surprised the vampire even more. No wonder this was the man who had helped Alice. Jin-hyuk, of course, tried to deny it, but the vampire said it's too late for that. They already had all the evidence. So where's she end up, if she does? Michael agrees to keep the kid alive, but no, that's not the kind of deal Kanjin is comfortable with. It's better to go back to the last topic. Why do these monsters need to get out of the tower? But instead of answering, Michael only smiled, and the entire ground beneath Jin-hyuk began to shake. Suddenly, strange runes appeared on it and formed a huge ring. It's called a blood port, a technique that creates creatures out of human blood. The victims themselves came into their hands, so it was not difficult to get this resource. And they call the resulting creatures ghouls. Well, they need the phoenix feather to get those pretty boys out of the tower. They'll kill more people, and that way the vampires get more blood, and so they'll create more ghouls, and so on and so forth, until they have an army capable of taking over the entire tower. And this is the first time Jin Hyuk has heard of this scheme. It wasn't in the game. Did the vampires' plans change because of the presence of humans? And Michael had already given orders to his new creatures to bring him the phoenix feather, and they immediately rushed to fulfill it. Just down the road, they're obviously going to run into some problems. Michael wondered, does the guy have some other trump card in the woods? But Jin Hyuk, applying the daylight skill, told the vampire to be less distracted, or you might end up throwing off your hooves. But good, easily surviving this attack, Michael responds, in such a case, they will fight until the man himself asks to be killed. And at this moment, Kanjin's squad was facing some difficulties. They didn't think there would be so many of these ghouls, but still the old man with his fire magic by Wutha holds up, and though with a squeak, Teresa also finds her strength, and the Holy Blast skill breaks up a pretty big squad of those things. Yeah, you can't say it's all good, but she can't let these monsters get through when her comrades are trying so hard. Jin Hyuk, meanwhile, rushed to attack the vampire. That one decided to meet him with the blood fist skill, and dozens of punches with his huge hands came down on Kanjin. He seemed to have dodged everyone, but at one point he was caught and trapped. But thanks to the Heaven's protection skill, the guy was able to get out and survive. This amazed the vampire even more and more, so this man even knows how to use the holy power. But Jin Hyuk, instead of answering, decided to continue his attack, even though the vampire dodged it. But he realized he's being fought by some nut job. Why else would he be smiling, even if he missed? At that moment, Bishounen and Ophelia came to Michael's aid, and of course the vampire wouldn't continue with a fair one-on-one duel. The three of us will take this man down. Last chance, I want her to tell me where Alice is. Of course Jin Hyuk replies that he doesn't know, for which he should be punched in the back, but he has no trouble chopping it up. And he even manages to dodge Bishouenen's attacks that followed, and even Ophelia couldn't catch the guy off guard. But it wasn't that smooth. As he dodged the last attack, Kanjin hesitated, and Michael took advantage of that immediately, giving him a massive punch with his giant arm. The protagonist was able to stay on his feet, but the vampires weren't planning on stopping. They have no other choice. They'll beat the information out of him by force. The fight continued, and with each new monster strike, the guy's body was getting more and more wounds. But he endured for a reason. It was not for nothing that he trampled circles on the battlefield. Takana and Yuri just activated something. It's a level for barrier, the edge of that world. So, Jinyuk was there to ask. They're all repeating, Alice this, Alice that. Did you miss them? Well, then he's organizing a meeting for them now. Pouring mana into Braham's ring, the protagonist materializes it. The Vampire Queen's power limit was increased by 20%. And with these new powers, Phonotraxia was furious. Her opponents wanted to ask something, but the girl didn't even listen to them. She's Alice. Phonotraxia lost too much, and for that, he holds those damn brats accountable in his own name. It's time to pay the price for betrayal. And at the same time, Lolo Kalu and Insok get on the call. It's Jinyuk who asks them to find the magic stone that is the basis of the vampire spell, and it needs to be done now. But if it's urgent, the troll will jump right out of his seat. He flies right at the ghouls and, applying the new white raptor, easily breaks down their construction. A little thing like that won't protect the magic stone from him. And she's got a couple thoughts on the whereabouts of this thing. I'll have to check it out. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Alice flew into the air above the crowd of ghouls, and activated the Bloody Territory skill, and then summoned a huge blade above her. That's her judgment. The sentence she pierced the ground with, and it sent out a no-nonsense blast wave. The crowd of Jinyuk's friends were nearly thrown off and they could barely stay on their feet. They're wondering what's going on there right now. Here's what's happening. Phonotraxia wiped out over half the monsters with one attack. Michael appreciated it. His longtime acquaintance was clearly in shape. Jinyuk, on the other hand, said he was sure he and Michael had plenty of topics to talk about. So let him take over, and he'll take care of the small stuff. Alice asked did he really think she couldn't handle everyone here on her own. Ow. No, the protagonist just doesn't want to put all the work on her. They're partners, right? Oh, and one more thing. Jin-hyuk wanted to say something, but nothing. He'll tell me when it's over. It was the third phrase that is usually said before death. And the main character's second invulnerability skill was blocked. And now it's time to designate the opponents. These are the two the protagonist takes on, but Michael doesn't mind. Right now he just wants to talk to Phonotraxia. How was her confinement? Did she enjoy it? To which Alice immediately snapped out of her seat. How dare he even say her name with his filthy mouth? However, her attack. The vampire had no trouble holding out. She shouldn't have gotten out of that prison. After all, that's what they called her strongest, now shackled by restrictions. And alas, compared to Michael, she is so weak it makes you want to cry. Michael is really sad to see her dreams shattered by reality. But Alice is sure she's not really giving in to him now. With the blood blast skill, she directs a powerful stream of energy at her opponent. But he just diffused her blow. So why does Alice decide to keep the balance in the tower? She wields a power with which to rise much higher. Why is she holding on to this nonsensical idea? Now teach him. Let Ataraxia see what he's accomplished so far. And in parallel, Kanjin got into a fight with Ophelia Bershin, and they say it's going to be different this time. Jin-hyuk grinned in response, speaking as if one had succumbed before. But that's actually what happened. They were trying to keep him alive to get information. But there's no need for that now, so that's how it is. But then Jin-hyuk will show his true strength. After all, before that it was showing no more than 20%. And the vampires were surprised. What is this nonsense? What's it about? That the whole point was that it was just another cliched phrase. And with it, Jin-hyuk successfully copied the mana absorption skill. When attacking, he can now steal a portion of the opponent's mana. 3/10 per hit and 1 unit per crit. Yet, he worked hard to get that skill, and now he's gonna merge it with a saint. Mana absorption and heaven's protection. Together these skills will give soul absorption. This is an S-rank skill. In addition to stealing mana, if the skill owner performs a series of attacks against a single target, he gains a hidden stat. Life Force. Only 100th will be received for one hit. And the vampires immediately felt a change in their aura. This guy. Did he just get their skill? Not even that. Did he enhance it as well? Though why ask when you can feel it for yourself? With those words, Kanji threw the first punch and absorbed some of that vampire's mana. But most importantly, it's the vitality stat. It exists in synergy with the other stats. It can be used to strengthen your body. He discovered this feature by conducting 62,000 experiments with different skill associations, a stat that grows indefinitely. The limit of the protagonist's growth no longer exists, and he will certainly take advantage of it. Activating the steps of the demonic Sword King. At the fastest possible speed, Kanji began the endless forming. The vampires could only try to fend off his blows, but in the end they were just an appetizer for the protagonist. Still, they won't give up that easily. Ophelia's bloody lunge skill tried to stab the hero through, but he dodged this time too. Only, Alice's incomplete power doesn't seem to be working out. After all, we should finish this and get back soon. He'll save the stat farming for later. Let the vampires tell him of Michael's plans. And then, the protagonist will consider keeping them alive by activating the Graveyard of Swords. Jin-hyuk unleashed even more power. Bershin was sure it was a bluff. No human could be that strong. But the very next moment, his head flew from his shoulders. To get the information, Kanjin is enough to get someone alone, so they're about to have a big talk with Ophelia. Michael, meanwhile, had been very successful in crowding Alice. He was literally twirling her around as he pleased. The girl didn't even have a chance to fight back. The mana was the problem. She just didn't have enough. But giving in because of that, her opponent certainly wouldn't. He jumped, clasping both hands together, struck so crushing a blow that the blaze of its aftermath was visible throughout the forest. Colical, meanwhile, was making his way through the hordes of ghouls. And it's not all for nothing. There it is, the magic crystal. The troll will clear the way, but Insok will have to destroy the stone. But the guy himself was terrified of the task set before him. There's a lot of ghouls out there, and he's got a rock to break. Is his partner seriously suggesting this to him? He's got something to fight for, his clan. And Ansok himself became a player just to be popular with the girls. So how did it come to this? That the troll tells the guy to keep it simple, In fact, the meaning of life is very simple. You have to do what you can do right now. And with those words, Grimilla jumped as far away as he could in a spurt. Now it's up to Ansok. He needs to run to the rock. His whole life flashed before his eyes. The moment when he was given his sword as a gift. Yeah. Back then he didn't think he'd have to fight seriously. Money, fame, girls, that's what he cared about. But what Ansok can do at this moment, do right now, is to break through and live up to this troll's expectations. He chopped that magic stone in half. It had an immediate effect. The magic circle of vampires mentally disappeared. Well, that's great, thought Jan Hike. At least I'm getting some use out of that useless Ansok. What is it? Ophelia. Karjan's hand is tired of drowning her in cold water. Maybe she talked now, and she's already screaming for anything. Their target is the 29th floor. They want to get up there. Kanjin wondered, that's where the power of the Empire is located after all. Yeah. But she doesn't know any better. Michael told them that. He wants to get his hands on some Balmon that the Empire owns. But the protagonist is familiar with the concept. Balmon it is. It's the best sword for killing dragons. Does Michael really want to kill the dragon on the 48th floor? Okay. What about Ophelia? Under the threat of death, Jun Hike wants to brand her with the stigma of destruction. And she, of course, has no choice. She agrees. Therefore, Karjan would look forward to their future collaboration. Meanwhile, things are not so rosy for Alice. Michael squeezes her head, and she can't even resist. Looks like it's time for her to go back to her detention center. But the suddenly appearing Karjan didn't think so. He easily severed the arm that the girl was holding. Alice is already doing great. She's done well, but for now, let her rest. Change the opponents. Now the protagonist will take over. But Michael didn't care who was standing there against him. He pounced on his new adversary. Only unlike Alice, Jun Hyuk easily deflected his blows, and afterward counterattacked and farmed himself a new stat. Alice wondered, was the boy always this strong? No, he seems to have grown so much during her fight. And realizing that there was no chance of a melee, Michael soared into the air. Preparing a powerful punch, the vampire was confident. He was sure he'd stomp the insolent man into the snow right now. And at first it seemed to happen that way. Except that under the sword graveyard skill, the protagonist had no trouble shanking that huge arm. And then he wanted to continue with the vampire himself, but his blow didn't go through. There was a barrier on Michael's body. Jun Hyuk can't deal damage to him because the difference in their mana count is too great. And to reduce it with soul absorption ... well, that would take Kanjin a lifetime. We need to think of something else, and fast. Meanwhile, Ansok, fighting against the ghouls, had already even broken his sword. But the rest of the squad came to his aid at just the right moment. Yusen appreciated his skills. He's taken down so many men single-handedly. And with a broken blade, this guy's obviously pretty strong. But Ansok himself didn't care. Colical was dying. Breaking through the crowd of these creatures, he suffered multiple wounds. He must be rescued immediately. He's their comrade. And Teresa came running for help. With holy magic, she had no trouble securing the troll's life. Although, laborless is a bit of a mouthful. From overexertion, the girl fell unconscious. She was trying to help everyone, and that's why she collapsed. The only one who didn't need help was Jin Hyuk. He clearly told his comrades not to come to him or interfere in any way. Yusen really hopes the guy does well and gets back to them soon, because they're already at their limit. But that's what the protagonist, you might say, is trying to do, except you have to defeat the vampire in front of him first. Scanning that one with the skill of greedy gaze with the application of stat luck and adaptation. Jin Hyuk is doing well after all. The stats, of course, show almost nothing. But the main thing is the coping conditions. And here everything seems simple at first glance, but in reality it is not. To copy the skill of this vampire, you just need to survive the fight with him. Easier said than done, of course, and Michael is surprised. There's that cocky grin on the man's face again, but that's okay. He'll wipe it off his face now. He launches bloody waves at the protagonist, which Jin Hyuk however easily cut through, but it was just a decoy. With his main attack, however, Michael restrains the movement of the guy's swords. He was thinking, and his smile would look best if he pulled his teeth. And Kongan would love to hear those stories. Except the vampire doesn't think he's on a horse. Jin Hyuk is just letting go of his swords. materializes the onion, and fires a massive volley right in the asshole's face. The vampire's cheek even bled from such an attack. I had to admit, this man had a lot of talents, and one of them pisses him off. With those words, he activates the Hellfire skill, Hyena of Fire, and an inconceivable energy begins to concentrate around him. Alice recognizes the skill. Her colleague needs to escape immediately or he won't survive, but he's not going to do it. This is exactly what he needs. He'll give the girl herself the shield of Perseus, let her protect herself and watch. Meanwhile, the concentration of the vampire skills peaked, and from beneath the ground came a hellish scorcher. The entire battle area was flooded with scarlet lava, a skill after which it is impossible to survive. And Michael, already exhausted, tells the man to consider it an honor. It was the first time a vampire had ever used that skill on someone so insignificant. Well, now the interference is cleared, so how about he and Alice continue? But who's he calling a nuisance? Kang Jin's going to get his head bashed in right now for that. He survived the eruption by using the second invulnerability skill, except that he had a huge amount of mana removed for such a burden. But it didn't bother him one bit. A whole second for a Korean nerd. That's an eternity, and it's definitely long enough to kill that bastard. Especially now that he's got no mana. And the punch really goes in this time. Michael's defense is gone. All this narcissistic cretin can do now is get in his pretty face. Jin Hyuk himself, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have been hurt at all yet. But even so, catching Jin Hyuk's bow in flight, he says, "Yeah, this is something Michael didn't expect. But he's hardly lost, he's playing some little man." One knee strike. The guy really sends the protagonist flying far and wide. And as he lands, he wants to finish him off immediately with a punch to the back of the head. Except Jin Hyuk isn't alone. Alice will block that punch for him. She won't stand by and watch. Although Michael says she should have stayed out of it, she might die. But the girl's really worried. How's her contractor? Is he okay? Yeah, he's fine. Except that in 10 minutes, the soul essence will expire. At the same time, somewhere on the 39th floor of the tower, this fight was being watched by unknown people at a round table. It can't be. I mean, they were so close to recapturing Alice. Would all their investment in this be for nothing? They ask Exention what they should do, but he says the battle isn't over yet, so we can watch a little longer. And the only thing to watch here is the beating of Michael, who can't believe it. Phonotaraxia is on the side of a human. Did she betray their kind? But who else would talk about betrayal here? He's the real traitor here. Besides, she's not on the side of the people. She's just honoring the agreement, an agreement that gives her the opportunity to punch the bastard in the face. Jin Hyuk tells Alice to summon the blood spear. He has enough mana, so don't worry. But then with him in tow, the girl soars through the air. And then a second later, he comes down on Michael with it. She knows those vile things are watching through that scumbag's eyes. Let them remember her words. She will get to them and destroy them at all costs. Yeah. But is she in too much of a hurry? So far, she hasn't even been able to stab her opponent in the heart. But that's okay. Jin Hyuk will help her with that. With Perseus' shield, he thrusts that spear straight into the vampire's chest with all his might. In the middle of his body, is now through hole. Which means the conditions for copying have been met. From him, the protagonist took the Moon Tearing Claws skill, and the number of times he leveled up during that fight is simply uncountable. Really now the guy's strength is all gone and he's fallen unconscious. He has a very comfortable place to lie down. Alice is very grateful to him. Thanks to this man, she had finally gotten a taste of revenge. Truth be told, she didn't fully trust him. After all, she doesn't know the reason why Kang Jin is helping her. But from now on, it doesn't matter, she won't doubt. Thank him so much. With those words, Alice dematerialized. Meanwhile, the 39th floor was a complete mess. How could their elite warrior lose on the lower floors? And they've destroyed Bloody Port, now they can't launch the attack they planned. But Exention says there's no point in rushing things. Yes, it's a shame Bloody Port's been destroyed, but they've accomplished something. We found out about Alice and that Jin Hyuk guy. We should keep an eye on him. And Jin Hyuk himself woke up already worn and cozy. He was found in the snow and brought here. There was no one at the scene of the battle but the dead vampire. Except that's not what Kangan's worried about. It's as if Alice's condition has changed, or so he thinks. All right, well, we did it anyway, which means we can eat. and the one who had the battle all but over was the Mines and Guild China. But suddenly it came to their leaders to ask, what was the reason they attacked? Was it because of Gang Jin Hyuk? No. 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 As soon as the mains deal with them, they'll go after his head. And that's when they realized it. They fought for nothing. Watching this, Ophelia couldn't believe how useless the Minas were. Well, at least they'll survive. But what's with the weird mark? Whenever he thinks the wrong thing, it's like he's being cauterized with fire. But at that second, Ophelia was found by Melina, who immediately started making fun of her. She ended up joining up with Jin Hyuk as well. The vampiress was already tempted to finish her off for making such jokes, but the seal, unfortunately, forbids them to fight each other. Meanwhile, Gang Jin Hyuk got his hands on the phoenix feather. It increases resistance to cold, and is also a good item to craft. And the guys sure they'll clear the 7th floor in a heartbeat with this, so they're gonna eat first. Especially since he's got a whole buffet for them. But this demonstration of culinary ability is interrupted by Kolokol. He's thanking Kangen. It's only because of this guy that their kind survive. He doesn't even know how to repay that. That actually, he's already repaid, because now his skill has been copied. White Predator increases strength and attack speed by 15%, and an intangibility effect to the weapon. But that's not enough for the protagonist. He didn't do it all for free. Now the trolls must pay him 500 magic stones every month. And to make it easier for him to collect them, have them bring them straight to the entrance. Kolokol didn't even know whether to rejoice at his rescue or grieve. Such despicable behavior makes Yusun very angry. But the protagonist doesn't seem to care. Although, if there's anywhere else to blow off steam, Kangen has an argument here. Whoever catches the biggest fish wins, and whoever loses will post a video where he calls the winner his big brother. And Yusun doesn't need to be talked into it twice. He undressed in a flash and jumped into the water with a knife in his teeth. But under the water, he was in for a very unpleasant surprise. Instead of fish, there were just indescribable creatures. Yeah. Well, he's in a hurry. What a fool for falling for it. By the way, Yuan wanted to give something to the protagonist. It was lying at the battle site, and that was the cross that Michael used against Alice. Okay. They'll analyze it later. By the way, where's Insok gone? And he had already returned to the guild, except that his boss was very unhappy. They had so much at stake on that 7th floor. How dare the guy fail? I broke my sword, too. It's a total failure, except that Insok was fine with it. He'd finally done something truly useful. Meanwhile, at the Players Association, the chairman was reported to the chairman that the 7th floor had been taken over by Kang Jin Hyuk. Vice Chairman Kim Taeyeon was the one who did it. And he continued, there was also a skirmish with the monsters from the upper floors. It looked like they were plotting something with the main army. Taejun asked, maybe they should move closer to Jinyuk. But the chairman was of a different opinion. It's not clear yet if this guy will end up on the side of the humans or not at all, so we'll just have to watch. Let the kids celebrate the victory for now. At the same time, in one of the boutiques, an employee was yelling that a VIP guest was about to arrive. Everyone needs to be prepared. We need to follow a pattern. They'll lay the red carpet first, and then they'll bow down and shower you with rose petals. This is how Alice Fonateraxi is greeted here, having come to shop for all her money again. And she appreciated the reception. Paying in advance should be enough. Everything she touches becomes her property. And she doesn't take no for an answer. Now they're gonna start. Except the branch manager looks like he's finished. He was foaming at the mouth with Joe, and Jinyuk, who was watching from afar, pondered. This chain with the cross seems to refer to seals. Did Michael want to ensnare her again? But why seal it and not kill it? Looks like there's something the protagonist doesn't know yet. But that's okay. He'll save it for the future. Except his musings are interrupted by an invitation from tower manager Rick Hennessy. He invites Jin Hook to the masquerade on the 1st floor. Masquerade is one of the quests that unlocks when you pass the 25th floor. When Tower of Trials was a game, Jinyuk received an invitation and went there. Except the game was already unpopular, and no one except the main character ever showed up for the fan meeting. So he did a little dance with himself and started a fire. Except this time it's different. Most likely, a huge number of rankers got an invitation, which means she and Alice have somewhere to go. They have arrived in Nameless City, the neutral zone of the 1st floor. Here they need to find the appropriate costumes, but upon opening the door of the atelier, They saw Yusen, who was very angry that Jinhyuk made Jinhyuk jump in the water and then ran away. But Kangen tells him to stop crushing mana or the goblins will ... Yan. They've already passed out. Anyway, don't let him get mad. Jinhyuk, well, he's got a new sword for him. By the way, Yusen wouldn't have believed it at first, but Kangjin reminded him of the situation with the sword of attributes. He hadn't fooled him then. He had, in fact, deceived him, but the stalker hadn't had time to find out about it yet. Anyway, they'll meet at the masquerade. Yusen's gonna believe that devil for the last time. Jinhyuk, on the other hand, helped the goblins recover from what had happened, and the head of the atelier immediately wanted to get to work. But the protagonist isn't just here for that, he's interested in something else. Upon entering, he immediately smelled the scent of snow kale, a flower that could only be found on the 16th floor. I wonder where the average goblin shaper got it from. One more thing, when they started the argument, all the goblins fainted. But not the bespectacled one. He also twitched his eyebrows suspiciously when he saw Alice. Must have realized who she was right away. Kangen's verdict is this: this goblin pretends to be a regular everyday guy. But in reality, he's a mid-level executive, like Rick Hennessy. So, you got it? And the goblin laughed in response. It's just like Rick said. This man is quite interesting. He was wrong about one thing. Hennessy works under him. After all, he's not a mid-level manager. And hearing this, Kangjin immediately tried to scan the creature, but it failed. The difference in levels is too great. A top-level manager named Hastings is too powerful. Not surprising, since the top-level managers created the rules of this tower. In the game itself, Jinhyuk never got to face them, and the goblin says there are rewards for this guy's powers of observation. He's gonna make him a cool suit. In response, Jinhyuk said that as a top-ranking manager, Hastings is very stingy. And then, Kangen pointed a finger at Alice, as if hinting at something. Hinted at a second invitation to a masquerade party for his companion, which he received. Only Alice wasn't too pleased with her contractor's behavior. Doesn't he know how dangerous this goblin is? Even She'd only seen a top-level manager once before, but the guy tells her not to worry. He's well aware of the danger, but as much as controllers are dangerous, they are just as useful if used wisely. Also, here they have a costume made, but then it's time to go. A whole crowd had already gathered at the entrance. The Samurai Guild also showed up. Its leader, Hoshikawa Yoshio, but he's disgusted to be here. To his attendant Tsutomu, he says to look at this crowd. Terrorcites to latch on to the strongest and don't try a bit. In response, the big guy asks, is his boss in a bad mood because their guild relic was stolen? But Yoshio had told the big guy to just give in, that's all. But he actually has a lot to say. The China Guild was invited to this event, too. But while we were discussing it, we didn't notice how we hit some girl. That really pissed off Gromala. Who's that over there? Let him move over. Immediately, however, he falls to the floor as if under the influence of enhanced gravity. What's what? Is she bothering anyone? Well, that's better. Or is he still running out of room? Why did he shut up? And it was all about the superiority of the strong skill. With it, Alice could block the mana of someone weaker than her. And Yoshio was shocked. The best player in their guild was just crushed by some little girl. Who the hell were they? And the protagonist had no intention of giving an answer to that question. He tells Alice to stop. They could get in trouble if she doesn't stop. Okay, so the girl will cancel the skill. But Yoshio was not pleased. Why was it necessary to do such a thing? Was it really necessary? Though of course they had started it, for which the men apologized. Still, it was good at least the guy had stopped her. But Jinhyuk didn't understand something. Stop. Not by creating an ice hammer. He took another swing at the big guy. They seemed to have misunderstood him. He asked Alice to move over so he could punch the bastard with his hands. How's that, Yoshio of the Samurai? Now you got it right. Activating a greedy gaze, Jinhyuk scans the man. But he's a bit weak for a master of one of these 7 major guilds. On the contrary, the coping conditions are too complicated. And Yoshio himself was shocked. The guy knew who he was, but he still did something like that. Well, then he should also know that they are a huge group of awakened ones who will unite with the China Guild. Who does he think he is if he thinks he can withstand the vengeance of such an alliance? Well, the main character doesn't even know. And their great commonwealth will be able to defeat Jinhyuk who has already kicked their ass so many times. This caused the crowd of gawkers to wonder. It's that famous S rank. Who's next to him? Is it a sweetheart? Well, quiet, it's too nosy. With the creation of Ice, Jun Hyuk shields them from viewers. So what about Yoshio? Have you heard from him yet? To tell you the truth, Kanjin doesn't care much about China, only he'd like this kid to get it straight. You shouldn't become a hindrance in his path, even if he's the master of an entire guild. Well, now that we've given out the warning, we can go to the masquerade. Upon entering the room, Jun Hyuk noticed a whole crowd of people. There are people he knows, like Teresa and Maria, who he saw at the conference then. Oh, and Yusin, whom he met back at the atelier. Some twosome discusses how some people would behave if they were dying. It's Casey and Judro, both S-ranked players from Europe. Jun Hyuk saw a couple of videos about them on YouTube. They purposely provoke a battle and then brutalize players for fun. Dangerous guys, but to Jun Hyuk, they're just a resource for special skills. Meanwhile, Yoshua of the Samurai met with Liao Wei, the vice master of the China Guild, and he was, frankly, desperate. Again, this Kanjin was interfering with their plans, so they had received orders from the master himself not to touch this Korean. Liao Wei can't act on his own, but suddenly a voice from outside interrupts their discourse. He'll teach this upstart a lesson. This was said by some rather short kid with a horn on his head. He came up to the two of us and asked, "How are they doing?" Interested in the masquerade. His name is Carmen, a low-level tower manager. Jun Hyuk didn't pay much attention to him at the time and typed, "Does this kid have something to do with him?" Yeah. He heard that a Korean man beat up a guest he invited. Is that true? Well, yes. It's true. The protagonist is sorry, of course, and to send him a flower as an apology. Such statements made Carmen very angry. Is this man mocking him? He's asking to die by his hand. Well, threatens the guest, taking advantage of his status. Taking off his mask, Jun Hyuk says that it looks like the evening is no longer languid. But if this manager does want to kill him, that's going to be a bit of a problem. But Carmen doesn't think so. He can take out one little man with a bang. And besides, I don't think anyone's gonna stop him. In fact, all factions are watching them right now, and the control towers. And despite that, no one's rushing to intervene. Alice was about to start a fight, but Jun Hyuk stopped her. For a cry of utter indignation was heard throughout the hall. The message that Kan Jin wrote earlier was addressed to Hastings. He wrote to him that a button from his shirt was falling off. He thought it was the best atelier, so he was very dissatisfied with the service. Well, that's why Hastings is here, to correct the misunderstanding. What does he see? Though, what is Carmen doing with his guest? Giving this one a leg kick. The goblin demanded an explanation once more. He knows, of course, that some managers take brides and use their influence. As long as such actions do not cross the line, Hastings believes that it can be overlooked. But if a manager hurts a guest invited by another manager, it's no longer a business, it ruins their reputation. Carmen immediately started to apologize, but the goblin interrupted him. That's not how things are done. If you made a mistake, shouldn't you apologize to the person you hurt? And Jun Hyuk was already excited. It was going to be unique footage. He started recording the video. Come on. Let him apologize sincerely enough for Kang Jin to believe. And he says in a half whisper, "Sorry." Well, no. What is it? Didn't eat enough cereal or something? I told him to speak up. Carmen was offended, of course, but it couldn't be helped. I had to yell words of apology across the room. The Caladium Kingdom warrior observing all of this was impressed. This man just plays the managers any way he wants. Then they'll finally be able to end this never-ending battle with Murim. Meanwhile, Rick had activated the megaphone skill. He'll be hosting the event tonight instead of Carmen. He'll start by telling us why he was invited. They've gathered all the up-and-coming players here, and for good reason, and for the ability to choose the faction with whose support they would continue to climb the tower. And with a snap of the fingers, the librarian activated a special event. A pillar with a button appeared in the middle of the masquerade. Players will need to show their importance. The task is as follows. Choose and pass a dungeon, labyrinth, or ruins located on floors 10 through 30th. A player with a high rating will get an advantage when choosing a faction. Once everyone is ready, the button will be pressed and announce where they're going. Anyway, Rick wishes them luck. With those words, The manager closed the door, leaving people in mute shock. Factions, towers, what is there to talk about? But immediately a whistle blew throughout the hall. They need to calm down, they're all players here. Marge thinks that since things have turned out this way, they need to band together and find a way to pass the test. For starters, how about we take off our masks? Yusun gladly accepted the offer, but everyone else was wary. What kind of alliance are they willing to be tested and cooperate with the tower's inhabitants? Aren't monsters the enemy of humans? But Jin Hyuk asks everyone to calm down. First, he would choose a floor and press the button himself for everyone. The late King's Valley is on the 25th floor. That's where they'll go. And everyone was shocked. All their plans with the merger, with the discussion, this guy just ignored them. Now all players move to the specified location. They can only get out of this valley now if they pass the maze or are chosen by a faction. Yes, Jin Hyuk will recognize these huge buildings. It's just like last time. And people weren't happy. What? No training at all. But they had no choice. It's a competition. You've got to get ranked, get elected, and get out of here. But Marge was against it. They don't know anything about this place. They can't be separated. Whoever pushed the button must have a plan. And he has it. Except he disappeared a long time ago. He was already busily searching the maze for something he needed. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Yes. Finding the right brick, Jin Hyuk activated it. A notice came out to him. There are 5 paths that connect to the king's tomb. But he can only choose one door. And that choice must be made within 60 seconds. But the main character only laughed at such an insidious message. Others, seeing such a thing, would probably think that some treasure or something was stored there. But the problem is that if you select a door with any element on it, a trap is activated, and spirits appear to protect the grave. But if you don't pick a door in the allotted time, all doors will open. Out of one of these came a rather tired fire spirit, Salamander. But this small beast quickly turned into a huge monster that is ready to wipe the protagonist into powder. He will punish this stranger for the invasion, and Jin Hyuk immediately decided to complain. The Todd is doing well, have you heard? That spirit says he's going to kill him. Of course, the pet wasn't happy about it. Getting some air. He used the fear skill on that one, and Salamander from him. I feel really bad. The Todd's skill was so strong that its waves even reached the group outside. Teresa really wasn't paying attention to any of that at all and asked. Maybe Alice knows where Jin Hyuk went, but her question was answered by Yusun appearing. Apparently, that guy is where the wind is blowing from. That's why he's heading there as well. Except Alice stopped him. Taking a pebble, she threw it down the aisle, where hundreds of traps were immediately activated. But Teresa was expecting something like this from the protagonist's girlfriend. Except for some reason she had a feeling she'd seen it somewhere before. Where? Meanwhile at Kanjin's place, the rest of the spirits began to crawl out of the door. They all had headaches by now. What was that? Or what is it? What's happened to Salamander? Why is he in such a state? But he told his companions to do as he himself did, for right here is where the devil is. And he was talking about Batate. To this dragon, perfume is just foo. The tower faction watching it all was surprised. Wasn't this an ancient dragon? But how could it have ended up in the hands of a human? Meanwhile, Kanjin himself didn't hesitate and branded all the elemental spirits. For this incredible achievement, he was given 5,000 points of total ranking. In this way, he broke into first place in the table. Immediately, Jong Hyuk was flooded with notifications. The faction was interested in both Batat and the protagonist, and even a certain third force showed great persistence. It couldn't be said that S rank wasn't flattered by it. So what is it? Murim wants to talk to him. Let's say. Yeonsu appeared in front of the protagonist, and he got right to the point. The guy needs to join them, because then he'll let him live. The order to eliminate him is still active and blah, blah, blah. Jun Hyuk didn't care about that. He hung up. Let his new subjects get on their heels. They need to do what Jong Hyuk taught them to do. They can do it again. They'll be an appetizer for yams. In the meantime, accept the Empire's challenge. A man in armor appeared on the other side. His name is Penheimer, and he represents the kingdom of Claudium. Yet, Jong Hyuk already knows the kingdom is interested in him. Well, that's good. It'll make it easier for them to talk. To the point, they're offering to cooperate. and are willing to provide tangible assistance in getting through the tower, that the protagonist is inclined to accept their offer. But he has one condition, that the rest of the group of survivors are in trouble. The traps are very dangerous and there's no way through. But suddenly a notice pops up in front of them. The conditions of return have changed. All the players who died due to traps will now be brought back to the ball. And it's all thanks to Kon Jong-hyuk. And the very next second, by pure coincidence, this functionality was checked by one of the players. He really didn't die, he just disappeared. That's amazing. Maybe Moriah underestimated this guy, and she should talk to him after the event. But not everyone reacted so happily. Lao Wei, vice president of the China Guild, said they were just fools. Obviously, Kon Jun wants to get rid of the competition, because when you die, the points are cancelled. So don't take this guy for a do-gooder. But Maria didn't think so. If he was so smart, maybe he could tell them what else to do in this maze. This way, at least they could keep themselves alive. No matter how much Lao Wei tried to prove to people that it was Jong-hyuk himself who dragged them here, absolutely no one listened to him. In the end, he was left a fool. But suddenly, he is contacted by Yoon-soo from Urim via remote communication technique. He orders him to kill Kon Jong-hyuk. Of course, with his current skills, it won't work. But he will be given a small gift for such a task. And the very purpose of the Guild of China and Marima Guild had now finished talking to the Empire. They complied with Jong-hyuk's request and said goodbye. And the main character, just with the first class, began his journey through the labyrinth. For the path was cleared for him by elemental spirits. Except, stop, what's this? Let them rest with Baudot for now. It was the body of a murdered man and it did not return to the banquet. Strange, it turns out the fact that the corpse was left here only means that the killer was another player. And it turns out this isn't the first victim. For Casey and Judro, this maze is a real feast. They're gonna kill everyone they see. The twosome just lost their minds because back in their childhood they witnessed how psychopathic maniac brutalized their parents. But even in this situation, they didn't let up. Working together, they were able to avenge the deaths of their loved ones. But it was that day that something changed dramatically due to stress. This is the story Jung-hyuk saw when he found and scanned this diary. What the hell is this? Since when is the backstory of the characters being described to him in the copying condition? But no matter if he can fulfill the common wish of the two, he will copy the skill shared access, but he'll read the system notifications later. Because right now the twins are raring to cut off his head, stopping their weapons with his bare hands. However, Kanjin notes their speed and cohesion are excellent, but still, it's a long way off. But with a slap on the face, the twins were only pleased. He's strong, just like they thought. Well, then they'll try again and combine their weapons. And by activating the twin skill, both Casey and Judro get the same side with better characteristics. The power of their attacks has increased by 200%. All they need is one cut. They'll enjoy the smell of this man's blood, and that's it. But Jong-hyuk's getting tired of entertaining these crazy people. Okay, go ahead. At the same time, the factions watching the masquerade were actively discussing the players. And the Empire, of course, congratulated Pinheimer. Gun Jong-hyuk was hired, which is a remarkable achievement. He'll certainly be useful in the struggle for dominance on the middle floors. So Mr. Pinheimer has done a really good job. But the joy on the faces of some is the annoyance on the faces of others. The young man was disgusted to see the happiness on the faces of those imperial bastards. He was rash to call Jong-hyuk in the first place, but his musings were interrupted by a voice behind him. It was Ghostblood's leader, and he didn't expect such an ardent follower of the traditional way to make contact with him. This is a remarkable event. Yeah, but keep it down. The others don't need to know about it. But then we'll get right to the point. Who should be the target of the phantom blood? Is it that Gegenyuk the Imperial goons are talking about? No, it's not him. Let him take care of the group that works with this guy. The Ghostblood leader replied that it didn't matter who it was, but since it violated the rules, the payment would be huge. Yunsu should be able to understand that. And that one got really pissed off that his interlocutor asks him not to boil. He's just reminding me. That's it. He's leaving. Yunsu has already regretted 200 times for working with such an arrogant bastard. But there's no choice, because if Kanjin sides with the Empire, that old man is finished, even if he survives in the end. Well, then get some kind of box. Yoon-soo says he'll take care of the problem personally. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was personally dealing with a completely different problem. The twins kept giving him a hard time and attacked him as hard as they could. But after activating the steps of the demonic Sword King, he counterattacked and by soul absorption took away the stats of the two. But honestly, it feels like something is being ripped out of them. They even like it, and the protagonist is already pissed off, and he's sick of these idiots. Sending them to rest with a powerful punch, Jin-hyuk seriously thinks about it. He certainly really needs the skill of sharing, but how do you even satisfy these perverts? It seems like it would take a very long time. It's easier to just kill them. Except what? What are they doing? Why are they on their knees? They realize that even together they could not defeat him. So since they couldn't kill a man with such beautiful blood, they want to become his family, to be closer to him. To say that Kanjin was surprised at such news ... that's an understatement. Alright, we'll give them both a brand of destruction and be done with it. And at the same time fulfilled the conditions of copying. The skill of sharing is very useful. It allows you to temporarily copy the skill of a known target. And if the connection is strong, you can even share memories through this skill. The main character certainly didn't expect it to turn out like this, but what's done is done. Now he's got to Aboltus's, which he's not really happy about. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk's company was following Alice, and Yusun asked her where Kangjin was, but she said she didn't know. And when asked where they were going, she also said she didn't know. Then what does she know? It's infuriating. However, the girl actually has some information. A mana-feeding thread between the contractor and herself. If you follow it, you will reach the main character. She can't really say that directly, but they're trying their best to convince me that Jin-hyuk is there. Except that this problem has now receded into the background, for behind them, out of nowhere, a whole squad of assassins appeared. And in the middle of them stood the leader of the Ghost Blood, demonic sect of Marima Yomho, and he would let no one go any further. The twosome immediately blocked Alice. They would protect her. And this time, she really needs protection. Because of the distance between her and the contractor, she has no mana at all. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was listening to some really great stories, one better than the other. No, he's imagining Dudro cutting his thigh with a thing like this. He got it. Dudro and thigh. It rhymes. Ha 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 ha. And how Kanji is so sick of it all. It's just impossible. Okay, she tell them. These twins are his family now, so let them listen carefully. No more killing people without a good reason. And that row added to the stigma of destruction, and the twosome got very upset. They're awakened. The police won't arrest them. What's the big deal? Okay, the protagonist is sick of all this, so they'll do it this way. He will determine which people are bad, and they can do whatever they want with those people. And, of course, the twins were overjoyed, which is something you can't say about the main character. Except, what did he sense, really? Well, then, we've got to hurry. He instantly snaps out of his seat, leaving his new subordinates behind. Meanwhile, the assassins pointed their daggers at Alice. Teresa's holy fortification managed to wall her off, and with the holy shield skill, she almost created a wall and told the girl to stay behind. At the same time, Yusun was massacring numerous opponents with the energy of his sword soul chant, but then he felt a sudden jolt, which he barely managed to fend off. And Yumho wonder, does the stranger not born in the tower possess sword energy? Who was he? But in return, the guy won't even give his name to such scum. So proud, the leader of the demonic sect likes that kind of person. Proud? Huh. Alright, now Yusun's gonna show him what his pride really is. He wasn't going to use this skill in this fight. After all, he wasn't preparing it for this trash at all. But so be it, deal with him faster thanks to unity with the sword. That the assassins who fell from this technique. That Teresa was surprised, is Yusun really that strong? This amazed Yumho as well, the guy could even become one with the sword. Too bad it doesn't help him at all. With a blade of ghost blood, he delivers a blow that stops the stalker's onslaught completely. Bad luck for the kid to run into an opponent he can't handle after all. Vibrating from the cursed blade, Yusun's body felt like it was filling with cursed energy. His body just can't take the strain, and he drops to the floor spitting blood. Yeah. It's a shame to lose such talent, but it's time to call it a day. But Yumho will hardly be allowed to do that. Teresa's cross skill easily stops him. Yeah. Holy power. Well, it's an abomination. But what can you do? Except that the girl rushed into battle so recklessly. That's a big mistake. They should have protected the girl behind them to the end, and now they could easily finish her off. After all, she probably doesn't specialize in combat. But sighing and closing my eyes, Alice tells those assholes, it's too late. After all, her contractor had just arrived and the graveyard of swords. He buried this entire environment at once. And he hardly stopped there. The very next second the bodies of the sex adepts were chopped to pieces. Yumhu was horrified. What is this? He can't notice this person's movement at all. And Jinyuk himself was disappointed. Why does Yusen always lose? But Teresa replied that the issue here is that their opponents are just very strong. Alright, then. With his finger around everyone, Kanjit said that they were the only bad ones here. And Casey, along with Shudro, who had appeared from behind, were overjoyed by this fact. They started indiscriminately slaughtering everyone in their path. And the sect leader couldn't help but be annoyed by this and he cried out, yeah, how many strong opponents are there? They are clearly at a disadvantage. We need to retreat and regroup. But the very next second blood was pouring out of his mouth. His body was pierced by his own spear. Jinyuk knows all about him. He's the middleman in a demonic cult. Don't let him pretend to be strong. It's too boring for the protagonist to fight him. Ouch. Have the twins clean up after him. There's still a lot of bad people out there. And the stalker watching couldn't believe it. What the hell is a con Jinyuk? In a second, he killed an enemy that had just crushed him. How big is the gap between them? How much effort does he have to put in to catch up with Jinyuk? But Casey and Shudro got the job done quickly, for which they were literally patted on the head. Let them go in general, and Kanjin still had something else to do. Teresa wondered. Had he heard of them? They're the same ones. Yeah, they are, but they're new members of their team now. Jusun, on the other hand, was still in a tilt over his own helplessness. What's Jinyuk going to do now? This maze takes at least 20 days to complete. So what? 20 days? Is it that nerds have nowhere to spend their free time? That the guy got even more depressed. Well, that's what this is all about. Jinyuk has his own speedrun product, these spirits. They'll open the tomb door, take the items, and be gone in an hour. Alice wondered, new pets again, where does he get them from? That's enough fun. It's time for them to get to work. Have them point the way to the tomb. Except no one here knew that one of the cult members didn't actually die. At the same time in the Guild of China, Shou Ting, who held one of the management positions, was shredding documents. There's a lot of information, of course. It's been 24 hours since Clawei and Namgung Zheng entered the tower. I wonder when they'll be back. Looking outside, Shou Ting saw a bunch of people, each of them running about their own business. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. These people probably don't even realize how fragile the world is. Especially now that the tower has appeared, and the best ranchers in the world are somewhere far away. Oh well, as long as things stayed this peaceful, that's what the girl thought. And yet on her desk was a pile of protocols with instructions on what to do when the tower was breached. In the tower itself, colossal forces of elemental spirits were able to open the tomb. Everyone was incredibly surprised by the untold riches in it, except for Alice. She has even more. And Jin Hyuk told everyone not to touch anything. The thing is, those who enter the tomb can only take one treasure at a time, and greedy people will be cursed by kings. But if you strike that bell over there, it opens the exit from the labyrinth. And the stalker was surprised. Was it really that easy to get out? Yes. It was. Let him not grumble anymore, but open the exit for them. He'll look for it. Okay, the right thing has to be around here somewhere, but what is it? A low-life cult adherent appeared at the entrance. Our squad immediately prepared for battle, but not in time. The guy pulled out a scroll and applying it, opened a space-altering portal. It was a W Murim rift that could be passed through. Yunsu and a bunch of other fighters came out of there. The surviving sectarian reported the ghost blood had died along with the leader. But Yunsu thought so. You can't trust these informals. And the surviving adept was Law Wei, and he did a good job. Kajin was really surprised to catch him alone. They had used so many valuable artifacts, and they wouldn't have a problem if the governors found out about it. But what's he talking about? By taking a special pill. The old man says this maze can't be monitored by supervisors, and if they want to, they'll kill everyone here. No one will even know about it, and then what's there to worry about? By taking that pill, Yun Su doubled his strength for 1 hour. His mana is so much that it almost blows Teresa and Yusun away. Alice, on the other hand, finds it infuriating. Who do these weaklings think they are? She's gonna give them a what? Because Jin Hyuk put it back in the ring. If she gets involved, there's gonna be trouble, so let her stay inside for now. Meanwhile, a large contingent has been ordered to kill every last one of them, and Jin Hyuk's friends realize that's the kind of thing that really can be a problem. There's a lot of them around here. Jin Hyuk grinned. Really? Well, then they'll call for backup. 2. The 5 elemental spirits are now in battle mode, and now they're gonna start for real. Cultists from Murim, or spirits of the 5 elements, who will be stronger. And watching this, Teresa and Yusun don't understand anything at all. What are they supposed to do? The old man from Murim is smashing things up. He also climbed behind Jin Hyuku's back and wanted to strike with the wall-breaking fist skills, but it was like Kajin had eyes in the back of his head, and he's surprisingly evasive. And not just from this blow, but from all the ones that followed. The old man's nerves were already fraying. Would this brat start fighting in earnest? But the protagonist was just looking for the right artifact in the treasury all along. And there it is. I found it. What's up? Yun-Soo, are you quiet? Did you find out what it is? And yes, the old man was aware. This is the most dangerous relic of the 25th floor. A horn that summons disaster. A relic that causes terrible grief, but if you think into it a 4th time, it is said to bring great good fortune. But Yun-Soo won't fall for that. Are they treating him like a fool here? There's no way his opponent can survive 3 disasters in a closed space. He won't fool anyone with those fake threats. But the threats were far from fake. As he drew in air, Kanjin used the horn as he had intended earlier. And the old man had no time to wonder, for immediately, the first scourge of the tomb appeared, the Black Scorpion, who attacked indiscriminately. He doesn't care who called him. And since there are more people from Murim, they are the ones who are mostly affected. Teresa just noticed Alice had gone somewhere, but Yusun replied that she was obviously thinking about the wrong thing. They would have to survive at least for now, so the guys activate the battlefield selection skill and hide them in another dimension. Yun-Soo was furious. Is Yeon Hyuk out of his mind? Does he want them all to die here? What's up? Did you die from this? That's just the beginning. Kanjin continued to dodge this old man's punches like this, and no matter how much he tried to catch up with the protagonist, he failed. And Kanjin used the horn a second time, and summoned a second calamity. Right under Yun-Soo's feet, a huge monster with a seemingly bottomless mouth appeared. The Mud Predator, that was its name. And besides the mouth, he's got a bunch of tentacles. The old man can handle them, of course. But his subordinates, not so much. They get sucked into that big mouth. And just a second later, it slams shut. Lao Wei was lying in a panic of fear at this time, but Yun-Soo yelled to him to cover him. They need to take that horn away from Yeon Hyuk. Lao Wei didn't understand why, but the boss explained it to him. This horn is the reason why monsters appear. Yun-Soo will even give him his sword to do the job. Just let him bring the horn. And while Scorpius was crowding the spirits of Kanjin, and the Marima leader was trying to get at him with his attacks, the protagonist continued to dodge. Yun-Soo understood. One must have patience. Most likely, the guy would now continue to blow that horn. After all, everyone knows, with that will come great luck. That's what Yeon Hyuk wants to do, so he uses the horn as fast as he can. But it's Yun-Soo himself who'll end up getting that good fortune. Yes, dodging. Kanjin realized that the old man was probably thinking about something like that right now. Of course, it was known that the horn gave good luck after the 4th use, but really, it's a matter of which way you look at it. For some people, it's a blessing, for others, not so much. And by using the horn a 3rd time, the protagonist summoned another calamity. This time, a dark creature materialized out of the portal, a lodge of thoughts, and it too attacked with something like tentacles. If you touch them, your body starts to fall to pieces. But here's the protagonist blocking his attack with Perseus' shield. And by flying off a little, he will absolutely accidentally drop the horn of disaster. And the deed is done. It was as if Jin himself had missed the attack. And the artifact fell right into Lao Weiyu's hands. There you go. Just like they wanted. Alright, have him give that horn to Junior. He can blow it and be done with it. But for some reason, the man with him froze in place. As if he hadn't heard the screams, he asked. Why does the old man want to blow the frightening horn? I mean, he's supposed to be calling for calamities. Is it because something good will happen that he doesn't know about? Lao Wei has served well all this time, so he'll be a little greedy for once. And those words terrified Jin Hyuk. No. Let him stop. But it was too late. The man used the artifact. A notice popped up in front of him. Luck was coming, for which he was overjoyed. The king's tomb was calm again, except in the real world. Somehow, out of nowhere, the three scourges appeared, and immediately attacked the humans. At this time in Yusun's subspace, Teresa was having a hard time, to which the guy told the saint not to waste his strength. You can get out of here either by defeating him, or when the skill expires, which means they have 5 more minutes. That the girl didn't understand. How can he rest so peacefully? Doesn't he care about Jin Hyuk at all, but worrying about him? That's ridiculous. She kept watching what was going on, but she still doesn't get it. Most situations are under his control. He strategizes that regular people can't even think of. Almost guarantee everything happens the way he wants it to. There's no need to hurry, no need to worry. Let him just sit down and rest. And when the subspace finally disappear, to return to the room. Except where are all the disasters? There's only Lo Wei, who is screaming in despair, and Kanjin, who is clearly nervous. And it soon became clear why. On this huge cube broadcasting the events of understood. The monsters have been transported to the human world. And this is punishment for the disturbance in the tomb. The tomb master will give raiders a chance. A portal opens, connected to the place where the 3 scourges are. And Luo Wei wanted to go there. His house is dying in the fire. But the old man wouldn't let him go. Even if he goes in there, there's nothing he can do. He told him to give him the horn, and he quickly opened a portal back to Murim thanks to the scroll. Now the order is for everyone to go home and pick up the survivors. But having said that, Gray suddenly became thoughtful, and if it was the last time, into the horn he blew. Would all these creatures have gotten to Murim? All right, then, he didn't kill Janyuk. But luck's on his side this time, and she's certainly not on the side of humanity. After all, these giant monsters, just destroying the city and all its inhabitants, there's no escape from them. The death toll is growing by the second. That's the price of Kim Janyuk's mistake. The spirit sensed it too. Their master was incredibly angry right now. Teresa tried to call out to him, but he didn't listen at all. He walked silently into the portal. Meanwhile in the human world, the China Guild office was just blown away. Chaetin was lying wounded on the floor, and Scorpius was already swinging his tail to finish her off, but she won't die that easily. By activating the Che defense, she tried to block the blow. The damage certainly didn't go away, but she herself was thrown back several dozen meters. But also the people around her are watching. Make them run away, and she's gonna try to hold this thing off. At least until Muchin comes back, she's got to hold out somehow. Although looking at that giant carcass, the girl realizes she can't stand a second against it. She was ready to die. But at the last moment, Yosian and Jin Hyuk went at this thing with a powerful series of attacks. After finishing it, Kenjin asked, Yusun will be able to contain that scorpion for 10 minutes, to which he smiled. Stalker replied, 10 minutes, he'll finish him off in that time. And by activating the battlefield selection skill, it locks him into his dimension. Xiaoding was surprised. Why would Kenjin help them? He's their enemy, isn't he? To which the protagonist responded without telling the real reason. It's obvious, for experience points. At this time, the Thought Lodge was exterminating more and more people with its tentacles. Teresa came out to counterbalance him. With the help of holy power, she will protect the evacuees. She needs to buy as much time as she can, and then she can save everyone. But this monster was far from stupid. It sent out four tentacles, seemingly right into Teresa's shield, but just before the attack, changed their trajectory. Of course, Teresa's only human, and she didn't have time to react. And because of that, people got stabbed in the back after her. Because of the influence in the Thought Palace, their minds became clouded, and they became like living zombies. And every one of these former men attacked the Holy Protector of Amsterdam. For a girl, it was the greatest horror she could ever experience. John Yusian jumped into the air at this time in his space, and activated the skill for one. By doing so, he's increased his own stats by 10%, and he's decreased his opponents. And now, under these circumstances, we can fight. This is the first time Yusin has seen the main character have this expression on his face. After all, Even he's not perfect. Which is why it's here. A swordsman needs to do his best. With a sword song skill, he left that monster without a couple limbs. It's time to show him what he's really worth. The protagonist, on the other hand, was watching this bottomless wormhole with tentacles from a high rise. He's embarked on a hidden quest. He needs to destroy this scourge. Reward will be received depending on the result. From the ring, Alice asked. Maybe she could use some help, she can handle them easily. But there's too many prying eyes, so don't do it. Things really didn't go according to plan. Jin Hyuk wanted to summon those things to Murim, and take advantage of the chaos that would be there. Steal all the martial arts texts and leave. He didn't realize his greed would lead to this situation. Lots of casualties and the center of town almost destroyed. It's all incredibly infuriating. Taking out the bow and firing 3 arrows from it, the protagonist activated a restriction barrier around this monster, and then soaring through the air. With the skill of Mandalus, he hit as hard as he could. As hard as he could. From now on, Kanjin will calculate everything perfectly. There's no other way. We can't make any more mistakes like this. His friend was doing much worse. She was trying to heal infected people with holy energy, but all to no avail. The task has only gotten harder. She can't hurt these people, which means we need to destroy the caster as soon as possible. That's why it's accelerating, and literally at the speed of light. Using the Navik Holy Enhancement, hits that monster right in the neck. But in the end, it barely penetrated his thick skin. The creature quickly counterattacked. But the girl, though she flew off, but she was able to stand on her feet. In the end, there was almost no damage on the monster's body. But Teresa cared about the fact that at least they were there, which meant her efforts weren't in vain. The holy power is working, all she has to do is keep attacking. But the receptacle of thoughts didn't think so. Instead of fighting Teresa with its threads, it entangled as many people around it as possible. A memory flashed before Teresa's eyes. Her parents always taught her to take the fall if others were in danger. Even if you have to risk your life to do it, that is the duty of the aristocratic Lorenzia family. But now, instead of that joyful little girl who listened to those words, is the one with nothing in her eyes except primal terror. The monster mocked her. He guessed what was precious to her, destroying more and more people, one by one, falling helplessly to their knees. Teresa realized there was nothing she could do. Why? Why is he attacking them? Why not her? Why can't he attack her? And in her eyes of despair, a tear as black as pitch appeared. So who was called a saint began to show signs of falling into darkness, and the monster was very pleased. This picture of despair, victory for him. But suddenly the smile was off his face, wiped off the huge mouth that was flying right at him, threw that giant thing at Jin Hyuk, and he was beyond furious. He knew it was a receptacle of consciousness, the one with the nose up his ass. But since that thing decided to hurt his girlfriend, it's not gonna be a quick death. Jin Hyuk summons the spatial rift, and in it, he materializes the body of the ancient Badath, his real body. The Tower of Trials immediately placed restrictions on this action. Kanjin's mana costs has increased by 50%. But he doesn't care about mana. Badath shackles that nasty bastard to the ground with overwhelming power. The ancient dragon had concentrated a simply unthinkable amount of energy, and by shielding Teresa from the consequences of that blow, Jin Hyuk gave the command to destroy, and at the same second, Badath unleashed a punishment sword skill. The body is the receptacle of consciousness. It began to slowly and painfully disintegrate into atoms, and at the point of attack, the receptacle of thought is gone. All that's left of him is a half-burnt, half-capable body, and the formidable Potato returned to his usual form and licked Teresa's face. But Jin Hyuk still felt strongly about it. Scanning the girl with a greedy gaze, he was convinced. Signs of falling into darkness were recorded, and not just Kanjin himself. Does Alice know what happens in these situations too? It's not like she needs to warn the contractor of the possible consequences. After all, if the saint falls completely, then absolutely everyone will have to watch out for her. In that second, Jusun space evolved, and the corpse of a black scorpion appeared to the world. While fighting, he even broke his sword again, but it was still worth it. Because of how many times he raised the level, it's impossible to count. He was approached by the protagonist, so it turns out he did it. To which the stalker replied that he could continue to look down on him if he wanted. Yusun doesn't care, he realizes it himself. He's got a long way to go. But today, it was the first time he'd even seen him. Now he knows exactly how much he needs to catch up with Jin Hyuk. And after looking at this picture, the protagonist told him to throw that stump away. Here's a new sword for him, the sword of the heavenly spring. Well done. Truly, he praises him from the bottom of his heart. Right after that, everyone was notified whether they would return to the masquerade. And then, of course, everyone came back, and there, Hastings was already reporting on what had happened. The Miram forces had concealed from them the situation of the attack. All their actions had been deemed illegal. As the manager, he apologizes to the players. And these are not empty words. Snapping his fingers, Hastings must have embodied the punishment for the Miram faction. They have committed a serious offense, so they'll have to pay for it with all the coins they have. So let those who want to side with this faction keep that in mind. And of course, a couple of players were unhappy with this arrangement. Like Yoshu, the head of the Samurai Guild. He trusted Miram, and now they're beggars. They've all disappeared. Where's Lao Wei? Also, whoa. What's that? This is their sword of heavenly source, that relic that was stolen from their guild. This guy's stealing and using it in the open. And he's got some nerve, doesn't he? But such baseless accusations only made Yusen angrier. He didn't actually steal anything. And with one punch, the swordsman expertly clipped this samurai. He should watch his language from now on, without even realizing it. Yusen has fulfilled Jin Hyuk's coping condition by doing this. He defeated Yusha using another person, now the skill of sword drawing, which gives a boost to the first attack in Kanjin's hands. He was standing on the balcony. He was talking to Hastings, who was wondering why the protagonist doesn't stand with everyone and doesn't choose a faction. But changing the subject, he's sorry, no matter how he feels, that he, as superintendent, allowed such unauthorized behavior in the tower. So he apologizes again. Jin Hyuk doesn't really see the problem. Those bastards planned it very well. That's the way it is. But still, the guy didn't just survive, he won. That is truly impressive. What more can Hastings do for him as a manager? But once he offered to, Kanjin immediately rolled out to requests to him. And 2 minutes later, the goblin came out with a very important announcement. First of all, Jin Hyuk won't choose a faction. Except no one cares about that. What's this big announcement? But the important it for the second part, he will create his faction. And all the people in the audience opened their mouths in shock. How is that possible? They're not tower dwellers. But yes, maybe, this man collected 1.5 million points and met the secret condition, which allows for the creation of a faction. The only question is how he found out about it. But that's another conversation. Just the whole show, Penheimer suddenly interrupted. He's using the veto, and according to tower rules, it prohibits the creation of a new faction. The veto is valid for 1 year, all because Penheimer wasn't happy. Jin Hyuk promised them to side with the Empire. But the main character said that actually, all he said was that he would cooperate with them. There was no talk of joining the faction. Only the big guys not interested in this wordplay. They've put a lot of effort into what he wants, so let him not make him repeat himself twice and fulfill his promise. And the protagonist realized that all the factions were watching him now. If he gives a slack now, the desire to create his own faction can be buried. That's why now is the right time. He's borrowing something from Alice in the Ring. With the skill shared, he temporarily gains the ability to use the blood path skill. With it, Jin Hyuk can control the blood of all living things within a certain distance. And that skill couldn't help but be intimidating. Penheimer's blood felt like it was boiling. It was immediately clear this was the wrong man. They can recruit, and well, Penheimer is revoking his ban. Just let him stop. And the Hastings watching remembered Hennessy's words. Jin Hyuk needs an eye on him. After all, he'll probably pull something that will shock everyone at the banquet again. And that's exactly what happened. Alright, since the veto has been revoked, the protagonist can choose the name of the new faction. After a little thought, Kajin decided to call himself the Veterans Company. And Penheimer, going into the portal, said they would meet again. And then, they will discuss the relationship between them once again. However, this did not happen. After that, Penheimer no longer tried to patronize anyone. The consequences of the breakthrough were eliminated quite quickly. They could not get to the bottom of what really happened and who was responsible. and they didn't try too hard. But in memory of the victims of the breakthrough, an obelisk was erected in the square. Crowds gathered around it to honor the memory of the dead. Aishitin from the China Guild was here, being asked where their leader Gunshin. And what will their guild members do next anyway? To which the girl, who was visibly hurt from the fights, didn't really want to answer. But she had to. The Guild of China had always boasted of its size and was one of the largest in the world. But it was disintegrated due to the disappearance of the master and key members of the guild. In addition, it wasn't just the China Guild and the local government that eliminated this breach. The first to arrive on the scene immediately after the breakout were Khan Jinhyuk and Jeon Yusun. If not for them, the monument erected here would be in honor of a far greater tragedy. Jinhyuk himself was also standing beside him. All of this happened because of his mistakes. It's a wife who lost her husband, and a daughter who will never see her father again. It's his fault. But at this moment, the cold heart skill will automatically activate. In any situation, Jinhyuk's emotions will be suppressed, so all he has to do is put down the flower and silently walk away. When he got home, he finally let Alice out of the ring. She was, frankly, almost bored to death at not being allowed to participate. But here's what surprised her: he created a new faction. Yes, and he's going to use all his coins to increase the group's membership. After Xiaoting's interview with Guild China, the number of views on his channel grew at a breakneck speed, hence, a lot of money. Now, all those seats need to be filled by someone. So the main character created a bunch of invitations and sent them out. The first to accept such an invitation was Jeon Yusun, then Taemin, Young, Melina, Yuri and everyone else. Although, of course, there was a time difference, but in the end everyone responded, except for one person. Teresa has already joined another faction. Well, that makes sense, she's a paladin. She already has someone to join her. It's a shame, of course, but it can't be helped. There's only one invitation left. The boss of the 5th floor of the tower. There's a reason Alice trained her all the time. Now the entire 5th floor becomes part of the Veterans Company faction, and the amount of resources it receives, available on the lower floors, will be almost infinite. Only it's not over yet. He can use the entitlement to free treatment. It's his reward for eliminating the Mind Lodge. Even without fulfilling the conditions of copying, Khan Jin can get the skill he wants, and chose the skill of Osiris, the sacred territory of the sun. Now, finally, the stats can be distributed, and looking at his progress, Jinhyuk is finally satisfied for the first time. Now that's more like good parameters. It does look a little creepy from the outside, though. It's hard for Alice to understand her contractor. But wait, her blood path skill was the first time he used it, but he was pretty confident. Oh, and there's a lot of weird stuff besides that. He knows things that a non-tower person wouldn't know. Better to ask him about it in person. And Alice was the only one who wanted to do that. How she literally can't do what she wants to do. And overall, what did she even want? Did she forget? I think ... I was going to ask what Jinhyuk plans to do next, but he's going to go to the 8th floor. He's also gonna finish some business. After all, back at the banquet, he had told Hastings have him give this letter to a man named Yan Hao from the Murim faction. That was his second request. But it's certainly not difficult. He'll do it. Just what is this letter? In response, Kenjin said it was just a business proposal. And a short time later, he was in the karst cave on the 5th floor. And here Yan Haoming has arrived. Leader of the Black Wine community of the Murim Special Forces. The world of Murim is one of the main powers of the middle floors of the Tower of Trials. It is a world where martial arts practitioners live. The strongest of them all is the Sky Demon, and the organization that serves them, the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yang Haoming's strength in this sect is rated as rather weak, and now that all of Murim's coins have been taken away, his thirst for success had reached a fever pitch. Jinhyuk called him here to make some kind of exchange, and at the same time, to scan him with a greedy eye. The conditions for copying are as follows. This guy is obsessed with the desire to successfully realize his idea, and if Kang Jin gives him hope of success, he can copy one of his skills. That's great, that's why he's giving him this book. Yang Haoming doesn't understand. What is this, and why? To which the protagonist replies, let him take it and don't ask unnecessary questions. And he himself has already gotten what he wanted. And the man didn't even know what to say. Got what he wanted. What does that mean? Well, either way, he's got the men from the Black Wind with him, so there's nothing to worry about. If this really is a book of martial arts secrets, it's really going to help him succeed. And then, there would be hope for him. That's what he thought as he opened the book. So the conditions of copying had been met. It's the only one. Some childish drawings. What the hell is this? What does that mean? But Kong Jin replied that it was the diary of their sword master. And it took him a lot of strength to steal it. Of course it can't help but know Howman. Is he mocking him or something? He had to expend so many resources to get down here. What's the bottom line? What's the real reason Jin Hyuk called him down here? And he said that Yon Howman and his cohorts had done such horrible things in the past. So the protagonist came to teach him a lesson. As the best student, the Sky Dragon, the Dark Emperor. After that sentence, the Mrimbos froze in amazement. No wonder. After all, the Sky Dragon, the Dark Emperor, it's the right hand of the heavenly demon. Of course Howman didn't expect it, that this name would be spoken by an outsider. And such insolence must be dealt with personally. How dare he dishonor the name of the Great One? He will shut that insolent man's mouth. But Kong Jin, that's the attack I was counting on. So he was totally cool with the fact that he had been hit from behind by the arts of the dark heavens. After all, the main character, he was just intercepted, and then throwing the man away. Jin Hyuk started the unification of the sword graveyard with the skill he had just copied. And as a result, the Dark Heaven Emperor art skill was obtained. It's the exact technique used by the Dark Emperor of Mu Rome. And now, after obtaining this skill, Kong Jin is happy to use it. The impact was so powerful that it ripped through the rock they were in, that the protagonist deliberately missed. Just like Hamin believes now that Jin Hyuk, the Dark Emperor's apprentice. Of course he does. He's completely speechless. Hamin certainly heard that the Dark Emperor was venturing outside the tower, all to train the able-bodied, but he thought it was just a rumor. So he falls down and greets the Dark Emperor's disciple. That's what all of Hao Ming's subjects do as well. Everything went according to the protagonist's plan. The Muramians, they're like children. Whenever you mention the name of a famous craftsman, they all fall to their knees. Well, that's great. Leave the chores on the 8th floor to them. And there's a lot of chores to do. It's the 8th floor. It's a labyrinth 10,000 kilometers long. Its size is comparable to the diameter of the Earth. It's so huge it even has unique ecosystems. But still, it's pretty easy to get through. All you have to do is find the hidden power crystal. That's what Melina was sent here for, a member of the main association and Jin Hyuk's group. She was just at the entrance, which was already filled with vendors. They were speculating on the prices of items on the floor yet to be explored. Well, that's a good time to see what they're selling. It'll give him a break, because lately, she suffered so much while working for that Jin Hyuk. Except her hated employer was standing right behind her. The girl would like to run away. But where is she going? Jin Hyuk has a few questions for her. Like, what is she even doing here? Did she come to investigate the 8th floor double wave? And she is. Lancelot told her that she's at her most vivid here. The protagonist hesitated. The double wave, it's a phenomenon occurring when floors move on a large scale. But suddenly, their conversation is interrupted because Melina has noticed something and immediately threw a dagger in there. An unknown silhouette, however, reflects it, and Hanjin immediately asks for it to stop. Easy, easy. They're on the same side. Does she throw daggers at everyone she meets? Of course not. Obviously not. And a lie doesn't hide in the shadows. Only this time she was wrong. Anyway, she's gonna introduce them to each other. It's Vol'jin from the Dark Wind. And don't be fooled, he's a man. And these are the conditions for copying his skill. At the moment, the protagonist doesn't have much trust that if Jin Hyuk earns his loyalty, then the copying will be successful. Yeah, I'm sure we have a tough assignment. Kanjin should have broken his finger in there. Melina just wanted to ask, what's with that kid's clothes? Is he doing a historical series? But she's right there. Surrounded the Muram Wars from everywhere. No need to bully this guy. There's about 30 other fighters guarding him. And Melina was glad. Great. Just enough of a gang to take out the 8th floor. It's obvious. She's just gonna get in the way. Anyway. She's gone. All right. It was good to see you. All right, I'll see you soon. But that's not the case. The brand of destruction won't let her go. There you go. That's a little more enthusiasm. I wish she would. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away from going to the 8th floor, a certain guild was in disarray, for their next scouting party has failed to return again. And ranking leader Jack Friedman. It was stressful, to say the least. Something weird is going on. There shouldn't be any danger on the 8th floor. It should just be safe to pass through. That's all. So what's going on here? All of a sudden, this guy heard some rustling. The reaction was immediate. By activating the body enhancement skill, he easily deflected the arrows flying at him. But what is this power? He senses an incredibly powerful monster here. So Jack tells everyone to get ready. They're being met by goblins. What? What a trifle. I'll let the wizard deal with them. Applying the fireball skill, it should have left no stone unturned in the hit zone. But somehow the goblins survived and rushed towards the squad. It didn't really hurt Mug, just a scratch. Only it turned out the goblins were using poison, and the girl started spitting up blood. These little creatures just wouldn't stop. It's impossible to keep track of them, obviously. These are no ordinary goblins, they're very strong. If this keeps up, they're all going to die here. But in the heat of battle, the boy saw a strange silhouette. It was Valiant who immediately commanded his subordinates to destroy these creatures. And within a second, every one of those goblins was lying on the floor. And along with this unit, the Insub came here, and Jin Hyuk recognized this symbol on the goblins. But his musing was interrupted by a new stream of attacks, not arrows this time, but spears. However, with a skill copied from Michael, the protagonist easily defended himself against them. But still monsters, although it's not a big problem. Activating the demonic Sword King step skill, Jin Hyuk effortlessly chopped down the first half of the critter squad, then turning around, finished off the remaining Dark Heaven Emperor's art. Those watching couldn't even see the guy's movements. That's amazing. Yeah. Even Voljun was impressed. His respect went up by 5. Melina didn't understand. What kind of monsters were these? She didn't remember any on the 8th floor, and it was all about the signs. It's a symbol of reinforcement. They're handed out by the boss on the 9th floor. Besides, ogres don't live on the 8th floor. But now we know exactly what happened. The 8th and 9th floors merge, and it's really going to be like that. The bosses were watching this pain in their ass, but that's okay. They'll get over it, for the greater good. At this time, Rick Hennessy was taking a bath. For the first time in a long time, he could rest. But this idol was interrupted by Jin Hyuk calling. He did the ritual again, and he's opened an emergency channel. And he's calling to make a deal. Well, that's cool, but can't you just deal with it like a normal person? Just a few minutes later, Miram's squad of fighters began to quickly chop wood. The idea was to build a cart, and the attacking goblins, in the meantime, easily knocked Volian out. The protagonist, on the other hand, was sniffing some kind of potion. It's a nice flavor, but most importantly, this thing works on monsters with a red nose, turning them into obedient slaves. Melina was shocked. Isn't that slavery in the 21st century? But the protagonist doesn't care. Great, they've also finished the cart. They put the goblins in it, and off they go with a song. The red-haired girl was amazed. He was really catching goblins for this. Yeah. What's the big deal? It's a big floor. You gotta save your strength. But this wagon has another purpose. Jin Hyuk wants to show everyone that he won't be able to pull off this simple manipulation, especially to the new owner of this place. Voljun asked. Melina seems to be friends with the master. Is he always so cruel? Hot. This is his first time, isn't it? This guy uses every means necessary to keep things on track. So let this Marimshik look closely. I'm sure he's never seen a man who looks so much like a demon king. Meanwhile, Jack's squad, along with the bloodstained girl mage, they're almost to the exit, but right in front of them, suddenly, a silhouette appeared. They demanded John Doe. Identify yourself immediately, otherwise they will attack. And the man across the street was surprised. Isn't that him? He is. Just one of the obedient assistants. Jin Hyuk, on the other hand, ordered the cart to stop at that moment. That's strange, there's no bite. Melina was surprised. No bite on what? They're not fishing, but Kong Jin ignored her comment. Instead of answering, he bought a bunch of cheap picks. And then he activated a rank 3 reinforcement barrier. And afterward, The element of fire made the items undergo forced reinforcement, and as a result, you got diamond picks out of cheap inventory. Minecrafters would be jealous. And now he's given them all way to his goblin handmaidens, and he ordered me to dig. Melina, who was watching, was incredibly surprised. What kind of methods does this guy have? So it won't take a week to get through this floor. Maybe we should really take his side. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind the two of them. Carmen's low-level manager came out of there. He told the unsub not to cross the line. That way, there'd be nothing left of the 8th floor. Both Melina and Vulcan took their blades, but the steward advised them to take their time. He didn't come here empty-handed. He is hostages, the very people that the protagonist squad has worked so hard to save. And now they're getting constant electric shocks, but if the three of us follow Carmen quietly, then maybe he'll spare these poor people. Except he didn't realize that the protagonist could just grab him with a giant's hand in the blink of an eye. The manager couldn't even react. This little what? Thinks John Heck is going to worrying about hostages. Mistakenly, he assumed this move was a good one. The protagonist doesn't care. But the fact that the bosses went here is nothing that can open portals. It's a good thing for Kanjin. He short-circuits that little thing in the barrier, called the Black Ball, and then smashes it himself with the art of the Emperor of the Dark Skies. Little Carmen's not going anywhere. John Heck just wanted to take his time and give that scum what he deserved. Standing next to the protagonist's ally, the only thing left to do was to watch the flogging. At the same time, the 9th floor boss continued to endow the monsters with more and more power. Suddenly, a portal opened up behind her that Carmen fell out of, and then John Heck came out with him. He'd see everybody working so hard that the main character cut a couple corners and decided to stop by the fire early. Yeah, they came, they said the catchphrase. But Melina may be the only one here who thinks is too much. Do her partner see how many monsters there are? Yeah, Fuljoon thinks it's a mistake, too. We need to find a way out. However, John Heck didn't see it that way. Had his partner forgotten? He is a disciple of the Dark Emperor, so there's no need to worry. He won't be harmed by such opponents. No matter what happens, let them just follow the protagonist. After all, he never leaves his people behind. And it just really hit a guy in the gut. How long had it been since the last time anyone had been so concerned about him? He'd forgotten all about it, what it felt like. Therefore, Valian's loyalty increased by 20 points. The Harpy Queen, meanwhile, shouts to her soldiers to destroy this brazen intruder. She will richly reward whoever succeeds. And the first to volunteer was Kongora of the Black Rock tribe. He will be this man's opponent. And just when this orc was about to swing his axe, when his head was a bloody mess. Of course, the entire crowd of critters was surprised. Kongora was defeated with one punch, and Jin Hyuk understood. There are 3 bosses on the 9th floor, except there's only one Harpy Queen in front of him. Where are the other 2? Are they up to something? And it was. The Harpy Queen needs to stall for time at all costs. Let her monsters attack this trio sooner rather than later. She needs their heads. At the same time, Jack, who was still behind the barrier, tried to start the broadcast, but he was getting nowhere. Except he still needed to get in touch with someone, by any means necessary. And at that moment, the ring on his hand began to glow slightly. Meanwhile, there was a scandal in the Awakened Association of the United States. The girl's indignation was unbounded. What does that mean? Jack had disappeared on the 8th floor, and they wouldn't send to him for help. That was Ashley on the public relations case. In response, Hedges, the head of the emergency department, was answering her. Now players from India and Russia are aggressively changing the situation around the world as a whole. So Americans can't use strong players right now just to save some ranked player. It's for the good of their country. The 8th floor is a huge maze. It is extremely unprofitable to spend the best of the best strength on such a thing. Of course, he realizes that Jack is her lover, but there's no need to panic. The search mission can be handled by lower-ranked players. But walking out of the office, Ashley was furious. What security of state if they don't want to save a player of their own country? And Jack's in danger. She can feel it. Suddenly her ring caught fire, too. And the general vision skill has been activated. Now she can see through her lover's eyes. And there's a John Doe fighting on the ground. And the boss of the 9th floor came down to the 8th floor for some reason. Ashley has to warn the whole world about this. The tower rules that people knew about are somehow being broken. And And, of course, the girl honored the guy's request. Thanks to common sight, she started the broadcast for him. The comments on the stream immediately flowed, because the John Doe himself is here. People even started to argue who was stronger, John Doe or Kon Jin Hyuk. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself asked the Harpy Queen, Atasha, is she going to fight, or does she just want Jinhyuk to gain experience points? This brazen behavior causes the previously cautious Harpy to snap and use the lightning strike skill. Powerful discharges began to roll across the entire battlefield, and one of them went straight for Kon Jin. It seemed like he should have been dead, but from the dust after the impact, there was a voice. They were S-rank summoned elemental spirits. Of course, it was a shock to Atasha. What are spirits that should be on the 25th floor doing here? And fighting on the side of a human being. But they had no choice. He won a fair duel and forced them to submit. So now it's Jinhyuk's turn to show his strength. The 5 spirits activate their battle mode, and underneath all this, Valiant and his subordinates start the attack. Now it's obvious who's really going to win. Yeah. Melina, who's watching this whole thing, is pretty freaked out. Good thing the spirits are on their side. The protagonist, on the other hand, looked at her and didn't get it. Why doesn't she just stand there and fight? I branded her with the brand of destruction, and here we go. This red-haired girl from Vladivostok will prove herself. Alice, who had been watching all this, asked her contractor how. Don't need any help? But no, everything is fine. The current situation is completely under his control. At least for now. The fight between Jin Hyuk and the 9th floor boss was in full swing. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Teresa came to visit Yuyan, and she's got a fancy house, of course. Her grandfather's a millionaire. That's where Taman was. He was just watching something on TV. And this is, John Doe. Yeah. Except it turns out everyone in this room knows who's behind the mask. So there's no need for secrecy. And Teresa was surprised. Did someone tell them? No. They've known Jin Hyuk since they were teenagers. That's why they can recognize even the slightest movement. That actually, they have more important things to talk about. The 8th floor was originally a huge and tedious maze. But something happened when the boss of the 9th floor came down here. Yeah, and actually, this has certainly happened in the game. But now it's happened kind of early on. True. Teresa had little interest in their conversations. She kept thinking, just because 2 more girls had shown up, she hadn't seen them before. But Vuljun is not a girl, he's a guy. And regardless of gender, she's pretty quick with the ogres. And those whom the young man did not manage to finish, died at the hands of his wards. Melina was glad to see that the bow was strong, so maybe they would win, and she wouldn't have to risk her life much. Except she's got it all figured out, because at that very second, the 2 remaining bosses of the 9th floor, the Lizard King and Black Fang, showed up as if on cue. The Harpy Queen was very happy to see her companions. The more so because they did not come empty-handed. They had unique artifacts. For example, the bone of a burned colossus permanently destroys enemy weapons, and a branch sprinkled with innocent blood wounds the body forever. Its damage cannot be repaired. Yet, those divine relics sure are a pain in the ass. Looks like these 2 were delayed, because they were trying to get them. And having been delayed at the start, it looks like the protagonist's enemies won't be delayed now. Black Fang, along with the smaller wolves, rushed to attack. Seeing this, Kanjin opened the store. He ordered Valiant to protect him while he bought the things he needed. And a large detachment of Muramians immediately rushed at the former boss. Except, unlike all past attacks, this one was not successful. Devolf simply tore the attackers to shreds. Valiant immediately realized to avoid deaths, he would have to intervene. He knocks the Black Fang out of his comrade's hands. Then, by concentrating, applies a swift shadowy strike. It couldn't be said that the huge Wolf was unaffected by the blow. His wounds were bleeding, but it was still a long way from victory. And, turning around, the boss says he's going to finish off that cheeky dog from Muram. Back in the day, Melina had fought off half an hour of monsters, when suddenly she was called out by the main character. Some strange mirror he had crafted appeared behind him. But the merging of the objects was still not complete. The girl's task is to guard this item until the 2-minute timer runs out. Her life literally depends on it. And, of course, there was no choice. What can't you do to survive? With her Cobra throw skill, she will push back all of her enemies. Kanjin, meanwhile, shouts to the wine spirit Silver to put a buff on him. And with it, He can literally soar above the entire battlefield. By jumping as high as possible, Kanjin jumped on Batot and flew, except they didn't show it on TV. The broadcast was suspended, and, of course, everyone was outraged. Where did it go? The fun had just begun. Well, Rick Hennessy did all of this. Jin Hyo was the one who asked that we cut the guy and the John Doe from the broadcast, and in return, he offered the scales of the ancient. And it's a unique offer, because you can't get it anywhere else. Yet, it was something the manager couldn't refuse. Just wondering, why did he request this barrier? Higher beings can't get to the 8th floor. Anyway, Rick still can't figure it out, but at the same second, a bunch of notifications popped up right in front of him, warning him of the threat, so the manager had to leave his workplace in a hurry and run to solve the problems. The room was empty, but not for long. Very soon footsteps were heard in it, and the unknown entrant was amazed how well Jin Hyo had prepared himself, even asked him to put up a barrier, but destroying it, the unknown creature says that not only the protagonist made some preparations, and in that second, the barrier was removed. In Bozu's room itself, Kanjin had no trouble dealing with the opponents flying at him, except, how many creatures are there? Did they bring the whole 9th floor here? Well, the protagonist has one way to reduce this population: daylight and scarlet magic sparkle skills. Jin Hyo shoots a powerful energy stream from his bow. The Harpy Queen wanted to protect both herself and her subjects with lightning armor, but it was hardly a success. All the monsters were incinerated by that shot. Only Atasha herself survived. She activated the lightning strike skill once more, but passed. Botha dodged it easily. The Harpy Queen was desperate. She can't get in. The other bosses are busy too. The morale of her soldiers is slowly dwindling, but that's okay. They're outnumbered. If they endure, they'll definitely be crushed in the end. That's what she thought. But suddenly, in the middle of the battle, she noticed a very strange artifact. But even if she realized what it was too late. The merger was successful, and what was created was a faith-conducting thread. And it reacts to the mirror, breaking down the barriers. Now the one who created this thread can call on those who respond. But what is this nonsense? The bosses are certain. Not a single creature in the tower will respond to a human's call. Only they were wrong. Colicle of the Blade Inya clan appeared at the call of Kong Jin Hyuk, and as a thank you, the protagonist waives his tax collection for 3 months. Overjoyed by this news, the Inya Blade tribe all rushed to the attack as one. The Lizard King couldn't understand why the ice trolls took the side of the humans, but by taking him by the neck and stomped him into the ground, the bell will explain to him plainly. The true warrior will not turn away from his savior's call. With those words, he cut off the monster's head. Valiant, meanwhile, was successfully taken away from Black Fang. He couldn't do anything at all but defend himself. And Tasha was in shock. How did things change so quickly? And the main character approaching her asked, "Everyone is so busy, and she's just going to stand there and watch. Maybe it's time for them to start?" Such an application from the Harpy Queen only brought a smile. Activating Armor of Lightning, she's very unsure if this person can hurt her even a little bit. Well, Kanjin also has a couple aces up his sleeve. The Mandala skill allows him to see his opponent's attack trajectory, which is fortunate, because right now there's a lightning whip flying at him, which Jin Hyuk easily deflects with his skills. Now it's time for him to counterattack. Increasing his speed, Jin Hyuk reached Hatashi in an instant. They were now at arm's length. I mean, that's what she likes to say, because that's all she ever did. So what's up? Maybe she has the last word. And she did have it. Only the main character wouldn't even listen. And with the Dark Emperor's Bosch, he delivered a powerful blow to the queen right in the belly. It made her mouth bleed. After seeing this picture, all the other monsters with the remaining boss decided to turn to flee. But that's okay. Valjean assured me the spirits would take care of the rest. So both he and his entire squad congratulate Jin Hyuk for passing the 8th floor. Yeah. And the levels seem to be upped, and everything's fine. But I just don't feel good about it, I think. Like Kangjin's missing something. Just as suddenly a loud laughter erupted throughout the room. It was the dying Atasha who gasped as she spoke. Feeling the protagonist's personal power, she was now certain Jin Hyuk's power is no match for the one above her. And it was in that instant that a strange orb appeared over the squad's head, and Jin Hyuk was like he knew what it was. Knowledge alone was not enough. This sphere expanded rapidly, and for everyone touched by it, It was like time had stopped. Damn it. But Kanjin thought he had prepared enough. Only it still didn't work, and that nasty demon appeared in front of him. And even an hour ago, Jin Hyuk was just about to ask Melina. Understandably, they are investigating the causes of the double wave due to the intrusion of the new floor. But there's a whole other reason why they did it in the first place. So maybe the girl will tell him about that. 2. And activating the brand of destruction. Melina was quick to confess everything. It was about someone cool and classy. She doesn't know exactly, but she was told that by researching the matter, it was possible to come up to someone special. And it looks like it was about this demon. No matter how much Kanjin tried to avoid this encounter, he failed. Now he's going to have to come face to face with that special someone. Looking at him, the demon says, "So this is the kid, the one who interfered with their plan. And what's that?" And he wondered how Kanjin was still holding on in his dimension of reason. But it turns out there is some entity that is trying to protect him from stopping time with all its might. The demon, of course. I don't know who it is, but such labor is worthy of respect. He's done. Though, even with that, Jin Hyuk wishes he could use the greedy look, but it's useless. It doesn't work because of the huge difference in levels. He tries to put his all into this skill, but all he gets is endless mistakes. After all, he needs at least a modicum of information, and it was at this moment, for the first time in a long time, that the protagonist's luck stat worked. Except even so, only a fraction of the information becomes available to him. But that's enough. The demon would have wanted to kill him by now. Jin Hyuk suddenly said, "Mahidrat, the one who absorbs death itself. That's him. The protagonist has been waiting for." Hearing this, the demon released the boy from the shackles of the mind dimension. He was truly surprised. How did he know his true name? Naturally, it was thanks to the greedy gaze. Mahidrath is the 26th most powerful demon. However, right now, there is a serious war going on in his world just for the higher places. Alice seems to have passed out, all from trying to counteract this demon's mind dimension. Everyone else isn't alive, or incapacitated at all. Time has stopped for them. And under such conditions, the probability of Jin Hyuk defeating his opponent is literally 0%. And Mahidrat demands an immediate answer to the question. And in this situation, the protagonist has only one option left: lie. He appears as a dark adept of the rotting heart of Ariel, one of the demon lords. And Mahidrath was interested. Let him continue. But Kanjin is happy to try. Maybe the venerable demon has heard of a human organization that worships them. They're called the Main. And Jin Hyuk wanted to use them to find Mahidrat. As he surely knows, Variel's demon lords are not interested in the rank and concern of the demon dimension. He only does things that interest himself. At first, Kanjin just wanted to become a dark adept, but then he learned a lot of new things, including himself, for example, that he is very ambitious, and that's why he'd like to serve another demon lord, one that could take him to the very top. And Mahidrath wondered. The kid knows his name and uses a demonic target, so he could pass for a dark adept. Only thing is, how valuable is he? With those words, the demon activates the black shell skill, and Jin Hyuk better demonstrate something that will convince the demon to change his mind about him. Come on, let him show us what he's worth. And the main character doesn't have to be asked twice. He activates a skill recently stolen from Osiris, the Sunlit Lands, and a dimension of the demon's mind. It's like something hit it. At this time, the unsuspecting Osiris just sat quietly. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He was furious. What is this nonsense? Who dares use his skills without permission? Well, Jin Hyuk won't ask anyone, especially since he had to this time. And that really impressed the demon. Not a perfect application again, but it's a definite power of the Egyptian god. So now what does Mahidran have to say about the protagonist's ambition? In search of power, he even entered the territory of the gods. And smiling, the man had to admit, he found the man interesting. And within a minute, the mind dimension was removed. And for everyone else, time began to pass again. For the squad, everything became somehow incomprehensible. Half of them passed out altogether. Yes, and Valian could feel the effects of the powerful demonic chant, but Jin Hyuk seems to be okay. And that's what matters. And he was clutching some kind of key in his hand. It's called a break key. Mahidran gave it to the guy about a minute ago. He needs it to break his contract with the demon. Anyway, have him find the breach in the tower and use the key to get in. Someone like the protagonist should have no trouble finding what the demon is talking about. He's met quite a few dark adepts himself. The Kangjin is probably the most interesting and brazen of them all. Virial seems to have a taste for selecting students. There was only one thing that confused Jin Hyuk in this whole conversation. Mahidran said that he had met other dark adepts, which means that there were players who accepted the demon's offer. Waking up, Alice asked. Her contractor was like, okay, because that asshole high-ranking demon was using really powerful magic. Alice had hardly ever experienced time stopping. How is he even sure he can lie to such a powerful being? So Jin Hyuk told her not to worry, he has a plan here. In the meantime, this is the crystal that made Jin Hyuk go to the 8th floor. And the defeated Autasha also counts. And this is the 9th floor. Now Voljun can really congratulate the guy on his success. What's he gonna do now? Well, the first thing he's gonna do is complain. And he's gonna complain to Rick Hennessy. There's something the two of them need to talk about. So Rick started making excuses. There was no problem setting up the barrier. But the moment he left the workplace, for some unknown reason, a hole appeared in it. Jin Hyuk doesn't really believe in such things. A hole just appeared in the barrier created by the middle manager. It's a miracle, isn't it? What's next? And by the way, how will he justify his absence from the workplace? Well, the reason for leaving was a pretty big one. Miram attacked the Empire. And of course Hennessy, as administrator, couldn't ignore his direct duties. So he immediately went to deal with the situation. And when Jin Hyuk heard that, he realized it too. This incident is unexpected to say the least. Also, the Miramians should be weaker at this point because of the punishment they received recently, so why did they decide to attack? But his musings were quickly interrupted by Hennessy. Since he had not fulfilled his obligations in full, the contract could be terminated. As an apology, he will allow Ganjin to buy one of the items he owns. He owns quite a collection of them, and to be able to get even one such rarity to use is a valuable reward. Except Ganjin's not impressed. This guy's trying to sell him his junk again. Alright, he'll use the scales of an ancient creature as payment. And Hennessy's really turned on. What scales? There's no way he's gonna turn that down. That's fine. Ganjin swaps one scale for a breakup compass. Not so different from their last arrangement. So what does he say? And taking a deep breath, Hennessy will say that this proposal is outrageous. Jin Hyuk's dragon is nowhere near grown yet. It's also an unknown species, so sure, but scales aren't enough. Especially since Rick's compasses are in short supply. What will he live on if he gives away his belongings at such a paltry price? So he agrees to sell the right thing for 10 scales and a week's rent on an ancient. This special offer will only be available today. He's practically giving it away for nothing. You could say he's working at a loss. He's literally doing charity work. And after listening to this, Jin Hyuk recalled that this asshole is called the Great Organizer of Trade Agreements. As always, he's so eager to make a profit. But Kangjin's not fooled. She might forget about the deal. The protagonist wanted to do things the honest way, but Hanneseth is so brazenly overcharging. It would probably be more productive to talk to Hastings. All the more reason to remember that it's a felony to breach a management agreement with one party. First a low-level manager, then a mid-level manager. Jin Hyuk is sure Hastings will be just happy to hear about this trend. And of course, upon hearing such blackmail, Rick immediately changed his mind and told the guy to wait. All right, he'll settle for one flake. But come on, that's a different conversation. Setting Batot down on the table, the protagonist asked him not to worry. It's only one. It won't hurt. But the dragon's look while doing so was incredibly sad. Watching this, Ganjin hesitated, but still sternly said, "You don't have to make that face." Only Batot didn't listen and almost burst into tears in general. In the end, after looking at the whole picture, Hennessy agreed they'll settle up sometime later. Will he give them the breakup compass now? Here it is. This item indicates the location of the rupture in the tower. Well, great deal, and of course the guy promises Hastings won't know about this situation. Only there's something else. The low-level manager, Carmen, continues to inappropriately interfere with what's going on in the tower. And the protagonist hopes that appropriate action will be taken. And upon hearing this, Rick told the guy not to worry. Hennessy would personally make sure Carmen got what he deserved and never saw the light of day again. Only Rick didn't have time for cries of pleading from a lower-ranked manager were already resounding in some dungeons. Well, yes, he made a mistake, but if he is spared, he will do his best to undo the consequences. Maybe they'll show him mercy after all. And the person listening to this heartbreaking tirade interjected, "Mistake." He had merged the 8th and 9th floor so that Carmen wouldn't have a chance to make a mistake. Also, there was a high-ranking demon. He made it this far and Carmen ruined it. And this disgrace he calls just a mistake. It's called incompetence. And it was Hastings, the senior manager, who said all this. He's the one who set it up. And he's the one who took down the barrier that Hennessy put up. And now he's gonna send that failed idiot to the afterlife. There will be no mercy. No amount of screaming and pleading will help. Why does he have to be surrounded by such mediocrities? Standing up from his chair, Hastings turned around and said to the eerily smiling statue, "He'll do his best to make sure no one gets into the shrine, so don't worry." And the next day, the video was uploaded to the Hall of Fame. It was edited by the manager as requested by the protagonist. The audience was simply delighted, but the more popular the unknown became, the more people began to wonder, "I wonder who will win, Kang Jin-hyuk or the guy in the mask?" The opinions are very divided, but no one has come up with the right guess. Meanwhile, both John Doe himself and Kang Jin-hyuk were surprisingly at the same point. It was the abode of the fallen, the same place where Alice was once imprisoned. Kang-jin looked at his stats for now, for he had raised 7 levels in one go. Not bad. But here at last the one he'd been waiting for had returned. Only she doesn't seem happy. Did something go wrong? To which Alice, raising her cross, replied that in principle everything was all right. But this Aboltus doesn't want to listen to anyone. It seems that he is not satisfied with something. And the girl was talking about events that happened 15 minutes ago. Alice walked back into the grounds of her old prison, and thanks to the blood path skill, she was able to bring her most loyal servant, Bellis, back to life. Of course she was very happy to see him. How is he? Will he continue to serve her? And sure enough, getting down on his knee, the vampire confirms, nothing has changed. Bellis will serve her forever. But after 5 minutes, his opinion changed dramatically. He won't go for it. How is it that Mrs. Alice, the aristocrat of the night, contracts with someone like this rascal? No, he can't accept that. He'd rather be killed. And listening to this, Kang-jin sighed. It looked like he had another vampire to subdue. And being already home, Alice observed a horrifying picture. Jin-hyuk is at it again. Only now he's spinning Bellis. That's terrible. Bellis was, to put it mildly, not thrilled about this. But Alice told him he'd get used to it. Her contractor's not a bad guy. But the contractor himself had received a message at the same time. And by the looks of it, a pretty important one, because Kang-jin also told the girl that he'd be gone for a while. A guy went out on the town, and pretty soon I'm sitting next to an old guy in a Hawaiian glasses. It was Penheimer, and Jin-hyuk was very curious. Why had the man traveled such a long way? Did the empire have nowhere to spend its coins? It's a very important case, but first, let the main character check out his outfit. It's pretty cool, isn't it? With that conversation, the twosome moved to the nearest cafe, and there Jin-hyuk was completely shocked. What's that? Did he hear that? The heavenly demon had finished his secluded training. It was. He was spotted during the recent Miram invasion, and it got the protagonist thinking. Miram's strongest figure is already on the battlefield. How problematic is that? It's too soon. In the original scenario, he was supposed to appear when the players were already on the middle floors. Could it be the Miram traditionalist faction decided to team up with a celestial demon? What's that supposed to mean? Penheimer came here to ask Jin-hyuk to get rid of that strongest Miram. No, the man is here for another reason. Miram's troops are entirely their concern. Such a request would break too many rules. But here's the thing, their defense system malfunctioned during the last invasion. They investigated and found that someone on the inside contributed to it. So there's a saboteur in the ranks of the Empire. So they only ask you to take care of one thing. Jin-hyuk must find that spy Miram, and if he captures it, the Empire promises to provide an easy route to the upper floors and support from their side. Anyway, they'll be in touch as soon as it's ready. There's more. Judging by the information Penheimer knows, the Miram have gone beyond that. They're up to something serious again. So the protagonist better be ready. Stepping outside, Jin-hyuk hesitated for a moment. The demon appeared on the lower floors. Miriam's strongest warrior had returned from seclusion. Oh, and there was also a war on the middle floors. The discrepancies with the original course of the story are getting bigger and bigger. It's all starting to soon. Can Kanjin continue to meet new challenges? All right, he's a little gloomy. He's talking. He needs a change of scenery. After a while, the protagonist appeared on the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Alice wondered, was there really such a place? She didn't recall something like that. And Bellows immediately decided to protect his mistress, let him stand behind her. In this life, he will definitely become the best bodyguard ever. Alice really didn't appreciate it, but their quarrel was interrupted by Teresa, who also came up, and a very awkward hello. All because she didn't know it wasn't just Jin Hyuk who would be here and had already had time to think it was a date. But Kanjin cheered her up. So why is she being a nuisance? Oh, he called a stalker to make it more fun. Who was very angry. By the way, where's the promised practice? Easy. Easy. Jin Hyuk was just waiting for everyone to gather. Now we can get started. A theme park event of hardcore difficulty level is started. From now until the end of the event, skills and items cannot be used, and a monster rabbit appears right in front of the group. His name is Ravi and he's their guy. There is only one goal in this event. You need to escape from this hellish amusement park. However, it won't be easy. Skills and items they can't use, and they'll be chased by incredibly powerful monsters. One of which immediately appears is the park's strongest creature, the terrible raccoon man, who goes straight for Alice and then freaks out. A little fist bumped, and, it fell apart, and the rest of them started smashing things up. The monsters are weaker than they look. Yusun's not happy here. Why did he have to be called in for such a trifle? Come on. Let him relax. Kanjin called him to distress, or should I say, to put it on the shoulders of this rabbit who was just desperate. What did they do? They trashed it into an amusement park from hell. Those bastards. Meanwhile, on the 24th floor, the Empire was failing. On the walls of the captured castle, Namgun Jinho boasted of the clansman Namgunshin. He single-handedly massacred an elite order of knights of the Empire. We're sending into battle early. And since he's free to leave the tower, it'll be much easier if he finally gets rid of Kan Jinyuk. To which Namgunshin replied that he would have easily done it alone. Except this pesky Boog's associates are also very powerful. And if he tries to kill him, they'll definitely step in, even if it costs them their lives. Well, after thinking about this information, Jinho replied that he would have to take care of them first. Who is the biggest problem? And here the answer is unequivocal. The Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa de Lorenzi. And Jinho heard about her. She's patronized by the Holy Empire, right? Well then they'd have a great opportunity to accomplish several goals at once. See to it that Jinho has no associates left. And some time later in Amsterdam, Teresa was discussing a past date with Marie, except that as it turned out, it was a group meeting. But the girl still doesn't despair. All the more fun it was. The destruction of this strange place had relieved her of all her fears and anxieties. Marie asked thoughtfully. Teresa's interactions with Jinho seemed to have changed her outlook on life somewhat, but the saint said no. She just realized something while they were at the theme park. Kanjina may look like a selfish villain from the outside, but he is always surrounded by good and kind people. And she realized the reason for it. The moment I met him, he was always confident, always knew what to do and never hesitated. Being around him was always interesting. But Teresa realizes things can't go back to the good old days forever. After listening to all this rant, Marie asked if she could introduce him to her too. But the blonde replied with a firm refusal, except that their conversation was interrupted by a strange anomaly. Why did the sky suddenly turn red and what? An earthquake? No. Teresa realized immediately. This wasn't it. And climbing up the building to the top. I was just amazed at what I saw. At the same time, on the 5th floor of the trial tower, Andrea was practicing with the main character in full swing, and in the heat of battle, he asked, now that the higher floors are open, how many more players are coming in? To which, the girl replied that appears of course, quite strong rankers, but it is not terrible, because she's strong now, too. With those words, Andrea activated the absolute punishment strike skill. She was betting a lot on it, but showing marvels of body flexibility. Her opponent simply skipped over this attack. The girl saw this and despaired. But Jin Hek was pleased with the result. She is developing rapidly. When they first met she was only a little frightened girl. And finally, the 5th floor is no longer a bunch of crazy fanatics. The local populace would soon be his rock-solid backbone. And Ellie came up to the girl and told her to get up. Well, she's got a long way to go. She taught her to behave very differently. The protagonist watching was pleased. They got along even better than he thought they would. But his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call from a very unexpected person. It was Heng Sang-jin, the president of the Players Association. And it was breaking news. Kanjin needs to run to the association at full speed, because right now there's a massive breakthrough. It literally covered the whole of Europe. Right now there are at least 60 portals, and the number is only growing. It's the largest such incident since the tower came into existence. France, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Germany. At the same time, monster outlets popped up all over Europe. Right now, all the local troops are trying to create a line of defense, but of course, it doesn't help much. They won't last long. And luckily the military doesn't have to take the fall for the rest of us. At least in the Netherlands, fire magic protected the almost doomed defenders. The one who used it was Maria from the Guild Olympus, and she says the military should better deal with the evacuation. Anyway, the use of them in the extermination of monsters is not much. Teresa was here, too. With the holy enhancement skill, she took out a whole bunch of creatures, and her friend wasn't planning on falling behind. She literally flooded the entire battlefield with fire. These two can definitely protect all civilians, except that suddenly a voice was heard in Maria's head. She's a pretty powerful mage by human standards, and in that very second her body felt as if it was stiffening. The mana pressure from her was simply incredible. It engulfed her whole, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw some kind of weapon flying at her. And it easily destroyed her mana shield, and Maria's own body went through more than one wall after that. If she survived, she was very lucky, and only Teresa turned around to see what happened to her friend. As some giant knight in armor took advantage of it, he sent her into the wall with one punch. And the aftermath of this attack was so severe that the dust blocked literally every space in the vicinity. But when it dissipated, it turned out that the girl had survived. And that's exactly what her opponent was waiting for. She's as tough as they say she is. Teresa de Laurentia. She was the one the Supreme Death Knight was looking for. And somewhere in Germany, at this moment, Casey and Chudro are slicing up monsters. But chopping them up doesn't feel like much fun. Yeah, they miss the days when they were around Kanjenhek. He was fun and cool. I wonder, with so many creatures on the street, if Europe has any hope at all. But they'll think about it afterward. And now the phone's ringing. And on the other side is someone they're very happy about. It's Kangenhick. And he's asking where these two are now. And they're in Dortmund, Germany. And it's chaos. It's like a huge breakthrough. But the protagonist doesn't have time to listen to all this. He has one request: let them listen carefully. And the twins are very interested in her. Meanwhile, the Awaken Association already had the damage data. Predicted losses are no longer more than 40,000 people. Communication between different regions of Europe is now non-existent. The region's guilds are holding their defenses, but without reinforcements, they'll be in trouble. It's only a matter of time before they're all killed off, and when Europe falls, the rest of us will be next. But Han Sanjin is sure that those present understand this. Without him, it's urgent to go there. He asks all the Awakened to take up this fight for the survival of all mankind. And Kanjenhek remembered. Andrea asked him how Teresa was doing. Let her come by once in a while. It's been ages. And the guy said okay. He'll tell her about the incident in Europe. Of course Kanjenhek didn't say anything. And Alice was telling him, if there was a breakthrough in Amsterdam too, it was likely that the saint was not quite right, or rather not even at all. And Andrea needs to be nurtured with all her might. To be distracted by something, especially a situation where she can't help, is such a self, will only lead to worse. The source of the problem is outside the tower, so how can she stay out of it this time? Yes, replied Kanjenhek. It was still unlikely that she would be able to help with the resolution of this situation. So let Alice stay here and keep an eye on Andrea. Okay, all right, replied the girl. She would do her best, but the main thing was to come back alive. And meanwhile in Amsterdam, Maria lay unconscious, so Teresa had to fight alone, even though this huge Death Knight was closing in on her. But she deftly dodged, and then in flight, activated the Divine Blade skill, and dozens, if not hundreds of swords of holy energy rained down on the knight. Only it didn't have the effect she'd hoped for. Holy power was supposed to work well against the undead, but this skeleton's body only had a couple of scratches on it. And here's the trouble, she bet everything on this attack. And now she's defenseless in flight against this big guy's attack. There's no way to dodge. And that's what the Death Knight takes advantage of, striking with such force that the square would seem to be empty. And when the dust cleared, the skeleton said, amazingly, it's a wonder she even lasted this long. But there's a limit to everything. And she's met her end too. Paladins are a pain in the ass. And what his colleague thinks about it. Sir Villardum, and he decided to take a closer look at the girl's body, and immediately realized, so that's why the people from Rim were so eager to get rid of her. Holy power in her, pure and strong indeed, but within it, Villardum sees another interesting energy. Okay, take her away. The Death Knight wondered, are they trying to break a promise? Well yeah, because it seems like he's found something far more interesting than death. And yeah, have that female mage bring her too, they could use her. The twosome started to walk away, hardly aware that Casey and Judro had caught all their actions on camera. And the boy wondered if they could even gift such a giant, to which his sister laughed, fighting them? Nah. Monsters should only be fought by monsters, so he's sending all this footage to Kang Jin-hyuk. Meanwhile, a detachment from Murim had already arrived in Amsterdam. Looking around, they discussed why Murim had entrusted such a job to skeletons. Couldn't they have handled it themselves? Suddenly a voice came from behind them, and they didn't think it was because of their failures on the 4th floor. Said that Master Marimo was the first of his contemporaries to achieve perfection. Dexielin, and she says a soldier is valued by his superiors if he is able to follow orders with clarity and quality, and they can keep their opinions to themselves. Their conversation was interrupted by Willardum. They had already arrived. Well, he was happy to welcome them to the new lands of the dead. He likes it here so much, so many dead bodies. To which Seelin told him simply not to coddle. They had come to find out if the skeleton had met the conditions set. Yeah. What a bore. Got it all done. This is Teresa de la Roncha's shield, and it's no match for a wretched man. And seeing the joyous cry, Mumsev soon became cheerful himself. That's the kind of reaction he'd rather have. Meanwhile, helicopters carrying high-ranking players have already reached Amsterdam airspace. Once we land, there's no retreat. Did everyone understand? Is John Hyuk flying around in the clouds? No. Smiling, the guy says that of course he understood. Anyway, the 4 of them are enough here. Yes. Yuan and Timon feel the same way. They've encountered this before. And Hanjin decided to ask Yusong, who also went with them, why he decided to help them. But this time the stalker didn't give in to provocation. He does what he wants, that's all. The curator interrupted their discussion. Did the players have any useful information about the enemy? And there really were some. It seems that the boss of this breakout is a very powerful lich, Villardum. As long as he doesn't run out of corpses on hand, it's safe to assume that he can get reinforcements indefinitely. So their main goal is to keep as many civilians alive as possible. And that's not a problem, especially since tankers of gear are now arriving from all over the world. And of course, lastly, it is wished by everyone and always. But still, good luck. And they're going to need it, because the enemy is already in sight. But that's no problem. Timon will take care of them with the Car King skill. Mana projectiles. He's thinning out their armada quite a bit. Except there's still too many of them to handle them all. If this keeps up, they'll get to the helicopters. Hearing this, Kangjin lifted up from his chair. If a stalker came here, let him watch. Like a true expert taking matters into his own hands. And with these words, the main character jumps from the helicopter. Yusun was shocked at what he was doing. It's not like they're playing PUBG right now. But Kanjin didn't care. He was already flying to the Ment. By activating a reinforcement barrier and a range-increasing barrier, Jin Hyuk uses ice creation. And under all those buffs, the spell becomes powerful enough to wipe out most of the creatures. Then summoning the wind spirit Sylphie, the protagonist had no trouble soaring about the battlefield. And such incredible magic was felt by Willardum. Looks like a real talent is moving in here, and talent should be applauded accordingly, although that's exactly what the protagonist was counting on. Now the Lich will probably aim some giant thing. Indeed, just seconds later, a bone dragon appeared on the battlefield, and literally immediately, applied the fear skill. This caused the helicopters with the hunters to go slightly off course. It was no longer possible to fly straight ahead, but here was Kanjin, who didn't care at all. Covering his ears, he took out a yam. Come on. Let this little dragon show what he can do. And you don't have to ask him twice. He used the same skill, but more powerful, because of which, the bone dragon's ability simply stopped working. Not just stop, its owner literally fell off his feet. And while Orton wondered as well, how so? An ancient dragon in the hands of a man, is this about him? He was warned by the representatives of the Murin. At the same moment, Yusun also decided she wasn't, so he jumped down. He landed on the wine spirit, Sylphia. If Jinhik can do it, so can he. Alright, the protagonist doesn't mind. Yuyan Nan Timin can fly on, help elsewhere. Except, as it turns out, our twin problems are far from over. The dragon, which had been lying on the ground just a few minutes ago, now soared. Yusun never thought it would turn out this way, and what would they do now? Yes, in principle, their task is simple, Kanjin replied. They just need to keep the dragon's attention on them. By that, he meant small attacks that would make this giant well and truly angry. And so, everything went according to plan. Meanwhile, at the Amsterdam Palace, a couple of spies have gotten caught up among the skeleton armies. Only it seems that the local soldiers have begun to suspect something. But Casey told her brother to calm down. There was no way those brainless people would figure it out. We need to focus on the task at hand. They found Teresa, except she's being held by some obscure spell. And that Death Knight Guardian. That's a problem. And he's looking at them. Jutru's in a panic. Shit, he's coming this way. But Casey replies that her brother is being dramatic. This can't be happening. Is he still in his teenage years? The world doesn't revolve around him. Nobody cares about him. Let him remember that. Except Jutru was right. The Death Knight did see them. I think rats have gotten in here. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. We're gonna have to run. Yusun and Junhek are bailing. By the way, after all, stalker attacks literally leave no trace on the dragon. Junhik was not happy with his companion at all. Why was he throwing mana around? Doesn't he have anything better to do? Yusong didn't understand. But what else could they do? How long would they fly for? Oh, how narrow-minded is he? You gotta look at things from a broader perspective. He's always fighting and fighting. In this case, it's a matter of time. Let him go after him. There. He sees the portal the dragon came out of. That's where they need to go. Stalker didn't realize, well, they'd fly through the portal. Maybe the dragon would even hit the ground. What's the use? It's not gonna kill that thing. But that's something they'll still see in practice. Flying to her destination, Kanjin waits until the moment the dragon begins to pass through the portal as well, and then applies an acceleration barrier. It increases the speed of spells, but consequently, they expire faster. So the portal suddenly collapses and the dragon head is cut off from the body. The level has been raised and another enemy has been defeated. But it was only easy for the protagonist. There's no way Yusun would have thought of it. How does his partner even find ways to do it in seconds? But he'll think about that later. Right now, they're deep in enemy territory. The portal got them almost to where they needed to go. All that was left was a short walk to the palace, except that the one they needed had already appeared behind their backs. Waylord Doom was astonished. He had never even thought of such tactics. They are very resourceful. Even makes you nostalgic for that time, when he was human. Back in the day, no one would know what was going on, because the skeleton had an aura blade strike coming. Yusun can't talk. Let him die already. Except Waylord Doom didn't die. He was angry. Why are people so boring? Huh. You try to talk to them, and they... Yeah, Kanjin immediately decided to skin his opponent. Waylord Doom was a great magician, that he tried to conquer the tower, but ran into problems and could not achieve his goal. In despair, he signed a contract with the Demon King and became a lich. For the sake of new knowledge, this skeleton is ready for anything. And the terms of the copying are as follows. He literally hates all living things ever since he became a lich. So he needs to be shown how bitter and miserable life can really be. After finishing analyzing it, Kanjin said that physical attacks against this skeleton were useless. It was only a projection of its true form. One must use magic or attack the original directly. And Lich was puzzled. When did he find out? Oh. No. They want to kill him. And he's just poor little leech. He's so scared. He didn't want to do this, but they're just giving him no choice. Let his allies come to his aid. The fighting adepts of the Murim, headed by Bexiolen, while the protagonist dealt with the invaders in Amsterdam. The Tangan Guild was sent to deal with the aftermath of the breakout in France. And the leader of their third squad, Baek Jin-ho, was very pleased with In-sok's fighting spirit. Second squad leader, this guy used to be all about chasing skirts, that's the way it was. But now In-sok had decided that he needed to live his life a little differently. And that's fine. Baek likes that approach. After exchanging a few more words, the two of them jumped out of the landing helicopter and landed right on top of a crowd of undead. Baek instantly activated his beast roar. He provoked his help from all enemies within the range of this skill. In doing so, he also increased his defense by 30%. Thus mankind struck back. The players at this time found themselves on the territory of Europe, working together to defend lands that weren't even their own homeland, all to defeat a terrifying enemy. But the invasion force is not about to forgive such insolence either. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk and Kun Yusun came face to face with the 14th floor boss, Lich Wailer Doom, and the Muramian squad supporting him. One of them remembered Yusun and started bitching at him for losing a fight on the 4th floor. How pathetic he was back then. But when Kanjin heard it, he realized it was the same ones who had escaped when he had broken their base with the flower. Yeah. Jin-hyuk remembers his catchphrases. You're nothing. Do you even know who I am? How dare you insult the Nam-gung family? That kind of thing. Funny. It wasn't enough that they cowardly ran away from it. Now they've found a powerful protector. The figure that caught the hero's attention was Baek Seolin, a highly ranked martial arts expert, who is immensely proud of her position as an adept of MT.HUA. To copy one of her skills, you must force Baek Seolin to use all of her skills and dodge her attacks for 5 minutes. Jin-hyuk immediately remembered Pinheimer's words that Miram was once again plotting something serious. And since that girl is here, so they're really determined. Kanjin's musings were interrupted by Yusun stepping forward. He will stay here. Let Jin-hyuk follow Wailerdom. He's much better at all kinds of magic, isn't he? The protagonist wasn't sure. There's a lot of them. Is he gonna make it? Well, there's a lot of them. But snapping out of his seat, the stalker says, you can't pass up a training opportunity like this. But Ngun Han only wanted to yell out where this guy was going. But Yusun quickly showed this upstart who his opponent was, throwing him back a few meters. Let the Miram kid not even think of going after Jin-hyuk. After all, the only person who is allowed to do so is him, Yun Yu-seong, and he will not give up. With these words, the swordsman activated the skill of transcending. It increases the attack power, but the defense is reduced by 10%. The Muramians followed Seolin's order and rushed to attack, but it was immediately clear. Despite his disadvantage, Yusun was in no way inferior in skill level, and it struck the girl. Unlike most outsiders, he had a strong spirit. At this time, Jin-hyuk was rapidly breaking through the undead hordes. He could feel that strange energy getting closer and closer. Teresa must be in there. But will he have time to stop his friends fall into darkness? And while he was thinking about it, the Lich was putting into action his prearranged plan. Wailord Doom admitted the Saint is holding up quite well. How much effort is she putting into resisting his influence? Maybe we should just stop. Of course, there's been a lot of trouble lately, but in return, he expects to receive a paladin like her. So how about giving in just a little bit already, huh, Teresa? At that moment, a Death Knight approached Wailord Doom. What does he want? He's in the middle of an immersive therapy session. You can't distract him. Except the skeleton has a report. He lost track of those rats they found earlier. Wailord Doom has realized, most likely, their location had already been revealed, and it won't be long before we have uninvited guests. So let the Death Knight take this, a magical relic, a cube of black onyx. With it, he needs to gather more soldiers and strengthen his defenses. Oh, and one more thing, have him bring in that wizard girl they captured the other day. Looks like Teresa needs to use different methods of persuasion. Meanwhile, Yusun continued to staunchly withstand the Muramians' onslaught. Activating his sword aura, he scattered his opponents without a chance. Even Nam Gongchen recognized it. Now his power level has increased significantly. Well, Seolin, not expecting to meet someone with a sword aura here, personally joined the battle. It may look simple, just like an ordinary sword, but it's still a sword aura, right? Yusun would not want to further hone his blade skills. The girl's suggestion confused the guy and he paused to demand clarification. And it's because Jolin senses the desire for power in his sword. so why doesn't he join her in the world of martial arts? She could introduce him to the sword or a creator himself. How about that? It would certainly make him stronger. However, smiling Yusen said that sounded a bit problematic. If he goes with her, I don't think they'll be able to do what they're here to do now. Well, Seolin didn't expect any other answer. She even likes it. Jin Hyuk, meanwhile, was decreasing the size of Willardham's army in an increasingly dark manner. Only stumbled upon a death knight at some point. The skeleton didn't hesitate and immediately applied the black onyx cube issued by the Lich. Once in the area of the effect, the hero was immediately nailed to the ground by the multiplied gravity. Jin Hyuk was already starting to get quite annoyed by this, when suddenly he spotted several helicopters in the sky. It was Yuan who jumped in flight, attacked the Death Knight with a downward wind stream strike, and because of that, the area of increased gravity disappeared, and Kong Jin was able to continue moving. However, the girl's act did not come much to the skeleton's liking. He actively started trying to get that little rat, and at some point, he even started to get good at it. He activated the black onyx cube and summoned the spirit of the lion. Only it was Taman who came to the rescue, literally knocked the monster into the asphalt with his skills as a car king. After making sure that they would be okay, Kong Jin rushed to rescue Teresa again. But around the corner, another horde of undead was waiting for him. They all aimed only to prevent the hero from reaching the saint, all because of that waywardom. What a bastard he is. There's no choice. Jin Hyuk will do whatever they want and let him go. He turned to Casey and Drew, who had been sitting in ambush the whole time, and now rushed to attack the skeletons immediately after stating what they want and their wish to live together with Jin Hyuk if they can help. Leaving all the work to the twins, the protagonist ran on. In the meantime, Waywardom kept trying to get what he wanted. Lich is a good judge of such holier-than-thou types. She must hate to see others suffer because of her. That's her attitude, isn't it? Especially if it's someone important to her. With these words, he activated the Black Lightning skill, and Teresa's friend screamed in unbearable pain. All that suffering, just because the girl's too weak. I don't know. She already knows that, doesn't she? It's all her fault. If she was stronger, this wouldn't have happened. Right now, her friend is dying, and all she can do just watch and grit her teeth. Turns out she never got to protect anyone. Finally, the Lich's efforts were having an effect. Teresa began to show signs of falling again, and the Waywardom, having finally found a gap in the defense, he didn't hesitate. Jin Hyuk, who had almost reached Teresa by this point, he could only watch helplessly. As a Lich, the boss of the 14th floor turns the holy of an entire nation to darkness. A second later, a pillar of dark light pierced the heavens, and already the very different girl exhaled in relief. It's so nice to finally to be outside. Waywardom laughed venomously as he realized what he had planned. It worked out even better than he'd anticipated. And so, now that it's out, his first order of business: eliminate whoever's in front of her. And the girl didn't hesitate, drawing a sword oozing dark energy. And a second later, this two-handed weapon pushed at a barely defensive Jin Hyuk. From such a collision, even the ground trembled, cracking apart. But still, Kanjin managed to stand his ground. And it looks like Teresa's personality has changed quite a bit, and she's become a much stronger person. In response, the girl said that was it. And now that he realized it, the guy would have to get serious. Casey and Jutru, who had been watching their fight, didn't understand what had become of this girl. She is now so cool. In the meantime, the fight was just building momentum. Teresa finally got her long-awaited freedom. It felt like a weight lifted off her shoulders. It hadn't been easy for her to act like a saint all this time. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk spent every day with a new woman. And even when she managed to get a little closer, there was that damn vampire hanging around. She doesn't even know who it is or why it's here. Why was he picking on her like that? Constant annoyances and frustrations. But now the guy's gonna pay for it. And the fallen saint protagonist didn't take the new blow as well as the last one. He was thrown back hard. And when the dust cleared, Jin Hyuk realized, we can't prolong this fight. There's no way, or he will lose. As she absorbs the mana provided to her by the Waywardom, Teresa is becoming much stronger. So by activating the Graveyard of Swords, the protagonist attacked with lightning speed. His sword art as well as his blade dance had almost defeated the saint. He had every opportunity to end it all right now. However, why did he stop the sword? What hesitated? Did your hand shake? Let him understand. Being weak sucks, he doesn't have a very handsome face. What did the last Teresa find so special about him? Except ... his demonic energy. She's really beautiful. Noticing the hiccup, the lich wanted to hurry the saint up. Let her finish with the hero as soon as possible. However, the girl turned around and replied with an unequivocal refusal that almost made Viewerdom's jaw drop. And the fallen woman continued, "This mana may be pretty good, but it's not even close to this man's energy. That's why she's choosing his side. And her saintly personality. I like him better." Viewerdom wasn't too happy with this state of affairs. It was not enough that he had broken his agreement with Murin and had been involved in the torture of the little man. Suddenly it turns out she chose human mana over his mana. What is wrong with this fallen paladin anyway? It's all Jin Hyuk. How dare he steal the fruit of his labor just because of his energy? He won't forgive him for that. The lich instantly returned the die given to the Death Knight to his hand with his mind. So let the man be assured the Viewerdom will repay him for daring to take his property. With these words, the lich began to awaken the dark facets of the cube. And seeing the result, the fallen Teresa smiled. Perhaps she would take on a Death Knight. At the same time, all the undead from every corner of Europe stopped fighting and abruptly ran somewhere. And it was all about Viewerdom's creation. From a mountain of skeletons, he created an incredibly huge creature. It looked like it was big enough to block out the sun. Looks like things are about to get interesting. A battle with the real boss of the 14th floor. This thing was called an undead giant, and the sight of it made Yuan and Temen's jaws drop. What kind of giant was it, and where did it come from? But Kenjin told them not to panic. Their task now was to hold off the undead heading for the Viewerdom. The players of the association are probably fighting them right now too. But their strength is definitely not enough to stop so many walking corpses. If the undead make it to Viewerdom, that big critter will get even bigger. And will definitely do a lot more damage. But they don't need to be told twice. Jin Hyuk can rely on them. And now the protagonist is left alone with this giant monster. And for such a big foe, there's a big show. Meanwhile, Batot was sniffing around underground. Using an earth spirit as a digger, these two clearly had some sort of purpose. Anyway, the huge creature Viewerdom began to wreck the city, and the Death Knight watching this realized, it seems his master is very angry. He was distracted from these thoughts by a former saint. That's how he dressed good girl Teresa, isn't it? But let him keep it in mind. This time it'll be different. She'd be a little more toothy than a saint. Well, the Death Knight doesn't mind. It'll be interesting to see what a fallen saint is capable of. And that's what she'd love to show him. With a dash, the two immediately cross swords. Admittedly, the girl has a more personal motive in this fight. That arrogant skeleton just pisses her off. Tarrying her lunch, the Death Knight said that she had indeed gotten much faster. And she's talking a lot more. Why did she abandon her master? She could have become much stronger. But it's gonna be hard for the Death Knight to talk any further. Because Teresa gave him a good kick in the head. What's he talking about? It's none of his business. Yeah, Jin Hyuk really has an amazing demonic energy. But alas, Viewerdom has an almost infinite amount of mana. The difference in quality would never cover the difference in volume. But it was all about her mind. So what's the good girl? She's just gonna stay here and cry with her. And that's the way it's gonna stay. However, the moment the fallen woman grabbed Kanjin, Teresa finally stopped crying. Seeing the protagonist, she smiled. And seeing all this, what choice could a fallen woman even have? But in the meantime, Casey and Judru, who were watching the former saint, couldn't stop admiring the girl. She's their true ideal. So cool. They were snapped out of their worship of Teresa by the main character, who reminded them they have to do what Jin Hyuk asked them to do earlier, and then rush to meet Yu Yang. In passing, he remembered the fallen woman's words. Before they parted ways, she told Kanjin to take good care of his demonic energy, until she's sick of him. A good girl will have one less thing to be sad about. There is one conclusion to be drawn from these words, so a fallen woman can change sides again if she meets someone with more interesting demonic energy. And that's a good reason to look into this line of work. Just at this moment, Volordum controlling the giant brought down a huge fist on Jin Hyuk. However, this time, S-rank avoids a punch combination nicely and counterattack the monster with daylight. Except that even though the damage is done, but it's not enough to take down a beast like this. That's why Lich was so confident, even though the human has a good skill level and talent. But it's too little. He cannot win this battle. what he's sacrificed for the power he's gained. Here's Willardum himself to become the strongest wizard of all. He sacrificed his family, his friends, of the kingdom he once served, and in the end, even his own body and soul. He sacrificed literally everything. And having said that, Bleach showed a special technique. A universal magic circle, covering literally the entire sky. Casey and Judro, surprised, couldn't believe their eyes. How could they create so many magic circles at once? Well, the main character, not so impressionable. He only smiled wryly in response. So that's how it is. Well, then he'll show you something. Guy begins to combine the skills of the fire element and ice creation. And the system warns you, you can't add more skills to this synthesis. Except when did anyone care? Jin Hyuk activated a 10-star multilayer barrier and used it to bring more daylight into the form. Now he's gonna show that skeleton something better than his cheap tricks. The merger was a success, and infinite magic was born. In this state, Jin Hyuk can freely use any magic without expending mana. It's true that some skills are unstable, but still, the duration of this state is 1 minute, and this time must be used wisely. Countless spells flew at the giant creature. They had already made the undead golem sick, but that was just the beginning. Jin followed with the ice witch's breath, froze that thing's feet off. Lich tried to free himself from these shackles with hellfire, but he failed. It can't be. Could it be that this man's magic surpasses the quintessence of all of the Wailardum's accomplishments? It's not fair, and it makes the magician feel the bitterness of defeat in his life's work, which means the conditions have been met, and the undead creation skill has been copied. It's not fair. After all these years, he never realized. That's okay. I'll use my most powerful spell. The kid's gonna give it to him good. This life wasn't fair to begin with. And with those words, Jin Hyuk completed the infinite retribution spellbinder. This scourge attack not only struck the giant creature spawned by the Wailardum, but also his own. So here we are, where a huge monster had recently stood. All that's left is scorched earth, and all of it. Just before the endless magic ended. Thus, the hero managed to defeat the threat of the 14th floor, or at least it seemed that way. Suddenly, a voice was heard from outside. Jin Hyuk is unbelievable, only for a moment, but still. The hero has surpassed everything he's accomplished, a great magician. But what's he gonna do now? I mean, it's not that easy to kill a lich. Except for the skeleton, Jin Hyuk wasn't surprised at all. The guy already knew very well that his magic attacks wouldn't do much damage to the Wailardum itself. To do that, you have to attack directly into the seat of his power, and the protagonist is certain that the lich has hidden the phylactery very well, but somewhere nearby. Wailardum found himself surprised. The man knew so much about him. But why had he wasted his time on such a useless endeavor? If he knew it would be of no use in the first place. Now he has no mana left. How will he fight back? Yeah. Well, the protagonist really doesn't have any powers. That's just it. That was an impressive sight, wasn't it? Lich was falling for it himself, and distracted, and no sooner had the Wailardum asked what the man meant by that. Suddenly right in front of him, there was a sound. A moment later, an earth spirit and Batot appeared from beneath the ground, holding a blue orb. Lich recognized it immediately. It was the receptacle of his life force. How is it? All this incredible magic was just a distraction. That's right. And Jin Hyuk appreciated it. How well Wailardum hid that thing. Only thing is, Batate has a great sense of smell. It turned out to be a lot easier to find than the protagonist thought. Lich started to yell for Jin Hyuk to stop. But what? He's gonna tell him what to do. Jin Hyuk will play volleyball with his sphere. Wailardum has caused too much trouble for a guy to still listen to his words after all. He's killed countless people, bullying people close to Angie. And what Leech did? When those men asked him for mercy, did he let them go? Let him better abandon all hope of escape in his plight. Bothet will just chew him up with a phylactery, like some kind of candy. But suddenly a moment later, the hero noticed. A sword or a strike was flying towards him. So we had to defend ourselves urgently. The problem is, he had no mana at all, and there was only one option. Protect himself with the bot's body. Except that the impact hit the phylactery as well. It created a crack in it, and under the pressure of the dragon's fangs, the orb immediately cracked. It all happened so fast that it wasn't Seolin who arrived. who struck the blow, Ni Jin Hyuk. Not even the whalerdom, no time to realize anything. The lich immediately dissipated, turned to dust. And the system announced the victory over the 14th floor boss. Loot from it. It's a special item, the Cape of the Great Wizard. The player who dealt 90% of the damage, Kon Jin Hyuk, but the man who struck the final blow, Beg Seolin. And so the honors will be distributed, according to contribution to victory. The protagonist was really pissed off. How dare this girl interfere in his fight? Seolin put her sword back in its sheath and said that even though she couldn't catch Jin Hyuk, but it was still good. We can consider it as Lich's revenge for not honoring the agreement. And here's Kon Jin. Looks like he's as strong as they say he is. With this level of skill, he'll easily pass all the middle floors. And don't let it boil over with anger. They'll fight again when they're both in good shape. With those words, Seolin vaporized, and Jin Hyuk was finally able to let his fatigue go. But there was another problem, the Death Knight. The fallen saint who approached calmed him down. The skeleton was just scared, and escaped through the portal. Well, if that's the case, great. By the way, what should he call her? To which the girl replied, that she could just call her Nuna. Well, that, she has to go back. There's no point in staying here anymore, and feed on demonic energy. Just when she's gone, let Jin Hyuk take care of the good girl. You could say they're neighbors, though. Invigorating the blonde with a slap on her heel, she told her to express her feelings better from now on, and to be brave. Otherwise, who knows, maybe Nuna will take the guy herself. And once back, Teresa threw herself into Jin Hyuk's arms with a smile. She's very happy to see him. In the meantime, Casey and Judro were resenting from behind, for they would like to keep seeing the one, the other, the cool, the holy. Let her come back. Yusin came up to his friends. Looks like it's finally over, and it's been a really hard day for Teresa. In the end, Wylerdom, who had organized the breakthrough in Europe, was defeated, but there was still a considerable amount of undead across the continent. The crowd of such was just being fought by Inseok, who gave the order. He and Yuyin would be in front, and let the rest of them cut off the monsters and cover the flanks. The girl smirked. Does Inseok rely on others now? He's changed a lot. He doesn't look like his old self at all. To which smilingly, the guy replied that that was the way to go, and rushed into battle. So players from different countries, working together, gradually cleared the territory of monsters. However, the process still took a long time. The number of casualties from such a massive breach, which covered the whole of Europe, passed even over 100,000. It was the biggest disaster since the breakout of the disasters. In response, humanity formed the World Association of the Awakened. Its purpose was to protect humanity from the threat of the tower. Associations from all corners of the world, as well as major guilds, have committed themselves to fighting the tower for the survival of humans as a species. They pledged to work together, disregarding religion, culture, and personal gain. At least that was the original idea. Meanwhile, Kanjin took the 5th floor boss out for a little walk, and she was surprised. So this is what's outside the tower. Everything here is so cool, even though it's a bit like her domain. Andrea is still quite amazed. Kanjin, showing his handyman the outside world, noted that it was much prettier here not long ago. But now the restoration process is in full swing. The girl asked guiltily, "It's all because of the tower boss, isn't it?" However, the main character calmed her down by stroking her head. Andrea certainly didn't need to worry about that. I mean, she's not the cause of all these problems. The girl is on the side of the good guys, so better let her cheer up. Yeah, he's right. A voice came from outside. It was Alice, who was even now acting as a mentor for Andrea, and if she wanted to become a real floor boss, she should always keep calm and be strong in spirit. And Bellis, who was in Jinyuk's ring at this moment, started to give in to his mistress's rake, and Jinyuk noticed a slight change in the vampire's demeanor. She seemed to have a noticeable increase in self-esteem due to Belusu's return. Maybe we should bring her back down to earth. Oh. Well, that's okay. There were more important things to do for now. As soon as the tower appeared in reality, Kanjin thought that he should take this fact as lightly as he did the passage of the game. But alas, it didn't work out that way. First Grandpa Yuyong's illness, then the breakthrough, because of his own miscalculation, and now all of Europe. Even if he cleansed the whole tower, What will he do if there's just nothing and no one to go back to? What was the point of trying if everything turned out like this? Yusun brought him out of his thoughts, who sat down next to him. And Jinyuk admitted he was glad the swordsman wasn't hurt badly. He hadn't yet told me how his fight had gone. Yusun replied that the representatives of the 5 Grey clans didn't cause him much trouble. But in the middle of the battle, someone else appeared. And with just one attack, he defeated the swordsman. He has a completely different level of strength from the rest of the Murin. This warrior introduced himself as a celestial dragon, the Dark Emperor. The protagonist shuddered upon hearing that name. Had the Dark Emperor already made his move? And Kanjin was still thinking. For some reason contact with Valjean had broken off. It looked like his deception had been exposed. Damn, there was still so much to do. Yusun was of course surprised. It was the first time he'd seen the pro gamer's face like that. However, he changed the subject almost immediately. What about the saint? Jin Hyuk replied that Teresa was now in the hospital, recovering and she'd be fine soon, especially since there's someone there to look after her. I see, Yusun said, getting up from the bench. Anyway, he's got some plans. He's got to go. Yeah. Just up and left. No normal conversation, nothing. What kind of man is that? The protagonist's indignation was interrupted by Alice. She asked, what happened to that girl in the end? Didn't she fall into darkness? Was her contractor sure she would be all right if left like that? In response, Jin Hyuk calmly confirmed that it was fine. It's just that she has 2 identities now. Alice wrinkled her nose at the question. That's what he calls okay. But the guy explained what he meant. Teresa's dark side had decided to fade into the background, into the subconscious. As long as not in a good relationship, there shouldn't be a problem. Well, that's not an answer that pleased Alice. It's fine. Just let her know if he changed his mind. After talking, they moved on. However, Kanjin couldn't stop thinking about the man he called Stalker. It was because the essence of the Dark Emperor's martial art was demonic energy. Who would have thought that Jin Hyuk's copy technique would be so useful in this situation? If he didn't have demonic energy, the Fallen One wouldn't have sided with him. However, she turned out to be much saner than the protagonist had imagined. Well, unaccounted for surprises, that's not always a bad thing. Out of the blue, the guy's phone rang. The notification on the screen immediately made it clear. This is not a routine call. It was the first, highest level of alert. The caller was Han Sanjin himself, the president of the association. After apologizing for the disturbance, he asked, could Kang Jin Hyuk come to the headquarters? It should be done as soon as possible, because there are people here who would really like to talk to him. They claim it's incredibly important. They say it's connected to the forces of the Empire. And for this case, the president is willing to send a private jet to pick up the player. This meeting leaked valuable information to Jin Hyuk. That's why he didn't refuse the offer. Once on the airplane, Andrea admiringly looked around the cabin, while Alice started teaching her student another lesson. The first time she was inside the airplane, she was also very impressed. However, there is one special ritual to prepare and observe before flying. It's very important, and that's why Andrea must memorize it properly. Otherwise, this huge piece of metal will fall and crash to the ground. First, you have to take off your shoes. Second, after climbing into the seat, you must stand up and step on the spot, clapping your hands 5 times, and then, all that's left to do is close your eyes and wait for takeoff. It's important to do everything in the right order. How's Andrea doing? Sure she can handle it? The girl repeated the ritual exactly as Alice had done, and was still marveling at her mentor's knowledge, while Jin Hyuk could hardly contain his laughter. I wonder if Alice still believes the nonsense he once told her. I should record a video so I can laugh at it later. After a while, the plane was well on its way to Korea. The girls fell asleep, and Kajin didn't let the opportunity pass and got busy distributing characterization points. Finished with that, he finally decided to take a look at the skill that Whalerdom had recently copied, and dead creation. By using a corpse, you can create controlled undead. Nothing appropriate, except for a recent dinner. Kajin didn't find one at hand. And then activating the ability, a small skeleton was born. Okay, he created it from a leftover T-bone steak, so I'm gonna call him Bones. For now, this skill is not particularly useful, but in the future the guy will definitely need this kind of power. Except that Caustic was a little sad. didn't like the name. Now for the pressing matters. Jin Hyuk may have gotten less loot and experience due to the fact that the kill counted as bishounen. But at least Lich got his cape, so that's okay. And now we can finally get some sleep. But Caustic was awake. He decided to move away from his summoner as he heard some rustling at the end of the cabin. And he wasn't wrong. It was Casey and Judro who had sneaked onto the plane by hiding in the baggage compartment. They had said at the time, and they weren't joking, they're going to live with Jin Hyuk together. Meanwhile, in the association, the president's guests have already begun to resent him. How long will they be kept waiting? Sanjin repeated what he had said earlier. Player Kon Jin Hyuk is already heading this way. Please let him show some more patience. However, one of them did not cease to be indignant. It was clear to him now why people had such a bad opinion of the Korean Association. Even the president can't get one of his players to arrive immediately on an important request. Have you no authority at all? The man whose mouth was hanging open in indignation was Aru, a member of the Gandar Guild, S rank. He was accompanied by Chandra, also S rank, also Gandhara. Han Sanjin tried to get out of their predicament. He understands that they are wasting their valuable time on this visit. Therefore, the Korean Awakened Association will, of course, provide them with everything they need. They are sure that their stay will be comfortable. However, don't they come across as a bit rude? And the dialogue could have taken a much harsher turn. However, everything is fine. There was a voice behind the president's back. It was Kon Jin Hyuk, and from now on, he will take care of their matter himself. Not wanting to interfere with their conversation, the president withdrew. But Kon Jin got straight to the point. Let them talk about why they called him here. However, Aru couldn't immediately start a conversation. Amazing, he didn't even feel this S rank in front of him. Was it a skill that allowed him to conceal his presence? He used to think it was all about video processing, but having seen it live, Aru now recognized it. There is indeed a mystical power to this S rank. The president of the association just doesn't compare to it, but we have to calm down. After all, he's exactly the same S rank, so they want to offer Kon Jin Hyuk a deal. As he surely knows, the strongest rankers are focused on the war going on in the middle floors of the tower. Who wins and the outcome of the war will also affect the players. For the actively fighting and pumping player, there is no choice but to enter into a faction confrontation. And Aru won't have much of a showdown. How does Kon Jin Hyuk look at taking Miram's side, as they do? Gandar Guild. Except the protagonist can't stand the whole Miram thing anymore. Why would he do that? Chandra took the floor, all because they can provide information about the Empire. So far, they have up-to-date information on the major points of interest of this faction. Such a thing can only be known by the highest levels of the Empire itself. And mentally, Kon Jin Hyuk recognized the information was indeed very valuable. I wondered how they had gotten it in the first place. After which, he asked the two of them, what else do they know? And Aru realized that their proposal interested Jin Hyuk. Of course he was. This is just a demonstration. In reality, they have much more information at their disposal. Now, if the guy sides with them, he'll also get information regarding spies in the Empire's camp. These words surprised the hero even more. How much did they have in common with the Mirams that they even knew about the spies? Meanwhile, Chandra asked Tanjin what his answer would be. If one learns about the identities of the informers, one can get a lot of interesting things from them. It would simply give a huge advantage in the war. Exactly. They will help Miram win and end up on the winning side. And such a strong statement genuinely made Jin Hyuk laugh. And the members of the Gandar Guild didn't realize what was so funny. The guy on the other hand hurriedly apologized. It's just that their plans are pretty funny. Instantly using a greedy gaze, Kon Jin had the opportunity to learn their real aspirations. And Aru and Chandra also noticed something wrong. His facial expression changed so drastically that it was. Did he really know who the real spy was? Aru rushed to reason with Jin Hyuk. Didn't he need such useful data? But no, they didn't need the information. He already knew everything he needed to know. By the way, they were quite rude to the president of the association. Do they always behave like that when they are guests in a foreign country? There's no way they can get away with this behavior. Kon Jin should definitely teach them a lesson in good manners. And he'll start it by freezing it. Meanwhile, on the 21st floor of a tower in Marima, Valiant had already reported Kon Jin Hyuk's actions to the Heavenly Dragon, to Dark Emperor. I see. so some person posed as his disciple. And if only that, so he was also able to use the Dark Emperor's martial art. Embarrassing Heoman. That kind of chutzpah is impressive. Could Vulcan tell us more about him? And of course he could. Kanjin Hyuk is doing everything he can to achieve his goals. Like any bad man, he uses his underlings as tools and throws them away. Though remembering what happened, the young Miramak doesn't really believe his own words. The celestial dragon noticed this, wondering what it was that Kanjin Hyuk was so fascinated by. Valiant was known for his restraint. Anyway, and a guy shouldn't say anything stupid. Or what? The swordsman is so tightly attached to him. This person had committed a grave crime, casting a shadow on the name of the Dark Emperor and the entire heavenly demon sect. This kind of thing cannot be left unanswered. Sword of blood, the man said to the Sai. The man said, and at the same second, a cloaked warrior appeared behind him, and the celestial dragon gave him an order. He asked to bring Kanjin Hyuk here. The Emperor would like to have a personal conversation with such an interesting person. For now, the protagonist wasn't home. Casey and Judro finally broke right into his apartment. So this is what Jin Hook's house is like. This is now the house they will live in from now on. What a big and cool bed this is. I'll have to surprise him when he gets back. I just wonder when he'll be down with his business. And while the new neighbors were studying the situation, the TV was playing a story about a certain half-naked couple spotted in Seoul. When they were apprehended, it was revealed that they were S-ranked players, Chandra and Aram, and they belonged to a rather large guild called Gandhar. That the surprise that Casey and Judro planned to organize for the hero was doomed to failure. I mean, Jin Hook found them on the airplane. 100% they've now broken into the apartment and are waiting for him there. But that's okay. We should focus on something else right now. S-ranked along with Bodot and the spirits were staying on the 12th floor, in the ant farm. And they came here to meet the new member of the group. This is Caustic. Please love and welcome. And secondly, to help him get better, he's a rookie, so he's still a little weak. The spirit's job is to help him become stronger. And when Fire Salamander asked how they should do that, the boy answered without words, pushing them straight to the monsters below. And don't let Bodop make that face. It won't work. He's coming, too. He'll be in charge. That's how it is. Well, what can I say? Good luck with your pumping, Caustic. Bodot will be able to provide him with reliable growth, so Jinyuk is confident. By the time he returns, Skeleton will be much stronger. Alice, who had been in the ring all this time, asked what he planned to do now. Kanjin's answer was unequivocal. Go to the middle floors of the tower. Miram's troops had attacked the Imperials much sooner than he had expected. If nothing was done, the entire middle floors would be under their control. Waywardom, the former boss of Floor 14, has been defeated. So there are still 3 months to clear the 15th floor. While the rest of the players are at it, Kanjin is obliged to lay a good foundation to get through the middle floors. Except Alice doesn't understand. He practically stabbed the Imperials in the back last time. Is Jin Hyuk sure it's gonna work? What if they want revenge or something? To this remark of Alice's, the protagonist has something to answer for. Tenheimer sent him this, the ring of the ruling dynasty. Which means they need the guy after all. It will allow one-time teleportation to a marked location in the Empire. And that one time, well, the guy just got what he needed. Anyone in his position would have done the same thing, wouldn't they? Jin Hyuk didn't delay and activated the artifact. In order to do what was planned on the middle floors, he needed to achieve a good relationship with the Empire. So through Penheimer, he will begin to build the foundation of that relationship. Just a few seconds, and Jin Hyuk was already lying on the floor of the lavishly appointed hall. But as he looked up, he noticed more than just someone in front of him. That the Emperor himself, Reinhardt III, and he himself was not just on the floor, as he thought, but on the ruler's desk. The intruder was instantly surrounded by guards. Jinyu could only mutter something to himself. Yeah. It was a pretty good first impression. Reinhard III is the legendary emperor who led the empire to dawn many years ago. But after his heir died of an unknown cause, he almost lost the will to live. The present him is but a shadow of his past self, a weakened old lion humbly awaiting death. But Tenheimer is a great master of the sword of the empire, willing to do anything for the emperor. Catching his gaze, Jin Hyuk wanted to ask the man to explain the whole situation to the Guardian, but it was like he vanished the second he was gone. I wonder where that old man went. Although ... stop, If Penheimer called the hero here, it must be for a reason. Is this really a test? If you kill someone, you can forget about imposing good relations with the Empire. In that case, it would be enough to maim them half to death, but not kill them, right? Suddenly, out of the blue, a loud voice resounded throughout the hall. It was ordering the knights to retreat immediately. The battered guardians immediately recognized its owner. It was the great sword master Abraham, and following him was Mackenzie, another swordsman known throughout the Empire. Using a greedy stare, Jin Hyuk looked at the blonde beau's stats, and something interested him. And the terms of copying are as follows: Abraham cares for his best friend, Mackenzie. Mackenzie in turn has a flaw that he is carefully hiding. If Jin Hyuk manages to discover it and demonstrate it in front of Abraham, the S-ranker will also get the opportunity to copy one of his skills. And Kenjin immediately realized what flaw the system was talking about. What an unusually cruel condition it was. Only here's what's interesting: the great sword masters are the 10 strongest warriors in the Empire. Why are they here? Shouldn't they be fighting Urim right now? Abraham interrupted Jin Hyuk's musings, stating that they were now in His Majesty's Great Hall of Meeting. The invader must stop this futile resistance and surrender. Abraham decided to cement his intentions not only in word, but also in deed, instantly activating the sword aura, which the other knights were overjoyed to see. It's the Grand Master's sword aura, and they had already thought that the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Except the protagonist wasn't so simple. His skill is much cooler. He activates the sword song. As soon as everyone saw Kenjin Hyuk's true capabilities, the atmosphere in the room immediately changed. So this intruder is also a master. Well, that's great. And while they're all in shock, it's worth gently turning the situation into a peaceful one. However, the main character's plans are confused by some noblemen who suddenly burst into the hall. And this man is convinced that their uninvited guest is definitely a barbarian. Don't be fooled. Let them at least look at the color of his aura. It's not blue at all, but an ominous and unholy purple. That's the mark of a barbarian. The man who thwarted Jin Hyuk's plans was Duke Benshur. And the guy remembered him from the game, and he remembered him as a total asshole. Meanwhile, Abraham took advantage of Kenjin's distraction to try an attack he thought would be a win-win. But for an S rank, it wasn't too hard to dodge that lunge. To think of it, attacking backwards is nothing short of annoying, and only the swordsman had time to marvel at the fact that the intruder had dodged the blow without even seeing it. Like at the same moment, his opponent in general suddenly disappeared. All thanks to the demonic Sword King's step skill. Slipping behind Mackenzie's back, Jin Hyuk ripped off the man's helmet with an evil grin. By bringing it into the light of day, the knight's perfectly smooth bald head. No one could have expected this. People's cups were falling from shock. However, this was only the beginning. After carefully putting on his goggles, Kenjin activated his daylight skill, and Mackenzie's shiny bald head made everyone present go blind for a moment. That second was enough for the kid to disappear. Wiping his eyes from what he saw, Abraham approached Mackenzie, asking if he was okay. Pulling his helmet over his head, the knight replied that yes, they did. Really, it would be better if they didn't react like this. The swordsman apologized in return. It's just that his bald head is really very smooth. He's cosplaying Tuan Punchman, isn't he? And thus, Kenjin Hyuk fulfilled the conditions for copying, and became the owner of the new skill speed sword, and also became the owner of the mess in the apartment that the twins made at the same time.